Chapter 1. The man emerges from the abyss of fallen deities. Look over there, is that Lin Jun? Can you believe he actually emerged alive from the abyss of fallen deities? His luck is astonishing. Wait, he exhibits no trace of spiritual energy. Has he truly lost all his cultivation? Isn't that no different from being a cripple? And why is he carrying such a cumbersome ruler? Is he not thinking straight? Lin Jun, burdened by a black, hefty ruler measuring a full meter in length, immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. The abyss of fallen deities stands as the foremost forbidden zone in the Tianqiong continent. Not only did Lin Jun enter with merely the 7th-tier awakening, but even the head of the prestigious Nandu Academy, known as the strongest institution in the Qin kingdom, would be unlikely to return alive. Yet, the man who had vanished for 2 long years had somehow emerged alive. Despite the whispers surrounding him, Lin Jun remained oblivious. Each step he took with the heavy ruler was laborious, and even in the biting cold of winter, he was drenched in sweat. This ruler, known as the punishing ruler, held immense significance. It contained the principles of the heavenly Tao, aiding generation after generation of formidable warriors in their rise, while bearing witness to the rise and fall of various eras. Legend has it that the emergence of the punishing ruler foretells chaos across the land. Should the heavens prove unkind, the wielder of the punishing ruler shall enact punishment upon the earth and admonish the heavenly Tao. His lost cultivation was intricately tied to the punishing ruler. Regardless of how his cultivation advanced, it would be devoured by the ruler, and no matter how formidable his physical form became, the ruler's weight would always escalate to the limits of his endurance. For 2 entire years, he had not enjoyed a single moment of respite. All of this stemmed from his refusal to accept the woman emperor's proposal to become her Tao partner within the abyss of fallen deities. Damn that woman, does she think this will force me to comply? Breathless, Lin Jun murmured to himself. Indeed, the abyss of fallen deities was terrifying beyond measure, but the true peril lay with that woman and the punishing ruler she had placed upon him. Upon arriving at the Zhao family estate, Lin Jun let out a long sigh of relief, only to be swiftly blocked by several guards stationed at the entrance. Confused, he inquired, "You are stopping me?" The reason he had rejected the woman emperor was due to his engagement with Zhao Jinuo, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. He had braved the treacherous depths of the abyss to seek a higher-tier fire-type Fa Shang for her, as she had awakened a fire spiritual root and urgently required it to enhance her strength. Such a spiritual Fa Shang was exceedingly rare, even for the Lin family, a top-tier clan within the Great Qin Empire, let alone the fire attribute, known for its overwhelming offensive capabilities. Determined not to let Zhao Jinuo merge with a low-tier Fa Shang, he had defied his family's objections and resolutely left home to seek a superior fire-type Fa Shang for her. Now, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, he had rushed to the Zhao family estate, eager to present the earth-tier fire spirit bird Fa Shang to Zhao Jinuo, only to find himself barred from entry. It was utterly incomprehensible. "Young Master Lin, we apologize, but the family head is currently occupied with an important guest. Please." The head of the guard stammered, yet he failed to provide a clear explanation. Lin Jun's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that the Zhao family has encountered some unforeseen circumstances? "Prince Jiao, there is no need for you to personally deliver the betrothal gift. A servant can handle it," came a voice from within the estate. Lin Jun recognized it clearly as Zhao Jinuo's father, Zhao Ting. Betrothal gift? What betrothal gift? Could it be that Zhao Zinuo's sister is also betrothed? Such joyous news should not be met with obstruction, should it? A sense of foreboding surged within Lin Jun. "Jinuo and I are to forge a bond of 100 years naturally. We must visit in person to express our sincerity." "Ha! Your Highness the 9th Prince is far too courteous." At that moment, Zhao Ting, Zhao Jinuo, and the 9th Prince Qin Wudi entered their line of sight. However, upon catching sight of Lin Jun, the previously joyous atmosphere turned oddly tense, and a glimmer of smug coldness flickered in Qin Wudi's eyes as they met Lin Jun's gaze. Zhao Ting, adorned in splendid garments, initially wore a slightly stiff expression, which quickly morphed into a feigned smile as he exclaimed, "Lin Jun, you are still alive?" Lin Jun's eyes swept past Qin Wudi and Zhao Ting, ultimately resting on the pure, yet panicked visage of Zhao Jinuo. He replied softly. Never had he imagined that the fiancée for whom he willingly prepared to face death had indeed become betrothed to the 9th Prince of the Great Qin Empire. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. After regaining his composure from the shock, Zhao Ting hurriedly smiled and said, "Nephew, since you have returned, there are indeed matters we should discuss." Having undergone 2 years of tempering, Lin Jun had long since achieved a state of calm, devoid of anger, only tranquility. What shall we discuss? Shall we discuss the matter of my fiancé's engagement to Qin Wudi? His retort plunged the room into a profound silence. Zhao Ting, aware of his own shortcomings, was compelled to force a smile. Nephew, I know you have affections for Jinhua, so you surely wish for her happiness, do you not? Lin Jun chuckled. Am I not able to ensure her happiness? Zhao Ting awkwardly smiled. The Lin family is indeed one of the foremost esteemed families within the Great Qin Empire, but remember, beneath the heavens, all lands belong to the Emperor. Nephew, I advise you to let go of your attachment. There are countless good women in the world, and there is no need to cling desperately to my Jinhua. Such words bore a deeper meaning. Regardless of the Lin family's might, they must still heed the commands of the Great Qin imperial family. In other words, it was a veiled threat better not to stir trouble, lest one finds themselves at odds with the imperial family. Ha! Lin Jun let out a cold laugh. He had never anticipated that the fiancée he had safeguarded for years was, in fact, a sycophant who sought to cling to power through her body. Such a person was unworthy of him and even less deserving of stepping through the gates of the Lin family. The icy glare Lin Jun directed at her caused Zhao Xinyuo's gaze to falter, a sense of dread swelling within her. This so-called waste, stripped of his cultivation, still exuded an aura of danger that unsettled her. Unwilling to lose face, Zhao Xinyuo steeled herself and declared from her lofty position, Lin Jun, you are nothing more than a waste now, long stripped of the renown of being the foremost prodigy of the Great Qin. I have already broken through to the pinnacle of the fusion realm and am on the verge of entering the Dharma aspect realm. You and I are no longer the same world. I advise you to face reality and not dwell in the past glories. Qin Wudi stood with arms crossed, equally haughty as he joined in the pressure. Lin Jun, Jinhua is now my fiancée and will soon be the future imperial consort. You would do well not to trouble the Zhao family, or do not blame this prince for showing no mercy. With the formidable support of Qin Wudi, Zhao Zhuo felt her fears dissipate entirely, casting a disdainful and contemptuous gaze upon Lin Jun. What are you? Lin Jun's tone was frosty, his piercing glare directed at Qin Wudi. You are not qualified to meddle in the grievances between my family and the Zhao clan. At his words, the room erupted in astonishment. What audacious words had Lin Jun just uttered? What status did Qin Wudi hold? The ninth prince of the Great Qin royal family. In the Great Qin Empire, he was akin to a dragon among men. This spectacle amused Zhao Ting, who initially feared that the Zhao clan would face severe repercussions. However, with Lin Jun's audacity in offending the ninth prince, the Lin family would now be occupied with making amends, leaving them no time to target the Zhao clan. Qin Wudi glared furiously. Having never endured such indignity as a royal prince, even the mentors at the academy bowed to him before conducting lessons. Zhao Zhuo stepped forward, her demeanor resolute and frigid. Lin Jun, apologize to the ninth prince at once that I can intercede on your behalf and pardon your grave disrespect, considering it a recompense for the assistance my family has rendered to the Lin family over the years. Chapter 2. Reckoning. Recompense? Lin Jun's pride soared. Very well. The debts owed by your Zhao family must indeed be accounted for. Years ago, my father gifted you 3 Earth-grade treasures for this marriage proposal. My aunt personally established the protective array for the Zhao clan. My second aunt gifted you a spiritual mine, and my youngest aunt provided Earth-grade elixirs. What right does your Zhao family have to ascend from modest origins to a towering first-class family? Do you not possess even a shred of self-awareness? If we are to sever ties, let it be done thoroughly. Do not act like a hypocrite, engaging in despicable acts that provoke my disdain. As his words echoed, the expressions of the Zhao father and daughter turned grim. The onlookers multiplied, gossip swirling around them. Goodness, the Lin family has raised a thankless wretch. If memory serves, this was merely the betrothal gift from the Lin family, wasn't it? Indeed, the Lin family's generous offerings propelled the Zhao clan into the ranks of first-class families, creating a sensation throughout the Great Qin. Let alone the other gifts. Without the Lin family, there would be no Zhao family as it stands today. They have climbed the social ladder by allying with the Great Qin royal family, so it is only natural they look down upon the Lin family. Faced with the accusations, Zhao Zhuo became flustered. It was all voluntary from your Lin family. We never asked for it. If these assets were returned to the Lin family, what would remain for the Zhao clan? Lin Jun was clearly intent on driving the Zhao family to ruin. Betrothal gifts are naturally intended for marriage. If you deny the engagement, why accept the gifts? Lin Jun replied coldly. I understand your urgency, but do not rush. This is merely a fraction of what is owed, that I will compile a complete inventory upon my return, and your Zhao family must repay every item in full. Fail to do so, and the Lin family shall not relent. Cancellation of the engagement? He would indeed agree to that and would not linger. However, reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him was only justifiable, was it not? You. Zhao Zhuo was flushed with anger. Zhao Ting, with a stern demeanor, remarked, "Nephew, do you truly wish to escalate matters to an irreparable state? Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself. I am impervious to such tactics," Lin Zhan declared coldly. "From this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Zhao family. Moreover, you were the ones who renounced the engagement first. Should my three aunts learn of this, it is likely that the Zhao family will be compelled to pay a price. I have already extended considerable mercy towards you." At the mention of his three aunts, Zhao Ting shuddered involuntarily. They were no ordinary women. Lin Zhan's eldest aunt, Lin Yin, was ruthless and spoke little when she struck. It was to the bitter end. His second aunt, Lin Qing, had a tempestuous temperament and would instigate conflict at the slightest provocation. But the most terrifying of all was his youngest aunt, Lin Feng. As the foremost poison master of the great Qin Empire, with a mere flick of her delicate hand, she could render the land barren for miles around. What was most critical was that these three young ladies of the Lin family were fiercely protective, especially towards Lin Zhan, showering him with affection. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Jinuo quickly nudged Qin Woody's arm, playfully imploring, "Ninth Prince, you must say something." Qin Woody's expression darkened. "Lin Zhan, you currently possess no cultivation. Do you truly believe yourself to be the greatest prodigy of the great Qin? Do you think the Lin family would still dare to oppose the world for you? In the Sky Dome continent, strength was revered. Without power, what significance did blood relations hold?" Lin Zhan chuckled coldly. "When I am reasoning, it is prudent for you not to create unnecessary disturbances." "You?" Qin Woody's face turned ashen. How dare Lin Zhan audaciously refute him in front of so many? What happened to the dignity of a prince? "Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, what you owe me must be repaid in full. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Lin Zhan's words resonated with unmatched authority as he turned on his heel and walked away. Impudent. In an effort to uphold his dignity, Qin Woody bellowed furiously, "Lin Zhan dares to insult me, seize him at once, and throw him into the celestial prison." With the command given, 10 guards clad in golden armor swiftly drew their swords, their imposing presence sealing off all exits. Lin Zhan surveyed the scene with a critical eye. "Dare you obstruct me?" The 10 guards hesitated, for even in the absence of any visible aura, the Lin family's reputation loomed large. Zhao Ting, recalling the Lin family's formidable power, sought to de-escalate the situation and stepped forward with a smile. "Esteemed nephew, I understand your impulsiveness, but do remember that you are currently a mere shadow of your former self. Do not overestimate your standing within the Lin family. In light of our past relations, I can offer some compensation, and this matter could be laid to rest. In a typical noble family, such words would be deemed sagacious, for without the strength to uphold one's status, it was but a fragile illusion. The implication was clear. You have been granted a favor, do not squander it." Both Qin Wudi and Zhao Jinuo, like Zhao Ting, were reluctant to escalate matters, as the Lin family was indeed formidable. "You old scoundrel, Zhao Ting, listen well. My nephew's words are command whether you wish to comply or not. You must obey." At that moment, a voice as thunderous and frigid as ice resonated within the Zhao family estate. Immediately after, an overwhelming pressure enveloped all present. Qin Wudi recoiled in fright. Zhao Ting's face turned pale with trepidation. How could she have arrived? This is a person of such esteemed stature that anyone would instinctively retreat 3 paces upon encountering her. When Lin Qing, adorned in a flowing azure gown with her hair cascading down her shoulders and possessing the celestial beauty of a goddess, made her formidable entrance at the Zhao family estate, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Point 2 didn't mean it that way. It was primarily Zhao Ting stammered, his eyes darting about nervously. "Even if Zhen has lost his cultivation, he remains my nephew," Lin Qing proclaimed with unwavering authority. "Our Lin family stands as Zhen's greatest pillar of support." With her piercing gaze and overwhelming presence, she quelled the crowd's murmurs and then embraced Lin Zhan with tender concern, inquiring, "Why haven't you returned home?" Yet, a pang of sorrow welled in Lin Zhan's heart, yet he managed to suppress his emotions. Ergo, initially apprehensive that his loss of cultivation would lead his family to regard him differently, he had hesitated to return home and had instead ventured to the Zhao household to gauge the situation. But now, such worries were entirely unfounded. Enough with the explanations. Lin Qing interjected, urgency lacing her voice. What were we discussing? I did not catch that. Lin Jun scratched his head awkwardly. I requested they return the betrothal gifts tomorrow, but they are unwilling to comply. Tomorrow? What tomorrow? Lin Qing demanded, her tone assertive. Do I appear to have time to spare? Let it be today. And you old scoundrel, what do you have to say? As her words fell, an oppressive aura descended upon Zhao Ting. His complexion paled dramatically. He wished to summon the ninth prince to interject. Yet Qin Wudi, faced with Lin Qing's formidable demeanor, opted for silence instead. What is the matter? Is it that I can no longer wield a sword? Or is my voice devoid of authority? Lin Qing's eyes narrowed dangerously as she gathered her energy, her temper flaring. Those unrelated to the Zhao family retreat to 100 paces and observe from a distance to avoid becoming collateral damage. Panic rippled through the onlookers, each fearing that a moment's delay might lead to their demise at Lin Qing's hands. Even the Zhao family's guards and servants hastily scattered in all directions. Qin Wudi's expression shifted dramatically. Did she truly disregard him as a person? Yet he understood that Lin Qing was a woman of her word, and should he choose to remain, he might indeed face dire consequences. However, as the ninth prince, representing the dignity of the royal family, he had no choice but to muster his courage and solemnly threaten, Lin Qing, do you intend to declare war on the imperial family? Chapter 3. Today's declaration of war. Let the battle commence. The atmosphere was suffocating. Waging war against the great Qin imperial family was akin to rebellion. Qin Wudi contemplated the notion of rebellion, but feared that uttering the word might genuinely provoke the Lin family, a burden he could not bear, thus opting for the term war. Instead, Zhao Ting exhaled in relief with the great Qin imperial family backing them. Surely the Lin family would not dare to act recklessly. Are you threatening me? Lin Qing's gaze was chilling, her beautiful eyes radiating frost. My elder brother reigns supreme across the 4 domains. He has risen from the graves of the fallen. Since you wish for war, let it be declared today, and let the battle commence now. On the Tianqiong continent, there are 4 domains. The Great Qin Empire is merely one nation within the Eastern Sea domain, and Lin Qing's elder brother is none other than Lin Tianqiong, the formidable guardian of the Lin clan. No one anticipated Lin Qing's response to be so resolute. Today's declaration of war. Let the battle commence now. These 8 simple words laid bare the Lin family's indomitable spirit. Qin Wudi was on the verge of losing his composure, yet the gravity of the trouble he had stirred up loomed large in his mind, that he feared that upon his return, his father and mother would deliver a punishing reprimand that combined both wrath and disappointment. However, as a prince, he could not afford to admit fault. He could only offer an alternative path. Miss Lin, have you considered the repercussions of declaring war? Lin Qing retorted with disdain. Only the weak concern themselves with consequences. Lin Jun remained unperturbed, fully aware that his cousin's intervention would render any threat from the ninth prince insignificant. Not even the emperor of Qin would dare to act so recklessly. Seeing that his reinforcements were ineffective, Zhao Ting quickly abandoned any pretense of dignity, hastening to concede. The 3 Earth-grade treasures can be returned, and the West Mountain spiritual mine can be handed over at a later date. But as for the Earth-grade elixirs, I fear. Some things can be returned. At least he has managed to ascend to the Grand Qin royal family. Will there be a shortage of cultivation resources in the future? However, that Earth-level elixir has already been consumed by him. What can he possibly offer in return? Lin Qingwei narrowed her eyes and said, So you have been ensnared by her. Haven't you? Zhao Ting, drenched in sweat, replied, Indeed. Allow me to strike a blow, and this matter shall be settled. Lin Qing showed no regard for face. In truth, the Lin family had long been aware of the impending union between the royal family of the Great Qin and the Zhao family. However, with Lin Jun absent, no one had dared to inquire. Such a woman, who sought to ascend the social ladder through marriage, was utterly unworthy of joining the Lin family. Should Lin Jun find Zhao Zhenhua unappealing and choose to call off the engagement, the Lin family would not demand a bride price. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Lin Jun braved peril and defied all opposition to venture into the abyss of fallen gods for the sake of Zhao Zhenhua. Yet, within a mere 2 years, the Zhao family had reneged on the engagement in pursuit of a higher social standing through the royal alliance. This was like a resounding slap in the face of the Lin family. If they were to forego the bride price, how would the world mock the Lin family? Zhao Ting was filled with terror. Lin Qing's attitude was resolute, while Qin Wudi remained silent. In a bid to avoid conflict, he swiftly turned to Lin Jun, offering an obsequious smile as he said, Dear nephew Zhao Ting, should you dare to arrogantly shout again, I shall gladly ruin that wretched mouth of yours. Lin Jun remained indifferent, offering Zhao Ting no opportunity to appeal to emotions. Even if our fates are intertwined, yet unfulfilled, there is no need for you to speak disrespectfully to my father. As human beings, we ought to exhibit magnanimity. Zhao Zhenhua could no longer tolerate the situation and stood on her moral high ground to criticize. How absurd. Lin Jun let out a cold laugh. Why don't you allow me to plunge a knife into your heart, Miss Zhao? Perhaps then you could graciously forgive me? Zhao Zhenua's face flushed crimson. How dare you preach magnanimity? May the heavens strike you. Lin Jun retorted dismissively. If you cannot embody such virtues, why demand saintly standards from me while holding yourself to a lesser measure? Zhao Zhenhua was rendered speechless, her eyes wide as saucers. Indeed, this is how it should be. The Zhao family has completely lost their dignity. If they had any sense of honor, could they have committed such an act? The onlookers began to stir restlessly. The Lin family has never bullied the weak, yet they harbor no fear towards the powerful. Thus, their reputation among the lesser factions remains relatively favorable. In truth, the Lin family has offered no assistance to them, merely benefiting from the contrast provided by other top-tier forces. Will they not provide a straightforward answer? Lin Jun was reluctant to engage in idle chatter at the scene. Although the onlookers directed their ire towards the Zhao family, the Lin family's reputation was also at stake. All right. Zhao Ting gritted his teeth. Zhenhua, remove the heaven silkworm armor. Father, I command you to take it off. Though Zhao Zhenhua was unwilling, she had no choice but to turn and enter the estate, seeking an unoccupied room where she could remove the earth-grade magical artifact, the heaven silkworm armor, and hand it over to Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting opened his storage ring, retrieving a sword, a mirror, and a jade slip. These are 3 earth-grade magical artifacts, along with the deed to the Western Mountain Spirit Mine. While appearing nonchalant, each item he extracted from the storage ring sent a tremor through his heart. These treasures were the foundation of the Zhao family's standing in the capital. Yet, he firmly believed that severing ties with the Lin family today would garner even stronger support from the 9th prince. The storage ring you hold was also a birthday gift from me. Lin Jun spoke in a calm tone, yet his words pierced the heart like a blade. Although Zhao Ting was filled with anger, he had no choice but to empty the contents of his storage ring. He then added, I will find a way to procure the elixirs, and within 3 days, I shall certainly return them. Lin Jun said indifferently, it is best this way. Should there be a breach of contract, the consequences shall be borne by you. Zhao Ting was drenched in sweat. After all, this was the Lin family, bold enough to challenge the imperial family of the Great Qin. He truly lacked the courage to be perfunctory. Oh, by the way, as Lin Jun was about to depart, he turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhenhua and inquired, having embraced Qin Wudi, what rank of Dharma manifestation has he bestowed upon you? Zhao Zhenhua's decision to break off her engagement undoubtedly stemmed from an irresistible offer from the imperial family of Great Qin. Furthermore, as Zhao Zhenhua stood at the pinnacle of the awakening realm, only by merging with a Dharma manifestation could she transcend to the next level. Thus, the betrothal gift from the Great Qin imperial family must certainly include a Dharma manifestation. In a fit of pique, Zhao Zhenhua retorted, you should consider your own fortunes. Without cultivation, one can scarcely make a move. Lin Jun smiled faintly before turning around. Second aunt, let us return home. There was no need for further inquiries, as it would only compromise one's dignity. Alas, he had risked his life to obtain the Earth-level Fire Spirit Bird's avatar. Lin Qin cast a reluctant glance behind her before departing with Lin Jun. Yet, a lingering frustration remained unexpressed within her heart. In truth, she harbored a wish for the Zhao family to exhibit a bit more tenacity and refuse the return of the betrothal gifts, thus granting her a justified reason to take action. Upon returning to her residence, Zhao Zhenhua gently closed the door and, with a delicate bite of her lip, implored, Wudi, could you assist me? Qin Wudi furrowed his brow, acknowledging the difficulty of procuring earth-grade elixirs. Zhao Ting felt a sudden jolt of unease. You are the 9th prince of the Great Qin royal family. Surely, you can obtain earth-grade elixirs? Such items, while valuable, are scarce in the market. Even with Qin Wudi's esteemed status, he had yet to acquire any earth-grade elixirs among the cultivation resources allocated to him each year. There is a grand auction at Tianbao Pavilion the day after tomorrow, rumored to feature earth-grade elixirs. We should attend together. Qin Wudi, not wishing to appear inept, finally proposed a solution. Zhao Zhenhua furrowed her delicate brows in concern. But we lack an invitation. we might not even be allowed entry. Tianbao Pavilion stands as the most formidable trading house in the Tianxiong continent, with branches across the 4 realms. Given the Zhao family standing, they were hardly deserving of an invitation. However, Qin Wudi retrieved 2 golden invitations from his storage ring, exclaiming, "Just in time, we have exactly 2. Zhao Jinua's anxious heart finally found solace. The matter of canceling the engagement stemmed from a place of helplessness. Lin Jun had vanished for 2 long years, leaving her uncertain of his fate. Meanwhile, she had reached the pinnacle of awakening, desperately needing the fusion of her. Among Qin Wudi's betrothal gifts lay a profound fire type, a condition she could not refuse. Yet, she also felt a sense of relief in calling off the engagement. Had Lin Jun returned only to be deemed a failure, abandoning Qin Wudi would have surely made her a subject of ridicule. Thus, they continued on their journey. Lin Qin gazed at her panting nephew, drenched in sweat, and gently suggested, "Would it not be wiser to store the black measuring stick within your storage ring?" Lin Jun chuckled awkwardly. "I am engaged in weight training." He was not foolish. If he could indeed accept it, how could he possibly incur such a grievous penalty? In retrospect, it truly seemed absurd that he had declined to forge a partnership with the Empress for the sake of Zhao Jinhua, enduring so much suffering for no reason at all. He resolved to have a serious conversation with the Empress. At the very least, he should not be burdened by the punishing heaven ruler wherever he went, subjected to the scornful gazes of others as if he were a monster. Chapter 4. The agreement. Lin Qing rolled her eyes dramatically, expressing her disdain. This is self-inflicted suffering. Practitioners typically manipulate objects with spiritual energy, while physical cultivators endure arduous toil with results that are often scarcely visible. Lin Jun could only manage a bittersweet smile. Upon returning to the Lin residence, a throng of excited cousins had already gathered at the entrance to greet him. Lin Qing advised, "Do not converse for too long. Let Zhener return home early to rest." Lin Jun was indeed utterly fatigued, yet he could not disregard the fervor of his younger kin. Upon Lin Qing's departure, the younger members of the Lin family at the entrance erupted into a fervent commotion. "Brother Zhen, you're alive. This is truly wonderful. Is our brother Zhen so easily vanquished?" Brother Zhen is invincible. Observing the exuberance of his younger relatives, Lin Jun felt a profound sense of relief that he had not perished in the abyss of the fallen gods. Otherwise, he would have been deprived of the warmth of family. "Brother Zhen, during your absence of 2 years, the brothers have nearly gone mad from hunger. We have been surviving on mere scraps. Brother Zhen, you must procure some cultivation resources for us. Otherwise, we cannot endure this existence any longer." The atmosphere within the Lin family is delightful, with siblings united and the elder generation fiercely protective. However, when it comes to the younger members of the clan, they are raised in a manner that emphasizes frugality. The reasoning behind this is simple. Lin Tianxiong has asserted that cultivation attained through the forced accumulation of resources lacks a solid foundation and may jeopardize one's cultivation roots. Consequently, upon reaching the age of 16, the family ceases to provide the spiritual herbs and elixirs essential for cultivation. And even the monthly allowance is limited to a mere 40 medium-grade spirit stones. While this sum might suffice for the sustenance of an ordinary household for an entire year, it is woefully inadequate for cultivators who require spiritual herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Thus, from an early age, members of the Lin family must not only focus on their cultivation, but also learn the art of accumulating spirit stones. Before venturing into the abyss of fallen gods, Lin Jun demonstrated remarkable financial acumen, establishing himself as a leader, which ensured that the younger generation of the Lin family did not find themselves in dire straits. Lin Jun gazed into the pairs of eager eyes before him, his expression turning solemn as he declared, "Lin Xian, Lin Ting, please do not look at me with such longing. It makes me uneasy." Lin Xian and Lin Ting chuckled heartily, revealing their bright smiles. "Brother, you have no idea how challenging these past 2 years have been for us. I haven't purchased a new outfit in 6 months." At that moment, the sweet-faced Lin Yu approached, wrapping her arms around Lin Jun's and playfully complaining, "You bunch of good-for-nothings have let our sister fall into such poverty. And you still have the audacity to laugh?" Lin Jun cast a disdainful glare, filled with disappointment. Lin Ye is the cherished darling of the family. Yet even the beloved darling has not been adorned with new garments for half a year. How can he, as the elder brother, endure such a situation? Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Zhengge, our group has pooled together some spirit stones to buy clothes for Xiaoya." It is she who feels shy to ask. Lin Ye raised her head with a hint of pride, saying, "You are all insufficient. If I were to take it, I would feel guilty in my heart." Lin Jun felt a throbbing headache and promptly remarked, "Coincidentally, on my way back, I stumbled upon several unfortunate soul storage bags. You may divide them among yourselves." He had not examined the contents within, but the majority of the former owners of these bags were members of hunting teams who specialized in slaying low-tier demonic beasts to procure items for sale, living as impoverished wandering cultivators. It was unlikely that anything of significant value lay within. However, for his younger kin, it might alleviate their immediate needs. "Brother Jun, I truly adore you. I wish you and sister-in-law a dozen sons." The atmosphere instantaneously fell into silence, with many younger members casting glances towards Lin Teng. They were all aware of Zhao Jinua's broken engagement, and bringing it up now was akin to pouring salt into Lin Jun's wounds. Lin Teng bowed his head, nervously rubbing his hands together. "Jingge, I am truly sorry." Lin Jun smiled as he patted his cousin's shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all in the past. I am not so fragile." He had a carefree demeanor and did not dwell on it. Zhao Zeno's decision to call off the engagement was her own loss. Moreover, Lin Teng's words were spoken without malice. "I shall return home to catch up on some sleep. Once I awaken, I will take you all on an exhilarating adventure." After Lin Jun uttered a phrase, he immediately retreated to his chamber. Indeed, he was utterly exhausted. While everyone believed he had vanished for merely 2 years, they were oblivious to the fact that he had endured 2 centuries of relentless torment inflicted by the unyielding Empress within the boundless confines of the punishment heaven. Throughout these 2 centuries, he not only ascended to the realm of a sage but also mastered the profound laws of domains, as well as the celestial arts of alchemy, formations, and talisman crafting. Just as he was on the verge of stepping into the imperial realm, the Empress cruelly severed his 5 elemental roots, causing all his cultivation to be absorbed by the infinite space of the punishment heaven, leaving him devoid of any spiritual energy. Yet, he was compelled to continuously refine his body to bear the ever-increasing weight of the punishment heaven. Upon entering the endless space with a mere thought, he found himself gazing into an infinite expanse and could only helplessly call out, "Come forth, I have matters to discuss with you." In an instant, a stunning woman adorned in white, with cascading black hair and features so flawless they bore no imperfection, materialized in the void. Her expression icy as she scrutinized him. "Have you come to a realization?" Lin Jun remarked with irritation. "I cannot comprehend." He was aware that the true form of the Empress was currently deep within the abyss of fallen gods, communicating with him through this fragment of her divine soul. The Empress responded with a frosty smile. "Are you summoning me merely to invite suffering upon yourself?" "Certainly not." Lin Jun furrowed his brows. "I merely wish to inquire if there exists any alternative means, aside from forming a Tao partner, to liberate myself from the constraints of the punishing heaven measure. The absence of cultivation is exceedingly arduous. If only I could return at the level of a sage. Would the Zhao family dare to revoke their engagement? Would the 9th prince, Qin Wudi, have the audacity to act insolently before me? Indeed, this is a fortuitous circumstance, at the very least. It has unveiled the vile nature of the Zhao family." The Empress proclaimed with haughty confidence, "Unless you assist me in accomplishing 9 tasks." Lin Jun immediately became intrigued. But soon his enthusiasm waned, and he furrowed his brow, saying, "Your request seems quite difficult to fulfill, does it not? The Emperor is the most formidable being in the celestial dome continent. I can hardly fathom the terrifying nature of what you require." The Empress, with a satisfied smile, replied, "Thus, you may also choose to become my consort, as long as you engage in dual cultivation with me." "Stop, stop." Lin Jun quickly waved his hand to halt the conversation, breaking into a cold sweat. "Let us focus on the matter at hand." His refusal was not so much about Zhao Jinhua, but rather his inability to accept a partner who might be older than his parents, or even his 18 generations of ancestors. The Empress was not offended. Instead, she gently parted her lips and said, "For the first task, upon meeting Qian Santong at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, I shall personally relieve you of the constraints of the punishing heaven ruler and ensure that you can resume your cultivation." Lin Jun expressed his perplexity. "Is it merely to seek out someone? Tianbao Pavilion? The most formidable trading consortium in the Sky Dome continent? Surely, it cannot be a summons to his demise. Yet, if the Empress desired his end, such convoluted schemes would be unnecessary." The Empress responded with a disdainful smile. "Are you afraid? I shall take a brief slumber, and upon awakening, I will proceed." Without further ado, Lin Jun withdrew his consciousness from the endless realm and promptly fell into a deep sleep. in the depths of the fallen god abyss. Amidst the tumultuous currents of the laws, within a humble cottage, Yun Nishang pondered thoughtfully. After a moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. In a past life, you dared to traverse the myriad realms for my sake. Why, in this life, do you regard me with such disdain? I shall await you for all eternity. When Linjun awakened once more, the night had fallen. Recalling the promise made with the Empress, he laboriously hoisted the black and prepared to depart. To his astonishment, however, the courtyard was teeming with people. The clan leader, father, aunt, and esteemed elders of the clan. Surely my mere slumber does not warrant such a gathering? Linjun gazed upon the faces etched with worry, and an undeniable ache welled within him. These were his cherished kin, who held him dear as a precious jewel. Fearing even the slightest hint of his distress. Yet, I had merely succumbed to slumber. I was not on the brink of death. How could you dare to utter such words? You claimed that I had slept for an entire day and night, and that if I did not awaken soon, you would be compelled to force the door open. Lin Qing possesses a fiery temperament. Had she not been restrained, she would have acted long ago. Lin Jun was slightly taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Had he truly slept for a day and a night? All right then. The clan leader, Lin Taixing, let out a sigh of relief. No one in the household would dare disturb you. First, put away that cumbersome black measuring stick, as it appears quite exhausting to carry around. Many cultivators prefer to have their weapons at hand, enabling them to respond to dangers at any moment. Yet it is evident that Lin Jun has faced numerous perils over the past 2 years in the abyss of fallen gods, given that he must bear it even in the safety of his home. How distressing. Chapter 5. What does the Empress truly desire? I am currently engaged in weight training. I will soon be able to stow it away. Lin Jun gazed into the affectionate eyes of his elders, and, with a mix of laughter and tears, said, Father, Aunt, esteemed clan elders, I shall see you tomorrow. Some matters are simply beyond explanation. At present, the immediate priority is to address the constraints imposed by the punishment heavenly ruler. With that thought in mind, he uttered a final phrase and swiftly took his leave. Lin Tianxiong's gaze was tinged with astonishment. That black ruler was capable of instilling a sense of reverence within him. Could it possibly not be a product of the Tianxiong continent? This child is far too stubborn. Lin Taixing shook his head in resignation, then with a cheerful smile, inquired, Tianxiong, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed last time? Lin Tianxiong spoke in a calm tone. What is the matter? Lin Taixing displayed none of the temper typical of a patriarch. Instead, he chuckled awkwardly, remarking that the children of the clan had endured too much hardship, and thus he wished to increase their monthly allowance. Just look at Xiaoya. She hasn't seen a new outfit in half a year. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in the eyes of all the clan elders. Lin Taixing is the nominal patriarch, yet it is Lin Tianxiong, who remains aloof from worldly affairs, that serves as the true pillar of the Lin family. As the elders of the clan, they all aspire for their descendants to lead better lives. Thus an increase in monthly allowances is something they wish to see. In response to the eager gazes directed at him, Lin Tianxing spoke in a calm tone. Raise sons with a sense of frugality, while daughters should be nurtured with abundance. It is only fitting to provide a little extra for our girls. Lin Taixing furrowed his brows and inquired, what about those boys, such as Lin Jun? Lin Tianxiong smiled foolishly and replied, as always. After much contemplation, Lin Taixing finally spoke with a mournful expression, Oh, celestial abyss. Why not assume the role of our clan leader? I find myself utterly incapable of addressing the younger generation in this manner. It is well known that Lin Tianxiong possesses an extraordinary strength that is both awe-inspiring and fearsome, yet he adamantly refuses to accept the position of clan leader. Apart from his involvement with the Moonlit region, he remains entirely detached from clan affairs. Even Lin Yin, Lin Qing, and Lin Feng, the 3 sisters, are left perplexed by their elder brother's intentions, their sparkling eyes wide with anticipation as they gaze at Lin Tianxiong, hoping for some clarity. I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom and solitude. How could I possibly undertake such a grave responsibility? Lin Tianxiong smiled and said, The little treasures in the fish pond have yet to be fed. I must take my leave. Tianxiong? You. Lin Taixing and a group of clan elders exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads in despair. Patriarch, what shall we do now? The matter of spirit stones weighs heavily on our minds. The younger generation of our clan has already been overshadowed by the offspring of other families. It is utterly distressing. Spirit stones are not only the universal currency of the Tianxiong continent, but their inherent spiritual energy also accelerates the cultivation process. Yet, within the vast Lin family, a premier clan of the Great Qin Empire, the monthly allowance for our children amounts to a mere 40 medium-grade spirit stones, which is even inferior to that of the collateral descendants of third-rate families. Tianqiong fears that these youngsters might rely on external forces to break through, resulting in an unstable foundation that could jeopardize their future potential. Lin Taixing furrowed his brow, uttering, "Let us observe further." A chorus of sighs arose from the assembly of clan elders, who were acutely aware that Lin Tianqiong would not act recklessly. After all, Lin Jun was his own son and received the same treatment, leaving no room for dissent. As twilight descended, the bustling north street of the imperial capital came alive with the relentless flow of carriages and the vibrant clamor of urban life. Lin Jun arrived at the foot of the Tianbao Pavilion, eagerly rushing inside. On his way, he encountered several acquaintances, all of whom inquired about the peculiar black ruler he bore. Consequently, he felt an urgent desire to unshackle himself from this burden. "Young Master Lin, Manager Qian has been awaiting you upstairs for quite some time." The smiling innkeeper gestured invitingly. "Thank you," Lin Jun responded, not surprised. Since the Empress had instructed him to seek out someone, she must have already informed him in advance. Even if the Empress herself did not appear, the communication stone could suffice. Ascending the wooden staircase to the upper floor, he was greeted by a rotund man clad in resplendent golden garments, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, who welcomed him with a broad smile. "Manager Qian." Lin Jun cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Qian Santong, feeling rather apprehensive, hurriedly returned the gesture, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin, you are far too gracious." Lin Jun was not unfamiliar with Tianbage, yet he was not well acquainted with Qian Santong. He promptly got straight to the point, saying, "I have come at the behest of an old friend, and I kindly request your guidance, Master Qian." "Who did not inform you?" Qian Santong replied, slightly astonished. "No one. I am not even aware of the matter at hand." Lin Jun shook his head. The Empress merely instructed him to meet Qian Santong, stating that the binding of the punishment celestial measuring stick would be lifted, though she did not mention that Qian Santong would assist in this. As for the existence of the punishment celestial measuring stick, he wished to keep it from anyone's knowledge to avoid unnecessary troubles. "That person has entrusted you with Tianbage. Henceforth, you shall be the master of Tianbage," Qian Santong proclaimed, simultaneously producing a jade slip from his sleeve and bowing deeply with both hands to present it. "This is the inventory list of all our merchandise. Please, young Master Lin, take your time to inspect it. Entrust me with Tianbage." Lin Jun was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. Tianbage was the premier trading house on the Tianqiong continent, boasting stores across the 4 domains, and this establishment was the largest trading emporium of the Great Chain. It dealt in various aspects of business, including spiritual herbs, elixirs, formations, and Qian Santong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Lin Jun's brows furrowed slightly as he received the jade slip, murmuring to himself, could that woman truly be so benevolent, entrusting him with Tianbao Pavilion? Is there a hidden agenda? Despite racking his brain in contemplation, he could not deny that it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity with no apparent drawbacks. Yet, what could her true intentions be? If her motives were genuinely for his benefit, why then did she strip him of his cultivation in the sacred realm, even going so far as to shatter the 5 elements spiritual roots he had painstakingly awakened? It was utterly perplexing. Lacking spiritual energy within him, he was compelled to crush a piece of low-grade spirit stone, utilizing the emanating energy as a catalyst to unlock the contents of the jade slip. Within it lay a tiered elixir, 1 celestial-grade medicinal herb, 2 earth-grade array eyes, 1,800 mysterious-grade array eyes, and 3 celestial-grade martial techniques, along with a singular celestial-grade treasure. Lin Jun was increasingly astonished. In the Great Qin Empire, items above the earth tier were considered treasures, yet Tianbao Pavilion possessed such an abundance of heavenly tier artifacts, wealth rivaling nations. No. Even if the entire imperial wealth of the Great Qin were laid bare, it could not compare to the list contained within this jade tablet. The most extravagant part was that there were tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, millions of superior-grade spirit stones, and the count of mid-grade spirit stones was calculated in tens of millions. The fortune arrived with such suddenness, yet Lin Jun quickly regained his composure and said seriously, "Manager Qian, are all these for me?" Qian Santong beamed brightly and replied, "That esteemed individual has stated that as long as you require it, you may freely utilize anything that Tianbao Pavilion possesses." "No, this simply cannot be right." Lin Jun furrowed his brows. pondering the implications of the Empress potentially lifting the constraints of the punishment heaven scale. With access to such inexhaustible resources for cultivation, would he not soon soar to great heights? Yet, one must remember that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What could be the Empress's true intentions? Was she attempting to test the purity of his heart with such mundane offerings? It seemed utterly preposterous. Chapter 6. The Lifting of Constraints. Qian Santong tentatively called out, "Young Master Lin, do you still harbor any doubts?" In order to gauge the authenticity, Lin Jun promptly spoke. "I now require 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there an issue?" Qian Santong responded with unwavering certainty. "Of course, there is no problem. This storage ring conveniently contains the amount. Please feel free to verify." Lin Jun was reluctant to believe it. Yet when he discovered a neat arrangement of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones within his storage ring, he was rendered speechless for a considerable time. "This is a communication stone bearing my mark. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to reach out." Qian Santong produced the communication stone, his face adorned with an endearing smile. "The auction is about to commence. If you are interested, you may use this jade token to access the Tianzi No. 1 private room." Upon receiving the transmission stone and jade tablet, Lin Jun felt an unsettling complexity to the situation. The Empress had indeed bestowed upon him the celestial treasure pavilion. The decor of the upper floors exuded opulence, with gemstones employed as mere lighting fixtures throughout. Even the resplendent gem adorning the rooftop was of the variety. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by a mesmerizing portrait of a woman clad in white. Her ethereal presence captivating. The figure in the painting was none other than the Empress herself. As his consciousness entered the boundless realm of the punishment celestial measuring ruler, he immediately called out, "Come forth." Soon, a wisp of Yun Nishang's divine essence materialized in the void, her crimson lips parting to utter, "Speak." Lin Jun hastily inquired, "The heavenly treasure pavilion, truly bestowed upon me?" Yun Nishang cast a cold glance, retorting, "Should you fail to appreciate it, I can easily retract my offer." "Of course I desire it," Lin Jun initially exclaimed, only to pursue further, "Yet you have yet to disclose the reason." He was no paragon of virtue, unwilling to forego an advantage, but in the perilous realm of cultivation, caution was paramount, especially when dealing with an Empress. Upon the release from the constraints of the celestial punishment ruler, your cultivation demands vast resources. Yun Nishang, her countenance as serene as a placid lake, provided a rationale. "After all, with your current prowess, you lack the qualifications to serve this Empress." Lin Jun smiled in relief. Indeed, if the Empress wished for his assistance, she must first elevate his cultivation. However, he soon recognized the absurdity of the situation. "Do not speak nonsense. If you desire my help, why have you obliterated my painstakingly cultivated 5-element spiritual roots, reducing my attainment to nothing after 2 centuries of effort?" "Attainment?" Yun Nishang replied with a frosty smile. "You are equally unqualified to serve this Empress." Lin Jun was struck dumb. Was he truly destined to step into the realm of emperors? Though the Tianbao Pavilion boasted abundant resources, they were still insufficient to cultivate a true emperor. "The shackles have been lifted. I, the emperor, have emancipated myself. The strength you wield determines the weight of the punishment celestial measuring tool. Thus, the greater your power, the more formidable its potential becomes. Once you reach the law manifestation realm, I shall reveal myself." As these words faded, Yun Nishang vanished without uttering a sound. Deep within the abyss of fallen gods, chaotic currents of laws surged. A hint of anguish graced the exquisite features of Yun Nishang as she murmured to herself, 100,000 years of suffering. Let this life not make me wait too long. Simultaneously, as consciousness withdrew from the boundless expanse, Lin Jun suddenly realized that the punishment celestial measuring tool had grown weightless. With a mere thought, he commanded, "Return." The punishment celestial measuring tool that had long plagued him finally vanished. Lin Jinduan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. And with the absence of the punitive celestial measure, he sensed the spiritual energy of the world surging into his body with reckless abandon. In the mere blink of an eye, his cultivation had returned to the warrior realm. At such a frenzied pace, it would not be long before he transcended both the awakening and fusion realms, ultimately stepping into the realm of law manifestation, heralding the appearance of the Empress. The sensation of freedom is truly delightful. Lin Jun felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he made his way to the auction house. He was no stranger to the Tianbao Pavilion, having accompanied his aunt there on numerous occasions. However, given the Lin family's standing within the Great Qin Empire, they had never been deemed worthy of entering the private rooms. What was even more astonishing was that his usually formidable second aunt found this entirely reasonable. a testament to the immense power of the Tianbao Pavilion. The private room numbered 1 was indeed exquisite. Its ambience was delightful. And the most considerate feature was the array set up around it, allowing those inside to observe every corner of the surrounding private rooms while remaining invisible from the outside. Were they also present? They must have come to the auction in hopes of returning the Earth-grade elixir, seeking a stroke of luck. Lin Jun speculated that the Qin royal family must possess the Earth-tier elixir, yet given the esteemed status of Prince Qin Wudi, acquiring it would not be an effortless task. Which is precisely why he found himself here. As expected, in the next moment, Qin Wudi rose and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, grant this prince a favor. I shall offer 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones for this Earth-tier Xianling pill. This elixir, when consumed, instantaneously replenishes all the spiritual energy depleted within the bodies of cultivators below the fusion realm." To secure it, Qin Wudi made his intentions clear, warning anyone daring to bid against him to first consider their own worth. Such conduct was deemed contemptible, yet those seated below were filled with indignation yet remained silent. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to that of a golden oriole, resonated from the adjacent VIP room number 2. Lin Jun smiled. The woman next door certainly knew how to handle affairs. According to reason, even Qin Wudi was not qualified to occupy a private room, which suggests that these chambers were not intended for cultivators from the Great Qin Empire. The woman from outside must surely not value a mere Earth-grade Xian spirit pill. Yet she had inflated the price to 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, clearly demonstrating her disdain for Qin Wudi's arrogant demeanor. Countless gazes from below were fixed on room No. 2, yet under the formation, nothing was visible. Qin Wudi had long cursed the woman's ancestors in his heart but maintained a facade of calm as he said, "Miss, is it necessary to escalate the price of an Earth-grade Xian spirit pill, which is already the least valuable of its kind, to 5 figures? He had intended to purchase it to settle the Zhao family's debts to the Lin family, but he had never anticipated encountering such a contrarian. At this moment, both the audience below and those above were thoroughly entertained, especially Qian Santong, who knew who the woman in the room was, someone even the Emperor of Qin would need to flatter. Yet, Qin Wudi, surprisingly, was trying to act like a prince. What was even more difficult for him to accept was the utter lack of response from the woman upstairs, as if he were invisible. "Wudi, that woman upstairs is simply too overbearing." Zhao Jinua's expression was strained. This Earth-grade pill was of immense importance to the Zhao family. If it were not returned, considering the Lin family's temperament, they could very well annihilate the Zhao family in a fit of rage. Qin Wudi feigned calmness and reassured her, "Do not worry. This prince will surely secure the Earth-grade pill for you." Zhao Jinhua sighed in relief. Qin Wudi then raised the bid, 11,000. However, it seemed as though the woman upstairs was deliberately opposing him, for as soon as he finished speaking, she declared, 20,000. The crowd erupted into chaos. Many could no longer sit still. Qin Wudi's expression grew even more uncomfortable. He had only raised the bid by 1,000, while the opponent had directly jumped to 20,000. Was it certain that she was not sincerely challenging him? It appeared that the esteemed guest in the private room was indeed at odds with Qin Wudi. If anyone were to blame, it would be Qin Wudi's own arrogance. Why should he expect to monopolize the bidding? Who could the woman in the private room be? Not only they were curious, but even Lin Jun wondered if she was a certain noble lady whose affections had been toyed with by Qin Wudi. Yet, that voice felt oddly familiar. Zhao Jinhua could no longer remain seated, but just as she attempted to rise, Qin Wudi pressed her back down. For him, this matter was about face, and he resolutely declared, 21,000. Zhao Jinhua sighed in relief, recognizing that Qin Wudi was genuinely angered. She wondered if the woman upstairs would come to regret her actions. However, the ethereal voice from above rang out once more, 50,000. It was explosive. The atmosphere was charged. Who was this woman upstairs, audacious enough to challenge Qin Wudi? Did she truly disregard the might of the great Qin royal family? Chapter 7. Old acquaintance Qin Wudi rose to gaze upon the private room number 2. His eyes stern and unyielding. "My lady, are you truly prepared to oppose this prince for a mere Earth-grade elixir?" It was not a matter of being unable to produce 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The concern lay in the uncertainty of whether the opposing party would escalate the bid to a staggering 100,000. Most crucially, this elixir was hardly worth such a sum of spirit stones. Qin Wudi was indeed anxious. How could he not be? Ha! How delightful it was to witness his frantic state, helpless and agitated. Renowned for his arrogance and notorious reputation, Qin Wudi had little regard for others. Typically, people refrained from speaking out, intimidated by the formidable presence of the Qin royal family. However, now that a brave soul had emerged, many were eager to mock him. In an instant, all eyes turned to private room number 2, curious to see how the enigmatic woman would respond. Qian Santong wore a faint smile. Should Qin Wudi dare to act recklessly, he would undoubtedly pay a heavy price, at least in the presence of that lady. The identity of the 9th prince of the Great Qin was no more significant than that of an ant. Meanwhile, within the confines of private room number 2, "My lady, is it truly worth it?" The elderly man expressed his bewilderment, not out of concern for the spirit stones, but simply believing that Xiao Bailing need not lower herself to compete with Qin Wudi. "As long as it helps my brother Lin Jun vent his frustrations, it is worth it." The lady, veiled in white and clad in a flowing blue gown, possessed a figure that was perfectly proportioned, and she was utterly disinterested in the ruckus caused by the 9th prince below. The elder sighed. "My lady, forgive my intrusion." "Oh, Li Lao, you might as well refrain from speaking." Xiao Bailing understood Li Jianqing's intentions and quickly smiled, explaining her rationale. "Had it not been for my brother Lin Jun's intervention back then, I would have perished in the northern borders." Li Jianqing replied helplessly. "You are ultimately from different worlds, and moreover, he has returned. The matter of the Zhao family's broken engagement should be resolved by him." Xiao Bailing retorted stubbornly. "I care not how he chooses to act. I simply cannot abide those two wretched individuals." Li Jianqing recognized her resolve was unshakable. No amount of reasoning would sway her, leaving him with no choice but to remain silent. Had Qin Wudi ceased bidding? Uncertain. The lady upstairs seemed disinclined to respond. Whispers circulated throughout the auction house. Zhao Zhenhua was in a state of distress. "Wudi, this Xianling Dan is of utmost importance to me. As you know, the Lin family, if it is not returned by tomorrow, they will undoubtedly come to demand it." Qin Wudi's expression darkened. "It is but a trivial earth-grade elixir. I shall secure it. 51,000. This was a price beyond anyone's imagination. Were the earth-grade Xianling Dan sentient, it would scarcely believe itself to be so valuable. 100,000. Xiao Bailing spoke once more. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Even the formidable Qin was rendered speechless. While he could indeed produce 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the question remained, would it not be madness to expend such a fortune on a single earth-grade Xianling pill? Zhao Zeno was left utterly astonished. Lin Jun could not contain his curiosity and promptly inquired through the communication stone, "Master Qian, who is occupying the private room number 2. At that moment, Qian Santong was on stage and unable to speak freely, but he conveyed through soul transmission, "It is an old acquaintance of yours." Lin Jun furrowed his brow. An old acquaintance? However, after much contemplation, he could not recall such a familiar figure. How extravagant! To lavish 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones merely for a single earth-grade Xianling pill. At that moment, Xiao Bailing spoke again. "Manager Qian, there are no more bidders." The gavel has been brought down. Throughout the proceedings, Xiao Bailing had not deigned to respond to Qin Wudi even once, quite simply out of disdain. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room Tian number 2 for securing the earth-grade Xianling pill with a bid of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. With a decisive strike of the hammer, Qian Santong sealed the deal, causing Zhao Zhenua's heart to plummet. Qin Wudi's lips twitched twice, yet he could not utter a single word. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke coldly. "My lady, would you dare reveal your true identity?" Previously, he had claimed that this earth-grade Xianling pill was within his grasp, only to be thwarted by a female overlord. This bitter pill was hard to swallow. Everyone present was aware that Qin Wudi was a man who harbored grudges, and his desire to uncover the identity of the guest in room Tian No. 2 was undoubtedly motivated by the urge for retribution. Though Lin Jun was engrossed in the performance, he was equally filled with curiosity. Since Qian Santong mentioned that the individual in question was an old acquaintance, it was clear they were familiar. However, the reason behind this old acquaintance's animosity towards Qin Wudi remained a mystery. Suddenly, as the audience anticipated the unfolding drama, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire hall. Qin Wudi's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils dilating as he clutched his chest, spewing blood. The surrounding spectators were left aghast. A mere aura had gravely injured a peak fusion realm expert. The source of such power must be terrifying. Indeed, a formidable figure of the Ascendant Emperor realm. A gasp echoed through the venue, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. The individual above was, without a doubt, an Ascendant Emperor, which elucidated their audacity to disregard the esteemed Qin royal family. Qin Wudi's pallor deepened. He was all too familiar with such a presence. After all, the Qin Emperor himself was an ascendant emperor. Throughout the vast Qin Empire, such powerful beings were certainly rare, scarcely exceeding 5 in number. Lin Tianxiong was among them, which explained why the Lin family could stand on equal footing with the Qin royal family. "You are not worthy of provoking my lady." Li Jianxin's commanding voice resonated throughout the hall, silencing all dissent. "Senior, I harbor no such intentions." Qin Wudi, nearly paralyzed with fear, immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing deeply to lower his stance. "Humph." Li Jianxing offered no response. At this opportune moment, Qian Santong interjected, "Qin Wudi, you have repeatedly threatened us. Should you dare to transgress again, the Tianbao Pavilion shall permanently blacklist you." Qin Wudi felt as though he had a thorn lodged in his throat. Zhao Zino hastily inquired, "What shall we do now?" Qin Wudi waved his sleeve in dismissal, declaring, "Since the Tianbao Pavilion cannot accommodate this prince, I shall never set foot in it again. What a disgrace. Remaining any longer would only invite further ridicule." Ignoring Zhao Zino, he turned to leave. "Wudi, wait for me." Zhao Zino, feeling her cheeks flush under the scrutiny of the crowd, hurriedly pursued him. Lin Jun left the private room in a rather unremarkable manner. As for the woman next door, it was likely that Qian Santong had merely played a jest on him. How utterly dull. Shou Bailing playfully stuck out her tongue. The reason for her presence here was her awareness of Qin Wudi and Zhao Zino's intention to bid for the Earth-tier elixir, which prompted her to attend. However, before the much-anticipated spectacle could commence, Qin Wudi had fled in disarray. Although the Tianbao Pavilion boasted an abundance of treasures, she held little regard for them, particularly for such lowly items as Earth-tier elixirs, which were only deemed precious in the resource-scarce Eastern Sea region. Just as Lin Jun exited the Tianbao Pavilion, he fortuitously encountered the still-present Qin Wudi and Zhao Zino. His arrival rendered the atmosphere decidedly tense. "Lin Jun?" Zhao Zino first erupted in furious indignation, then, with righteous fervor, demanded, "Was it you who orchestrated that confrontation against us?" Qin Wudi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In truth, Lin Jun did possess both the motive and the capability to do so. Lin Tianxiong is indeed a formidable figure at the Emperor realm. As for the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it is hardly a significant sum for the Lin family. And what of the woman? Is it truly difficult for the Lin family to arrange for a woman? Or perhaps it is not challenging for Lin Tianxiong to alter his voice. Everything that has transpired is solely to ensure that the Zhao family cannot repay even a single earth-grade elixir, thereby bringing them utter disgrace. Truly, it is despicable. Chapter 8. What business is it of yours? Lin Jun let out a chilling smile. What business is it of yours? He neither denied nor cared to admit anything. Since their fate had come to an end, there was no need for explanations. Zhao Zino, with a commanding tone, retorted, "Are you not being utterly despicable? Is it truly your intention to force us, the Zhao family, into submission for the sake of my inability to repay the earth-grade elixir? It must be so." The calmer Lin Jun appears, the more it signifies his deep concern for her. How could someone willing to descend into the abyss of divine destruction for her simply let go? Yet, paradoxically, this very intensity only serves to diminish her respect for him. Think as you will. Lin Jun, with a countenance as serene as a placid lake, declared, "In any case, the earth-grade elixirs must be returned, and my elder aunt shall come to dismantle the Zhao family's protective formation." He was unwilling to engage in further entanglement with Zhao Zino since the annulment of their engagement. This relationship had been interred within the abyss of fallen gods. There would be no forgiveness, no reconciliation. Even uttering another word felt repugnant to him. In a fit of exasperation, Zhao Zino obstructed his path, insisting, "You shall not depart until everything is made clear." Lin Jun cast a cold glare, uttering not a single word. Yet, the depth of his gaze inexplicably instilled fear in Zhao Zino. How could a mere mortal, devoid of cultivation, exude such a terrifying aura? In truth, Lin Jun had regained the ability to cultivate, his prowess restored to the 7th stage of a martial artist. However, his true essence was concealed by the punishment heaven measure, rendering his authentic strength undetectable to others. Qin Wudi spoke with an authoritative tone, stating, "You would do well to confess honestly. Otherwise, do not blame this prince for his mercilessness." Lin Jun chuckled, "Very well, if you possess the audacity. Then do kill me, and let me witness your prowess." Qin Wudi fell silent, contemplating the absurdity of such an act. To eliminate Lin Jun? Surely. He had not lost his sanity. Yet, succumbing to fear would tarnish his dignity, so he coldly declared, "This prince indeed will not take your life. but I can certainly arrange for you to taste a modicum of suffering. Li Wei, a soldier clad in golden armor, stepped forward, fully comprehending the unspoken command, and immediately unleashed the formidable aura of a peak fusion stage cultivator. Both Qin Wudi and Zhao Zino displayed expressions of contempt. After all, Lin Jun had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, incapable of enduring the pressure exerted by a fusion stage practitioner. They merely anticipated a spectacle of humiliation. However, contrary to their expectations, Lin Jun not only stood firm but remained as unyielding as a mountain, unaffected by the oppressive force. Though he had lost his cultivation, his spirit was far from fragile. He was not someone a mere fusion stage cultivator could easily subdue. The scene they had envisioned did not materialize, and their irritation intensified. Impudent. Li Wei, having earned the position of Qin Wudi's personal guard, was astute enough to recognize the situation. He swung his fist toward Lin Jun with the intent to ensure he would not depart unscathed. Qin Wudi made no attempt to intervene, while Zhao Zino maintained her aloof demeanor. Lin Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Although he possessed formidable soul power that allowed him to disregard the suppression of those in the fusion realm, he realized that, should a confrontation arise, his chances of victory were negligible. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, before Li Wei could even approach, his body disintegrated into a crimson mist, dissipating into the wind. Let anyone dare to harm my brother Lin Jun. Xiao Bailing made a grand entrance with an imposing presence. Li Jianxing's expression was as tranquil as a placid lake, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet merely his presence exuded an intangible sense of oppression. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Jun was struck with a sense of familiarity and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you?" Previously, during his time in the northern domains, he had inadvertently saved this girl's life, after which she had persistently pursued him. Despite his repeated declarations of being betrothed, she had insisted that serving as a concubine would suffice, prompting him to flee under the cover of night to escape her relentless affection. Since then, their paths had diverged completely. He couldn't even recall her name. Yet here was Qian Santong, referring to her as an old acquaintance. Xiao Bailing, with a smile as radiant as a blooming garden, exclaimed with excitement, "It's me. Long time no see." Lin Jun awkwardly chuckled. It seems it hasn't been that long. Has it? In truth, he had no desire for this reunion. He feared being ensnared once more. Yet, ironically, his apprehensions materialized as Xiao Bailing boldly approached and linked her arm with his. Attempting to extricate himself proved futile, for her cultivation vastly surpassed his own, leaving him unable to resist. He cast a glance over his shoulder, hoping she might exhibit a modicum of restraint. Instead, Xiao Bailing, unfazed, proudly lifted her exquisite face, one that could easily overshadow Zhao Zino, and declared, "We haven't seen each other in 2 years, 6 months, and 18 days. And you still dare to say it hasn't been long?" Lin Jun's face turned pale. How could he remember so clearly? Surely he would not seek retribution? Ahem. Li Jianxing, noticing his young lady's rudeness, quickly cleared his throat. Xiao Bailing furrowed her elegant brows and said, "Oldly, sometimes you could pretend not to see." Li Jianxing widened his eyes, exclaiming, "My lady, you were right before me. Must you insist that I feign blindness?" Xiao Bailing paid him no mind, for she was all too familiar with Li Jianxing's character. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly refrain from reporting her misbehavior. Ahem. Li Jianxing wished to offer a gentle reminder, yet his throat nearly caught fire from his cough, failing to prompt any restraint from her. In exasperation, he could only wave his hand to cast a soundproof barrier, enveloping the two in secrecy from prying eyes. Content. Xiao Bailing narrowed her beautiful eyes and playfully demanded, "You clearly promised me breakfast. Why did you leave in the dead of night?" Lin Jun's expression faltered. That old man was clearly not to be trifled with. And though he feared not for his life, to perish under such circumstances would be most unjust. A true man knows when to yield. He then laughed. "Urgent matters at home summoned me back swiftly, and it was inconvenient to bid you farewell at such an hour. But for such a trivial matter, you traversed from the Northern Territories to the Eastern Sea?" The distance between the Northern Territories and the Eastern Sea spanned 100,000 miles, even aboard a spirit vessel. It would take over half a month. He had only returned from the abyss of fallen gods to the Eastern Sea 2 days prior. Even if the girl had received word immediately, how could she have arrived so swiftly? Surely she hadn't remained in the Eastern Sea all this time? Humph. You heartless man. What do you mean by trivial matter? I call this gratitude. Xiao Bailing pouted her delicate lips in indignation, deliberately puffing out her ample chest. Unlike that sycophantic woman who used you and then discarded you. Moreover, in what way am I inferior to her? By what right do you look down upon me? Do you know that during your 2-year absence, I have tirelessly sought news of you? The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Lin Jintai has proven to be heartless. Ever since parting ways in the northern frontier, she has been incessantly sending people to investigate Lin Jun's background. After much effort, she finally uncovered the information, only to find that before she could express her gratitude for saving his life, he had already ventured into the abyss of fallen gods. Upon discovering the reason, she was utterly speechless. All this just to find a low-tier fire elemental manifestation for Zhao Zino? Could he not have simply asked her for assistance? Does the Xiao family truly lack such trifles? Even more infuriating is the fact that Zhao Zino has called off her engagement. Unlike her, upon hearing the news of Lin Jun's return, she frantically pestered her father, insisting on repaying the favor, claiming that otherwise, she would be haunted by inner demons. After enduring her relentless pleas, her father finally activated the teleportation array to send her to the Eastern Sea domain, accompanied by Li Jianxing for protection. However, upon reaching Linjin, it all seemed to be reduced to a trivial matter. Little did they know. Her journey to the Eastern Sea domain was fraught with trials and tribulations. Chapter 9. Who is more beautiful, Zhao Zino or me? Lin Jun has always preferred gentle persuasion over forceful confrontation. Faced with such relentless entanglement, he could only helplessly respond. Could you please let go for now? No. Xiao Bailing retorted stubbornly. Unless you tell me who is more beautiful, Zhao Zino or me. Lin Jun felt a shiver run down his spine. I have no connection with her anymore. There's no need for you to deliberately bring her up in my presence. To be candid, the girl before him was undeniably more beautiful. Yet, uttering such thoughts would undoubtedly lead to further entanglement. Although you are no longer linked to her, I still yearn to understand where I faltered in comparison. Xiao Bailing was obstinate and relentless, her determined expression resembling a threat directed at Lin Jun. As if to say that without an explanation, this matter would not conclude today. Unbeknownst to her, in her playful insistence, her admirable figure was pressed against Lin Jun's arm. If you continue this mischief, I shall be angered. Lin Jun's expression turned icy. It was not that he did not wish to communicate properly, but rather that this girl was exceedingly clingy. Xiao Bailing pouted her crimson lips, adopting an angry demeanor. I don't want to talk to you anymore, Li Lao. Let me out. As her words fell, Li Jianxing dispelled the barrier. Lin Jun felt as though the world had become serene. Yet he discovered that Qin Wudi and Zhao Zino had not yet departed. However, he chose to disregard them, as he was determined to return to his cultivation and hasten the elevation of his realm. Lin Jun, listen well. Zhao Zino exclaimed in exasperation. I shall repay all that is owed to your Lin family by tomorrow. Lin Jun's heart was as calm as still water. Why not try not returning it? Zhao Jinua fell silent. What was the point of saying these words to him? Qin Wudi, filled with indignation, remarked, as a man, to take back what has been given, does that not evoke a sense of disgust? Lin Jun's demeanor was cold and indifferent, as a prince. Even the discarded shoes that I would not want are picked up by you. How unwelcome must you be in the palace? Qin Wudi suppressed a torrent of anger. If you have the courage, stand upon the arena during the competition between the Southern and Northern Academies. Privately, he found it difficult to confront Lin Jun, but in the arena, there were no such formalities. Fool. Lin Jun tossed off this remark before turning on his heel and departing. The Great Qin Empire boasted 2 prestigious academies, the Southern Capital Academy and the Northern Capital Academy. He belonged to the Northern Academy, while Qin Wudi was affiliated with the Southern Academy. It had been 2 years since he last attended the academy. He wondered if he had been expelled. The competition between the 2 academies was crucial, as it determined the priority of enrollment for talented individuals. The victorious side would have the first pick of those with potential for cultivation, while the defeated would be left with the leftovers. Thus, from their inception, the 2 academies had fostered a competitive spirit. This rivalry extended from private sparring among students to fierce altercations between instructors over mere disagreements. There were even rumors that the first directors of the 2 academies were sworn enemies who never reconciled. However, Lin Jun did not take it to heart. After 2 years away from the Northern Academy, surely he would not find himself on the arena, especially since he was merely a martial artist now. Jinua, do not worry. Since his departure, the Northern Academy has dwindled in talent. We will surely vent our frustrations. Qin Wudi's eyes glinted with malice. Yes, Zhao Jinua nodded. But what about the Earth-grade elixirs? I have them. You need not fret. After reassuring her, Qin Wudi hastily turned and clasped his fists. Senior, may I have the audacity to invite you to the royal palace for a discussion? Although Li Jiansheng had slain his guard, any dissatisfaction had to be suppressed. For he was a formidable presence at the sovereign realm, one whom even his father would not dare provoke. Not interested. Li Jiansheng offered no courtesy, immediately turning away. Miss, now that we have met, should we not return? Absolutely not. Xiao Bailing turned, expressing her thoughts with conviction. I have come out with great difficulty. Cannot I relax a little? Returning to her family was the last thing on her mind. Most importantly, why should Lin Jun treat her this way? Li Jianxing understood her thoughts, but could only smile helplessly. He had watched this girl grow since childhood. The bond between them was more akin to that of a grandfather and granddaughter than merely a lady and her elder guest. Watching the pair depart, Qin Wudi's expression darkened ominously. Zhao Jinhua furrowed her brow, inquiring, who exactly are they? There were only a few sovereign realm powerhouses in the entirety of Great Qin, and Li Jianxing clearly was not among them. Qin Wudi replied, regardless of their identities, this matter must not be mentioned to anyone. Although it is imperative to report to the emperor at once, the consequences of revealing that he has provoked a formidable warrior from the Ascendant Realm could be dire. Even if he were to escape with his life, the events at the auction house are likely to spread swiftly. Yet who would suspect that Li Jiansheng is the enigmatic figure from the second VIP room? Therefore, as long as he remains silent, the emperor shall remain unaware. Zhao Zeno comprehends the gravity of this matter. The Qin emperor has never endorsed this union. And should he learn that Qin Wudi has embroiled himself in such significant trouble because of her, the prospect of marrying into the royal family would be utterly extinguished. The Zhao family, now devoid of the Lin family's support, would find it exceedingly challenging to maintain their standing in the capital if they were to lose the backing of the great Qin dynasty. Upon returning home, Lin Zhen promptly closed the door to commence his cultivation. While he was not particularly invested in the grand competition between the two academies, he was resolute in not being caught unprepared, devoid of the ability to retaliate. Settling into a cross-legged position, he swiftly calmed his mind. The punishment heaven technique, which he had discovered within the punishment heaven ruler, was fundamentally different from any methods he had practiced previously. Otherwise, he would not have attained the status of a saint within a mere 2 centuries in the boundless expanse. Moreover, the punishment heaven ruler possessed the remarkable advantage of a time flow rate that deviated significantly from the outside world. For every year that passed outside, a century elapsed within. By harnessing such a miraculous capability, he could effectively transform a single day outside into the equivalent of 100 days of cultivation. Although time within the punishment heaven ruler flowed slowly, the abundance of spiritual energy was not as plentiful. Lin Zhen murmured to himself, adopting an experimental attitude as he activated the storage ring and extracted a dozen mid-grade spirit stones to place before him. Yet, before he could absorb their energy, the spirit stones, having exhausted their spiritual essence, transformed into dull, ordinary rocks. Astonishingly, the spiritual energy absorbed by the boundless space surged into Lin Zhen's body like a relentless tide, without the need for any guidance. Martial Artist Level 7. Martial Artist Level 8. Martial Artist Pinnacle. Was this pace not astonishingly swift? In the blink of an eye, he ascended through 3 minor realms, and even more remarkably, upon reaching the martial artist pinnacle, the process did not cease. Upon returning to the awakening realm, the 5-element spiritual roots, previously devoured by the boundless space, astonishingly began to awaken anew. Golden spiritual root, wood spiritual root, water spiritual root, fire spiritual root, earth spiritual root. Initially, among my 5-element spiritual roots, only the fire spiritual root was of the highest grade, while the others bore flaws. Could it be that the boundless space consumed my 5-element spiritual roots to refine them all into supreme quality? The quality of spiritual roots is categorized into 4 grades: inferior, mid-grade, superior, and supreme. For instance, Zhao Zeno's awakened fire spiritual root is merely mid-grade. Yet she has become a key student at the Nan City Academy. In contrast, he was renowned as the greatest prodigy of the Great Qin simply for awakening a supreme fire spiritual root. If word were to spread about his awakening of 5 supreme attribute spiritual roots, it would undoubtedly stir upheaval. It would attract those with ill intentions, igniting a desire to usurp. Can one absorb spirit stones? Indeed. Lin Zhen was suddenly overwhelmed by an unexpected joy, prompting him to cast all the remaining mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring into the punishing heaven ruler, eager to discover the limits of his breakthrough. Chapter 10. Innate phenomenon. With a swish, As the spirit stones descended, the punishing heaven ruler became immensely exhilarated. Before Lin Zhen's eyes, a dazzling white light flickered. And immediately after, an immense vortex emerged within the boundless expanse. Over 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones were drawn into it, their spiritual energy extracted, leaving behind mere worthless stones. Awakening to the second stage. Awakening to the third stage. Until the pinnacle of awakening, Lin Zhen's cultivation ascended with the rapidity of a rocket. Reaching the sixth stage of the integration realm, Lin Zhen was utterly astounded. Oh no, I possess only the fire spirit bird avatar. Otherwise, I would certainly be able to fuse everything. Punishing heavenly, you have returned the 5 elements spiritual roots to me, but why not restore my avatar as well? Those avatars consumed by the endless space were all of at least noble grade attributes, and the finest among them, the fire attribute avatar, was obtained from slaying the divine grade beast. The fire Qilin, in the abyss of fallen gods. As Lin Zhen continued to voice his grievances, the outside world remained restless throughout the night. The sky, which should have been shrouded in darkness, was illuminated by auspicious clouds of 5 colors, as bright as day. The leaders of various factions set aside their pressing matters, gazing in awe at the extraordinary spectacle unfolding above. Such celestial anomalies surely heralded the emergence of formidable powers. Whether this portends fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. The capital was abuzz with excitement. In an inn, Xiao Bailing stood by the window, astonished, and exclaimed, "Masterly, what on earth is happening?" Li Jiansheng, his expression grave, replied, "Such celestial phenomena indicate that significant events are imminent, yet I am unable to determine the source of this energy." Xiao Bailing rolled her eyes, "Masterly, your statement is hardly more informative than silence." She was well aware that something momentous was afoot. The critical question was, what precisely was it? In the imperial palace of the Great Qin, Emperor Qin Zhengtian was abruptly roused from his dragon couch, hastily donning only his inner garments as he appeared in midair, gazing at the 5-colored clouds. Shortly thereafter, an elder materialized beside him in the sky. Qin Zhengtian quickly clasped his fist in greeting, "Grandfather, what brings you out of seclusion?" The individual before him was an ancestral figure of the Great Qin royal family, who had reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm prior to his retreat. For a century, he had remained hidden, even when his own son met with tragedy. His sudden appearance now signified the gravity of the situation. The ancestral elder's countenance was serious. "How can I remain at ease? Zhengtian, you must immediately dispatch someone to gather information on all infants born today. It is imperative to ascertain their identities. Such individuals can only be utilized by the royal family. Otherwise, they must be eliminated." As his words fell, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air. The ancestral elder understood the significance of these individuals, yet he was mistaken. This was not the birth of a prodigy, but rather Lin Zhen's breakthrough. Indeed, Qin Zhengtian dared not delay and promptly instructed his trusted aides to conduct a nationwide investigation. The Lin family mansion exudes an overwhelming aura. Has the venerable Qin emerged from his seclusion? Such formidable presence, could it be that he has truly ascended to the realm of the esteemed? If the venerable Qin has indeed reached such heights, he would undoubtedly stand as the foremost figure of the great Qin Empire, unmatched by any other. The imperial authority would once again reign supreme, compelling the Lin family and the other 3 prominent clans to submit once more. Lin Taixing and several clan elders speculated in hushed tones that although Lin Tianxiong was formidable, he could not possibly be a revered elder. Amidst the chaos among the various factions, Lin Tianxiong remained composed. When Lin Zhen was born, a celestial phenomenon of colorful auspicious clouds had also graced the skies. Yet he had cast a formation to conceal it, leaving outsiders oblivious. Now, while others struggled to comprehend the source of this aura, he was acutely aware that it emanated from Lin Zhen's courtyard. That mischievous boy certainly knew how to stir up trouble, with a mere slip. He had managed to captivate the entire nation. As Lin Tianxiong savored his tea, he murmured to himself, "That heavy ruler undoubtedly harbors mysteries." A ruler capable of instilling such trepidation in him could not possibly be a treasure native to the Tianxiong continent. He had also sought knowledge from the Tao of Heaven, yet found no records regarding the heavy ruler. After a night had passed, Lin Zhen remained oblivious to the events of the previous evening, emerging invigorated from the boundless space within the punishment ruler. Ah, what a delightful sensation! Lin Zhen clenched his fist and declared, "Qin Wudi, should you dare to babble further, I shall strike you down with a single blow." Although he had merely merged with the fire spirit bird's manifestation, and his cultivation remained at the merger stage. His 2 centuries of combat experience, coupled with the enhancement of an exceptional fire spirit root, rendered defeating a peak merger stage opponent like Qin Wudi a trifling matter. He must make another visit to the Tianbao Pavilion. Lin Jun murmured to himself, contemplating the necessity of acquiring more spirit stones. Unlike others, he merely retraced his previous path. Unencumbered by shackles, he believed that with sufficient resources, he could ascend to the pinnacle of his cultivation once again. The Empress spoke no falsehoods. Yet he remained uncertain of the extent to which the spirit stones from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion could restore him to a particular realm. As he pushed open the door, he overheard Lin Teng and others discussing the events of the previous night. Lin Jun furrowed his brow, wondering if he was the cause of the commotion. He wished to keep this matter concealed, for hidden truths are the true trump cards, while those revealed become mere open secrets. Brother Jin, you are awake? Lin Teng approached with a broad, innocent smile and inquired, when will you take us to gather spirit stones? Lin Xian, Linya, and others all displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Lin Jun inquired, have all the resources in the storage pouch been exhausted? I initially intended to distribute those spirit stones among my younger siblings, but the punishing celestial measuring ruler has an insatiable appetite, leaving not a single piece remaining. I must admit, it is rather embarrassing. Lin Ting, have you perhaps overstepped your bounds? Lin Yu feigned anger and cast a glance, saying, Zhenggu has just returned. And you already wish to make him your workhorse. Lin Ting smiled awkwardly, saying, am I not anxious as well? In this upcoming grand competition between the 2 academies, the Northern Academy is certain to lose. We must dedicate ourselves to our training and strive to reclaim our honor next year, don't you think? When Lin Jun was selected by the Northern Academy, he made a singular request. Wherever he went, his younger siblings must accompany him. Thus, Lin Teng and the others found themselves in the Northern Academy. Initially, the Northern Academy believed that by selecting the prodigious Lin Jun, they would undoubtedly gain an advantage over the Southern Academy. However, to their dismay, before Lin Jun could even ascend the arena, he ventured into the abyss of the fallen gods, resulting in a series of defeats for the Northern Academy in the grand competition. As for the other younger members of the Lin family, their cultivation lagged significantly behind their peers from other families due to the meager resources provided, rendering them virtually inconsequential. Lin Xian and Linya, along with others, wore expressions of helplessness. The youth, with their innate desire for competition and superiority, are reluctant to witness the Northern Courtyard's consecutive defeats. Lin Jun felt a twinge of shame. The decline of the Northern Courtyard was indeed linked to him. Had he not ventured into the abyss of fallen gods, how could they have suffered consecutive defeats over the past 2 years? He then smiled and said, I have returned, and I shall ensure that you will not go hungry again. Lin Xian and the others rushed forward, wishing fervently to embrace Lin Jun in a display of affection. What does it mean to be a leader? Our brother Jun embodies that. Finally, the heavens have opened their eyes. The days of hardship are at long last coming to an end. Lin Jun gazed at the crowd and chuckled. Enough, enough, cease the flattery. I am not swayed by such tactics. I still have some spirit stones stored at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I shall retrieve them now to share with you all. However, the faces of Lin Xian and the others bore no signs of joy. Instead, they were etched with concern. Linya hurriedly smiled and stepped forward, saying, Zhenggu, we are not in a rush. You may go later. Lin Ting quickly smiled and replied, we are not in a hurry at all. In fact, I have a few matters I would like to consult you about. Lin Jun cast a sweeping glance, instantly discerning the peculiar atmosphere, and promptly inquired, what on earth is happening that necessitates keeping me in the dark? The ambience was undeniably strange. It was clear that something was amiss, something that they were reluctant for him to discover. The once vibrant scene fell into an immediate silence. Lin Jun furrowed his brow and said, Lin Teng, speak. Lin Teng lowered his head, resembling a child awaiting punishment for a transgression. Lin Xian. Lin Jun once again called out a name, and as expected, Lin Xian lowered his head in resignation. He could only look towards Linya and said, Brother has always cherished you the most. Could it be that you too wish to conceal the truth from me? Chapter 11. Unquenchable Fury. It is Zhao Jinhua who has come to return the betrothal gifts. Linya has always been well-behaved and never tells lies. She quickly looked up and said, Zhenggu, if you must go out, perhaps you could use the back door? Lin Teng and others nodded in agreement, wondering what the matter could be. Lin Jinsong sighed with relief. She has arrived. Why should I hide? He is capable of both taking up and letting go. When in love, he dares to brave the mountains of knives and seas of fire. Yet, upon realizing that the love is unworthy, he can also release his grip with ease. Furthermore, calling off the engagement is not his fault. No, we did not say that you have wronged her. Lin Yaqiao's delicate face was filled with anxiety, primarily fearing that you might be stirred by the surroundings. You underestimate me too much. Lin Jun waved his hand and gently caressed Lin Ya's hair, affectionately saying, "Stay at home. I shall return with some spirit stones for you." If one lacks resilience, it is undoubtedly challenging to achieve success on the path of cultivation. Even with exceptional talent, minor setbacks can sow seeds of inner demons, ultimately hindering progress. He understood the thoughts of his younger siblings, likely knowing that Zhao Zino was coming, which is why they lingered at his door. What to do? Lin Ya gazed at the departing figure of Lin Zhan, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. Once he adored her so deeply, it is likely that. Lin Teng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, the more relaxed Zhenggu appears, the more I fear he struggles to let go. What else can we do?" Gritting his teeth, Lin Teng urged, "Hurry up. If Zhao Zino utters any disparaging remarks, can we just stand by and watch Zhenggu suffer?" "Absolutely. Let us move together." As his words echoed, more than 20 individuals promptly matched their pace with Lin Jun. This has always been their way. Only through unity can they endure. Meanwhile, in front of the Lin family residence, the area was filled with the royal guards clad in yellow armor. Qin Wudi sat within his carriage, surveying the scene through a single window. Zhao Zino stood tall and proud, exuding an air of confidence, declaring, "Lin Taixing, this is the betrothal gift your family bestowed upon us. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing." Lin Tianxiong, as the father of Lin Jin, chose to remain absent. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinua's atrocious demeanor incited indignation among the members of the Lin family present. What was Qin Wudi's purpose for attending? Undoubtedly, it was to lend Zhao Jinua the support she so arrogantly relied upon, and it is precisely for this reason that she felt emboldened in her brazen conduct. Lin Taisheng, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict, suppressed the fury within him and produced a golden engagement certificate. The steward, upon receiving the document, approached Zhao Zino and presented it with both hands. Although the engagement had been annulled and the Lin family bore no fault, the customary decorum could not be overlooked. Zhao Zino accepted the certificate but, without glancing at it, conjured a fierce flame in her palm, reducing the engagement certificate to ashes. Lin Cheshin's expression grew somewhat awkward, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Zhao Zino, emboldened by the backing of Qin Wudi, brazenly tossed the box containing the earth-grade elixirs onto the ground. At that moment, an elder from the Lin family could no longer tolerate the scene and suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. Lin Taixing furrowed his brow slightly, waving his hand to dismiss those beside him, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wait, however, just as the steward was about to pick up the elixir that had fallen to the ground, Lin Jin fortuitously witnessed the scene. His presence only served to elevate Zhao Jinua's demeanor, rendering it even more haughty. She was deliberately provoking him, aiming to compel Lin Jun to intervene. Indeed, this was the intention of Qin Wudi. Their visit today was not solely to annul the engagement. "Jenner, what brings you here?" Lin Taixing furrowed his brow. "Chief, I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I not be allowed to come?" Lin Jin smiled calmly. Soon after, Lin Tin and the others followed him out. Their anger flared, particularly upon seeing the elixir that had fallen to the ground. Zhao Zino had gone too far, displaying an utter lack of shame. Did she truly believe that by associating with the Grand Qin royal family, she could disregard the Lin family? What fear does the Lin family hold towards the Grand Qin royal family? Do not engage in your sarcastic remarks. It is your lack of ambition that renders you unworthy of me. Zhao Zino let out a cold huff, brimming with intensity. Lin Jun remarked with indifference. You possess no sense of decorum. It is utterly embarrassing. One cannot help but acknowledge how skillfully Zhao Jinua had previously concealed her true nature. He had been oblivious to it. However, the past few days have completely shattered all prior perceptions. Zhao Jinua not only seeks to ingratiate herself with the powerful but also displays an unreasonable and willful demeanor, entirely devoid of gratitude. She has entirely forgotten how the Lin family has elevated the Zhao family to a prestigious status over the years. When our Lin family presented the betrothal gifts, were they simply tossed on the ground for you to pick up? Lin Jin spoke again. What do you wish to do? Zhao Zino cast a disdainful glance. Pick it up and return it with both hands. Lin Jun's words resonated with strength. Otherwise, the Lin family shall never accept such an affront. Now that I possess the entirety of Tianbao Pavilion, would I still concern myself with a mere earth-tier elixir? This matter transcends mere medicinal value. It is a question of dignity. Zhao Jinua's cancellation of the engagement was something the Lin family chose to overlook, yet now she dares to humiliate us further? To have me stoop to such a level? Zhao Jinua laughed. Do you truly believe the imperial guards of the Qin dynasty will consent to this? I am about to ascend as the imperial concubine, while you, on the other hand, have become utterly worthless. At this juncture, Lin Teng and the others could no longer remain silent. Zhao Jinua, do you not possess any sense of shame? You ungrateful wretch, clinging to power and influence. An imperial concubine? Before the members of the Lin family, you, a shameless harlot, are even beneath a mere dog. As the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Taixing must maintain his dignity. However, the younger generation led by Lin Teng is unburdened by such concerns and freely expresses their disdain. A warmth enveloped Lin Zhun's heart. These were his cousins. Regardless of who they were or whether they could be offended, he vowed never to allow himself to fight alone. You audacious fools. Zhao Jinua's face flushed crimson as her composure utterly disintegrated. She never anticipated that these individuals would show her such a blatant lack of respect, questioning whether they even acknowledged the imperial dignity of the Great Qin. In an instant, hundreds of elite imperial guards erupted with formidable presence, advancing with purposeful strides. To be part of the imperial guard, one must possess exceptional prowess. Even the foot soldiers had attained a level of fusion. To rise to the rank of captain, one must begin at the level of Dharma manifestation. The commander of the guards was a genuine powerhouse at the King's realm. The cultivation realms, ranked from highest to lowest, are as follows: warrior, awakening, fusion, Dharma manifestation, king, ascendant, revered, saint, and emperor, with each major realm further divided into 9 minor stages. In the impoverished expanse of the Eastern Sea, a single king-level warrior could easily massacre an entire first-rate family. Families like the Lin clan, akin to the Great Qin royal family, are protected by ascendant-level guardians. Such elite families within the Great Qin territory number only 4. Under the overwhelming pressure of a formidable force, Lin Ting and others appeared pale, yet they gritted their teeth and resolutely held their ground, refusing to succumb. The usually good-natured Lin Taixing was thoroughly enraged. He waved his hand, unleashing a beam of white light that shattered the oppressive aura of the imperial guards. Angrily, he exclaimed, "Do you truly believe the Lin family is a place where you can run rampant? Jinner, how do you wish to resolve this? The entire clan stands firmly behind you. Even if it comes to a life-and-death struggle, we shall not hesitate. The sons of the Lin family shall never be spineless." Initially, he intended to endure. However, Zhao Zino had gone too far, leaving him no choice but to act. A good temper is not a reason to be bullied. Furthermore, he understood that Lin Zhun had no intention of tolerating the situation either. He merely sought a justification that would allow Lin Zhun to act without reservations. "Thank you, clan leader." Lin Zhun offered a calm smile, fully aware of the outcome long before. It was evident that from the moment Zhao Zino made a scene at the entrance of the Lin residence, the matter was destined to conclude unfavorably. His tone turned colder as he posed the question, "Will you pick it up or not?" Chapter 12. The return of the prodigy. Zhao Zino raised her head with an air of arrogance, unafraid and even displaying a look of disdain. "You, a worthless being, dare to command me?" Previously, the Zhao family had coveted Lin Zhun's reputation as the foremost prodigy of the Great Qin and his status as a legitimate heir of the Lin family, which promised immense benefits for their clan. Thus, she had feigned humility and submissiveness before Lin Zhun. However, now that Lin Zhun had lost his cultivation, she was resolute in her disbelief that the Lin family would risk offending the imperial family of Great Qin for the sake of a worthless individual, compelling her to retrieve the elixir from the ground. Little did she know, the once renowned prodigy who had awakened an exceptional fire affinity spiritual root was returning, stronger than ever before. Lin Zhun has reached the 6th stage of fusion, and even when faced with Zhao Jinua, who stands at the pinnacle of fusion, he can effortlessly overpower her. Yet, Zhao Jinua remains oblivious to this fact. Apart from Lin Zhun, no one else is aware of it. Otherwise, Lin Taixing would not have torn off his mask to personally intervene, driven by the fear of Lin Zhun suffering a loss. "Master Lin, are you certain you wish to involve yourself in matters concerning the younger generation?" At that moment, Qin Wudi slowly approached Zhao Jinua, making his stance known. He has coveted the title of the #1 prodigy that rests upon Lin Jun's head for quite some time. Having returned to life, he is destined to stir up a tempest. Lin Tiexing's expression was cold and stern. If anyone dares to act recklessly again, I shall not hesitate to join the fray. The intention of the 9th prince, Qin Wudi, was abundantly clear. He sought to compel the Lin family to abandon their protection of Lin Jun. Yet Lin Tiexing's resolve was unwavering. Anyone who dared to bully Lin Jun was effectively slapping the Lin family in the face. If I do not intervene, I would have no face to meet my ancestors after death. Qin Wudi furrowed his brows, perplexed as to why the Lin family exhibited such unwavering support for a waste. Yet he understood that if he did not rein in his actions, the imperial guards he had brought would be unable to ensure his safety. He then gestured for the guards to retreat. Lin Jun, tomorrow marks the grand competition of the 2 academies. Since you bear the title of the greatest prodigy of the great Qin, you ought to bravely stand upon the arena and accept our challenges from the Southern Academy. Rather than cowering like a turtle, hiding away. Qin Wudi's gaze was piercing. His talent was not to be underestimated. However, he was not the crown prince. If he aspired to the title of crown prince, he must possess absolute authority. The forthcoming competition represented his finest opportunity to establish his renown within the great Qin, to demonstrate his extraordinary talent to the emperor, to achieve fame through battle. He naturally needed to seize the title from Lin Jun and then accept challenges under the guise of the greatest prodigy. How outrageous! Qin Wudi, you shameless one. Truly invincible in the world. When Brother Zhen awakened his exceptional fire spirit root, why did you not challenge him then? Now that Brother Zhen's cultivation has faltered, you suddenly display such audacity. Brother Zhen, do not fall for his tricks. Lin Ting and others were seething with anger. The saying that a person devoid of shame is invincible holds true. Qin Wudi, the name itself could easily be replaced with Shameless Qin. Henceforth, let him be called Qin Shameless. Qin Wudi maintained a somber demeanor, disregarding Lin Tung and the others. Instead, he produced a challenge letter from his person. This is a life and death document. If you dare not sign it, relinquish the title of the foremost prodigy of the great Qin, thus sparing this prince from taking action. The Lin family is in a state of panic. Qin Wudi truly knows how to bully others. Aware that Lin Jun's cultivation is completely destroyed, he still demands the signing of a life and death contract. Lin Tiexing furrowed his brows, recognizing the provocation for what it was. However, he believed that Lin Jun would not act so impulsively. Brother Jun, let us disregard this madman. Linya, fearing that Lin Jun might act foolishly, quickly stepped forward to grasp his arm, gently persuading, regardless of the circumstances, you will always be our elder brother. Damn. I can't stand this wretched brat's demeanor any longer. Lin Tung shouted in anger, I'll fight you. Lin Xian hurriedly restrained him, urging calmness. He has already reached the pinnacle of the fusion realm. You are no match for him. Charging in would only lead to certain death. Lin Tang's face flushed with embarrassment. He was not afraid of death, but feared losing the dignity of the Lin family and the northern courtyard even in death. He stepped forward and said, Zhengge. Xiaoya is right. Titles like first and everything are mere illusions. If he wishes to give you something, let him. Regardless, you shall always be our elder brother. Zhengge. Do not be deceived. Indeed, the younger members of the Lin family surrounded Lin Jun, fearing that in a moment of impulsiveness, he might not endure the humiliation and, in a fit of rage, rashly sign a life and death contract. Lin Jun felt a profound sense of emotion within. In truth, after enduring the punishment of the heavenly measuring stick, he had contemplated whether, should he survive and return, the younger members of his clan whom he had nurtured since childhood would turn against him, or if his family would regard him with a different perspective. In reality, such worries were unfounded, regardless of the circumstances or the changes he underwent. His younger siblings continued to regard him as their elder brother. Father. Lin Xian turned around and knelt before Lin Tiexing, saying, Father, you have yet to appoint a young master. I propose that we designate Zhengge as the young master at this moment. In the future, when he takes over the Lin family, no one will oppose him. It must be noted that Lin Xian remained remarkably composed, understanding that at this critical juncture, the only way to ensure Lin Jun could respond with poise was to entrust him with greater responsibility. Once appointed as the young master, given Lin Jun's character, he would undoubtedly prioritize the greater good and would never hastily agree to a death warrant. The clan leader, following suit, Linya and others also knelt down. They all realized that this was the sole way to save Lin Jun. Otherwise, given his disposition, he might truly sign a death warrant. At that point, it would be Lin Jun was deeply moved. The reason the Lin family had yet to appoint a young master was that Lin Taixing had approached him numerous times. But he had remained steadfast in his commitment to cultivation and had not acquiesced. After all, to assume the role of young master would necessitate assisting the family in managing a plethora of tedious affairs, making it exceedingly difficult to devote oneself entirely to training. Consequently, most of the family leaders were not the strongest among them, just like his father, whose cultivation level was unmatched by few in the entire Great Qin. Lin Taixing had countless times contemplated relinquishing his position as the clan leader, yet his father remained resolute in his refusal, preferring instead to live a carefree and leisurely life like a free-spirited wanderer. Lin Taixing immediately declared, "Qin Wudi, listen closely. Zhen'er is the heir of the Lin family. My successor. If you wish to harm him, I shall crush you first." The facade was completely torn away. The Lin family would never accept this humiliation lodged in their minds. The ancestral patriarch of the Lin family once proclaimed, "View life and death with indifference. If you are unwilling to yield, then take action." The second-generation ancestor of the Lin family once proclaimed, "If the path is obstructed, then forge your way through with your fists." The ancestral wisdom of the Lin family across 3 generations conveys that when adversaries approach, one should allow them to pass into tranquility. The ancestral lineage of the Lin family has endured through 4 generations. Qin Wudi's expression has transformed dramatically. "Lin family, what is the purpose of this? Is it worth it for a useless person?" Zhao Zhenhua provocatively stirred the pot, saying, "Lin Jun, if you are still a man, sign this death warrant. Even if you are the young master of the Lin family, invincible as the 9th prince of Qin, your status is not inferior to yours." Lin Jinqing smiled faintly and said, "You return the elixir, yet deliberately drop it to the ground. Your intention is to compel me to sign this life and death contract. Is it not?" Zhao Zeno retorted with a hint of pride. "And if it is?" Lin Jun chuckled once more. "Do you presume that you have me cornered, believing I would hesitate to sign, merely to claim the hollow title of the greatest genius of Qin? Or do you truly think that by signing this death warrant, I am destined to meet my demise in the arena? In truth, I have never cared for such a title. I did not vie for it. It was merely bestowed upon me due to the awakening of my exceptional fire spirit root. The outside world remains oblivious to the fact that I initially awakened a 5-element spirit root. Of course, I can dismiss it, but I cannot allow it to be taken from me so easily. By signing this death warrant, I can unleash my full potential. Let those who love to gossip understand why I am the true genius of Qin. Let my dear younger cousins know that I shall always be a steadfast pillar of support." Chapter 13. Signing the death warrant, and what if you know everything? Zhao Zhenhua declared with a confident tone, "The outcome is already predetermined. Whether you sign this death warrant or not, you are destined to be the ultimate loser. Sign it, and you lose your life. Refuse, and you can only cling to an existence of mere survival. This is a straightforward strategy, not a scheme. It is inescapable." Lin Jun cast a glance at Qin Wudi, then took the death warrant. "Take a good bath tonight. When you meet your demise tomorrow, do not soil my hands." As the words fell, he pierced his finger. With the infusion of his essence blood, the death warrant transformed into a brilliant beam of white light. Brother Jun, Lin Xian and the others were utterly unprepared for the situation. Lin Taixing was taken aback, having initially believed that Lin Jun would not sign, which is why he did not intervene. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the life and death pact had already been forged. "No matter." Lin Jun smiled calmly and said, "He lacks the ability to kill me. He is merely at the pinnacle of the fusion realm. He could easily annihilate him, even if his opponent were Qin Wudi, or the 9th prince of the great Qin royal family." The faces of Lin Xian and the others were etched with concern. Yet, no amount of words could alter the situation now. With a disdainful glance, Qin Wudi turned away, satisfied, and climbed into the carriage. However, as Zhao Zhenhua attempted to leave, Lin Jun's expression turned icy. "You foolish creature." He had extended 2 opportunities, and his patience had run thin. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, gripping Zhao Zhenhua's shoulder and ruthlessly crushing her scapula, producing a sharp crack. Aghast, Zhao Zhenhua's face paled as she let out a piercing scream, her body collapsing to the ground in excruciating pain. Qin Wudi instantly turned back, his face a mask of disbelief. The Lin family members were equally astonished. Lin Jun, with his mortal physique, had actually crushed the bones of Zhao Zeno, who was at the pinnacle of the fusion realm. Indeed, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, only the most primal and brutal force. It was a matter of survival. Lin Jun resembled a god of war descending upon the world, gazing down upon Zhao Jinhua with an imposing presence. In his profound and resolute eyes, there was not a shred of compassion. Tears streamed down Zhao Jinhua's face from the pain as she exclaimed, "How dare you ambush me?" To her, if it were not for the treacherous attack, how could she possibly be wounded by a mere mortal? In an instant, fury surged within her. Forcing her to retrieve the elixirs from the ground was nothing short of an affront to her dignity. Lin Jun's expression suddenly turned icy, and a fierce aura of slaughter surged forth. There was no need for further words. As he took a step forward, Zhao Jinhua's pupils dilated in an instant, for she sensed the ominous presence of danger. Qin Wudi bellowed, "Halt!" Lin Jun remained undeterred, continuing to advance. His eyes were as cold as those gazing upon the dead. "This prince commands you to halt." Qin Wudi grew anxious. After all, Zhao Jinhua was his fiancée, yet she was injured before the gates of the Lin family estate. What face would he have left? Lin Xian and others furrowed their brows. Would Lin Jun truly take Zhao Jinhua's life? The formidable Qin Imperial Guard, sensing the precariousness of the situation, immediately advanced, seeking to impede Lin Jun's progress. Boom! Lin Tiexing's formidable aura surged forth as he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of immense spiritual power that sent over 100 of the great Qin Imperial Guard sprawling to the ground. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. Qin Wudi, witnessing the bloodied and gravely injured guards behind him, felt his own resolve wane. Lin Tiexing's expression was icy and resolute. "If you do not leave immediately, you will not survive until tomorrow's arena." He spoke with conviction, for he was indeed capable of such actions. After all, he was merely confronting the ninth prince. To eliminate him would merely invite the trouble of summoning Lin Tianxiang and engaging in discourse with the Qin Emperor. Under the oppressive aura of the King's realm, Qin Wudi found himself retreating repeatedly, too intimidated to intervene. His error lay in underestimating the Lin family's unwavering determination to protect the worthless Lin Jun. At that moment, with tensions palpable, Zhao Jinhua realized that the Lin family was truly serious. She hastily picked up the medicine box from the ground, her eyes filled with resentment. Yet she had no choice but to comply. "Here, take it." It was not fear of Lin Jun that held her back, but rather the overwhelming pressure exerted by a powerhouse like Lin Taixing, rendering her unable to summon even a modicum of spiritual energy. Most importantly, the formidable dominance displayed by the Lin family made her reluctant to wager her life. Lin Jun received the medicine box with an impassive expression. "Let's go." Qin Wudi, filled with resentment, led Zhao Jinhua in a hasty retreat. Lin Jun turned around and said with a smile, "This earth-grade elixir is worth a modest sum. You may take it and sell it for some profit." Lin Xian was utterly astonished. "Zhengge, are you speaking in human language? Earth-level elixirs are worth a mere pittance? These are treasures beyond their reach. The monthly allowance is merely 40 medium-grade spirit stones, while even the most inferior Earth-level Xianling Dan is valued at no less than 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Yet, in Lin Jun's words, it is merely a trivial sum." Lin Teng and others could not help but swallow hard. "Look at your meager achievements." In order to reassure them, Lin Jun nonchalantly remarked, "Since I have no use for it, I might as well sell it for resources." After uttering this statement, he gracefully made his way to the Tianbao Pavilion. He intended to acquire a substantial amount of spirit stones, determined to test the limits of the punishment heaven ruler, convinced that it could not be sated. Additionally, he aimed to gather more spirit stones to share with his younger clan members. But what did Brother Jin mean by this? Surely he cannot be implying that we should divide his inheritance. How could he possibly contend against the peak of the fusion realm, Qin Wudi? This is bad. We cannot accept this pill. The younger generation of the Lin family bore solemn expressions, particularly affected by Lin Jun's statement, "In any case, I have no use for it," which inflicted profound psychological trauma upon them. Yet, they remained unaware that Lin Jun, currently in possession of all resources from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, indeed held the Earth-level Xianling Dan in disdain. "Father, is it truly impossible to annul the life and death contract once it has been signed?" Lin Xian approached with a heart full of urgency. The eyes of Lin Teng and others also emitted a blazing radiance. Lin Taixing replied, "Of course there is." Lin Ya hurriedly inquired, "What method?" They did not wish to witness Lin Jun perish in vain. As long as there remained a chance for remorse, they would strive with all their might, no matter how arduous the task. "I have slain Qin Wudi." In Lin Tiexing's eyes, a cold glimmer erupted. When one party to the life and death contract perishes, the other side naturally need not ascend the arena. How much is face worth? Can it compare to the value of Lin Zhan's life? Lin Xian and others were rendered speechless, only feeling that Lin Taixing was speaking nonsensically. Little did they know. Lin Taixing's resolve to kill was unwavering. Matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation, and the elders ought not to interfere. Just as Lin Taixing was preparing to leave home, the words of Lin Tianxiong resonated in his mind. Lin Taixing furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, Heavenly Vault, do you possess any assurance? Lin Tianxiong is not a commendable father. He exhibits no concern for his son who is about to step into the arena. Yet, Lin Tianxiong remains silent. This leaves Lin Taixing in a state of indecision. Should he kill or spare? Ultimately, pondering Lin Tianxiong's unfathomable strength, he releases his tightly clenched fists. Lin Zhan must survive and step down from the arena. Otherwise, he will strike. Yet, Qin Wudi never anticipated that his self-righteous schemes would lead him into the abyss. Regardless of the outcome of tomorrow's grand competition between the two academies, he is destined to meet his demise. The second floor of Tianbao Pavilion. Lin Zhan, with an even greater appetite this time, demanded 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Qian Santong did not inquire further. He promptly presented the storage ring with both hands. Lin Zhan furrowed his brows slightly and then inquired, Master Qian, who is the woman depicted on that wall? Why does she entrust me with the management of Tianbao Pavilion? While you expressed no objections. Initially, he had no intention of probing further, but the enigmatic background of the Empress had genuinely piqued his curiosity. Ah, that esteemed lady. The smile on Qian Santong's face abruptly vanished, replaced by profound respect. She is the proprietress of Tianbao Pavilion. Lin Zhan was taken aback. The proprietress? How outrageous. This woman, clearly already bound to a partner, still sought to cultivate with him? Wasn't he that excessive? Chapter 14. This battle is unavoidable, best not to ask too many questions. He was advised. In any case, that esteemed individual urges you to cast aside any psychological burdens and swiftly utilize the resources within the Tianbao Pavilion to enhance your cultivation. Qian Santong wore a smiling facade, yet inwardly he was in despair. If Lin Zhan failed to ascend to the King's realm within 6 months, his life would be forfeit. He yearned to inquire further, wondering if perhaps he had inadvertently offended that esteemed individual, if the intention was truly to take his life. There was no need for such a convoluted pretext. Half a year to reach the King's realm? Even the most exceptional prodigies from the Central Lands would find that impossible. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Zhan was merely reclaiming his former cultivation. As long as he had ample resources, his path would be unobstructed. Furthermore, with the boundless space within the punishment heaven ruler, the flow of time differed from that of the outside world. What felt like 6 months to others was equivalent to 50 years for Lin Zhan. Yin Nishang mentioned this out of concern that Qian Santong's frugality might hinder Lin Zhan's cultivation. What psychological burdens could I possibly have? After Lin Zhan murmured to himself, he continued, there is another matter. Who, precisely, were the individuals present that night in the Tianzi No. 2 private room? The fact that a formidable Emperor Realm expert was merely acting as a guardian indicates that the power behind the girl has reached an unfathomable level. At the very least, there must be a venerable figure overseeing it. Yet, I have never heard of any such individual. The young lady of the Shao family from Central Earth, Shao Bailing. Qian Santong replied with a smile, aren't you quite acquainted with her? Lin Zhan clarified, I have only met her once. It hardly qualifies as familiarity. He then inquired again. What place do you refer to as Central Earth? The Sky Dome continent comprises 4 regions. The Empire of Qin, where Lin Zhan resides, is situated in the Eastern Sea region. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy in the barren geography, it ranks among the least prosperous of the 4 domains. As for the northern frontier, the western territories, and the southern mountains, he has traveled alongside his father, yet he has never heard of the Central Land. In the heart of the Tianqiang continent, an area abundant in spiritual energy, one can easily find numerous individuals in the King's realm, while those in the Emperor's realm are not considered particularly formidable. Only upon reaching the venerable realm does one attain a modicum of status in such places. Qian Santong remarked, the Tianbao Pavilion is among the foremost powers in the Central Land, standing on equal footing with the Shao family. Lin Zhan furrowed his brow. Is the Empress also from the Central Land? And now she is assisting him in enhancing his cultivation. Could it be that she intends for him to undertake tasks in the Central Land? Just then, a voice called from outside, Manager Qian. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Lin Zhan instantly rose. I take my leave. Xiao Bai Ling was indeed relentless, encountering him the moment he stepped outside. He had no desire to be entangled. and having acquired all that he sought, there was no need to linger. Qian Santong wished to rise and see him off, but Lin Jun had already departed. As he turned, he found Xiao Bailing, clad in azure, standing at the entrance. Huh, where is he? Xiao Bailing frowned slightly, scanning the room thoroughly. Qian Santong chuckled. Who? Lin Jun. Xiao Bailing responded with irritation. What is this fellow thinking? I am not a hedgehog. Is there a need for him to hide so? Although Qian Santong contemplated saying that Lin Jun had not visited, it was clear she was already aware. To deny it would only serve to raise suspicion. So he merely smiled and said, young Master Lin signed a life and death contract with Qin Wudi, thus he left shortly after arriving. After taking her seat, Xiao Bailing slammed her palm on the table in frustration. What is he trying to prove? He has clearly lost his cultivation, yet dares to sign a life and death contract with Qin Wudi. It infuriates me. She continued, I came for a single matter. Here lies 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If Lin Jun loses in tomorrow's arena, you shall kill Qin Wudi on my behalf to terminate the life and death contract. If that is insufficient, feel free to state your demands. Qian Santong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gleaming spirit stones, exclaiming, Miss Xiao, given the relationship between our families, there is no need for such formality. Though he spoke thus, his hands were honest, hastily placing the spirit stones into his storage ring. He needed to secure more, lest Lin Jun fall short, which could endanger his own life as well. Furthermore, even if Xiao Bailing did not offer this sum, he could not idly watch as Lin Jun perished in the arena. Qin Wudi, the unfortunate soul, could never have anticipated the magnitude of trouble he had stirred. Well then, since he is not here, I shall take my leave. Xiao Bailing murmured, her lips pouting. After the competition, let us see how you will continue to evade. Humph. She could not comprehend why Lin Jun would willingly be used by Zhao Jinua while refusing to spare her a glance. Bah, wretched man. Qian Santong recalled a saying from Yun Nishang, that Lin Jun still had a lingering connection to resolve. Could it be that the woman in question was Xiao Bailing? Yet, given Lin Jun's demeanor, it seemed Xiao Bailing would not be easy to pursue. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Jun signing a life and death contract with Qin Wudi stirred considerable commotion throughout the capital. Within the palace, the stunningly beautiful woman, Qin Mushi, the youngest daughter of Emperor Qin Jingtian, just turned 18, her long black hair adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, her sparkling eyes filled with concern. Elder brother, must this battle truly take place? Given that he bore the title of the greatest prodigy of the great Qin, he must naturally accept the challenge, Qin Wudi coldly declared. Moreover, the life and death contract has been successfully established, leaving no room for retreat. Once such a contract is forged, the laws of heaven will intervene. Unless one party perishes, both will meet their demise when the time comes. He and Qin Mushi were both illegitimate children, their mothers lacking favor, and thus they shared a closer bond. Qin Mushi lightly bit her crimson lip, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. But, ninth brother, he has indeed helped me immensely in the past. You have already secured Zhao Zino. Why must you be so relentless? She understood Qin Wudi's competitive nature. His desire to be with Zhao Zino stemmed solely from the fact that she was once Lin Jun's fiancée. This was merely an attempt to assert that he, Qin Wudi, was not inferior to the first scion of the great Qin. Now, he had engaged in a life and death contract with Lin Jun for the same reason. His profound insecurity, coupled with excessive vanity, and his status as an inconspicuous figure within the royal family, had distorted Qin Wudi's psyche. It seemed he believed that by defeating Lin Jun, he could become a central figure in the great Qin royal family. However, in truth, even the Emperor Qin Jingtian had not appeared for such a significant matter as signing the life and death contract. In essence, Qin Wudi was merely a dispensable pawn within the royal court. Enough. Qin Wudi snapped. Qin Mushi, you have no right to instruct me. Tomorrow, I shall personally send him on his way. If you are reluctant, then go down and accompany him. Qin Mushi, always gentle, hurriedly fled upon his reprimand. She knew she could not alter Qin Wudi's mindset, nor halt the life and death contract. So she left the palace and headed straight for the Lin family residence. Upon completing a day's tedious chores, Lin Taixing was taken aback to see Qin Mushi with tears in her eyes. Little princess, what brings you here? Kind-hearted and endearingly delicate, Qin Mushi was quite charming. The Lin family held decidedly different attitudes toward Qin Mushi and Qin Wudi. Uncle Lin, I came to find Brother Lin Jun, Qin Mushi said nervously, fully aware that this battle would likely spell disaster for Lin Jun. Young Master Lin just returned home and mentioned he would be in seclusion for the night, but he should not have settled in yet. I will inform him, the butler promptly stated. No, it's not necessary. Qin Mushi quickly gestured. I have no urgent matters. Has Lin Jun entered seclusion? Tomorrow marks a battle of life and death, with her opponent being none other than her ninth imperial brother, which leaves her feeling like a sinner. If her interference leads to Lin Jun's defeat, she would find it impossible to forgive herself for a lifetime. Yet, she is caught in a tumultuous conflict, torn between her ninth imperial brother and Lin Jun. The ninth imperial brother of her childhood is a stark contrast to the man he has become. Back then, they huddled together in the depths of the palace. And even the overlooked ninth imperial brother would often endure the torment inflicted by the other imperial siblings on her behalf. There is no turning back. Chapter 15. The Great Competition of the Two Academies. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and the others gathered at the entrance of the courtyard, their expressions filled with sorrow. What are you all doing? Lin Jun furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Are you not pleased with the distribution of spirit stones? He had retrieved 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones from the Tianbao Pavilion. To prevent the greedy Tianqi from indulging excessively, he had set aside 10,000 in advance to distribute among his younger clan members. Brother Jun, I cannot accept these spirit stones. Linya choked back tears as she returned the 200 mid-grade spirit stones she had just acquired. Her tear-streaked eyes evoked a profound sense of sorrow. Why was she crying when everything seemed well? Lin Jun felt a chill run down his spine. What is with all of you? Why do you each look so dejected? Lin Tung lamented. You have already begun to distribute the inheritance. If we take these spirit stones, can we still regard ourselves as human? Lin Xian also chimed in. Zhengu, we sincerely hope you return alive and bring us those spirit stones. Zhengu, please take these spirit stones back. We cannot accept them. Soon, everyone echoed their sentiments. Their foreboding grew increasingly intense. These spirit stones seemed to represent Lin Jun's entire fortune. What difference would it make to distribute them among themselves and to make arrangements for his final affairs? Lin Jun was truly infuriated to the point of laughter. I am not dead yet. Quickly take back all the spirit stones. Do not delay my seclusion. Get out. All of you, just leave. Yet, no one was willing to depart. Linya wept even more, her tears resembling delicate pear blossoms. Wu Zhengu, Lin Ting exclaimed. Brother Zhan, do not deceive us. Merely one night hardly qualifies as seclusion. However, the clan leader has mentioned a method to terminate the life and death pact. We have all deliberated and agreed that if we eliminate Qin Wudi, you shall be free from any peril. Seclusion encompasses more than just abstaining from food. It involves absorbing spiritual energy to expel the accumulated impurities within the body, while also engaging in both cultivation and profound contemplation. This entire process cannot be completed in less than 7 days. Indeed, let us slay Qin Wudi. Killing him is the solution. That scoundrel only wishes to ensnare Brother Zhen. Xian, let us depart at once. Around 50 clan brothers and sisters, their eyes ablaze with fervor, began to roar with enthusiasm, regardless of the likelihood of success. They possessed the true courage to face death. You all hurry back. Tomorrow you shall witness the spectacle. Lin Jun was truly amused. This group of junior clan members was simply adorable. If he lacked such confidence, would he dare to sign a life and death contract? What grounds did Qin Wudi have to consider himself his rival? As for the spirit stones, his demands were modest. He merely sought to ascend to the realm of Dharma manifestation. Lin Ting and others wished to speak further, but under Lin Jun's firm insistence, they ultimately retreated. Lin Jun understood that once this group of clan brothers and sisters had made up their minds, they would undoubtedly follow through. To be prudent, he hastily retrieved a communication stone, informing Lin Taixing, Patriarch, ensure that someone keeps an eye on Lin Xian and the others, preventing them from needlessly sacrificing themselves. After completing this task, he settled into a cross-legged position, casting the 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones into the boundless space within the punishing heaven ruler. In an instant, a flash of white light emerged, and a colossal vortex appeared once more, beginning to draw the spiritual energy from the stones and infusing it into Lin Jun's body. Truly a source of ease. Lin Jun felt a sense of relief in his heart. The punishment celestial ruler had matured significantly and could now assist him in his cultivation. Furthermore, the sensation of advancing in his cultivation without needing to break through any constraints was truly delightful. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 7th stage of the fusion realm, and returning to the Dharma manifestation realm in just one night was undoubtedly not a mere dream. Lin Xian and others reached a consensus outside. However, their expedition met with misfortune. Just as they were about to depart, they were summoned and placed under strict surveillance by Lin Taixing, who among them, lacking courage, chose to betray their comrades in secrecy. If one is afraid of death, it is better to remain silent than to tattle. Lin Teng let out a heart-wrenching scream, filled with despair and indignation. Lin Xian and his companions were at a loss. For most of those guards were at the fusion realm, far superior in strength to them. Even if they wished to flee, it was an impossible endeavor. Unbeknownst to them, the informant, the so-called spineless one, was none other than Lin Jun himself. The following day at noon, Lin Jun could hardly contain his excitement as he gazed at the vividly lifelike fire spirit bird manifestation within his consciousness, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. However, it must be noted that as his cultivation level increased, the punishing heaven grew darker. An expenditure of 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones had only allowed him to return to the initial stage of the Dharma manifestation. If this trend were to continue, it seemed that the resources within the heavenly treasure pavilion could at most enable him to ascend to the kingly realm. Qin invincible? Lin Jun's lips curled slightly. If you wish to die, I shall escort you on your journey. He remained indifferent to Qin Wudi's acquisition of Zhao Jinhua. For such a woman was not worthy of his ire. However, as a cultivator, to cower from challenges would inevitably tarnish his resolve. He cared not for the title of the foremost genius of the great Qin, yet he could not allow himself to be so easily usurped. At the moment he pushed open the door, Lin Taixing had already gathered a multitude of clan elders awaiting outside the courtyard. Zhener, do you have confidence? Lin Tiexin's expression was grave, although he was aware that Lin Jun was pursuing the path of physical cultivation. It could only be regarded as a narrow trail in the realm of training. In the Tianxiong continent, there had indeed been formidable practitioners of physical cultivation in the past, but they had long since vanished. Even though Lin Jun had shattered the shoulder blade of Zhao Zino, a peak figure in the fusion realm, solely through brute strength yesterday, it was still tainted by the suspicion of a sneak attack. Moreover, his opponent was the ninth prince, even if he was not favored deep within the palace. He undoubtedly possessed unforeseen trump cards. Chieftain, esteemed elders, I never engage in ventures without certainty. Lin Jun cupped his hands and bowed, greeting each person in turn. Nonsense. Had you not engaged in uncertain endeavors, you would not have stealthily ventured into the abyss of fallen gods all those years ago. We were unable to pursue you at all. Lin Taixing shouted sternly, then retrieved a piece of black armor from his person. You insolent brat, put on the chainmail. I shall not permit you to perish at the hands of Qin Wudi. Lin Jun awkwardly smiled and said, Is it really necessary? This seemingly insignificant piece of armor is, in fact, a treasure of the earth rank, with restrictions powerful enough to withstand an assault from the law manifestation realm. Moreover, many years ago, it had saved Lin Tiexing's life. Even though Lin Taixing has now ascended to the king's realm and has long outgrown the need for earth-rank treasures, he still regards it as a precious possession and generously bestows it upon him. One can only imagine the depth of their familial bond. If you do not don it, I shall march towards the Great Qin Imperial Palace right now. Lin Tiexing's eyes turned red. In truth, he possessed a celestial treasure. However, the predicament lay in the fact that even Lin Jun could not invoke it. Thus it was not a matter of reluctance. All right, I shall don it. Lin Jun found it difficult to decline, and as soon as the black armor adorned his form, it vanished without a trace. Following this, a multitude of clan elders began to present their magical artifacts. Zhener, even though you are a body cultivator, you will surely suffer without a weapon. Choose any item that catches your eye. As a body cultivator, take my meteor hammer. No, take my sword. Lin Jun observed a group of elders passionately debating, feeling both amusement and warmth. Ultimately, he selected a sword, and under the escort of the elders, he made his way grandly towards the northern courtyard. Meanwhile, the moment Lin Xian and the others were released, they sprinted frantically towards the northern courtyard. At that moment, the leaders of the northern courtyard wore grim expressions. They had once been able to hold their own against the southern courtyard, but now, not only had they suffered defeats in all 4 contests, but they had also been single-handedly overwhelmed by Qin Wudi. A disgrace. A profound humiliation. Years ago, in the pursuit of selecting Lin Jun, they had been compelled to choose over 100 members of the Lin family, resulting in a squander of too many opportunities, which also contributed to their continued decline. In contrast, the leaders of the southern courtyard were filled with elation. For 3 consecutive years, they had swept through the northern courtyard, leaving them inexplicably jubilant. In the 4th match, Qin Wudi emerged victorious. As the referee's voice echoed, all the teachers and students of the southern courtyard erupted in cheers. Reveling in the joy of victory, Qin Wudi arrogantly proclaimed, Director Teng, Does the Northern Courtyard still possess anyone capable? What of Lin Jun, whom you selected back then? Since he has returned alive, let him come forth quickly. After all, he has signed a life and death agreement, and if he does not appear, it is still death. Chapter 16. Leave a whole corpse. It is often said that one should not strike the face nor extinguish the heart in conflict. But Qin Wudi's words were akin to rubbing the Northern Courtyard's dignity into the dirt. Ting Qishan, as the head of the Northern Courtyard, was barely able to maintain his composure, let alone the two vice deans and the assembly of mentors below. The students, filled with shame, lowered their heads, having been swept aside for 3 consecutive years. The news of Lin Jun's return is already well known to everyone, particularly the fact that he possesses no cultivation. How could he possibly take the stage to compete? What perplexes them the most is that Lin Jun, seemingly out of his mind, actually signed a death contract with Qin Wudi, only to ultimately not show up. Old tongue, in my opinion. It would be better for our South and North Academies to merge. At this moment, the South Academy's dean, Feng Qingyang, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then naturally, there will be no grand competition between the two academies, and you need not suffer embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Dean Feng's suggestion is truly splendid. Let the North Academy become an appendage of the South Academy. They should be quite pleased, no? I just fear the North Academy might drag us down and tarnish the reputation of our South Academy. The students of the South Academy erupted in laughter, particularly Zhao Zhenhua, who was particularly animated. I believe it would be better for the South Academy to expel them. Just as Ting Qingshan and his group from the North Academy found themselves utterly humiliated, a calm voice wafted in from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. Lin Jun? He has truly arrived. Having signed the death contract, the pact is irrevocable. Even if he does not show up, he would be obliterated by the laws of heaven. But couldn't he simply die at home? Ha ha ha, the people of the South Academy laughed once more. Indeed, if Lin Jun were to remain absent, he would still meet his demise due to the contract, so his arrival is not entirely unexpected. Lin Jun? Teng Qingshan was the first to rise, his previously flushed face now alight with a hint of excitement. The instructors from the North Academy also stood, for he was the prodigy they had sacrificed many opportunities to select. Moreover, this very prodigy had caused the North Academy to suffer humiliation for 3 consecutive years. Dean, esteemed instructors, I apologize for my tardiness. Lin Jun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing to his esteemed mentors. Leave the upcoming competition to me. The North Courtyard shall undoubtedly not face defeat again. The members of the North Courtyard were taken aback. How could one devoid of any spiritual energy exude such confidence to utter such audacious words? Aha! Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. What a bold assertion of not losing again. Lin Jun, I greatly admire your courage. Meanwhile, the members of the South Courtyard were nearly doubling over with laughter, while Qin Wudi, who had triumphed in 4 consecutive matches, exuded a chilling glint from his eyes. Lin Jun has arrived. He intends to strip the honor of being the greatest talent of the Qin dynasty from Lin Jun himself and to face challenges from various younger generations, thereby making a name for himself in Qin and attracting the attention of his father, the emperor. Qin Wudi is exceptionally formidable, having won 4 consecutive battles without even revealing his hidden cards. I have a strong intuition that he possesses a treasure that conceals his true realm. His actual level is certainly not merely the pinnacle of the fusion realm, but rather the Dharma manifestation realm. Tung Qingshan furrowed his brows. In truth, he held little hope for Lin Jun. Yet, for reasons unknown, he articulated this situation. Perhaps deep down, there lingered a faint hope that Lin Jun could turn the tables on Qin Wudi and restore the reputation of the Northern Courtyard. Although the likelihood of such an outcome is less than 1 in 10,000, Lin Jun smiled indifferently and remarked, that is precisely what makes it interesting. The mentors of the Northern Courtyard shook their heads in unison, for this once celebrated prodigy of the great Qin still exuded such arrogance. Although his physical cultivation had reached remarkable heights, rendering him an exceptionally formidable opponent, the reality remained that the initial stages of physical cultivation left one vulnerable to bullying. Furthermore, given Lin Jun's youth and his mere 2-year absence, how far could his physical training have progressed? Such hubris. Lin Jun, do not be overly presumptuous. The 9th Prince ranks 10th on our Southern Courtyard's celestial leaderboard, a status that remains far beyond your reach. Once you step onto the arena, you will find yourself bereft of even the opportunity to weep. The students of the Southern Courtyard were decidedly displeased. Lin Jun cast a cold glance. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, devoid of any grandstanding yet managing to instill a profound fear among the many students of the Southern Academy. It is worth noting that within the abyss of fallen gods, he was not merely confined to the confines of the punishment scale. His hands had long been stained with the blood of countless adversaries. That chilling atmosphere of ruthlessness even caused the esteemed dean of the Southern Academy, Feng Qingyang, to shudder involuntarily, pondering to himself, how could this young man possess such terrifying eyes? Has he been concealing his true strength? Linjin, spare us the idle chatter. Come forth and meet your demise. Qin Wudi bellowed impatiently for today. He intended to use this former paragon of the great Qin as a stepping stone to his own glory. Lin Jun turned to gaze at the arena. Yet just as he was about to take a step forward, a melodious voice resonated through the air. Brother Linjin. The sound captivated the attention of all present. Qin Mushi, a student from the Southern Academy, calling out to Linjin in such a manner undoubtedly shattered the perceptions of many. After all, the formidable Qin Wudi on the stage was her 9th royal brother, who was about to engage in a life-and-death battle with Linjin. How could she address him in such a familiar way? Lin Jun gazed upon the sparkling young girl, his smile imbued with affection. It has been 2 years since we last met, and you are even more beautiful than before. Qin Mushi, overwhelmed by such praise, felt her cheeks flush and quickly lowered her head. Is that so? Indeed. When have I ever deceived you? Linjin replied with an easy smile. Due to her mother's humble origins as a maid, Qin Mushi had never been favored and often faced exclusion, prompting her to frequently seek solace at the Lin residence. Linjin has always cherished her as a sister. Hiki, Qin Mushi smiled sweetly, her hand now holding a talisman of safety. This is for you. Linjin shook his head, declaring, if I survive, he shall perish up there. In truth, he was acutely aware of the bond between Qin Wudi and Qin Mushi. Within the depths of the imperial palace, Qin Mushi had but one true kin, Qin Wudi. The others, despite their blood ties, could hardly be deemed family. I have given him my all, yet he has shattered the peace. Qin Mushi's delicate and beautiful visage was marred by a look of grievance. He is no longer the 9th prince I once knew. In reality, she wished to avert this deadly confrontation, yet felt powerless to do so. She likened herself to a neglected wildflower, while the 2 men who had once bestowed upon her the greatest warmth now stood poised for a battle to the death. The anguish she felt was ineffable, a torrent of emotions too profound for mere words. Enough. Do not dwell in sorrow. Linjin affectionately stroked Qin Mushi's delicate hair. And indeed, this little girl was becoming increasingly beautiful. I am not sad. Qin Mushi nodded slightly. I am very strong. Yet, crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks alongside her words. Regardless of the outcome, she remained the one who suffered the most, silently enduring this torment. Lin Jun was at a loss for words on how to offer comfort. Ultimately, he sighed and ascended to the arena. Go, Brother Jun. Meanwhile, Lin Teng and others who had arrived at the scene erupted in cheers. Even though they were acutely aware of the slim chances of victory, their support remained unwavering. Among the crowd stood another figure, a formidable expert arranged by Qian Santong. Likewise, Lin Taixing had come in person, determined to ensure that nothing went awry. Should Lin Jin find himself unable to defend himself, he would not hesitate to eliminate Qin Wudi at the first opportunity. Morality? What a trivial concern. He held no regard for such notions. Qin Wudi stood imperiously, his voice cold and cutting. How would you prefer to meet your end? In his eyes, Lin Jun possessed no capacity for retaliation. For the sake of the young girl, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Lin Jun maintained a calm demeanor and said, reveal your true cards. Do not let the end come shrouded in mystery. Although he shared a strong bond with Qin Mushi, some matters left no room for choice. Qin Wudi must perish. After all, the pact of life and death had been established. How dare Lin Jin act recklessly? Even at the brink of demise, one should be afforded the chance to utter a few bold words. Yet, it was understandable. No one held any expectation for Lin Jin. Meanwhile, Lin Taixing was already mobilizing his spiritual energy, and upon sensing the fluctuations, the Northern Academy's dean, Tung Qingshan, was suddenly alight with fervor. You seek death, roared Qin Wudi. Today, this prince shall demonstrate what true power is. I am the foremost prodigy of the great Qin. With these words, an immense aura erupted forth. Awakening realm, fusion realm, until at last, a golden dragon avatar coalesced behind him, unleashing a deafening dragon's roar. In that instant, the atmosphere surged with energy. By heavens! The golden dragon avatar, the emblem of the great Qin imperial family, he was indeed at the avatar realm. Chapter 17. The arrival of 2 emperors. Not only the students of the 2 academies but even the deans and numerous instructors were taken aback. Concealing one's cultivation was minor. After all, it was not uncommon for top-tier prodigies to reach the avatar realm at such a young age. However, the Golden Dragon Avatar was a legacy of the great Qin royal lineage, an imperial-grade manifestation, with very few royal descendants capable of awakening it. Those who awaken the Golden Dragon Avatar are destined to become formidable rulers. Even the Qin family ancestor, who was on the verge of reaching the revered realm, had failed to awaken the Golden Dragon Avatar. The ninth prince had concealed his capabilities to an astonishing degree, truly terrifying. Amidst the astonishment of all present, one individual in the audience revealed an expression of profound envy. Clad in a four-clawed dragon robe, he was none other than the crown prince of the Great Qin. Qin Shiji, the ninth prince, had awakened the Golden Dragon Avatar, and he remained blissfully unaware that had any whispers of this leaked prematurely, he would never have allowed such a person to survive until now. Lin Tiexin's expression grew increasingly frigid. Initially, he was only tasked with eliminating a prince of the royal family who had fallen out of favor. Yet now he found himself confronting a figure who could very well ascend as the next emperor of Qin. Nevertheless, Lin Zhun must survive. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire northern courtyard. The Golden Dragon apparition emerged, and Qin Jingtian, situated within the palace, sensed it instantaneously. Not only he, but even the venerable ancestor of the Qin clan hastened to the northern courtyard with remarkable speed. This vividly illustrates the significance of the Golden Dragon apparition within the Grand Qin royal family. Bow before the Supreme Emperor, the Emperor of Qin. In an instant, everyone, except for the Lin family, prostrated themselves upon the ground. After all, the Lin family, as a top-tier force, possessed their own formidable experts, standing on equal footing with the illustrious Qin dynasty. No need for formalities. You are exempted from bowing. Qin Jingtian waved his sleeve. Yet his gaze toward Qin Wudi was imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. In an imperial household, with numerous descendants, many of whom were princes and princesses of lesser favor, it was improbable for them to be recognized. For instance, the chances of Qin Mushi meeting him were exceedingly rare, let alone becoming acquainted. Child pays respects to the venerable ancestor and to the father. Qin Wudi relished this moment of collective attention. Ever since he awakened the Golden Dragon apparition, he had been biding his time, fearful that news might leak and bring about his demise. He awaited precisely this opportunity. Entering the realm of the apparition conferred a degree of self-preservation, and once the venerable ancestor became aware of his potential, he would undoubtedly be afforded greater protection. The crown prince, Qin Shiji, would no longer dare to engage in any unscrupulous acts. Indeed, a spark of brilliance ignited in the eyes of the venerable ancestor. Wudi, quickly rise. Qin Jingtian immediately raised his hand. You shall first demonstrate your prowess. Afterward, we shall engage in a thorough discussion. Yes, father. Upon rising, Qin Wudi stood proudly, exuding an even greater sense of self-importance. Lin Tiexing's face turned ashen. Damn it. With two ascendants in the sky observing, even if he wished to take action, he found himself utterly constrained. Particularly the venerable ancestor of the Qin family, who was evidently channeling spiritual energy in secret, had established an invisible barrier around him, making his intentions unmistakably clear. With this barrier in place, any treacherous thoughts were futile. At this critical juncture, why had Lin Tianxiong still not revealed himself? The urgency only fueled his anxiety as he attempted to send a message to Lin Tianxiong, only to be thwarted by the barrier. In the next moment, the cold voice of the Qin ancestor resonated within his consciousness. Lin clan leader, it would be prudent for us to refrain from intervening in the contest among the younger generation. Lin Tiexin's face flushed with embarrassment. You old fool, of course. You wouldn't want to intervene. Yet before he could finish his words, he was once again thwarted by the barrier. As a mere king-ranked individual, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness when faced with the peak of the emperor realm, and the formidable possibility of the venerable Qian Laozu breaking through to the supreme realm. Boom. Qin Jingtian also sensed the shift, promptly establishing a barrier to firmly secure the arena, unassailable, focus on the contest. With the ancestor and I as judges, no one can play tricks. The Lin family has always regarded the royal family with disdain, primarily due to the enigmatic mastery of Lin Tianxiong. Now that his ninth prince has awakened the Golden Dragon Dharma, it is only natural to nurture him with utmost care. Once he matures, he shall undoubtedly reign supreme. In the great Qin Empire, the royal family holds absolute authority. Thank you, father. Qin Wudi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Exclaiming with arrogance, I shall ask you one final time. How do you wish to meet your demise? In his eyes, Lin Jun had become a mere specter the moment he signed the death warrant. The future first prodigy of the Great Qin must inevitably be him. He will herald an era, guiding the royal family of Great Qin towards a new pinnacle. Such nonsensical chatter. Lin Jun cast a cold glance, declaring, "Come at me with all you've got." Little did he anticipate that just as he was about to reveal his true prowess, he would encounter a formidable adversary. Yet, such a challenge only served to heighten his excitement. His fighting spirit was ignited. That so-called prince would meet a disastrous end. Qin Wudi, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, swiftly formed hand seals and commanded, "Kill." With his words resonating in the air, all of his spiritual energy surged into the golden dragon avatar. Upon receiving this infusion of power, the golden dragon unleashed a deafening roar, its lengthy form, exceeding 10 meters, hurtling through the void towards Lin Jun with lethal intent. The ninth prince showed no mercy, offering not a shred of opportunity. Why grant chances to a mere waste? One prodigious talent was on the verge of demise, while another was destined to rise. Did Lin Jun's title as the foremost prodigy hold any merit? Was it not merely the result of awakening an extraordinary fire spiritual root? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Generally, an avatar represents the pinnacle of a cultivator's offensive capabilities. Qin Wudi's choice to unleash the Golden Dragon avatar clearly signaled his intent to obliterate Lin Jun with overwhelming force and establish his dominance. Brother Jun. Lin Yu felt a pang of sorrow at the tip of her nose, tears unwittingly cascading down her cheeks from her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Ting and the others were equally distressed. Even with the barrier shielding them, they could sense the oppressive might of the Golden Dragon's manifestation. How much more so for Lin Jun, who was directly on the arena. "Father, please think of a way. Brother Jun cannot endure this much longer." Lin Xian cried out desperately. However, at that moment, Lin Taisheng, confined within the boundaries set by the venerable Qin, found himself utterly powerless, left only to fret in anxiety. Unlike the rest of the onlookers, Lin Jun exhibited neither fear nor excitement. His mind remained remarkably tranquil as he gazed upon the approaching Golden Dragon, choosing not to conceal his intentions any longer. In such a dire situation, mere brute strength was wholly insufficient to address the pressing dilemma. Thus, he gestured towards the ground. "Come." In an instant, the punishing celestial ruler responded to his summons, materializing in Lin Jun's grasp. Aware that the Golden Dragon's form belonged to the imperial tier, while his own fire spirit bird manifestation was merely of the earthly grade, destined to be suppressed, he resorted to his most formidable technique, the punishing celestial ruler. At the moment he seized the ruler, a torrent of spiritual energy surged within him. However, the punishing celestial ruler remained unremarkable, nullifying all spiritual fluctuations. To the onlookers, it appeared as if Lin Jun, wielding the dark ruler, charged toward the Golden Dragon manifestation in a bewildering display. Was he conceding defeat? What other option did he have? With his cultivation diminished, all he could do was struggle. Standing proudly, Zhao Zeno's face radiated with relief. Initially, she had merely aspired to be an imperial consort, but unexpectedly, she found herself on the path to becoming the Empress Dowager, with the prospect of one day reigning over the world. Lin Jun, the Lin family, merely a fleeting illusion. Boom. The Golden Dragon, bearing an unstoppable might, swoops down from above, its gaping maw instilling terror. Death. With a ferocious roar, Lin Jun swung the punishing celestial ruler, delivering a powerful blow directly to the dragon's head. Yet, within the eyes of the Golden Dragon and Qin Wudi, there resided only disdain. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a series of explosions erupted, sending cascading waves of white energy crashing against the barrier. What? The expression of disdain on Qin Wudi's face suddenly transformed into one of sheer panic. He had believed Lin Jun was courting death, but upon contact, he realized the terrifying might of the Black Ruler. The accompanying devouring force was gradually eroding his Golden Dragon avatar, while the spiritual energy within him was being swept away as if caught in a colossal vortex, depleting in an instant. Shock, fear, regret. A torrent of negative emotions surged within him, desperately wishing to halt this confrontation, yet he found himself utterly incapable of escape. Chapter 18. Death. Death. Lin Jun focused his energy in his dantian, and a chilling aura radiated from his piercing gaze. As he had anticipated, the punishment heaven ruler was insatiable, even devouring the awakened Golden Dragon manifestation of Qin Invincible, drawing it directly into the boundless void. What has become of the Golden Dragon manifestation? How did it vanish so suddenly? Only a ghost could fathom. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. By conventional reasoning, even if a manifestation were to be shattered, it would ultimately transform into a stream of light and return to its host. Yet, the scene that unfolded before them was truly beyond comprehension. Brother Jin. The unease in Lin Xian and others' eyes vanished abruptly, replaced by exhilaration. Equally invigorated were the members of the Lin family, alongside the crown prince, Qin Shiji, who secretly yearned for the demise of the ninth prince beneath Lin Zhen's black staff. Great ancestor, father, save me. Qin Wudi, having lost the golden dragon Dharma form, found himself utterly bereft of the means to contend against Lin Zhen. As he beheld the menacing approach of the black staff, he was so frightened that he forgot the life and death contract he had proposed. His confrontation with Lin Zhen was not a mere competition, but a battle for survival. Zhao Jinhua felt a pang of anxiety. Qin Wudi was not only her ally, but also the cornerstone for her entire family's future in the Qin Empire. There could be no room for calamity. Simultaneously, the Qin ancestor immediately conveyed a message to Qin Jingtan. Hasten to save Wudi. He must not perish. The awakening of the golden dragon Dharma among the royal descendants signified the heavy responsibility of expanding the empire. How could one so vital be allowed to die so easily? A life and death contract? Utterly useless. He envisioned the same outcome as Lin Taixing, which was to have Qin Jingtian eliminate Lin Zhen, thus terminating the binding covenant and preserving Qin Wudi's life. How dare you, Lin Brat, act so audaciously before me? Even without the ancestor's warning, Qin Jingtian would have intervened. In an instant, he tore through the layers of prohibitions surrounding the arena and unleashed a terrifying aura of the sovereign realm, sweeping toward Lin Zhen like an unstoppable tide. Qin Jingtian, you rogue. As Lin Taixing witnessed Lin Zhen in peril, he erupted into a torrent of invective, channeling his entire reservoir of spiritual energy towards the invisible barrier erected by Elder Qin. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding barrier merely rippled slightly, while Lin Taixing, at the pinnacle of the King's realm, collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell victim to the backlash of his own spiritual power. Zhenggu, be careful. Lin Xian and the others were taken aback by the unexpected intervention of Qin Huang, that old scoundrel, in the battle of life and death. The imposing aura he exuded unmistakably indicated his intent to slay Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen undoubtedly sensed the looming threat, yet, despite having lost all his cultivation, his consciousness remained that of a formidable sage. The oppressive aura emanating from the Emperor's realm proved utterly ineffective against him. Ha ha! Qin Wudi, observing Lin Zhen, erupted into maniacal laughter, proclaiming, in the end, it is you who shall perish. You will never comprehend the significance of the golden dragon Dharma form in relation to the imperial lineage. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as he realized that, under the terrifying pressure of his father's emperor-level might, Lin Zhen's speed remained unimpeded, and the black was drawing perilously close to his head. Is that so? Lin Zhen's expression was icy as he wielded the punishing rod, conjuring a fierce gust of wind in the air, and with a decisive strike, he shattered the defenseless Qin Wudi into countless fragments. His body lay scattered across the ground, a grim testament to his demise. Qin Wudi was dead. His end was nothing short of tragic. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Qin Jingtian stood frozen in midair. Invincible! Zhao Jinua's heart-wrenching cries pierced the stillness. Among all present, none bore greater sorrow than she. The death of Qin Wudi signified the ruin of the Zhao clan. The severely wounded Lin Taixing, upon witnessing this spectacle, clutched his chest and erupted into maniacal laughter. Our Lin family's Zhen has returned. He is no longer a waste. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? Since Lin Zhen's return, he and the clan elders had yearned for an opportunity to discuss his experiences in the abyss of fallen gods, yet they hesitated to unearth Lin Zhen's wounds, leaving their thoughts unvoiced. They were not alone. The leaders of the three dominant factions also sought the truth. But Lin Taixing dismissed their inquiries with a single statement. As the clan leader, I do not involve myself in such matters. If you wish to know more, you must converse with my brother. And who was his brother? It was none other than Lin Tianxiong, Lin Zhen's father. In a single sentence, he left the three paramount powers drenched in perspiration. Although Lin Tianxiong appeared amiable, spending his days tending to the flowers, birds, fish, and plants in the courtyard, it is well understood that this seemingly benign individual is, in truth, the fiercest figure of the Great Qin. The Lin family has not been without its conflicts with the royal family of the Great Qin. However, it is rumored that after Lin Tianxiong sought an audience with the late Emperor Qin, the father of Qin Tian, the old emperor, soon passed away. The great Qin royal family publicly asserted that the old emperor met his demise within a secret realm. Yet who can be certain that this was not a more dignified explanation for his grievous injuries sustained in a martial encounter with Lin Tianxiang? Lin Jun. Upon realizing the implications, Qin Zhangtian's heart surged with fury, and he cried out in anguish, "Are you aware of your transgressions? Who is Qin Wudi? He is the royal progeny who has awakened the golden dragon Dharma, the dragon son of Qin Tian. And why did his father perish in that secret realm? It was precisely because he had been gravely wounded by Lin Tianxiang, seeking fortune in the secret realm, only to meet with misfortune and ultimately succumb. Lin Tianxiang slayed his imperial father, while Lin Jun vanquished his dragon offspring. Old grievances and new enmities, they are irreconcilable. What is tolerable if not this? Lin Jun, neither humble nor arrogant, proclaimed, since we have signed a life and death contract, on the arena, we shall only discuss life and death. What relevance do notions of guilt or innocence hold? Had Qin Wudi survived, perhaps Qin Jingtian would have deemed it necessary to offend the Lin family and eliminate him to preserve the golden dragon Dharma. Yet, with Qin Wudi's demise, the outcome has been irrevocably sealed. It would be futile. Unbeknownst to him, however, Qin Jingtian harbors an unresolvable vendetta against Lin Tianxiang for the murder of his father. Thus, Qin Jingtian could never tolerate this. You, the illegitimate son, are audacious. I decree your death. In a fit of royal fury, Qin Jingtian raised his hand, conjuring a golden hand seal, which descended towards Lin Jun on the arena. Boom! As the colossal hand seal struck, it shattered layers of air, sending forth ripples of white that cascaded outward. Lin Jun's expression suddenly turned cold. Although he could rely on the sea of consciousness from entering the Saint Realm to disregard the pressure exerted by an Emperor Realm expert, his current cultivation at the Dharmakaya stage was utterly inadequate to withstand an attack from an Emperor Realm opponent. Even the armor gifted by Lin Taixing could barely withstand a strike from the Dharmakaya stage, much less be effective against someone of the Emperor Realm like Qin Zhengtian. In an instant, a sense of impending doom descended upon him. Brother Jun, Qin Jingtian, you shameless scoundrel. If anything happens to Brother Jun, I shall surely raze the royal palace to the ground. Lin Teng and his companions yearned to ascend the arena, yet beneath the terrifying pressure of the imperial realm, they felt as if they bore the weight of a mountain upon their shoulders, rendering them utterly immobile. All they could do was helplessly vent the fury that simmered within their hearts. Lin Jun could never have anticipated the ferocity of Qin Jingtian, who seemed utterly unwilling to reason, prepared instead to engage in a full-scale war with the Lin family. What was he to do now? After painstakingly emerging from the abyss of fallen gods, was he destined to meet such a humiliating demise? Although the celestial punishment ruler was indestructible, capable of withstanding this lethal strike without suffering a scratch, he was but a mortal, and even a mere remnant of the emperor's might could obliterate him. He could not endure the backlash. As the golden giant hand drew nearer, the overwhelming sense of impending doom became suffocating. Suddenly, a sword chi, akin to a meteor, surged from 100 meters away, shattering the golden palm imprint that loomed over Lin Jun. The scattering golden light intertwined dazzlingly with the white sword chi, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Who could this be? Qin Jingtian's eyes flared crimson as he fixed his gaze on the elder soaring through the air. Likewise, everyone else turned their attention to the old man, whose visage was unfamiliar. He was certainly not an ancestral figure returning from seclusion, but rather an outsider from beyond the realm. Chapter 19. A new wave of turmoil. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you, as the esteemed emperor of the great Qin, have committed such a foolish blunder that even a mere passerby like myself cannot stand idly by. The newcomer was none other than Li Jianxing, summoned at the behest of Xiao Beiling. Though Xiao Beiling had sought the assistance of Qian Santong, she felt it insufficient, prompting her to send Li Jianxing on another errand. Qin Zhengtian's gaze turned cold, seemingly impervious, yet the weight of his aura was now directed squarely at Li Jianxing. However, Li Jianxing remained unfazed. At that moment, the elder Qin spoke sharply. Jingtian, retreat. He had gauged the newcomer and discerned he was no ordinary foe. This presence had been noted long ago, though he had not anticipated it would manifest here. Grand Ancestor. Qin Jingtian's blood surged with indignation as he witnessed the hope of the great Qin royal family's resurgence being strangled by Lin Jun, his heart aching with despair. Yet soon, within his mind, he received a transmission from the elder Qin. This individual is unfathomable. Time is on our side, and there will come a day for vengeance. Humph. Reluctantly, Qin Jingtian waved his sleeve and turned away. The elder's words indicated a lack of certainty in defeating the old man, and should he fail to withdraw in time, peril would surely ensue. After all, Lin Tianqiong had yet to reveal himself. If a confrontation occurred between the emperor-level powerhouses, it would undoubtedly provoke a celestial phenomenon, attracting Lin Tianqiong from nearby. The most critical concern was that the elder Qin might not be able to subdue the old man, and he was certainly no match for Lin Tianqiong. Retreat was imperative. Lin Zhen let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Lin Qing, dressed in a flowing gown, brandished her sword and blocked the air with an air of authority, demanding, "Qin Jingtian, after creating such chaos, do you think you can simply walk away? Do you truly believe my nephew is easy to bully?" Just when one storm had yet to settle, another arose. The formidable Lin Qing, sister to Lin Tianqiong and Lin Zhen's second aunt, had arrived. Known for her fiery temperament, she was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Qin Jingtian, already simmering with rage, found his path blocked, leaving him with little patience. "Lin Qing, what do you wish for me to do?" he retorted. With a cold smirk, Lin Qing replied, "Convey a message to my elder brother. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, he will have a serious discussion with you this very night." Qin Jingtian's expression instantly soured. Was this yet another tactic to undermine him? Did they truly disregard his authority as the emperor of Qin? Not a shred of respect left. Just as Qin Jingtian stood in stunned silence, Lin Qing descended onto the arena, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection. "Zhener, are you all right? It is thanks to this esteemed elder's intervention that you are still here. Otherwise, you would never see me again." As she spoke, Lin Zhen fixed his gaze upon Qin Jingtian. He neither claimed to be in trouble nor to be unscathed. Rather, he implied that had Li Jianxing not rescued him, he would have met his demise. In essence, he was laying the blame squarely at Qin Jingtian's feet. Lin Qing, filled with fury, challenged, "The arena is ready. Do you dare to face me in a duel? Sign your death warrant." Qin Jingtian felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Lin Qing was clearly provoking the imperial authority. Yet what could he do? Even if he could eliminate Lin Qing with a single blow, how could he evade the repercussions from Lin Tianqiong? At the level of the sovereign, one must refrain from acting impulsively unless absolutely necessary. For instance, to strike down Lin Zhen would be an exceedingly foolish decision. While he might slay a junior member of the Lin family, Lin Tianqiong could just as easily annihilate the scions of the imperial lineage. The so-called clan protectors, when called into action, signify a moment of life and death. Otherwise, it would only invite greater turmoil. Faced with Lin Qing's provocation, Qin Jingtian could only respond with a cold huff. "I have important matters to attend to. I cannot indulge you." With those words, he departed alongside Elder Qin. What an insufferable wretch! Lin Qing erupted in a furious tirade, exclaiming that if her powers had not been sealed, she would have torn Qin Jingtian into pieces for his insolent demeanor. "Zhener," Lin Qing declared with great authority, "my aunt shall undoubtedly seek justice for you in this matter." Lin Zhen smiled broadly. "Thank you, second aunt. Why be so polite?" Lin Qing cast a glance at Li Jiansheng, then clasped his fists and said, "Senior, would you be willing to visit the Lin residence for a discussion?" Li Jiansheng stood with his hands behind his back and replied, "I have come at the behest of the young lady to repay a favor. Now that the debt of gratitude is settled, I shall take my leave." With that, he soared away on his sword. "How impressive," Lin Qing muttered. "Isn't it just the ascending to the throne realm? Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss?" The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. "Do you even realize how ridiculous that sounds?" She glanced at the current Emperor Qin, visibly agitated by her words. "Are you not even more arrogant than that old man? Director Feng, are there still formidable individuals in the Southern Academy?" Lin Zhen gazed proudly at the dean of the Southern Courtyard, Feng Qingyang, and declared, "If there are any remaining challengers, let them take the stage." A profound silence enveloped the arena. The Academy's intermediate mentors were merely at the fusion realm, while the advanced mentors had reached the Dharma realm. In stark contrast, Qin Wudi had revealed his prowess at the Dharma realm. Possessing the awakened royal totem of the Golden Dragon, his true combat capability was undoubtedly sufficient to slay even the pinnacle of the Dharma realm. Yet he had been vanquished with such ease. To what terrifying heights had Lin Zhen's true combat strength ascended? Who in the Southern Courtyard could possibly contend with him? The top-ranked Feng Wui, his own grandson, might still possess some fighting spirit, but unfortunately, Feng Wui was currently in seclusion and unable to participate. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingyang, the punishment heavenly ruler was Lin Zhen's most formidable trump card. Yet, Its subtle brilliance often led others to underestimate it, making it seem as though Lin Jun had effortlessly defeated Qin Wudi. The atmosphere in the southern courtyard was now heavy with despair, their earlier arrogance completely extinguished. In stark contrast, the members of the northern courtyard were buoyant with elation. They had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The competition between the 2 courtyards not only determined the priority selection of talented students, but also affected the subsidies from various major factions. In essence, the better the performance, the greater the influence one wielded. With no further challengers remaining, was it time to announce the results of the competition between the 2 courtyards? Lin Jun's gaze was piercingly cold. Humph. Feng Qingyang, unwilling to lose face, coldly admonished, if it weren't for my grandson being in seclusion, would I allow you to be so arrogant? Ting Qinshan immediately stood up to retort, Feng Qingyang, a loss is a loss. Do not seek any excuses. If you are unwilling to concede, let Feng Wui come at once. Ha ha ha, Feng Qingyang laughed maniacally. My Southern Academy has triumphed for 2 consecutive years. This year you merely won by sheer luck. Why boast so? We shall meet at the 10 Nations Martial Arts selection in half a month. Withdraw. The word loss was too bitter for him to utter. As for the 10 Nations Martial Arts, it has always been a long-standing tradition. And the outstanding young talents chosen will be selected as disciples by the 3 great sects that dominate the Eastern Sea region, representing a true opportunity for soaring success. Presently, it is merely child's play. Tung Qingshan also snorted coldly, shameless. As the members of the Southern Academy departed, the Northern Academy erupted in cheers. For 2 years, they had endured the scorn of the Southern Academy, nearly unable to hold their heads high. But with Lin Jun's return, they swept away the humiliation. It was indeed exhilarating. Brother Jun, majestic. Lin Tung and his comrades rushed forward without hesitation. Before this contest, they all believed that Lin Jun was doomed. Yet they could never have anticipated the dramatic return of a formidable champion. From the commencement of the match to the demise of Qin Wudi, and the intervention of Qin Jintian, their hearts were taut with tension. Now, at last, they could exhale in relief. Brothers, lift up Zhenggu. Our Zhenggu remains the unrivaled prodigy of the great Qin. As cheers erupted, Zhao Zino felt her heart sink into despair, as if experiencing a fate worse than death in an instant. How could he still vanquish Qin Wudi when his cultivation was clearly lost? Was Qin Wudi truly that inept? Another figure present was Qin Mushi, whose delicate visage radiated joy as she beheld Lin Jun being exalted by the crowd, only to let tears cascade down her cheeks as she retrieved a pristine handkerchief to gather the remains of Qin Wudi. Although Qin Wudi had changed, becoming indifferent, he had once been the brightest light in her childhood, deep within the palace. Ninth brother, sob sob. The imperial family is indeed the most heartless. Qin Wudi had never received affection in life, yet it was only when he manifested the golden dragon Dharma that he attracted the attention of ancestor Qin and Qin Jingtian. Ultimately, after his demise, aside from her, no one was willing to tend to the scattered remains on the ground. Perhaps, in the eyes of those people, the lives of her and ninth brother held little value. Chapter 20. Do not disturb the couple's harmony. As Lin Jun was hoisted high into the air, he inadvertently caught sight of Qin Mushi's frail silhouette, causing his brow to furrow slightly. All right, please put me down. Upon his words, everyone finally relaxed. Zhenggu, to what extent has your physical cultivation reached? It's truly extraordinary. Indeed, remarkable. Senior. In response to the multitude of inquiries, Lin Jun smiled gently. It is merely that Qin Wudi lacked skill, not that I am particularly formidable. Please allow some space. Lacked skill? Could one who awakened the golden dragon Dharma truly be deemed lacking in skill? Winning 4 battles in succession, all before revealing his terrifying prowess. Lin Jun had previously ranked 10th on the Southern Academy's leaderboard, a genius capable of looking down upon all students in the Northern Academy. However, it seemed that Lin Jun's assertion posed no issue, for after all, he was the foremost prodigy of the great Qin. Lin Jun navigated through the throng, gazing at Qin Mushi, who was half squatting on the ground. With a heart full of compassion, he gently reassured her, I had intended to leave him with a complete body. But alas, your father acted, and circumstances did not permit it. If it were anyone else, he would have refrained from elaboration. Yet, this young girl, who had grown up beside him, had always been regarded as a sister. If he were to perish, it would undoubtedly sadden Qin Mushi, given her inherently kind nature. It is not your fault, brother Lin Jun, Qin Mushi cried, forcing a pure smile through her tears. I understand he coerced you into signing a life and death pact, leaving only one of you to survive. Lin Jun slightly bent his body, just about to extend his hand. Qin Mushi hurriedly said, Brother Lin Jun, I can manage it myself. Please, do not soil your hands. Lin Ting and others approached to offer comfort, saying, Mushi, do not be too sorrowful. Indeed, Mushi, you still have us. The gates of the Lin family shall forever remain open for you. Furthermore, that palace devoid of any human warmth is hardly worthy of longing. Why not come and stay with us? This is not mere jest, a princess of Qin Mushi standing. Even if she were to reside with the Lin family for a year or so, might go unnoticed. Even if someone became aware, it would only be perceived as a dull affair, devoid of entertainment. With a slight nod, Qin Mushi tenderly wrapped a few remnants of her ninth brother's remains in a handkerchief. Despite the blood seeping through and staining her long dress, she uttered not a word of complaint. On her delicate visage, there lingered warmth mingled with helplessness. Countless sentiments swirled within her. Yet she found herself at a loss for expression, ultimately leaving in tears, clutching the handkerchief. Alas, what a wonderful girl she is. Lin Taixing sighed and shook his head, saying, if she were our Lin family's daughter, I would cherish her to the heavens. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly and said, Father, she indeed will never have the chance to be your daughter in this lifetime, but she still has the opportunity to become your daughter-in-law. Ugh. Lin Taixing cast a disdainful glance and retorted, look at your demeanor. How could you possibly be worthy of Mushi? Lin Xian asserted confidently, Father, you must not belittle yourself. Everyone in the clan says I take after you. Lin Taixing, infuriated, cursed vehemently, you scoundrel, just wait until I get home. I shall break your dog legs. The entire audience burst into laughter. Lin Taixing turned and said, Zhener, what do you think of Mushi? Perhaps I should muster the courage to visit the palace and speak on her behalf? Everyone's eyes brightened. Why should Zhao Zino be deemed worthy of Lin Jun? Yet, Qin Mushi certainly was. They had watched her grow. Her character and virtues were beyond reproach. The only reason she lacked favor was due to her mother being a maid in the imperial palace, leaving Qin Mushi without any significant background. Patriarch, what do you mean by mustering the courage to visit the palace? Lin Qing corrected with dissatisfaction. That scoundrel Qin Jingtian owes our Lin family. Compensating with an uncherished daughter hardly seems a significant loss, does it? Moreover, my son Zhener is not lacking in worth. Lin Jun felt a throbbing headache. All right. Clan leader, secondant, please cease your chatter. I simply regard Mushi as a sister, with no ulterior motives. Do not misconstrue our relationship. With that, he hastily took his leave. He recalled that the Empress had mentioned she would reappear once he entered the law manifestation realm, yet she had yet to materialize. A sense of unease lingered in his heart, coupled with the fact that the Golden Dragon Law manifestation he had subdued was indeed of a golden attribute and of imperial grade, quite useful, if you ask me. Zhener has been deeply wounded by Zhao Jinua, to the extent that he is hesitant to accept even such a wonderful child as Mushi. Lin Taixing shook his head in bitter resignation. The royal family held no affection for Qin Mushi, yet they esteemed the Lin family. What a perfectly matched pair they would make. At last, you have spoken a truth. However, I cannot endure this indignity any longer. Lin Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, radiating a chilling glimmer. What are you up to now? Lin Taixing felt a lump rise in his throat. This young lady from the Lin family was indeed a source of dread, not only in the eyes of outsiders, but even for him, the clan leader. She had a remarkable talent for attracting trouble. Typically, it was Lin Qing who stirred up chaos. He was the one responsible for negotiations. If those negotiations fell through, then matters would escalate, and the Lin sisters, Lin Yin and Lin Feng, would apply pressure. Should that prove insufficient, Lin Tianqiong would have to step in. Known far and wide as the devoted protector of his sisters. Years ago, when the old Qin emperor engaged in martial discussions with Lin Tianqiong, it was under the pretext of strengthening the ties between their families, yet his true intent was to court Lin Qing for her beauty. Akin to an old bull seeking tender grass, Lin Qing was displeased, and thus the old Qin emperor rashly proclaimed his intent to teach the Lin family a lesson. To his astonishment, that very night, Lin Tianqiong stormed into the imperial palace. The outcome was that the old Qin emperor was gravely injured, while Lin Tianqiong departed unscathed and with a certain elegance. Shortly thereafter, news emerged of the old Qin emperor's demise in the secret realm. That battle also solidified the Lin family's unparalleled status within the great Qin Empire. Naturally, it was to dismantle the protective formation laid by the Zhao family against my sister, ensuring they would no longer dare to take advantage of the Lin family. Lin Qing was indeed quite assertive. It is important to acknowledge that Lin Yin had originally established a formidable protective array for the Zhao family, a celestial tier formation. Once activated, as long as the spirit stones were sufficient, even a powerful monarch-level practitioner would need to strike relentlessly for an entire day to dismantle it. Moreover, she was a person of her word, capable of turning her words into actions, and she departed in an instant. Lin Taixing exhaled in relief, thinking that Lin Qing was about to storm the imperial palace once again. However, it was time to discuss matters related to the abyss of fallen gods with Lin Jun. Today's battle had swept across various major factions and families like a whirlwind, especially the other three top families, who had already convened to strategize their response. Lin Jun must have gained some advantage within the abyss of fallen gods. I have never witnessed a body cultivator reach such a terrifying level. The Lin family must provide an explanation. Yet, the Lin family is formidable. But what do we have to fear? The three of us can join forces and consult the Great Qin Imperial Court. Surely, Lin Tianxiong alone cannot overpower our three top families and the Great Qin Imperial Court. Indeed, soon, the three foremost families, Lu, Shangwan, and Murong, reached a consensus and hurried towards the imperial palace. The abyss of fallen gods is shrouded in mystery. It is reputed to be the foremost of the 10 forbidden places on the Sky Vault continent, and over the years, many powerful figures from various factions have ventured to explore it, yet none have returned alive. So how is it that Lin Jun managed to survive? If there are benefits to be had, they must certainly be shared. What if Lin Jun obtained the secret techniques of body cultivation within? Lin Jun had just returned home and was about to enter his cultivation with the punishment celestial ruler when he heard Lin Tiexing's voice resonating in his sea of consciousness. "Zhener, we are waiting for you in the reception hall. If you are occupied, just let us know." Lin Jun forced a bitter smile. With his current level of cultivation, he lacked the ability to transmit sound over 1,000 miles. Thus, he could only rise and make his way to the reception hall. "Patriarch, esteemed elders, Lin Jun, please bow. Take a seat." Lin Taisheng smiled and gestured toward the seat. Lin Jun inquired, "Elders, if this is merely to facilitate a union between Mu Shi and myself, then perhaps it is best to refrain from such discussions. At present, I harbor no interest in matrimony. The more formidable a cultivator becomes, the longer their lifespan extends. Thus, many individuals do not hasten to wed and bear children, but there are certainly those who do. His current disinterest in marriage is not influenced by Zhao Xinhua, but rather stems from a desire to swiftly elevate his cultivation back to the sacred realm. Women, in his view, would only impede the progress of his cultivation. Chapter 21. The Four Supreme Monarchs Arrive. Lin Taixing smiled awkwardly, acknowledging the connection with Mu Shi. "Since you are not inclined to marry early, we certainly will not rush you," he remarked. "Qin Mu Shi is a wonderful girl, and he truly cares for her." However, Lin Jun's stance is resolute, and it would be inappropriate to force the matter. "Is this regarding the affairs of the abyss of fallen gods?" Lin Jun nonchalantly inquired about the secrets contained within, mysteries that many yearned to uncover. Even Lin Taixing had likely turned away emissaries from various formidable factions on his behalf. This was indeed the crux of the matter. Lin Tiexing's expression suddenly grew serious. The abyss of fallen gods, ranked as the foremost of the 10 forbidden zones of the Tianqiong continent, has seen numerous factions from the 4 domains send scouts to investigate, yet without exception, they all perished within. Among them was the esteemed elder of the Yunshang sect, Ji Shiyuan, whose life lamp extinguished within 3 days of entering the abyss. What horrors could possibly lie within? The Yunshang sect, the preeminent sect of the Eastern Sea domain, boasted Ji Shiyuan, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Saint realm, widely acknowledged as the strongest contender closest to the Emperor realm. Yet, even such a powerful individual could not endure beyond 3 days within the abyss, further amplifying its terrifying reputation. It is said that a peerless expert from the Emperor realm ventured in as well, although he managed to escape. He emerged in a state of madness and soon met his demise. This, however, remains a matter of legend, with its veracity still debated. The elders of the clan leaned in with rapt attention, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After all, Lin Jun's return had indeed marked a significant enhancement in his strength. Perhaps the abyss of fallen gods is not merely a place of death, but harbors other avenues for exploration. Elders, within that realm. Lin Jun initially intended to reveal the truth. However, at that moment, he abruptly sensed 4 distinct presences hovering above his family. If his assumptions held true, The battle between him and Qin Wudi had undoubtedly drawn the attention of several other top-tier factions. He swiftly altered his statement, asserting, "I believe this matter requires a private discussion." He deliberately maintained his volume, intending to provoke those four old-timers. Naturally, those present were oblivious, their weaknesses rendering them incapable of perceiving the situation. Although his cultivation was not exceptionally high, his spiritual consciousness had attained the holy realm, allowing him to discern even the concealed auras of those four imperial-level elders. How careless of me to overlook this. Lin Taixing patted his forehead, chuckling at himself, and then promptly established a soundproof barrier, sealing off the entire reception room. Now, it's settled. You can speak freely and without reservation. Lin Jun, however, shook his head once more. Lin Taixing possesses only the cultivation of the sovereign king realm. How could the soundproof barrier he established possibly contain those four old fellows of the emperor realm? Ha ha ha. Lin Taixing chuckled awkwardly and said, "Jenner, it appears that we, the old fellows, have been rather presumptuous. Everyone is entitled to their secrets. Since you prefer not to share, we shall refrain from asking." Although the elders were filled with curiosity, they did not press Lin Jun, their hearts heavy with regret. It is no exaggeration to say that, in their eyes, Lin Jun was the sole man to have emerged from the abyss of fallen gods. "Chief, esteemed elders, we are all family. There is nothing that should remain unspoken." Lin Jun smiled nonchalantly and said, "What I mean is that my father should come here to prevent any external eavesdropping. If even the soundproof barriers set by my father cannot fend off surveillance, it would mark the demise of the Lin clan. Moreover, I firmly believe that those four old fellows above would not dare to act recklessly in my father's presence. Otherwise, the Lin family would have been extinguished long ago. This matter requires the intervention of Tianqiong. Indeed, I shall seek him out. It is not that those present are intentionally concealing matters from Lin Tianqiong, but rather that he spends his days in the company of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, only emerging when the family faces insurmountable challenges. Furthermore, how could they possibly know that Lin Tianqiong would not inquire about the affairs of the fallen god abyss? At this moment, in the skies above the Lin family, this little brat is rather astute. What a rascal. No more complaints, Qin brother. You are the oldest and the most accomplished, being the Grand Emperor. What should we do now? Please take the lead." The four individuals in the sky were the ancestors of the three top-tier families, Lu, Shangwan, and Murong, while the Qin brother they referred to as naturally the ancestor of the great Qin royal family. Initially, they intended to pay a visit, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the Lin family in discussion, and even more coincidentally, they were deliberating on the very purpose of their visit concerning the fallen god abyss. Thus, they concealed their presence to eavesdrop, only to be thwarted by Lin Jun's keen vigilance, shattering their dreams. The Qin ancestor snorted coldly, since Lin Tianqiong is destined to intervene. "We must assert our dominance. Otherwise, what face would we have left? With the four great powers united, can we possibly fear a single Lin Tianqiong? They are indeed four formidable forces, and he stands at the pinnacle of them all. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, we would possess a 50% chance of victory. Moreover, the royal family harbors deep-seated enmity towards the Lin clan. Given the matter of the fallen god abyss, the three top-tier forces naturally align with the royal family, and we must capitalize on this opportunity. Qin brother is correct. I support this. I too lend my support." The ancestors of the Lu, Shangwan, and Murong families all chimed in, each harboring their own ulterior motives. The Lin family's brilliance could not be allowed to go unchecked, lest it lead to a future where the great Qin would be overshadowed by a single power among three. This was intolerable for the three top-tier forces. However, just as the four great powers reached an agreement, a leisurely voice resonated from within the Lin family estate below. "Since you are all here, why not come down for a cup of tea?" Though Lin Tianqiong appeared absent, he was, in fact, acutely aware of all that transpired within the Lin family estate. This included the battle at the northern courtyard that took place yesterday, which certainly did not escape his notice. Had it not been for Li Jian's intervention, he would have undoubtedly arrived at the scene himself. With his presence, how could his son possibly fall victim to the Qin family? As Lin Tianqiong's words resonated in the council chamber, the atmosphere grew undeniably peculiar. Lin Taixing and the esteemed elders of his clan surveyed Lin Jun with admiration. This young member of the Lin family not only possessed exceptional cultivation talent, but also exhibited a terrifyingly meticulous mind. They had nearly committed a grave error. How could the secrets of the abyss of divine destruction be divulged to outsiders? Boom. Once their auras were unleashed, the four formidable figures of the Ascendant Realm no longer harbored intentions of concealment. Instead, they unleashed a terrifying presence that enveloped the entire Lin family estate. Elder Qin, garbed in a dragon robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in midair, proclaiming, "There is no need for tea, if you are inclined. Let us proceed to the conference hall for a discussion. This matter must reach a resolution. Moreover, regarding the inexplicable disappearance of the golden dragon Dharma, which belonged to Qin Wudi, he had contemplated this for an entire afternoon and ultimately deduced that Lin Jun must have seized it through some arcane method. As the totem of the great Qin royal family and of imperial grade, it must certainly be reclaimed. In summary, the long-standing animosity between the great Qin royal family and the Lin clan would be difficult to resolve amicably. Lin Jun said with irritation, "This old ancestor Qin is truly shameless. Does he really think the Lin family is his royal garden? Just look at the words he utters. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, he even dares to invite my father to the council hall for a discussion? Such utter nonsense. Since the guest seems to be quite interested, I certainly cannot dampen the mood." As Lin Tianqiong's words resonated, he instantaneously transported himself to the council chamber. Simultaneously, the four elders of the Qin clan advanced menacingly. "Tianqiong, it appears that the newcomers harbor ill intentions." Lin Taixing furrowed his brows slightly. The sudden arrival of four individuals made him wonder if they intended to trample upon the Lin family. Lin Tianqiong remained as unperturbed as ever, declaring, "It's nothing." The elders of the clan were somewhat alarmed. How could Lin Tianqiong dismiss the presence of the four formidable beings of the Emperor realm? However, given his temperament, it was likely that even if the sky were to fall, he would remain unfazed. Just as his words hung in the air, the venerable Qin ancestor, donned in a dragon robe, was the first to step into the council chamber, exuding an unmistakable aura that clearly intended to impose a sense of authority upon the Lin family. The ancestors of the Lu, Shangwan, and Murong clans followed suit, presenting themselves with an air reminiscent of debt collectors. The overwhelming pressure emanating from them rendered the faces of all present, aside from Lin Tianqiong and Lin Jun, exceedingly uncomfortable. Lin Tianqiong, a formidable figure on par with the four others, could effortlessly disregard the imposing aura of the Ascendant Realm, which is hardly surprising. However, Lin Jun remained composed, instantly drawing the ireful gazes of four sharp-eyed individuals. Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly something peculiar at play, certainly linked to the abyss of fallen gods. Chapter 22. Arrogance and Haughtiness. Engaging in such superficial matters is utterly meaningless. Lin Tianqiong waved his hand, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual power that tore through the oppressive atmosphere. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Speak plainly. I have yet to feed my fish this evening." "Then let us get straight to the point," the elder Qin replied coldly. "We have come not to reminisce, but to seek him." As he spoke, he directed his finger toward Lin Jun. The three elders of the Lu family nodded in agreement. "If you are in search of my son, that makes things quite manageable," Lin Tianqiong said calmly. "Jinner, they have come to seek you." Lin Jun's face darkened. "Father, are you truly unaware that they are here to trouble me? At the very least, let's act convincingly." "Trouble? What trouble?" Lin Tianqiong's expression turned icy as he cast a formidable glance at the four elders of the Qin family. "Are you here to cause my son distress?" Lin Taixing gazed at the pair of father and son, rendered somewhat speechless. Yet, this was indeed Lin Tianqiong, the formidable protector of the Lin clan. Furthermore, not a single member of Lin Tianqiong's siblings could be considered ordinary. The elder of the Lu family, with a fierce glare and a huff, admonished, "Lin Tianqiong, cease your threats. Enough, Lu brother." Upon sensing the escalating tension, Elder Qin swiftly intervened with a wave of his sleeve, adopting a calmer demeanor. "We are not here to cause trouble. Rather, we have a few matters to discuss with young friend Lin." Elders Shangwan and Murong exchanged glances with the Lu elder, silently conveying a desire to avoid conflict if possible. The Lu elder gradually regained his composure, for after all, Lin Tianqiong was not someone to be trifled with. "Jenner, be a bit bolder, with your father here. Who would dare to trouble you?" Lin Tianqiong patted Lin Jun's shoulder and, with a sheepish smile, declared, "Gentlemen, feel free to inquire. If my son wishes to speak, he shall convey every thought without reservation. However, should he choose to remain silent, let it be known that anyone attempting to coerce him must first tread upon my lifeless body." At the moment his words fell, a formidable aura erupted forth with unparalleled intensity. The ancestor of the Liu family displayed a visage of trepidation. The peak of the sovereign ascension realm? This was undeniably the might of one at the pinnacle of the sovereign ascension realm. The elders of the Shangguan and Murong families were equally struck with awe. A radiant glimmer ignited in the eyes of Elder Qin. He was aware of Lin Tianqiong's formidable strength, but had never anticipated that he had attained the peak of the sovereign ascension realm, placing them on equal footing. Fortunately, he had refrained from making a move earlier. Otherwise, it would have resulted in grave complications. Lin Zhun gazed at his formidable father, feeling an indescribable sensation within. One might argue that he is strong. However, he lacks any semblance of a true champion, instead indulging in a plethora of meaningless literary musings. Haha. After Lin Tianqiong unsheathed his sword, the attitude of the venerable Qin elder became markedly more amiable. Young Lin, I have come to reclaim the totem of the great Qin royal family, the golden dragon Dharma image. He merely speculated that the golden dragon Dharma image resided with Lin Zhun, yet he articulated it with an air of certainty, intending to convey to Lin Zhun that he was already privy to the matter, rendering any attempts at concealment unnecessary. The golden dragon Dharma image? Lin Zhun smiled indifferently. Indeed, it is with me, but why should I give it to you? Arrogant, self-assured. In a word, it is simply impossible to part with it. With my father standing guard, why should he fear the Qin royal family? The smile on the face of the old ancestor of Qin visibly stiffened. He had anticipated that Lin Zhun might deny it or respond ambiguously, but he never expected Lin Zhun to acknowledge it and then refuse so decisively. Truthfully, an overwhelming tide of unexpressed fury surged within him. Young friend Lin, the golden dragon Dharma image is, after all, the totem of our great Qin. You have entered into a life and death pact with the invincible. Should he perish, I shall not hold you accountable. However, you cannot simply claim what is rightfully ours, can you? Anger boiled within him. Yet he had to endure. The golden dragon Dharma image, being of royal caliber, if possessed by the crown prince Qin Shiji, would be no different than the awakening of Qin Wudi. The great Qin royal family would surely give rise to another peerless genius. It is said that a tree without bark will inevitably perish, and a person without shame is invincible in this world. How is it that you and your grandson are both so shameless? Lin Zhun coldly declared without a hint of mercy. Qin Jingtian has audaciously meddled in the life and death duel between myself and Qin Wudi. And you still have the audacity to suggest that I should return the spoils of war? Do you not feel any shame? Return them? Absolutely not. In the past, I would have disregarded the imperial-grade golden dragon Dharma, but even if I had dismissed it, I would not be easily swayed by Qin Laozu's mere words. Moreover, now that my sacred-grade Dharmas have been devoured by the celestial punishment ruler, the imperial-grade Dharma is the finest I can currently obtain, and thus it cannot possibly be returned. Qin Laozu's anger surged within him. Had his gaze possessed the power to slay, Lin Zhun would have long been subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths. My son speaks the truth. However, at that moment, Lin Tianqiong, who had been idly toying with a jade stone, casually remarked, since this is a life and death duel, it is only fair and just that the victor claims the possessions of the vanquished. Qin Laozu's countenance darkened. He recognized that the argument held no merit. He had initially intended to pressure the other three cunning old foxes. Yet the elders of the Liu family were all too aware of the significance of the golden dragon Dharma to the great Qin imperial family. Forcing the Lin family to relinquish it would only invite trouble upon themselves. Qin Laozu understood this reasoning all too well. Within the empire, apart from the great Qin imperial family, the top four formidable forces, Lin, Liu, Shangguan, and Murong, were all wary of one another. They cooperated when necessary, yet could turn against each other in an instant. If he compelled the other three to speak out, he feared that their current collaborative relationship would crumble before they could address more pressing matters. He swiftly redirected the conversation towards mutual interests. There is another matter. Our great Qin imperial family's ancestor once ventured into the abyss of the fallen gods and ultimately perished there. Young friend Lin has just emerged alive from that very abyss, and thus deserves to provide an explanation. As expected, this statement ignited a spark in the eyes of the other three. Indeed, the abyss of the fallen gods is the foremost forbidden zone of the Tianqiong continent. Our Liu family's ancestors also met their demise within its depths. We implore you, young friend Lin, to share with us the secrets contained therein. It is a hidden realm known to all of Tianqiong continent. I concur. The three elders of the Liu family chimed in, their tone imbued with an assertive intensity. Lin Zhun chuckled nonchalantly. What relevance do the fall of your ancestors hold for me? Why should I engage in discourse with you? The secrets of the abyss of fallen gods are indeed astonishing. After all, that empress is not to be trifled with. There are even aspects within the abyss that instill fear in her, which she has never dared to approach. As for the enigmas buried beneath, I am unaware. For the empress has never alluded to them. Outrageous. Arrogant. His words ignited a tempest of fury in the hall. Even though Lin Jun had slain Qin Wudi, at best he possessed the cultivation of the Dharma realm, so what audacity allowed him to act so brazenly towards them? The atmosphere suddenly grew taut. The four ancestors of the Qin family, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. This young man is excessively arrogant, yet such is the nature of the Lin clan. Each member as if invigorated by the blood of a rooster, fearing neither heaven nor earth. They regard life and death with indifference. If they refuse to submit, they will fight. Ha. Lin Tianqiong let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "My son possesses remarkable courage, embodying the spirit of his father in his youth. And he has brought no shame to the Lin family. Arrogant? Presumptuous? What of it? Do you wish to take action? Shall I entertain you to your heart's content?" The venerable Qin, with an air of superiority, declared, "Lin Tianqiong, are you aware of the immense interest that the abyss of fallen gods has garnered from various powers? If young Lin remains silent, do you not realize the monumental troubles it may invoke for the Lin family?" Lin Tianqiong scoffed disdainfully. "Could it be that I implied the Lin family would call upon your support in times of trouble?" Lin Jun let out a cold, disdainful laugh. His words rendered the venerable Qin speechless. The three elders of the Lu family were equally incensed, their faces flushed with anger, clearly indicating their intent to resort to violence. However, Qin was no ordinary individual. The truth lay before them, even if he could not ultimately prevail. He intended to exploit the situation to significantly weaken the Lin family's power. With a surge of fury, he declared, "Lu brother, Shangguan brother, Murong brother, what are your thoughts? I shall heed Qin's counsel. Qin's word is law. I too stand with him." In an instant, all three expressed their allegiance. The atmosphere became charged with tension, as if a great battle were imminent. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the overwhelming pressure of four powerful beings emerged, enveloping the entire conference hall. Qin, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Tonight, you will speak, whether you wish to or not. Lin Tianqiong cannot protect you alone." Chapter 23. Clamor. The other three were equally filled with battle fervor. The elder of the Lu family clutched a ball of blazing fire in his hand. Shangguan, wielding the power of ice, stood resolute. Meanwhile, Murong emanated a vibrant green aura of wood energy. The stage was set. This was, quite frankly, an unabashed threat. "Qin, you truly have a grandiose attitude." At that moment, clad in a flowing red gown, Lin Yin entered the conference hall, her long hair cascading down as she coldly admonished, "I would like to see who has the audacity to force the Lin family to submit." Following closely behind, in a black attire, was Lin Feng. The two sisters faced the four formidable beings without a trace of fear. "Elder sister, younger aunt," Lin Jin exclaimed with excitement. He seldom saw these two aunts. His eldest aunt, Lin Yin, was either in seclusion or preparing for it, truly a fervent cultivator. His younger aunt, Lin Feng, tirelessly experimented with various poisonous herbs, often not stepping outside for a month or two at a time. Lin Jun distinctly remembered the longest period when his younger aunt had not left her room for a full 2 years. After all, cultivators who had reached the realm of kings and above could sustain their body's energy needs through the spiritual essence of the world, rendering the consumption of grains and cereals unnecessary. Lin Yin and Lin Feng smiled gently. "Jinner, do not be afraid. With us by your side, no one can harm you." Lin Jin is indeed the cherished jewel of their hearts, regardless of his present circumstances or future prospects. He will forever remain the beloved nephew whom they have adored since childhood. "Oh," Lin Tianqiong maliciously remarked, "with the arrival of my two younger sisters, things are bound to become interesting." The four elders of the Qin family exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. "Lin Yin and Lin Feng have returned. From where? And why is there no sign of Lin Qing? Do not spread alarmist tales." The elder of the Lu family rebuked, as four formidable experts in the Emperor realm. "Do you think we cannot deal with your Lin family?" In an effort to maintain his position as the leader, Elder Qin swiftly declared, "Lin Tianqiong, regardless of the circumstances, we must uncover the secrets of the fallen god abyss. The Murong family supports this. The Shangguan family supports this." The four Emperor realm experts all displayed a resolute determination to confront any challenges ahead. After all, The allure of the fallen god abyss is simply too great for all major factions to resist. How noisy. Lin Yin smiled coldly. Should we confront the Lin family head-on? Or should we wait a moment? Were they truly out for leisure? Certainly not. When the three old men ventured to the great Qin royal family that afternoon, Lin Tianxiong anticipated the current predicament, which is why he instructed the three sisters to step out and attend to some minor matters. The heart of the elder of the Qin family sank. The Lin family had always been formidable, and if pressed too hard, they might indeed unleash earth-shattering actions. In an instant, the expression of the elder from the Liu family changed drastically, for he had just received a message from a younger member of his clan, nearly causing him to explode on the spot. Lin Yin, you despicable woman, how dare you set up a killing array outside my Liu family? The situation had escalated. This Lin Feng was the foremost formation master of the great Qin Empire, not to mention the protective array laid for the Zhao family, which, under ample spirit stones, could withstand a relentless assault from a monarch-level expert for an entire day and night. How terrifying must the killing array she established be? Once activated, it seemed likely that not a single soul from the Liu family would survive. What a vile old man. Lin Yin held a piece of jade in her hand. This is the core of the outer killing formation of the Liu family. With just a gentle grasp, the patriarch of the Liu family turned ashen and hurriedly raised his hand to plead. Miss Lin, you must not. I spoke recklessly just now. I beg your forgiveness. Once the killing formation is activated, if the Lin family merely holds him back, the Liu family will face annihilation, and those are all their descendants. How can one not feel anxious? What does face matter in such a situation? Lin Feng, you. The patriarch of the Shangwan family simultaneously received a distress call from his grandson, the current clan leader, revealing that Lin Feng had laid a toxic mist around the Shangwan residence. Oh? Lin Feng squinted her eyes, adopting an innocuous demeanor. Although my temper is slightly more placid than that of my elder sister, it does not imply that I shall acquiesce to threats. You would do well to deliberate carefully before speaking. The elder of the Shangwan clan was nearly at his wit's end. Miss Lin Feng, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. The elder Qin, witnessing this scene, turned pale, realizing that the alliance they had painstakingly forged was on the verge of collapse, with two members already in jeopardy. When his gaze shifted to the elder Murong, he discerned that the Murong clan was equally ensnared in peril. Lin Qing is hovering over my estate. Confronted by the scrutiny of the three, the elder Murong's voice became stiff, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet he found himself devoid of any recourse. Although Lin Qing lacks knowledge of formations and is unskilled in the art of poison, he has held the title of the foremost individual beneath the sovereign realm for many years. Given the inadequacies of his descendants, should a confrontation arise, they would scarcely pose a challenge to Lin Qing. With but a single strike, he has compelled the three leading powers to lower their banners and surrender. How can your Lin family be so audacious, devoid of fear for retribution? The venerable Qin questioned with righteous indignation. Are you aware of the implications when a formidable force threatens the younger generation? Does the Lin family possess no juniors? Do you presume we lack the capability to eliminate them? The fury is palpable, a veritable inferno of wrath. Let the slaughter commence. Lin Tianxiong smiled faintly, completely unfazed, for he understood that the four elderly gentlemen before him lacked the courage to embrace mutual destruction. You, the ancestral elder Qin exclaimed, sweeping his sleeve in anger. Enough of your idle chatter. Lin Zhun was acutely aware that his family held the upper hand in this contest. He coldly remarked, you four old men, with one foot already in the grave, dare to trouble a mere junior like me? Do you not find it shameful? My three aunts have not yet attained the emperor realm, have they? In his estimation, it was highly likely that his three aunts possessed peak cultivation at the king realm. If they were all at the emperor realm, then the Lin family would undoubtedly be invincible within the great Qin. Lin Tianxiong wore a peculiar expression. Oh, foolish son. If the seals on your three aunts were to be lifted, it would be catastrophic. The royal family of the great Qin is nothing in comparison. Even if the 10 major sects of the Eastern Sea were to unite, they would scarcely be able to withstand a single finger from your aunts. Lin Yin and Lin Feng, the sisters, both wore an inexplicable smile. Humph, aware that there was no longer any hope in this matter. Elder Qin prepared to turn and depart. However, at that moment, Lin Jin calmly interjected, Elder Qin, please stay. Upon hearing this, Lin Taixing and the others immediately perked up, wondering if this prodigy would stir trouble again now that the crisis had seemingly passed. What more do you intend to do? Elder Qin's face turned ashen. Being threatened by Lin Tianxiong was one thing, But now he had to face a threat from this younger generation, Lin Jun. A strong individual would rather face death than endure humiliation. I merely wish to avoid being coerced into revealing secrets. Yet if this entails a transaction, I would consider it. Lin Jun wore a benevolent smile. After all, with the family's financial constraints, one must seek additional income. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed. As for the resources within the Tianbao Pavilion, they might not suffice for his needs. Besides, who would ever complain about an excess of spirit stones weighing them down? Upon hearing these words, the room fell into a profound silence. The four elders of the Qin clan exchanged glances, each regarding the others with an air of existential doubt. There is deception afoot. Undoubtedly, there is treachery. Being seasoned and cunning as they were, they understood that one does not simply receive gifts from the heavens. Yet, the secrets of the fallen god Abyss incessantly gnawed at their innermost thoughts. After a slight furrowing of his brow, Elder Qin softened his tone considerably. Young Lin, what price do you propose? If the matter can be resolved with spirit stones, it is hardly a significant concern, and I am confident that Lin Jun would not dare to go back on his word. Lin Jun chuckled. Now we must see what kind of sincerity each of you is willing to demonstrate. These old fellows, it seems, are beyond the ability of just my father to handle alone. However, allowing them to depart unscathed would weigh heavily on my conscience. The four elderly men were clearly teetering on the brink of his trap. Soon enough, they would find themselves lamenting their predicament. The four, including Ancestor Qin, furrowed their brows, then began to communicate through sound transmission. After all, the allure of the secrets contained within the abyss of fallen gods was simply too great for them to resist. Chapter 24. Caught in a web of deception, neither Ancestor Qin, nor the ancestor of the Lu family, nor Ancestor Shangguan or Ancestor Murong possessed the innate talent to transcend into the sacred realm. Only the enigmatic abyss of fallen gods offered them boundless hope. Brother Qin, you take the lead. I believe offering each of us 50 top-grade spirit stones should not pose any issues. We can give it a try? Although the four appeared motionless, their conversation was fervent. Spirit stones are classified into 4 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. One top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones, while one high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, 200 top-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. As for low-grade spirit stones, they are typically used for circulation in the marketplace, containing such meager spiritual energy that even cultivators in the fusion realm disdain them. Thus, in the realm of supreme powers, low-grade spirit stones are considered a niche term. Lin Jun remained unperturbed. The Lin family eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. These 4 seasoned veterans had consumed more salt than Lin Jun had rice. Yet tonight, they were destined to face a setback. Following the conclusion of their discussion, Ancestor Qin remarked, "We are willing to each contribute 50 exquisite spirit stones. What do you think?" Lin Jun smiled nonchalantly. What do you think? Offering such a trifling amount of spirit stones to uncover the secrets of the forbidden land of the heavenly dome? Is that not a bit shameless? Don't you feel embarrassed? In his eyes, these 4 old fellows had undoubtedly offered a meager price, and thus, it was imperative to extract a substantial profit from them. The faces of the 4 elders turned crimson. Lin Tianxiong joined the commotion, exclaiming, "A mere 200 top-grade spirit stones is indeed somewhat lacking. Should outsiders catch wind of this, they might mistakenly believe that our Lin family is on the brink of destitution. 100 stones. Each person must contribute 100 top-grade spirit stones, and no more." Elder Qin gritted his teeth and declared, "Furthermore, you must vow under my imperial decree. And should you break this oath, you shall face divine retribution." Lin Jun smiled, for everything was within his calculations. "No more than this," Elder Shangguan reiterated. 400 exquisite spirit stones are worth the annual revenue of a prestigious family. The elders of the Lu and Murong families nodded in agreement. Moreover, who can truly ascertain the worth of that secret? Engaging in business with you old fellows always carries the risk of loss. Lin Jun wore an expression of helplessness. "With the meager amount of spirit stones you have offered, I can only reveal the secret of the abyss of fallen gods to one person. If you agree, we can commence the transaction now. If not, then let us part ways." Elder Qin's demeanor was stern and cold. "What trickery are you attempting?" "I am not scheming," Lin Jun replied calmly. "Since this is a transaction, there must be a price to negotiate. It cannot be entirely dictated by you." His words sounded reasonable. Elder Qin acquiesced to him. Elder Murong interjected. "After all, He will swear a toxic oath under your golden pin of divine words. You can simply inform us thereafter. The golden pin of divine words is a unique divine ability created by the founding ancestors of the great Qin royal family. With such a power at their disposal, they were not overly concerned about Lin Jin's potential deceit. Why should we pay 3 times the price? I have no objections. Nor do I. The elders of the Liu family and Elder Shangwan voiced their agreement in unison. Then allow me to act as a representative and see what astonishing secrets he can unveil. Elder Qin stepped forward and retrieved 100 top-grade spirit stones from his storage ring. The elders of the Liu family did the same. For beings of their caliber, the spiritual energy contained within mid-grade spirit stones had long ceased to meet their cultivation needs. Thus, top-grade spirit stones were always kept on hand. Elder Qin waved his hand, and golden spiritual power instantly transformed into a golden pen, inscribing a spell imbued with the laws of the heavens in the air before him. As the final stroke was completed, he spoke, "Young Lin, we have prepared the spirit stones. As soon as you swear the toxic oath, the transaction shall be finalized." They, of course, needed to proceed with caution, as each had contributed 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Jun had already devised a strategy and calmly inquired, "How would you have me articulate this?" The venerable Qin, unable to contain his impatience, replied, "Naturally, you must convey it just as you did moments ago. Should you deviate from this, you shall incur the wrath of heaven, facing the thundering of 5 bolts, leading to your demise and the extinguishing of your path." With no hope of reincarnation, Lin Jun smiled calmly and declared, "I, Lin Jun, hereby swear an oath that upon receiving 400 exquisite spirit stones, I shall reveal the secrets of the abyss of fallen gods. Should I fail to uphold this promise, I shall incur divine retribution, be struck by 5 thunders, perish in body and spirit, and be forever denied the cycle of reincarnation. Is this acceptable?" Qin Laozu was taken aback by Lin Jun's straightforward oath. It was evident he was earnest. He then turned to the 3 elders of the Liu clan, and upon receiving their nod of approval, he stated, "Very well. I will now establish a soundproof barrier." Lin Jun resisted, saying, "I find it hard to trust you with the formation of the barrier, father. It would be better if you took charge." With a hearty laugh, Lin Tianxiong waved his hand to establish a transparent soundproof barrier, promptly declaring, "Very well. Should anyone dare to eavesdrop, I shall deal with them mercilessly. Now, you may converse freely." The soundproof barrier belonged to him, and should the 3 ancestors of the Liu family act suspiciously, they would inevitably fall under his watchful gaze. The 3 ancestors of the Liu family understood this principle as well, and despite their impatience, they refrained from causing any unnecessary complications, knowing that once Ancestor Qin emerged, the truth would soon be revealed. Ancestor Qin's expression was grave. "Speak." Lin Jinping spoke with an air of indifference. "The abyss of fallen gods is merely a spatial rift, teeming with chaotic currents of law. Even a formidable being at the emperor level would be instantly obliterated upon contact." What is a spatial rift, you may ask? It is essentially the edge of the celestial dome continent, where it intersects with another realm. As for what that realm entails, I am, of course, unaware. For the Empress has forbidden me from delving into the most profound secrets of the abyss of fallen gods. And what else? Elder Qin pressed impatiently. "That is all," came the reply. Lin Jun replied indifferently. The venerable Qin was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy, his eyes blazing with a crimson hue as he exclaimed, "Are you mocking me? You inquired about the secrets of the abyss of fallen gods, and I have already divulged that information." Lin Jun argued his case with steadfast logic. Indeed, what he revealed constituted the very secrets of the abyss of fallen gods. As for the Empress, she merely resided within its depths. He was resolute in his intent to procure the 400 exquisite spirit stones, while simultaneously sowing discord between the venerable Qin and the elders of the other 3 clans. This intricate scheme had only just begun. The venerable Qin's fury surged. "Do you dare to challenge my authority? I swear I shall end you." Lin Jun scoffed dismissively, then turned his gaze towards his composed father outside the soundproof barrier. "As the Supreme Emperor, your words should carry weight. A ruler must not speak lightly. Come now, arrogant." "Indeed, I am unabashedly so." The ancestral figure of Qin seethed with fury, yet reason prevailed. He clearly understood the source of Lin Jun's confidence. Clenching his fists, he ground his teeth in frustration. 400 exquisite spirit stones had merely bought such a secret? How could one survive amidst the chaotic currents of the laws that could even obliterate those at the Emperor realm? "This is my secret. not the secret of the abyss of fallen gods, thus I am not obliged to disclose it. Should you insist on knowing, a greater price is required. Father, this has come to an end. Release me. Lin Jun called out lightly, and soon the soundproof barrier was lifted. The three ancestors of the Liu family, in a state of urgency, swiftly gathered around. Lin Jun chuckled. It's a secret. I've already informed him. You should seek him out. Brother Qin, what exactly is the mystery surrounding the abyss of fallen gods? Pray tell. The three elderly gentlemen, utterly disregarding the decorum of the gathering, pressed on. For they were all members of the Lin family and were destined to uncover the truth. Damn Lin Jun, his words are as good as silence. Elder Qin's eyes blazed crimson as he erupted in a furious roar. We've been deceived, and thoroughly so. This feeling of helplessness is truly unbearable. I suspect you intend to monopolize the secret of the abyss of fallen gods. Lin Jun declared with fervor, if the three esteemed elders harbor doubts. Let him produce his oath. Should I fail to uphold my word, I shall be struck by the wrath of the heavens. This is an ancestral divine ability of the Qin royal family, intertwined with the laws of the celestial order. The elder of the Liu family, seeing Lin Jun's resolute demeanor, suddenly became agitated. Brother Qin, you cannot monopolize this secret. The elder of the Murong family concurred. Indeed, otherwise, we three old brothers will not allow it. The elder of the Shangwan family similarly asserted, it must be revealed. Chapter 25. The deceitful one. He merely mentioned that the abyss of fallen gods was rife with chaotic laws, where even emperors could meet their demise. Beyond that, he offered no further information. Elder Qin, in a fit of rage, bellowed. The three elders of the Liu family were naturally dissatisfied with this response, and they immediately turned their gazes towards Lin Jun. We have engaged in a transaction, and I have no obligation to disclose further details. If you do not trust me, let him invoke the poisonous oath of the golden pin of imperial words. Should I falter, I shall undoubtedly face divine retribution. Lin Jun's tone was calm. You, Elder Qin, glared with wide eyes. You did this on purpose, deliberately sowing discord between us. Lin Jun sneered. I suspect it is you who covets the secret for yourself. The elder of the Liu family immediately interjected, Brother Qin. Whether what young Lin says holds truth can be discerned if you activate the divine power of the golden brush of command. Indeed, the elders of the Shangwan and Murong families promptly joined in to exert pressure. Lin Jun, having fallen into the depths of the well, declared, I have not violated my oath. He wishes to monopolize the secret and thus is naturally reluctant to activate the golden pin of decrees. Very well, I shall activate it. The elder of the Qin clan, in a fit of rage, waved his hand, and at the moment the golden pin was invoked, it vanished without a trace. While Lin Jun remained unscathed, the elders of the Liu family were thoroughly incensed. If the three of you do not believe, I shall once more activate the golden pin to prove that I speak no falsehood. The elder of the Qin sensed the dire situation and realized he had been deceived by Lin Jun, which naturally heightened his urgency. Brother Qin, do you take us for fools? The golden pin of decrees is a unique possession of your Qin royal family, capable of connecting with the laws of heaven. Who can ascertain whether you possess the means to decipher it? Indeed, we trust in the golden pin established by young Lin, but you, we cannot believe. The three elders of the Liu family pressed forward, their demeanor suggesting they were ready to engage in battle at any moment. Their fighting spirit surged to its zenith. Brothers, I truly have not lied. The elder of the Qin felt as though he could not clear his name even if he plunged into the Yellow River. It was indeed a trap laid by Lin Jun, designed to sow discord among us. Everything he told me, I have relayed to you. Brother Qin, after being a prince for a century, reigning as the emperor of Qin for 200 years, and having abdicated to become the grand emperor for another century, you, an ancient being of over 400 years, claim to have been outmaneuvered by a mere 20-year-old? We do not believe it. Absolutely not. Truly, I am on the verge of losing my temper. Ling Shi and the others emerged but found no useful information. The elder of the Qin glared at Lin Jun in fury. I will kill you. I cannot endure this. Absolutely cannot. Under the overwhelming surge of spiritual power from a peak royal realm expert, even the surrounding space began to warp. Lin Jun furrowed his brows. Despite years of physical cultivation, rendering his body significantly stronger than that of other practitioners at the same realm, he still felt excruciating pain in the presence of the transcendent powers of the ascendant realm. Ancestor Qin, with a contorted visage, let out a furious roar, intent on constricting the space to obliterate Lin Jun, who dared to deceive him. The repercussions? He no longer considered them. The Qin royal family boasted 2 formidable Ascendant Realm warriors, and Lin Tianxiong's methods against the other 3 clans were utterly ineffective against the Qin royal family. Unless Lin Tianxiong could vanquish both him and Qin Zhentian, the likelihood of such an outcome was exceedingly slim. Jinner, Lin Yin, Lin Feng, and Lin Taisheng, along with a host of clan elders, rose to their feet. They would not allow for murder and silencing. However, the 3 ancestors of the Liu family could no longer contain themselves in their eyes. The actions of old ancestor Qin were clearly an attempt to monopolize the secrets of the abyss of fallen gods. Thus Lin Zhun must perish. Boom, boom, boom. As the 3 ancestors of the Liu family made their move, the onslaught of old ancestor Qin was swiftly neutralized. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into white currents that rippled outward. Lin Tianxiong waved his hand, enveloping the tumultuous waves of energy with a surge of spiritual power. Only after the explosion within the protective barrier subsided did he release beams of radiant white light. Goodness! Lin Zhun swiftly retreated, though it was merely a fleeting moment. He truly felt a brush with death. Why do you not believe me? If you doubt, I shall produce the spirit stone and allow you to hear it once more. The ancient ancestor Qin shouted helplessly, fully aware of the dire crisis that the Qin royal family would face if this matter remained unclear. Lin Zheng resolutely denied any opportunity, declaring with righteous indignation, "Qin, you old dog, I categorically refuse to engage in dealings with someone of your ilk." The countenance of the 3 elders, who had just managed to ease their expressions, once again fell into despondency. Brother Qin, is this truly amusing? First, you propose to eliminate him, only to suggest a transaction afterward, as if to silence him? We are not mere children, they insisted. Speak quickly, or else there shall be no rest until this night concludes in bloodshed. The allure of the abyss of fallen gods was far too enticing for these aging veterans, who were nearing their twilight years. They could not bear the thought of being deceived. With a lifespan of 500 years bestowed by the Ascendant Realm, failing to ascend to sainthood would mean an imminent demise, as they were all over 4 centuries old. Who among them did not yearn to take a step closer to immortality? If a fight is to be had, let it commence. Lin Tianxiong's expression was imposing. Should anyone destroy even a single blade of grass or a tree within the Lin residence, I shall undoubtedly raze their abode to the ground. The venerable Murong seethed with fury, exclaiming, "Old Qin, we await you for a duel over the western outskirts. Should you fail to appear, we shall storm the imperial palace." With that, the 3 elders, consumed by their overwhelming wrath, swiftly departed from the Lin family estate. Old Qin, pale with rage, shot a fierce glare at Lin Zhun before bellowing, "This matter is far from over." Though he yearned to settle accounts with Lin Zhun, he recognized that the present moment was certainly not opportune. Yet, the cunning of this individual left him feeling utterly vexed. Even the Qin royal family, possessing 2 formidable Ascendant Realm experts, could not withstand the wrath of the 4 supreme powers. With the 4 elders having vacated the premises, Lin Zhun finally exhaled in relief. It was undeniable that the Ascendant Realm held tremendous strength, one that he currently found insurmountable. "Jinner, are you unharmed?" Soon, a multitude of elders gathered around, expressing profound admiration for Lin Zhun's cunning stratagem, which not only diverted the impending crisis but also incited discord among their adversaries. Engaging in schemes is not determined by age. Lin Zhun's ability to outmaneuver the 4 old geezers to such an extent undoubtedly showcased his shrewdness. "I'm fine." Lin Zhun smiled faintly, although fraught with danger. The rewards were substantial. 4,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones were sufficient for Lin Teng and his companions to fervently transform their spiritual energy. It would not be long before the younger generation of the Lin family would catch up in their cultivation. Moreover, the conflict among the 3 prominent families and the great Qin royal family seemed unlikely to reach a resolution anytime soon. Boom, boom, bang. At that moment, resounding explosions echoed from afar, illuminating the already dark capital city with flashes of lightning that danced across the earth. A confrontation had commenced, and it remained uncertain whether old ancestor Qin could withstand the combined might of the 3 adversaries. The curtain was rising on a grand spectacle, and I must join in the festivities. As Lin Tianxiong's voice faded, he had already soared into the sky. Sisters Lin Yin and Lin Feng exchanged glances of utter exasperation. Lin Taisheng immediately inquired, "Is the abyss of the fallen gods truly the edge of the celestial dome continent, filled with chaotic currents of law?" The elders perked up their ears, fearful of missing a single word. After all, Even those who have ascended to the emperor realm could not resist such a secret. How could they then? Indeed, it is the very end of the celestial dome continent. Lin Jun affirmed, the reason I have survived is largely due to fortune. I discovered a secluded refuge within, evading the chaotic currents of the laws. Moreover, there are countless formidable demon beasts within, including those of the imperial realm. This, I assure you, is no fabrication. As for the matter of the Empress, I have no intention of disclosing it. After all, my kin are ill-equipped to contend with her, and I wish to spare them unnecessary worry. Furthermore, the Empress has yet to take any actions detrimental to my well-being. Lin Taixing and the others were utterly astonished. Speaking of which, for Lin Jun to return alive, it truly is an extraordinary stroke of luck. Jenner, I still find myself pondering one thing. Did you genuinely venture into the abyss of fallen gods in search of a fire elemental for Zhao Zino? Lin Yin astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. This situation defies logic. Although the fire elemental law manifestation is indeed precious, the Lin family is not without means to acquire it. Why, then, would they venture into the perilous abyss of fallen gods? The council chamber fell into an utter silence, as none could unravel this conundrum. Chapter 26. The truth of the abyss of fallen gods. At that time, my intention was to journey to the illusory Beast Mountains. Yet I felt an inexplicable force emanating from the abyss of fallen gods, as if that place held something I desperately needed. Lin Jun furrowed his brow. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the abyss of fallen gods. The phantom Beast Mountain range, teeming with ferocious beasts, was said to harbor a powerful beast emperor deep within its confines. However, the periphery of the mountain was populated by numerous beasts of varying strengths, from which most in the Great Qin Empire were derived. There were even dedicated beast hunters who, for a handsome reward, would slay these creatures to obtain their hides, bones, or blood. At that moment, an elder of considerable age, his hair as white as snow, spoke with indignation. It was precisely because I lost track of you that I endured months of scorn. I insisted that your presence had suddenly vanished, yet no one was willing to believe me. His posture grew resolute, fueled by the grievances he had endured 2 years prior. Taisheng, can you truly blame me for this? The abyss of fallen gods was calling for Zhen Er. Could I possibly be more formidable than the abyss itself? Lin Tiesheng's face flushed with embarrassment. I was merely anxious. After all, Zhen Er has returned. Why not scold me for a few more months? The elderly clan elder's expression turned icy. I cannot contend with you. This remark elicited a roar of laughter from the assembly, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Lin Yin pressed further, inquiring, who, within the abyss of the fallen gods, is summoning you? The ability to conceal Lin Jun's presence indicates an extraordinary power. It is no wonder that the entire Lin family sealed off various exits of the imperial capital and pursued Lin Jun for 200 miles beyond the city, yet failed to intercept him. This question once again cast a somber shadow over the many senior members of the Lin family. Lin Jun shook his head, stating that it was merely a sound emanating from a profound abyss. However, he found himself unable to descend into it. Yet, a mysterious black force had penetrated his body, capable of concealing his aura while simultaneously enhancing his physique. The reason he refrained from mentioning the Empress was due to a prior agreement made before departing from the abyss of fallen gods, a commitment he naturally intended to uphold. It is no wonder that even I cannot discern the depths of your cultivation. It is precisely for this reason that everyone believes you have become a mere shadow of your former self. Lin Yin inquired curiously. So that black ruler is also an artifact from the abyss of fallen gods, is it not? Lin Jin nodded, acknowledging, I am aware of its unparalleled hardness. However, as of now, no other abilities have been discovered. Lin Taixing was filled with envy. The divine artifacts within the abyss of fallen gods are undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps your cultivation is insufficient, which is why you have not discerned their other capabilities. Remember, should anyone dare to disclose the secrets of the abyss of fallen gods, they shall be deemed a traitor to the Lin family, and I shall unequivocally expose their heinous crimes before the ancestral hall. Understood? The elders of the clan are acutely aware that this matter is of great significance. Moreover, the Lin family is never lacking in spirit. By the way, what are your plans for the martial assembly of the 10 kingdoms in half a month? Lin Taixing inquired. It is impossible for me to fight on behalf of the Qin royal family, so perhaps I shall refrain from going after all. Lin Jun's countenance resembled a tranquil lake. Although the recent series of schemes had thrust the Qin royal family into a position of disadvantage, it did not imply the inevitable demise of the Qin dynasty. Moreover, having slain the formidable Qin Wudi, how could the narrow-minded Qin royal family relinquish their animosity, even with a death pact signed? Furthermore, he harbored no desire for reconciliation. Lin Taixing nodded and remarked, "Perhaps it is better not to go." The enmity between the Lin family and the great Qin royal family is unlikely to be resolved for at least a century. Therefore, the prodigies of the Lin family need not engage in battle for the great Qin royal family. It is already quite late. It would be best to allow Zhener to return and rest. Lin Feng spoke with a heart full of sorrow. Lin Zhen, although not fatigued, was eager to return to his cultivation. He clasped his fists in salute and spoke. "Patriarch, I shall take 100 top-grade spirit stones, and the remainder may be distributed among Lin Xian and the others. Esteemed elders, Aunt, I shall take my leave now." After receiving nods of approval from the assembly of elders, Lin Zhen departed. Upon his return to his chamber, his consciousness immediately entered the boundless space of the punishment celestial ruler. Surrounding him was an abyssal darkness, and not far away, the visage of a golden dragon manifested, exuding an aura of defiance unto death. In truth, such royal-grade manifestations lack autonomous awareness. They are mere lifeless entities, perhaps reflecting the proud nature of the golden dragon in its former life. In the very next moment, clad in flowing white attire, the ethereal Yin Nishang appeared before Lin Zhen, her countenance as frigid as ice. Of course, this was merely a fragment of her divine soul, while her true self remained deep within the abyss of fallen gods. Lin Zhen furrowed his brows and said, "You mentioned that once I reached the Dharmakaya realm, you would reveal the second matter. Now that I have attained it, engaging in a battle of wits with the Empress, that would be tantamount to courting death. She could extinguish him with merely a flicker of her divine essence." Moreover, he had previously attempted to cast other living beings into the boundless space of the punishment heaven ruler, yet ultimately met with failure. However, the Empress traverses it with ease, indicating her dominion over all, and she surely already knows of my ascension to the Dharmakaya realm. The second matter, until you earn my recognition, you are forbidden from forming a partnership with any other women. Yun Nishang's words resonated more as a decree. "I heard from Manager Qian that you have already acquired a partner. Why then do you persist in pursuing my intentions, solely because of my handsome visage?" Lin Zhen furrowed his brow. Indeed, he harbored no inclination for romance at this juncture. Women would merely impede his cultivation speed. However, being so forcefully pressed on personal matters was rather displeasing. Yet, in the fleeting moment that his words hung in the air, he caught a glimmer of something unusual in the usually icy gaze of the Empress. Had he perhaps misspoken? Yet, she did not seem inclined to anger. But soon, the peculiarity in her beautiful eyes vanished. "This is none of your concern. We shall proceed as agreed," Lin Zhen muttered under his breath, though his voice was barely audible, and then continued, "As for the second matter, I have acquiesced. It is merely a refusal to discuss partners, which is no significant issue, especially since he had no such intentions. This is far preferable to being forcibly dragged back by the Empress for dual cultivation. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. As for the third matter, we shall engage in the martial contest of the 10 nations, making our name resound across the Eastern Sea." The Empress issued her cold decree once more. Lin Zhen's face was etched with helplessness. "I just declared my intention not to participate, and now you insist I must? Do you wish to witness my humiliation?" He pondered. If one fails to accomplish a task, only two outcomes remain. Either continue to languish in mediocrity, forever burdened by the punishment celestial scale, or return to the abyss of fallen gods and cultivate alongside this emperor. Yun Nishang's resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. Her actions were driven by the impending 10 Nations Martial Assembly, not merely the trials for disciples of the 10 great sects of the Eastern Sea, but more importantly, the key to unlocking an ancient relic. That very place was where Lin Zhen and she had once fought side by side. She wished for him to retrace the path of their past lives. It was there that Lin Zhen, with reddened eyes, had declared, "Who dares to slay my Nishang? Even if they flee to the farthest reaches of heaven and earth, I shall pursue them relentlessly." He truly fulfilled that vow. Yet, that magnificent battle across the realms became the catalyst for her remaining in the abyss of fallen gods for 100,000 years. As Yin Nishang recalled her previous life, she remembered being grievously wounded under the siege of the 10 divine emperors. Just as she believed her end was nigh, Lin Zhen, clad in primordial battle armor, tore through the fabric of space, his right hand wielding the punishment celestial scale, while he cradled her in his left arm, battling the 10 divine emperors alone. A faint smile crept upon her lips. Fool, you are my dual cultivation partner, yet you have forgotten. But I know that since you have been reincarnated, one day you will once again lead me into battle against the heavens and earth, compelling those gods, Buddhas, and demons to repay the heartache of our 10,000 years of separation. Chapter 27. Fusion of the Golden Dragon Dharma Form. What an absurdity! Lin Jun gazed upon the vanishing empress and couldn't help but utter a remark. He then turned his attention to the proud visage of the Golden Dragon Avatar, declaring, "It is indeed a privilege for you to serve as my avatar. However, you must seize this opportunity wisely, for should you prove too feeble, I shall not hesitate to cast you aside." The Golden Dragon Avatar offered no reply, as it was merely a fragment of the soul of the Golden Dragon from its former life, lacking any semblance of independent consciousness. "Come forth." Lin Jun waved his hand, conjuring a swirling force of spiritual energy that drew the floating Golden Dragon Avatar closer, merging it with his supreme metal-type spiritual root. Roaring, the Golden Dragon Avatar emitted a resonant dragon's roar after being infused with spiritual power. Lin Jun awakened with an exceptional metallic spiritual root. Thus, the royal-grade Golden Dragon Avatar was indeed a lofty aspiration. Throughout the process of integration, there was not a hint of rejection. However, even with seamless progress, time was still a requisite. The following day, the entire imperial capital was in a frenzy. Last night, the ancient ancestor of the great Qin royal family clashed with the ancestors of 3 other supreme factions, resulting in a tumultuous battle. Meanwhile, the 6th elder, Lin Tianxiong, rallied on the fringes of the conflict. This fierce engagement lasted for over 10 hours. And it must be said that the Qin ancestor truly embodied the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Despite occasionally facing disadvantage, he managed to regain the upper hand at critical junctures. The ancestors of the Liu, Shangguan, and Murong families exhausted their efforts, yet were unable to subdue the Qin ancestor. All 4 were consumed by a fervent bloodlust. Fortunately, the battleground was located in the western suburbs. Had it been above the imperial capital, this flourishing city might have been reduced to ruins. The western suburbs lay in utter disarray, with not a blade of grass remaining for dozens of miles. "Your Majesty, I come to aid you." At that moment, the voice of Qin Zhengtian echoed from the palace, and in an instant, he appeared adorned in a dragon robe at the site of the conflict. The expressions of the 3 ancestors from the Liu family shifted dramatically. If the Qin emperor joined the fray, their situation would surely deteriorate. Observing this, the Qin ancestor promptly raised his hand, saying, "Brothers, cease the fighting. Do you wish to allow the Lin family to reap the benefits of your struggle?" The 3 ancestors of the Liu family were indeed reluctant to continue battling, for the intervention of Qin Zhengtian could potentially alter the tide of the conflict. Moreover, the Qin ancestors' words rang true. Persisting in their fight would only benefit the Lin family. Yet, relinquishing their aggression left them feeling unsatisfied. The Shangguan ancestor coldly retorted, "You are naturally unwilling to continue, considering that you alone have monopolized the gains." The very thought of it was infuriating. 100 premium spirit stones had yielded no intelligence. While the Qin ancestor could feign a look of grievance, the decree inscribed with the golden brush was signed by the Qin ancestor, and only he possessed such divine prowess. The 3 had witnessed Lin Jun's oath, thus they were resolute in their disbelief of the Qin ancestor's one-sided narrative. "I shall ensure this matter is addressed, but refrain from further violence." The Qin ancestor clasped his hands in a gesture of humility. Although he had not been defeated, his circumstances were far from favorable. Even with Qin Zhengtian's potential victory, it would not result in the death of any individual. Rather, Lin Tianxiong, observing from the sidelines, could seize the opportunity when their spiritual energies waned. In essence, continuing the battle would lead to a rebranding of the great Qin Empire. "Humph." The Liu ancestor snorted disdainfully. "In that case, we shall grant you a fortnight's grace. Should you fail to provide us with a reasonable explanation, we shall return to the palace and engage in combat once more." The Murong ancestor coldly declared, "Withdraw." The 3 were preoccupied with their respective family matters. For Lin Yin's lethal formations, Lin Feng's toxic mists, and Lin Qing's challenges awaited their attention. They had to return. Lin Tianxiong shook his head, expressing his discontent. "This is utterly pointless. Even in the imperial realm, these old fellows are behaving like children playing house after a night of fighting." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and ascended into the sky, departing from the western suburbs. "Why do we hesitate to unleash our lethal moves? Do you not have an inkling? The elder Qin was infuriated, stomping his feet. Shall we unleash our attacks and then wait for Lin Tianqiong to reap the rewards? After establishing a soundproof barrier, Qin Zhentian inquired, Grandfather, what on earth transpired? Was it not stated that the three supreme forces would unite with our Qin royal family to pressure the Lin clan? Why in the end? Did the Lin family merely become spectators? And why has our esteemed grandfather engaged in a brutal clash with the ancestors of the three supreme forces? That scoundrel Lin Jun is far too cunning. I have fallen into his trap, and our ties with the three supreme forces have been severed. Elder Qin declared indignantly. This boy is wicked beyond measure and must be executed. I cannot swallow this humiliation. Having ruled for over 2 centuries, he had encountered every conceivable scheme. To put it plainly, being deceived stemmed from his own negligence. He had not anticipated that the royal family's pride, the golden pen of imperial decree, would become the very crux of Lin Jun's plot. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Qin Zhentian clenched his fists tightly. This boy has killed the invincible and shattered our hopes for the rise of the great Qin. He deserves execution. And I shall go forth at once. Foolishness, Elder Qin admonished. If you act, do you think Lin Tianqiong will merely stand by and watch? Qin Jingtian could only tighten his fists in frustration. Lin Tianqiong murdered his imperial father, and Lin Jun subsequently took the life of his son. Yet, he finds himself unable to indulge in vengeance. Perhaps it is better to relinquish the throne. Truly a pitiful state. Upon returning, summon Shiji to seek my presence. The elder Qin spoke coldly. Although he has not awakened the golden dragon Dharma, I have investigated, and he possesses dual roots of gold and fire, both of superior quality, worthy of careful cultivation. I shall teach him the imperial technique, the royal dragon transformation. Should he possess sufficient comprehension, within half a month, he could awaken the royal bloodline. Qin Jingtian felt a surge of joy. Thank you, grandfather. The royal dragon transformation, an imperial-grade technique, is a forbidden art not meant for dissemination within the Qin royal family. And even he and his father lacked the qualification to learn such a grand skill. Once mastered, it would undoubtedly double his combat prowess. At the upcoming 10 Nations Martial Assembly in half a month, the Qin royal family would shine brightly, securing greater benefits and nurturing more formidable warriors. By the way, have you found any news regarding the matter I asked you to investigate last time? The elder Qin inquired solemnly. Those tasked with the search reported back, however, there were no prodigies among the infants born on the night of the celestial anomaly. Qin Jingtian sighed and shook his head. Continue the search. We must have overlooked someone. The elder Qin's tone remained resolute, his eyes shimmering with determination. Should we find him, eliminate all his relatives first, then bring him to the palace for my personal cultivation. Nurturing a sovereign-level powerhouse may require a century, or even 200 to 300 years, assuming the individual possesses the foundational potential to break through to that realm. Yet, to cultivate a prodigy born from a celestial anomaly could take at most 50 years, perhaps even merely 20 or 30. To ordinary individuals, this time is lengthy. But to practitioners, it is but a fleeting moment. The Qin royal family can afford to wait. Another day passed, and Lin Jun gazed at the golden dragon Dharma within his sea of consciousness, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a superior quality gold attribute spirit root, he could unleash the full might of the imperial-grade golden dragon Dharma. If he revealed all his cards now, would there be a chance to surpass the formidable beings of the King realm? Certainly, he would not gamble. Instead, he cast 100 premium spirit stones into the infinite space, resuming his cultivation. He could only hope these resources would aid him in reaching the King realm. As night fell, at the imperial mausoleum of the Qin dynasty, the atmosphere was solemn. Qin Mushi knelt before the gravestone. Allowing the evening breeze to tousle her hair, she murmured, "Ninth brother, do not blame me. I wish to petition for a more splendid tomb for you. But I cannot reach father. You should not have forced brother Lin Jun to sign a life and death contract. I am powerless," sobbing once more. With Qin Wudi's demise, she felt utterly alone within the palace. Perhaps to others, the little princess of the Qin dynasty lived amidst endless opulence and splendor. Yet who could fathom that even a fleeting meeting with her father was as arduous as ascending the heavens? She was not happy. She was not content. As the cold wind swept through the surroundings, Qin Mushi cautiously surveyed the area, inquiring, "Who is there?" Moments later, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a long beard, clad in tattered garments, appeared before the tomb. With a slight furrow of her brow, Qin Mushi politely asked, "Grandfather, may I inquire who you are?" "I am merely tidying up the royal mausoleum," the old man replied with a faint smile. Seeing someone here. I came to take a look. You don't mind my presence, do you? Of course not. Qin Mushi quickly rose, urging, Grandfather, please take a moment to rest. The old man nodded with satisfaction. If only there were wine and meat. With a hint of embarrassment, Qin Mushi confessed, Grandfather, to be honest. Although I am a little princess, I am quite alone in the royal family, and the guards of the mausoleum may not pay me any heed. Nevertheless, I shall give it a try. The old man did not hinder her. Instead, he murmured to himself as he watched Qin Mushi's retreating figure, a body of extreme yin. Coupled with a top-tier water attribute spirit root, such a promising talent. This little rascal does not realize the importance of proper cultivation. No wonder the royal family has fallen into decline. If only old ancestor Qin were to learn of this, he would be utterly astonished. Facing this audacious elder who dares to call him a little rascal, he would not only refrain from retorting, but would also kneel to receive a slap. For indeed, the old man was none other than the Emperor of Qin, the great-grandfather of the current Qin Emperor. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mushi returned, apologizing, Grandfather, I am sorry, but this is all I could manage. In her hands, she held a jug of wine and some scattered nuts, all of which she had begged for. This truly demonstrated the humble status of the little princess of the great Qin royal family, who had to plead with the guards of the mausoleum. Excellent. The old man's eyes sparkled. Having slept in the mausoleum for nearly 2 centuries, awakening from his coffin to find such fine wine was a delightful surprise. He eagerly accepted the jug and took a hearty gulp, savoring the fiery liquor as he exclaimed, Ah, this is the flavor. The fried peanuts could use a bit more time, he added. Grandfather, please drink slowly. Qin Mushi quickly advised. Oh, it's nothing. The old man tucked the wine jug into his embrace and smiled. If only I could enjoy such exquisite wine every day. With a chuckle, Qin Mushi remarked, If you desire, I shall bring you fine wine and delicacies daily, allowing you to indulge. Feigning caution, the old man replied, But I have no spirit stones. I shall treat you. Qin Mushi smiled, appreciating the companionship of her newfound elderly friend, as she had few to converse with. Quite splendid, truly marvelous. The old man rose in excitement, exclaiming, Do you believe I am an unparalleled powerhouse capable of imparting supreme techniques? Qin Mushi stifled a smile. Grandfather, I believe you may have had too much to drink. You hardly resemble an unmatched, formidable being. The old man, clad in simple garb and appearing somewhat disheveled, would have been mistaken for a beggar who had snuck into the mausoleum had he not claimed to be cleaning it. Oh, the elder, visibly displeased, inquired, What should a formidable person appear to you? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mushi blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, In my eyes, a strong individual ought to possess an aloofness akin to that of my father, the emperor, whom I have not seen in years. The last time I laid eyes upon him was 8 years ago. He even mistook me for a palace maid and intended to include me in his harem. Upon learning of my mother, he merely scoffed and departed without a backward glance. The Qin family was not truly her family, and the world bore no connection to her. She was merely an orphan within the imperial palace. Despite having relatives, she felt not a trace of familial affection. What an absurdity! The elder's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Qin Mushi's talent was undoubtedly exceptional, yet it remained tragically concealed. Dear grandfather, please refrain from speaking so freely. Qin Mushi, her anxiety palpable, placed her middle finger against her crimson lips in a gesture of silence. After cautiously surveying her surroundings, she sighed in relief. Do not utter such words again. If the royal guards were to overhear, it could spell disaster. Very well, I shall remain silent. The elder chuckled. By the way, who was the deceased to you? My 9th royal brother. Qin Mushi responded, her eyes brimming with sorrow as she recounted the events leading to this moment. She propped her chin on her hands, gazing up at the luminous moon above. Grandfather, do you think I can still maintain my friendship with the Lin family? She yearned to escape the palace, yet her 9th brother had perished at the hands of Lin Jun. For the past 3 days, she had been tending to the grave of her brother, Qin Wudi. Though he had grown selfish and cold, no longer showering her with affection, he had once been her protector since childhood. While Qin Wudi might forget, she could not. The death contract was signed at the behest of Qin Wudi. Lin Jun had no other choice but to kill him. Thus, you certainly can befriend the Lin family, the elder stated candidly. Surely, you do not harbor feelings for Lin Jun, do you? Who is Lin Jun? He is unaware, having just awakened from the coffin. However, from Qin Mushi's description, he seems to be an exceptionally gifted youth. Qin Mushi's charming face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. I have merely regarded him as an elder brother. I. The old man, observing her stammering, erupted into hearty laughter. What is there to be embarrassed about? A young man must marry, and a young woman must wed. Humph. Qin Mushi pouted. If you continue to laugh at me, old man, I won't bring you fine wine and delicacies in the future. The old man immediately adopted a serious demeanor. I shall not laugh. Absolutely not. The misdeeds of my unworthy descendants truly render me incapable of laughter. During his reign, although the great Qin had prominent aristocratic families who dared to rival the imperial family in the Eastern Sea region, who would dare mock the great Qin Empire? In just a few hundred years, it has fallen to such a state. If it weren't for discovering this exceptional talent in Qin Mushi, he would have wanted to storm into the royal palace and give his unworthy descendants a sound thrashing, forcing them to reflect upon their misdeeds. Ah, old man, why do I feel on the verge of a breakthrough? Qin Mushi's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. She lacked any innate talent for cultivation. Having remained at the pinnacle of martial artists, but unexpectedly, the shackles had loosened. It felt as if with just a little more effort, she could step into the realm of awakening. Oh, the old man smiled faintly. Then I shall not disturb you. Focus on your cultivation. Qin Mushi, oblivious to the fact that her impending breakthrough was due to her brief conversation with this ancestor of the Qin family, hurriedly sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, beginning to fervently convert spiritual energy. The old man waved his hand to establish a barrier and then set up a spirit-gathering array, personally guarding Qin Mushi. I wish to see what you lot are up to all day. He decided not to reveal himself, but rather to elevate Qin Mushi's cultivation. If those unworthy descendants were to learn that Qin Mushi not only possessed an extremely rarine body, but also a top-tier water attribute spiritual root, and yet continued their former ways, then a proper reckoning would be in order. 7 days passed. Lin Jun had completely absorbed over 100 exquisite spirit stones. Yet his cultivation remained stubbornly stuck at the 3rd stage of the Dharma aspect realm. He couldn't help but furrow his brow in frustration. Is it truly possible that 100 exquisite spirit stones have only elevated me by 3 minor realms? Are you jesting with me? Or have you secretly indulged again? This amounts to a staggering 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Previously, with less than 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I had already stepped into the Dharma aspect realm, yet now, with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, I have only ascended by 3 minor realms? This is utterly ridiculous. Surely, this must be the fault of the punishment celestial ruler. But what exactly is that? Lin Jun suddenly realized that in the previously boundless, dark, and lifeless expanse of the universe, a colossal fireball had inexplicably appeared, leaving him utterly astonished. With a mere thought, he attempted to manipulate the immense sphere of flames and was surprised to discover that he could indeed control it. What if an unexpected attack were to occur? Which adversary could possibly defend against such a force? Was this not a life-saving trump card? Empress, please, show yourself. He called out, seeking clarity on the matter, especially since he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. However, the usually responsive Empress did not materialize, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. As he scrutinized the fireball closely, he noticed that it was not only burning but seemed to be undergoing a process of division as well. Chapter 29. Long live the Empress. The rate at which the fireball was splitting was exceedingly slow, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. Lin Jun, having observed fruitlessly for an entire day, became aware of his exit from the boundless space and arrived at the Tianbao Pavilion. Qian Santong, with a cheerful smile, inquired, "Young Master Lin, how many spirit stones do you wish to acquire this time?" Lin Jun spoke directly, stating, "All of it." At this moment, there were but 7 days remaining until the 10 Nations Conference. A mere 100 exquisite spirit stones had only elevated him by 3 minor ranks. Yet he recalled that the Tianbao Pavilion possessed several million medium-grade spirit stones. Upon returning with such a fortune, he might very well break through to the King's realm. Only by attaining the King's realm could he fulfill the Empress's expectation for him to gain renown across the Eastern Sea region. What? The smile vanished from Qian Santong's face in an instant. Is that not possible? Lin Jun too felt that perhaps his aspirations were somewhat grandiose. Cough, cough. Well, of course it is possible. Qian Santong furrowed his brow tightly, then raised his head to inquire, "However, I have a question. Might it be convenient for young Master Lin to provide an answer?" Lin Jun nodded. "Master Qian, please speak freely." Qian Santong blinked his eyes, inquiring, "What realm has young Master Lin currently attained?" The Empress of the Rainbow Garment had declared that if Lin Jun did not reach the king's realm within 6 months, his life would be forfeit. Thus, Qian was even more anxious than Lin Jun himself. Unfortunately, Lin Jun's aura had been concealed by the punishing heaven ruler, rendering even Qian unable to discern even the slightest trace. Otherwise, he would not have posed such an audacious question. Currently, he is at the 3rd stage of the Dharma aspect realm. Lin Jun did not conceal anything. After all, as long as he possessed spiritual stones, his cultivation could soar to unprecedented heights. Even if Qian Santong were to divulge this information, it would not be long before Lin Jun transcended this realm. The 3rd stage of the law manifestation realm, Qian Santong bowed his head, lost in contemplation, his heart ablaze. In just 6 months, to advance from the 3rd stage of the law manifestation realm to the king sealing realm seemed utterly implausible, even for a prodigy like Lin Jun. Had he known that Lin Jun had ascended from a state of no cultivation to the 3rd stage of the law manifestation realm within a mere fortnight, he would not have felt so disheartened. Of course, such details were not something Lin Jun would willingly disclose. "Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the spiritual stones," Qian Santong said, offering a slight bow before promptly exiting the parlor. Lin Jun pushed open the door and once again beheld the portrait of the Empress, scrutinizing it with great attention. The Empress possessed a beauty that surpassed even that of celestial beings, becoming increasingly enchanting with each glance. However, upon contemplating her age, which likely surpassed that of his ancestors combined, he swiftly abandoned the thoughts that had arisen in his mind. Despite her visage being forever captured in her 20s, exuding unparalleled grace, her psychological maturity was far too advanced, inevitably creating a chasm in their communication. Regardless of how challenging the remaining tasks may be, I must strive to accomplish them. Lin Jun resolved firmly that he had no alternative but to accomplish those 9 tasks. He was determined to avoid being rendered powerless once more, burdened daily by the punishment measure. And he had no desire to return to the abyss of fallen gods for dual cultivation with the Empress. Just then, a melodious and ethereal voice reached his ears from behind. "At last, I have caught you." The speaker was none other than Xiao Beiling, her delicate hand playfully tapping on Lin Jun's shoulder. Lin Jun couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine as he furrowed his brows and inquired, "Why haven't you returned yet?" He had previously inquired about Xiao Beiling's background from Qian Santong, discovering that she was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family in Central Land. The Xiao family held a position of equal standing with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, which spanned all 4 regions of the Celestial Dome continent. This clearly attested to their formidable strength. "I still need some time before heading back, so don't think you can rush me out." Xiao Beiling playfully stuck out her tongue and added, "By the way, during your duel with Qin Wudi, I had oldly saved your life. Don't you have anything you wish to say to me?" Lin Jun's expression was as calm as a tranquil lake. "As Mr. Li mentioned, we have saved each other's lives, so we are even." Xiao Beiling pouted her rosy lips and stamped her foot playfully, exclaiming, "You are truly a bore." After traveling such a great distance, all she received in return was Lin Jun's indifferent demeanor. If she were to reveal her true identity, would it not astonish him? Yet, that would spoil the fun, for she firmly believed that Lin Jun was certainly not the kind of petty person who sought to curry favor with the powerful. Like Zhao Zhenhua. "Indeed, I must admit, I am rather uninteresting," Lin Jun replied indifferently. "Therefore, you might as well return early." "There is no need to squander time on me," Xiao Beiling retorted with irritation. "Who is wasting time on you?" "I have important matters to attend to in the East Sea region." Lin Jun neither refuted nor concurred. He observed Xiao Beiling's subtle intentions with keen insight. Yet, was he truly so easily pursued? It was neither Xiao Beiling's lack of excellence nor his own lofty expectations that hindered the situation, but rather the oppression of the Empress. As Xiao Beiling turned, her gaze fell upon the portrait of the Empress, and she promptly concealed her playful demeanor, bowing respectfully with cupped fists. Her voice tinged with urgency, "Empress Nikhang, I was unaware of your presence here. If I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Lin Jun chuckled. "Do you know her?" His understanding of the Empress was rather limited, primarily due to his reluctance to inquire, and the Empress herself never broached the subject. "Of course." Xiao Beiling exclaimed urgently, "You mustn't speak carelessly. The Empress of the Rainbow Robe is the guardian deity of the Sky Dome continent. As a denizen of the Sky Dome, how could I be unaware of her status as a protector?" Lin Jun, unperturbed, began to jest, realizing only from Xiao Beiling's words that he had learned of her title after spending so much time with the Empress. What could a simple rustic know? Xiao Beiling retorted, her eyes widening with intensity. The tales of the Empress of the Rainbow Robe are known only to the foremost powers of the Central Land. 100,000 years ago, the Sky Dome continent faced an invasion by malevolent forces. And it was the Empress of the Rainbow Robe who rose to defend the civilization of humankind. Wait a moment, Lin Jun interjected, eyes widening in disbelief. Are you certain it was 100,000 years ago? If that is the case, the Empress must be at least 100,000 years old. And she still expects him to engage in dual cultivation with her. This transcends the notion of an old bull courting a young calf. She is at least 100,000 years old, while I am merely in my early 20s. How vast is the disparity? I cannot possibly be mistaken, Xiao Bailing asserted with conviction. The abyss of fallen gods, where you ventured, is the very battleground where the Empress of the Rainbow Robe confronted the malevolent beings from beyond. Subsequently, she sealed the entrance connecting the external realm to the Sky Dome continent with her unparalleled divine power. And that location is none other than the abyss of fallen gods. Lin Jun was astounded. In this light, the Empress of the Rainbow Garb may indeed be regarded as a towering figure of heroism. Yet, why must she engage in the despicable act of coercing him into dual cultivation? How utterly shameless. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. Greatness may coexist with lechery. The Empress of the Rainbow Garb must be one of those rare individuals who embodies both grandeur and carnal desire. But wait, how is it that I have heard she possesses a partner? Lin Jun inquired once more, testing the waters. Having lived for 100,000 years, the Empress must possess a partner of extraordinary strength, one would presume. There are whispers that the partner of the Empress of the Neon Garment was a supreme deity who perished for her sake. Xiao Bailing shook her head, expressing profound envy for such an unwavering love that transcends even death. Lin Jun fell into a profound silence. Xiao Bailing lifted her charming visage and, with a hint of meaning in her words, declared, if there were a man willing to brave fire and water for me, I would love him until the end of time. Many have professed their willingness to die for her. Yet none have appeared who could selflessly lay down their lives for her. What infuriated her further was that Lin Jun seemed oblivious to her subtle hints, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration and stomp her feet, exclaiming, what a blockhead. Lin Jun remained deep in thought. If one were to consider it, it seemed quite reasonable for the Empress to seek a companion after 10,000 years of widowhood. However, to coerce him into such a situation was rather shameless. Hey, could you possibly say something? What should I say? I'm not talking to you anymore. Thank you, Xiao Bailing remarked. Lin Jun replied after her first statement. But after just 2 exchanges, Xiao Bailing widened her eyes and, with indignation, exclaimed, you intend to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Assembly, don't you? Do you even understand what the 10 Nations Martial Assembly is for? Lin Jun nonchalantly remarked. Isn't it merely the selection examination for disciples of the 10 great sects in the Eastern Sea region? He held no desire to become a disciple of these esteemed sects, for his current cultivation method had already developed into a coherent system of its own. Upon reaching the Sage Realm, the 10 great sects would offer him little assistance. Were it not for the insistence of the Empress of the Rainbow Robe, he would hardly bother to compete on behalf of the Qin royal family. Chapter 30, All Deception, Superficial. Xiao Bailing cast a sidelong glance. The selection examination for disciples of the 10 great sects is merely a fade to deceive the various powers. The truth of the matter is that the chosen prodigies from the Eastern Sea region will join their counterparts from the other 3 regions to explore the remnants of an ancient battlefield. And I, my dear, am the adjudicator for this examination. Do you grasp my meaning? With her hands clasped behind her back and her chest held high, Xiao Bailing exuded a sense of pride, her underlying message unmistakable. You should flatter me, and I shall grant you leniency. Ordinarily, such responsibilities would not fall to her. However, by sheer coincidence, she had fervently applied for the position while in the Eastern Sea region, thus earning the role of adjudicator for this contest. Lin Jun's tone was remarkably indifferent. How can one be so utterly uninteresting? Xiao Bailing, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, let me share another piece of information with you. I possess a direct entry slot, which means regardless of the outcome, if I choose to, I can venture into the ancient battlefield to explore the remnants left behind. Is that so? Lin Jun remained unperturbed. Xiao Bailing, on the verge of tears, felt her frustration rising, her heaving chest a testament to her emotional turmoil. You are truly infuriating. With that, she huffed and turned away, leaving in a fit of anger. Lin Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally managed to send away that clingy enchantress. It was no easy feat, however. Just at that moment, Xiao Bailing, having already stepped outside, turned back to respectfully salute the Empress of Attire with clasped hands. After casting a cold glare at Lin Jun, who appeared unperturbed, she departed, burdened with a sense of grievance. As the eldest daughter of the Shao family in the Central Lands, she had never endured such indignities. Not only the Lin family, but even the leaders of the 10 great sects of the Eastern Sea would display a humble demeanor in her presence. Yet, the obstinate Lin Jun was truly infuriating. Ah, what could be troubling Miss Xiao? Qian Santong observed Xiao Bailing as she brushed past him, feeling a twinge of confusion in his heart. Lin Jun replied calmly. She mentioned that she is in a bad mood today, and thus wishes to be angry. Such reasoning was, of course, unconvincing to Qian Santong. However, he was also aware that the matters between Lin Jun and Xiao Bailing were beyond his interference. He then chuckled, holding 5 storage rings in the palm of his hand, saying, "Young Master Lin, this is simply excessive. 1 storage ring cannot possibly accommodate all of this." Lin Jun nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Master Qian. I shall take my leave." Master Qian smiled warmly in farewell, yet inwardly he pondered, "You must hasten your cultivation, otherwise my life may be forfeit." However, anyone deemed worthy by the Empress of Neon Garb is certainly no ordinary individual. Lin Jun returned home and first tossed a storage ring containing spirit stones into the infinite space of the punishment heaven ruler. He then settled into a meditative state. At that moment, his mind was devoid of distractions or thoughts, entirely focused on surging toward the realm of kings. In the imperial palace of the Great Qin, within a secret realm, a powerful transformation began. Royal Dragon Transformation. With a thunderous roar from Qin Shiji, the peak power of the Dharma manifestation realm erupted dramatically. As all the spiritual energy surged into his arm, it suddenly thickened, tearing through the 4-clawed dragon robe. The robust skin of his arm began to undergo a remarkable transformation, as scales emerged, radiating a golden luminescence. With a resounding punch, the surrounding air erupted in explosive bursts, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Great-grandfather, I have succeeded. This strike is sufficient to obliterate any opponent of the same realm." The Royal Dragon Transformation, a forbidden technique of the Great Qin royal family, was astonishingly powerful, filling him with exhilaration. With his peak cultivation in the Dharma manifestation realm and mastery of royal-level martial arts, it seemed there would be no one in the Dharma manifestation realm capable of standing against him. Even Feng Wui, who dominated the Southern Academy's leaderboard and was known as invincible among his peers, would surely fall before him. Indeed, Qin Laozu nodded with satisfaction. Yet you still underestimate the might of the Royal Dragon Transformation. Even a novice in the King S realm, caught unawares, would perish in the wake of your strike. The royal family had not produced a prodigy in ages. He urged Qin Shiji to strive diligently to ascend to the King S realm and uphold the dignity of the Great Qin dynasty. He was pleased. As the crown prince, although Qin Shiji had not awakened the Golden Dragon Dharma manifestation, he possessed a high-grade dual-element spiritual root of gold and fire and had mastered the royal-level martial technique. Royal Dragon Transformation. While it might not expand territories, it was certainly enough to stabilize the foundations of the Great Qin. "Thank you for your profound favor, great-grandfather. I shall exit my seclusion and sign a life and death pact with Lin Jun to avenge the 9th prince and elevate the prestige of our Great Qin royal family." Qin Shiji hastily clasped his fists, brimming with confidence as he sought permission. In truth, he did not harbor hatred toward Lin Jun. Rather, he felt immense gratitude. After all, if Lin Jun had not slain Qin Wudi, the Golden Dragon Dharma manifestation alone would have posed a significant threat to his position as crown prince. Yet, gratitude aside, vengeance was still imperative. Qin Laozu shook his head. "What I desire is not merely your defeat of Lin Jun, but your triumph in the 10 Nations Martial Assembly, showcasing the might of our Great Qin. Thus, you must learn one more technique." Qin Shiji was indeed talented, yet he still lagged behind the top-tier prodigies. According to intelligence reports, the most formidable crown prince of the Zhou Kingdom, also a young prodigy, had already achieved the 3rd stage of the King S realm. However, no information on his true combat prowess had been revealed. One more technique? Qin Shiji's eyes sparkled with intensity. Only with greater strength could his position as crown prince be firmly secured. Following the incident with Qin Wudi, he had already dispatched skilled individuals to investigate the true cultivation levels of his royal brothers and sisters. Any potential threats to him would be swiftly dealt with. "Shiji, I shall teach you this technique only once. How much you grasp depends entirely on your own fortune." The venerable Qin ancestor's expression turned grave as he placed his withered hand upon Qin Shiji's crown. In an instant, Qin Shiji entered a meditative state, and the visions that flooded his mind left him profoundly shaken. 6 days later, Qin Shiji abruptly opened his eyes, imbued with an unprecedented confidence. Fengwei, Linjin, you shall ultimately serve as stepping stones for my ascent. I shall demonstrate to the world who truly is the foremost prodigy of the great Qin. At the very moment he concluded his seclusion, he received a command from Qin ancestor to defeat Fengwei, the top contender of the Southern Academy's ranking. Meanwhile, as Qin Mushi opened her eyes, feeling the transformations within her, her delicate face was etched with disbelief. Grandfather, how on earth did I inadvertently reach the realm of Dharma? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal revelation was that her spiritual root was of the highest grade in the water attribute. Such a lineage, within the entire Great Qin Empire, was possessed only by Lin Jun. What is this realm of Dharma? Is it truly powerful? I don't grasp it at all. Qin ancestor pretended to be perplexed. Qin Mushi patiently elucidated. It is a stage in cultivation. I had forgotten you are an ordinary person. To clarify, the cultivation realms, from the lowest to the highest, are warrior, awakening, fusion, dharma, kingship, ascendancy, venerable, entry into sanctity, and the emperor's realm. Enough, enough. Qin ancestor waved his hand impatiently. The old man cannot comprehend such matters. I am famished. Quickly, fetch me some wine and dishes. Oh, right. Qin Mushi quickly nodded. I apologize, grandfather. It's all my fault. I shall go buy some right away. As Qin ancestor watched Qin Mushi's graceful figure depart, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Heaven bless the great Qin for bringing forth such a prodigy. Yet my descendants seem utterly foolish. The Lin family? Quite intriguing. With that, he soared through the air towards the Lin family estate, drawn by a powerful aura that even he could not fully discern. Yet, this family, during his interment, was merely a second-rate clan within the imperial capital, who, in just 2 centuries, could elevate an inconsequential family to such a pinnacle of prominence. The Lin family mansion, Lin Tianxiong, clad in simple cloth, felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. Unperturbed, he scattered fish feed leisurely while remarking, "It is indeed a pleasure to have friends come from afar. Why not step forth and engage in conversation?" The aura he sensed was formidable, surpassing even the ascendant realm. Indeed, a venerable being. It appears that the Great Qin Empire is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 31. The profoundly unfathomable Lin Tianxiong. I truly did not anticipate that our Great Qin Empire harbored such hidden talents and formidable figures like you. Upon the appearance of our esteemed ancestor Qin, an auditory barrier was immediately established. Lin Tianxiong's ability to sense his arrival indicates that he has long surpassed the ascendant realm, standing at least on par with him in the esteemed rank of the venerable. Such profound cultivation suggests that during his 2 centuries of slumber, the royal lineage of the Great Qin has remarkably not been supplanted by the Lin family, which speaks volumes about the Lin family's apparent disdain for declaring themselves emperors. You have emerged from the imperial mausoleum. If my conjecture holds true, you must be one of the esteemed ancestors of the Great Qin royal family. Am I correct? Lin Tianxiong's demeanor was remarkably calm. He did not deliberately scrutinize the visitor. Instead, after feeding the fish, he resumed trimming the branches and leaves of the roses with a pair of scissors. The tranquility on the face of the ancestor Qin vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of astonishment. How could Lin Tianxiong possibly know that he had come from the royal tomb? What did this imply? Was he subtly indicating something? As for myself, I harbor no ambitions. I merely wish to live a quiet life as a leisurely individual. Lin Tianxiong continued. While I can remain indifferent to the conflicts among the younger generation, should any old fool dare to intervene, let it be known that I shall annihilate the entire Qin royal family. As the word annihilate escaped his lips, the atmosphere within the soundproof barrier shifted dramatically. The ancestors of Qin widened their eyes in astonishment, hastily raising their hands to block Lin Tianxiong's spiritual assault. With lingering trepidation, they quickly proclaimed, "The Qin and Lin families must coexist in harmony. I shall issue the necessary commands." With that, they dismantled the soundproof barrier and departed from the Lin family estate. Drenched in sweat, Lin Tianxiong left an indelible impression on him, characterized by an unfathomable cultivation level, far surpassing that of a mere honored one. Fortunately, this individual held no obsession with imperial power. Otherwise, the Qin royal family would be in dire straits. Inside the Qin imperial tomb, a voice echoed, "Where has everyone gone? Grandpa, where are you?" Qin Mushi, with a fine wine in one hand and delicacies in the other, returned to the gravestone of her ninth royal brother, only to discover that the old man had vanished without a trace. She scanned her surroundings, but found no sign of him, subsequently murmuring to herself, "How strange. I just reported on the sanitation situation to the authorities." The ancestor of the Qin smiled serenely. "Wow, is all this for me?" "Of course." Qin Mushi hurriedly laid the food and drink upon the ground, adding, "I can only offer you this humble setting." "Splendid," the Qin ancestor exclaimed, eagerly indulging in a hearty gulp of strong liquor, followed by a bite of pig's trotter, his face glistening with grease, entirely devoid of the demeanor one would expect from a being of his stature. "Grandpa, please take your time. Don't choke. It's quite all right. Attend to your own matters." Observing the old man's enthusiastic consumption, Qin Mushi couldn't help but smile. She then placed another jug of strong liquor and offerings before the grave of Qin Wudi, saying, "Ninth royal brother, I must take my leave. But I shall return frequently to visit you." After much contemplation, I realize I cannot blame the Lin family. They are truly good people, and this time, it was your misstep. Qin Mushi spoke to herself, coming to the understanding that her ninth royal brother had lost himself amidst the allure of power. "Grandpa, I am departing," she stated earnestly. "I possess neither maidservants nor guards, but whenever I have the chance, I will surely bring you food. Oh, by the way, this is the storage ring my mother left behind. It contains ample food and drink sufficient for you for half a month." Her mother had merely been a maid, and it was only through the emperor's favor that she came into existence. However, throughout her life, the emperor never conferred upon her a title. She was neither a consort nor a concubine, which rendered her status within the royal family exceedingly humble. Go on, go on." The Qin ancestor waved his hand, though his mind harbored deeper considerations. Qin Mushi had indicated a good rapport with the Lin family, which would surely serve as a bridge between the royal family and the Lins in the future. Moreover, under his guidance, Qin Mushi's cultivation had ascended to the level of a dharma aspect, awakening an exceptional water attribute spirit root. Any descendants of his, possessing even a modicum of discernment, would naturally recognize the status and treatment that Qin Mushi rightfully deserved. Upon leaving the imperial tomb, Qin Mushi's first destination was the Lin residence. The old man was correct. The Lin family was worthy of deep connections. Although not blood relatives, they felt closer than those kin within the palace. "Mushi, what brings you here?" Upon catching his first glimpse of Qin Mushi, Lin Xian dashed out of the mansion's gates. "Brother Lin Xian, I merely came to take a look." Qin Mushi placed her hands delicately on her abdomen, her handsome face radiating a charming innocence. She remained untainted by the rapid elevation of her cultivation. "You have come in search of Brother Jin, haven't you?" Lin Xian discerned the answer at a glance. The little princess remained the same as ever, unable to conceal anything in her eyes. "I just happened to come by to take a look." Qin Mushi murmured nervously, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. She was uncertain whether she truly harbored feelings for Lin Jun. Yet she was acutely aware that this man treated her with utmost kindness. Wherever Lin Jun was, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. This sense of safety was something that the formidable Qin royal family could not provide her. In fact, the very presence of the Qin royal family instilled a sense of dread within her. "Brother Jun is still in seclusion." Lin Xian shook his head, expressing his frustration. "It is exceedingly difficult for me to even catch a glimpse of him." "What?" A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Qin Mushi's beautiful eyes. Yet she quickly replied, "It's all right. I shall await his emergence from seclusion." "Brother Jin should be nearing the end of his retreat, don't you think?" Lin Xian suggested. "Tomorrow marks the day of the 10 Nations Martial Conference. Perhaps you should wait?" Qin Mushi did not oppose this notion. Instead, she accepted Lin Xian's invitation and stepped into the residence. At that very moment, Lin Jin found himself at a pivotal juncture in his breakthrough. His internal spiritual energy had reached abundance, and his body began to undergo transformation. "The King's realm." Lin Jun silently chanted a phrase, and soon the boundless energy within the space surged frantically into his body. Meanwhile, an event that would send shockwaves through the imperial capital transpired. Feng Wui, who had dominated the Southern Academy's leaderboard for years, was unexpectedly defeated by Qin Shiji. The most astonishing aspect was that Qin Shiji accomplished this feat in merely 3 moves. The crown prince, possessing profound cultivation, garnered much admiration. Feng Wui felt an inexplicable sense of defeat, having failed in his seclusion to break through to the King's realm and, moreover, losing to Qin Shiji. "There's no need for formalities," Qin Shiji proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Remember our wager. Feng Wui immediately clasped his fist in acknowledgement. I shall attend to it at once. As soon as he spoke, he channeled his spiritual energy into his legs and hurriedly made his way towards the Lin family. Was he indeed heading to the Lin residence? What wager did he share with the crown prince? If Feng Wui were to lose, he would have to defeat Lin Jun. So that was it. Off to the Lin family he goes. A splendid spectacle awaits. All were astute individuals, well aware of Qin Shiji's intentions. By sending the defeated Feng Wui to conquer Lin Jun, was it not merely a pursuit of the hollow title of the greatest prodigy of the Great Qin? In truth, Qin Shiji's schemes ran far deeper than that. Dressed in white, Feng Wui arrived at the gates of the Lin family estate, standing tall and proud. Feng Wui, Lin Xian expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning, what brings you here? As a member of the North Academy, he naturally held a long-standing grievance against the first-ranked individual from the South Academy. Moreover, there was no connection whatsoever between the Lin family and the Feng family. Hence, he regarded him with disdain. You lack the qualifications to converse with me. Summon Lin Jun. Feng Wui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with defiance. Preposterous. Lin Xian was enraged. Is the Lin family a place where you can run amok? Get out. With a single cold word, Feng Wui unleashed the full force of his peak law manifestation realm, sending Lin Xian hurtling 10 meters away. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian, having suffered a grievous blow, coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. The pinnacle of the Dharma realm loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. Observing this, Qin Mushi swiftly positioned herself in front of Lin Xian to prevent Feng Wui from advancing further, her voice laced with indignation. Feng Wui, do you dare to display such insolence before me? Chapter 32. Return to the Sovereign Realm. Who could it be? Feng Wui stood with an air of arrogance, delivering a sharp and scathing taunt. Ah, it is merely the little princess born of a maid. With such lineage, even if you were to become my concubine, your family would likely look down upon you. Explosive. Before the Lin family mansion, chaos erupted. No matter how little affection Qin Mushi received, such humiliation seemed utterly unwarranted. The Feng family was considered a prestigious lineage in the imperial capital. Feng Wui's grandfather, Feng Qingyang, served as the president of Nandu Academy, thus maintaining excellent relations with various influential factions. However, such disrespectful remarks were indeed shocking. Qin Mushi, who cared little for her origins and felt no shame in her mother being a maid, could not tolerate Feng Wui's intrusion into the Lin family mansion, where he first injured Lin Xian and then insulted her. It was simply detestable. In an instant, Lin family guards surged forth, surrounding Feng Wui with no escape. With an air of arrogance, Feng Wui declared, "Is that all you have?" This group of guards, mostly at the integration realm, with the strongest among them barely at the law manifestation realm, posed little threat. It could be said that as long as the Lin family's patriarch did not intervene, he could easily overpower them all. Everyone retreat. Lin Xian rose, clutching his chest, with traces of blood still staining the corner of his mouth as he issued his command. There was no need to let Feng Wui steal the limelight. After all, this trifling matter was one that the Lin family could easily resolve. Although the guards were filled with indignation, they ultimately retreated, recognizing that young Master Lin was acting out of concern for their well-being. Mushi, someone will take care of him. Lin Xian immediately offered words of comfort. Qin Mushi furrowed her brows slightly. Although she had entered the realm of Dharma in the Imperial Mausoleum, she felt no confidence in confronting Feng Wui, who had long been renowned and held the top position on the Southern Academy's leaderboard. Feng Wui, how dare you come to my Lin family to cause trouble? At that moment, a clan elder of the Lin family, possessing the strength of the King's realm, arrived at the scene with an imposing presence. Gazing down from the steps, years ago, Lin Tianxiong had established a rule welcoming peers to engage in friendly sparring, with the stipulation that the elders would never intervene, regardless of the outcome. Feng Wui coldly remarked, I merely injured Lin Xian. Do your Lin family elders intend to involve themselves? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, Lin Tianxiong had spoken such words. I remember it well. No wonder Feng Wui dared to be so audacious. The elder of the Lin clan's face flushed with anger. Yet he found himself with no outlet for his frustration. Feng Wui held the moral high ground, and indeed, it was merely a sparring match among the younger generation. Should he resort to violence, it would truly be akin to striking the venerable face of Lin Tianxiong. As for Lin Jun, observing the silence of the elder from the Lin clan, who had reached the pinnacle of the Wang realm, Feng Wui boldly taunted once more, have him come forth and cease being a coward. Lin Xian exclaimed in fury. Zheng Gu is still in seclusion. If Lin Zhun were not in isolation, he would have emerged by now. How could he possibly tolerate his own brother suffering such a significant setback? Ha! Feng Wui laughed heartily. Tomorrow marks the 10 Nations Martial Conference. And you claim he is still in seclusion? Do you truly believe that? As a rising prodigy poised to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Conference, he would have naturally concluded his seclusion long ago. Otherwise, he would have to wait another decade. And after 10 years, how many could still be considered the younger generation? The more gifted they are, the less likely they are to forfeit the opportunity to enter the top 10 sections. Only by reaching that level can one acquire superior cultivation resources and opportunities for experience. Lin Xian, his face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, Zheng Gu, he is indeed in seclusion. Humph. Feng Wui, with a chilling smile, retorted, avoiding battle is simply avoiding battle. The Lin family is in a state of decline. And if it were not for my seclusion during the day of the 2 academies competition, how could you in the North Academy have reaped the fruits of victory? Defeating Qin Wudi? I hardly regard him as a worthy opponent. After all, Qin Wudi was once among my subordinates. To put it more accurately, he lacks even the qualifications to be my rival. When I entered the realm of the law manifestation, Qin Wudi had only just awakened. And while I had cultivated to the pinnacle of the law manifestation, preparing to break through the shackles of the King S realm, Qin Wudi was merely at the peak of the fusion realm. Setting aside our statuses, we are not even in the same league. It is said that the Lin family possesses a fierce spirit, indifferent to life and death, and ready to fight when challenged. So, why does no one dare to step forward when I call for a duel? Are you all cowards? Feng Wui's scornful words ignited fury in Lin Teng and the others who had arrived later. Feng Shuizhong speaks the truth. The North Academy seized victory only because you were absent. They shouted. Indeed, Qin Wudi does not represent the pinnacle of our South Academy's strength. Feng Shuizhong is the true ceiling. Lin family's weaklings, step forward and accept the challenge. Soon, a crowd of students from the North Academy gathered to amplify the atmosphere. My goodness, I can hardly contain my fiery temper any longer. Lin Teng's eyes gleamed a fierce crimson as he rolled up his sleeves, eager to charge forward. However, he was firmly restrained in place by Lin Xian. It is imperative for one to possess self-awareness. It was not the fear of being struck that held him back, but rather the concern for tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. Brother Xian, allow me to engage. Lin Teng was agitated. With Brother Zhen absent, there would be no way to conclude the matter. Lin Xian, however, remained remarkably composed and shouted sternly. Currently at the 7th stage of the fusion realm, he had sustained injuries from a single blow delivered by Feng Wui. In contrast, Lin Teng's combat prowess and realm fell short of his own. What could he possibly achieve by stepping forward? This was not a reflection of the Lin family's lack of talent, but rather the scarcity of resources. Ever since Lin Zhen ventured to the abyss of the fallen gods, there had been no means to sustain even the most basic requirements for cultivation, resulting in a significant gap between the Lin family's younger generation and their counterparts from other factions in the imperial capital. Come out. Let that useless Lin Zhen show himself. Coward. Had the Lin family's youth all perished? Were there no survivors to challenge our esteemed senior Feng? The cacophony of insults grew increasingly intolerable, leaving Feng Wui too weary to respond. Yet his haughty demeanor ignited a fire within the otherwise composed Lin Xian. Feng Wui, I shall fight you. With newfound courage, Qin Mushi boldly declared a statement that left everyone astounded. This renowned waste of the Qin royal family, a princess of dubious repute, dared to challenge the first-ranked Feng Wui of the southern courtyard? What baffled everyone even more was that Feng Wui had aimed his challenge at the Lin family's youth. What business did Qin Mushi have in this matter? Momentarily stunned, Feng Wui quickly regained his composure and burst into laughter. On what grounds do you think you can fight me? Simply because you are 18 and still at the warrior stage? Or is it because you are the offspring of a maid, bereft of dignity? Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Feng Wui spared no consideration for Qin Mushi's feelings, with every word striking directly at her heart. Mushi, do not act impulsively. Lin Xian hurriedly stepped forward, declaring, he has come to challenge Brother Zhen. This matter does not concern you. Linya and others rushed forward, unable to stand idly by as Qin Mushi was bullied. This matter now concerned them. Qin Mushi's delicate face was filled with determination. After deftly evading Lin Xian and the others, she positioned herself 5 meters away from Feng Wui, ready to confront him. Mushi, do not act recklessly. Linya stepped forward, but at that moment, a pair of powerful hands forcefully held her in place. Mushi was no longer the Mushi of the past. Lin Jun has emerged from his seclusion, true to his aspirations. He has regained his cultivation at the sovereign king level. Upon learning that Feng Wui had come to challenge him, he promptly arrived at the door, only to find Qin Mushi, who left him utterly astonished. The rapidity of her cultivation progress was akin to that of a rocket. When he defeated Qin Wudi, Qin Mushi was merely at the martial realm. Now she has astonishingly stepped into the law manifestation realm. This could only be attributed to a moment of enlightenment or a significant inheritance. Such an extraordinary transformation could not occur without exceptional fortune. Jingu, goodness, you have finally emerged. I thought I would perish from longing. The younger generation of the Lin family, previously lost and disoriented, erupted with excitement upon the appearance of their steadfast pillar, Lin Jun. Feng Wui's gaze shifted to Lin Jun behind Qin Mushi, and he coldly remarked, "Has the once great prodigy of the great Qin fallen to the point of requiring a woman-esque protection?" Clearly, he held Qin Mushi in disdain and had no intention of engaging her. His aim was to provoke Lin Jun into battle. Likewise, all eyes were fixated on Lin Jun, filled with challenge and contempt. Chapter 33. Is strength paramount? Then you shall meet your demise. The ability to have a girl protect you signifies my popularity. Lin Jun responded with a faint smile, however. Since you insist on engaging in battle, I can certainly indulge your penchant for masochism. As his words faded, he descended the steps. Qin Mushi furrowed her brows slightly. Brother Lin Jun, I must confront him. He has insulted my mother, unaware of her current formidable strength. She found no reason to retreat in light of Feng Wui's actions. Rest assured, I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf. Lin Jun affectionately ruffled Qin Mushi's hair. In her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of emotion sparkled, and she then took a step back, saying, Brother Lin Jun, do your best. Lin Jun smiled faintly. Unfazed by Feng Wui, there was no need for additional effort to deal with him. He then fixed his gaze and spoke. What entitlement do you possess to challenge me at the threshold of the Lin family? And who granted you the audacity to injure my brother and insult the mother of Mushi? Lin Jun's words suddenly multiplied. Yet many remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Humph. In Feng Wui's eyes, a chilling light erupted. The fist is the embodiment of truth. Lin Jun laughed. Are you suggesting that my strength justifies taking your life without remorse? Feng Wui declared with pride. Indeed, on the Tianxun continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. The strong dictate what is right. Oh, you've provided the answer I sought. Lin Jun replied with a smile. Then let us proceed. You may strike first. Lest I fear you may not even have the chance to struggle. Arrogant. With a thunderous roar, Feng Wui unleashed a formidable aura, embodying the peak of the Dharma realm. His amalgamated form manifesting as a fierce crimson tiger. Upon harnessing spiritual energy, it opened its gaping maw and let out a fearsome roar. The sheer might of the tiger instilled dread in the weaker onlookers, who dared not meet its gaze. Heavens! It is the earth-tier fire element crimson tiger Dharma. Although Senior Feng has yet to break free from the constraints of the King realm, his fusion with the Crimson Tiger suggests that within the Dharma realm, only the Crown Prince could hope to suppress him. How peculiar! Why have both the Crown Prince and Senior Feng's strength surged so dramatically? What is so strange about that? The 10 Nations Martial Assembly commences tomorrow. At this juncture, has any prodigy not received their family's utmost support? The spectators murmured, their expressions eager for the unfolding spectacle. Unleash your full power. Let me witness if the first prodigy of the Qin truly lives up to their reputation. Feng Wui stood with unyielding pride. The earth-tier crimson tiger hovering behind him amplifying his formidable presence. Qin Mushi furrowed her brow. Such overwhelming strength. Had Lin Jun not intervened, she might have already faced defeat. Can Lin Jun truly contend with him? After all, he is Feng Wui, the foremost figure on the Southern Academy's leaderboard. In contrast, Linya and the others exuded remarkable confidence, as they had never witnessed Lin Jun suffer a defeat. Why should he wield his full power to eliminate you? In an instant, Lin Jun transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Feng Wui. What is he attempting? He bears not a trace of spiritual energy. Is he marching towards his own demise? Explosions have erupted once again. Clearly, they have forgotten how Qin Wudi met his end. Yet, how could Qin Wudi even be compared to Feng Wui? The one seeking death is you. Feng Wui raised his arm and bellowed. Onward. Roar. In that moment, the crimson tiger roared fiercely, descending the mountain with a menacing posture as it lunged at Lin Jun. Its colossal hooves were nearly as thick as a child's waist. and with a length of 7 to 8 meters, its entire body was engulfed in flames, instilling a sense of dread among all present. Everyone's eyes remained wide open, unblinking. Lin Jun did not retreat either. Confronted by the ferocious Earth-level red tiger, he unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, the once mighty Earth-level red tiger manifestation was reduced to mere flickering flames, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. What? That was an Earth-level manifestation. And Feng Wui was at the pinnacle of the manifestation realm. How could it be so easily defeated? What level of strength had Lin Jun attained in his physical cultivation? No one dared to believe it. They were unaware that Lin Jun had already reached the King S realm, surpassing Feng Wui by an entire level. Coupled with the obscured fluctuations of spiritual energy concealed by the punishing heaven ruler, everyone assumed Lin Jun had merely used brute force to annihilate the Earth-level red tiger manifestation. Indeed, he possessed some skill, but did you think that was the extent of my power? Feng Wui shouted fiercely and prepared to engage with Qin Shiji in a duel. Could he afford to go all out? Naturally not, for he was the crown prince. Yet, facing Lin Jun, he held nothing back. Tornado slash. After a fierce shout, Feng Wui retreated over 10 meters, gathering the shimmering spiritual energy within him at the edge of his palm, which subsequently transformed into a blade of energy aimed at Lin Jun. The blade, extending 3 meters long with a trailing white tail, surged forth, yet Lin Jun showed no intent to evade, instead colliding with it using the strength of his own body to shatter the tornado slash. Feng Wui's pupils dilated in an instant as he beheld Lin Jun breach his defenses, now merely inches away, leaving his mind in utter disarray. He could not fathom what manner of monster Lin Jun truly was. It was one thing to obliterate his Earth-level fire-type red tiger manifestation, but how could he possibly break through his tornado slash? You, such a worthless being, dare to provoke trouble? Lin Jun grasped Feng Wui's neck with a firm hand, declaring, "Is strength revered, and the fist considered justice? Then I shall bestow upon you death." Feng Wui wished to plead for mercy, yet the grip of suffocation rendered him incapable of uttering a sound. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entrance of the Lin family estate. "You dare harm my grandson, you bastard? Release him, or I shall ensure your demise." Feng Qingyang had arrived. Upon hearing the news of his grandson Feng Wui challenging the Lin family, he had rushed over with great urgency, but he was a step too late. Feng Wui had already been defeated, his very life held in Lin Jun's grasp. This was an affront he could not abide. "Who do you think you are to issue commands to me?" Lin Jun let out a chilling laugh and crushed Feng Wui's carotid artery. Initially, he harbored no intent to kill. At most, he considered incapacitating Feng Wui. However, Feng Qingyang's audacity to act so brazenly compelled him to strike. For to spare Feng Wui would only portray him as timid, as though he had been intimidated. Feng Wui's face was a mask of disbelief. Yet the vitality within him swiftly ebbed away. He clutched his shattered neck in agony, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth. After a few painful struggles, he collapsed to the ground, limbs convulsing, and perished instantly. This shocking scene left the onlookers in awe. No one anticipated that Lin Jun would resort to such lethal measures, especially in the presence of the South Courtyard's director, killing his own grandson. "Ah, illegitimate child, I shall have your life." Feng Qingyang's eyes widened in fury. The overwhelming aura of a Peak Wang realm expert surged forth as he struck out with his palm, aimed directly at Lin Jun. "Zheng Feng Qingyang, how dare you?" Lin Xian and others were utterly infuriated. That was Feng Qingyang. He was but a step away from entering the realm of the emperor. How could he harbor murderous intentions against Lin Jun? Meanwhile, the elder standing at the door wore a grave expression, wishing to intervene, yet it was already too late. "Am I someone you can trample upon?" Lin Jun wore a cold, indifferent smile as he channeled his spiritual energy to envelop his palm's edge, charging forward with determination. In Feng Qingyang's eyes, there was a palpable blend of hatred and disdain. The air around them detonated with a series of explosive sounds as their fists and palms collided, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy in a fierce clash. The resulting white ripples obscured the reality of the struggle for the onlookers, leaving them only with the sight of dissipating spiritual energy, forming a mist that enveloped the two combatants. Feng Qingyang was taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the King's realm? Lin Jun sneered with disdain. "Is it truly so astonishing? Is it truly so remarkable?" Feng Qingyang was on the verge of cursing. A 20-year-old at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. What does that signify? This is an unparalleled prodigy that has never emerged in the Eastern Sea region until now. The intensity of this phenomenon is akin to Lin Jun walking out of the abyss of the fallen gods alive. Yet, even so, he must perish. Upon realizing Lin Jun's formidable nature, Feng Qingyang's murderous intent grew even stronger. The Southern Capital Academy is indeed an extension of the Qin imperial family's influence, and he believed that by eliminating Lin Jun, he would accomplish what the Qin dynasty aspired to do but could not. Even Lin Tianxiong would not dare to act recklessly under the pressure of two sovereign realm powerhouses. Moreover, it was Lin Jun who had taken the initiative to kill his grandson first. Chapter 34. Confrontation with Feng Qingyang. Ignorant and fearless. Lin Jun let out a chilling smile. Although the contest was one of spiritual power, being newly initiated into the King's realm, he was naturally no match for Feng Qingyang, who stood at the pinnacle of that realm. With his aggressive demeanor, Lin Jun could not afford to hold back. A roar, a bird's cry. The sounds resonated through the surroundings. As the golden dragon and the fire spirit bird manifestations were summoned, they immediately dispersed the layers of spiritual mist. How astonishing! He had actually seized the golden dragon manifestation of Qin Wudi, a supreme-grade metal attribute spiritual root. That fire spirit bird also belonged to the earth-tier fire attribute manifestations. I recall that when Lin Jun awakened, he possessed a supreme-grade fire attribute spiritual root. Dual supreme-grade attributes? Was he defying the heavens? In an instant, screams erupted. Those who could awaken attribute spiritual roots were regarded as geniuses, and possessing dual supreme-grade roots marked one as a prodigy. At that moment, everyone understood why Lin Jun had risen to become the foremost prodigy of the great chain without a fight. Yet, they were unaware that Lin Jun possessed supreme-grade spiritual roots across all 5 elements. With a roar and a cry, the royal-grade golden dragon manifestation and the earth-tier fire spirit bird manifestation, under Lin Jun's control, launched a ferocious assault upon Feng Qingyang, akin to the clash of a dragon and phoenix. A mere trick. Although Feng Qingyang verbally dismissed it, his actions betrayed his sincerity. He immediately summoned his protective aura and prepared for the inevitable confrontation. In terms of offensive capabilities, fire attributes were undoubtedly the most ferocious, followed closely by metal attributes. While the metal attribute might slightly lag behind in raw attack power, it also encompassed the defensive qualities of Earth, making it the quintessential balance of offense and defense, hence its primacy among the 5 elements. The most crucial aspect, however, was that the 2 manifestations Lin Jun had fused were of exceedingly high caliber. Even the weakest fire spirit bird manifestation was an earth tier that most would not dare to imagine. Moreover, the golden dragon manifestation was of royal grade. Boom, boom, boom. When the 2 manifestations collided with Feng Qingyang's protective aura, the explosive shockwaves swept across an area exceeding 10 meters. This was still under Lin Jun's deliberate control. After all, concentrating spiritual power into a single point would yield a more formidable strike. Without such restraint, these 2 manifestations could easily engulf a radius of 100 meters. Feng Qingyang, visibly astonished, found himself forced to retreat over 10 meters by this newcomer to the King's realm, despite being at its pinnacle. The stone tiles beneath his feet shattered into dust, leaving gaping chasms as deep as an arm's width. How terrifying! When had Lin Jun become so powerful? Had he ever been weak? He was not a physical cultivator. Otherwise, he would not be able to summon manifestations. As the onlookers retreated to a safe distance, their gasps of astonishment surged once more. Is Lin Jun brother truly this strong? Qin Mushi murmured to herself. Jingu, invincible. Jingu, impressive. The younger generation of the Lin family erupted in jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, the elder from the Lin clan, possessing the strength of a king, felt a pang of shame wash over him. Having watched this young lad grow from childhood, he was astounded to witness how, after merely 2 years away from home, he had become so formidable, truly terrifying. Now, it was time for this old man to take action. Feng Qingyang, with a heart set on vengeance, swore to avenge his grandson Feng Wui. In an instant, his spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive sphere of water above his right palm, its flow unpredictable. As his words fell, the enormous water orb cascaded down, swiftly surging towards Lin Jun with reckless abandon. How audacious! This centenarian dares to bully my dear Jin'er. Lin Qingqi, with her sharp tongue, rolled up her sleeves, ready to dive into action. First, let us observe the spectacle. Lin Tianxiong's expression was serene and composed. Lin Qing, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Brother, are you truly the biological father of Jin'er?" Lin Tianxiong replied leisurely, In fact, sometimes it may not be the case. I, Lin Qing, widened my eyes in astonishment and said, "All right, just you wait until the next time I see my sister-in-law." Lin Tianxiong suddenly became serious. "Qinger, you are my sister. My own sister. You cannot betray me." Lin Qing shot a disdainful glance, saying, "You have deceived even your own son. How can you deny me the pleasure of deceiving you?" Lin Tianxiong remarked with indifference, "This insufferable brat is far from being as simple as you imagine. Even I cannot see through him." Lin Qing was left utterly speechless. How could her elder brother utter such words? She suppressed her emotions and continued to observe. Meanwhile, she gathered her spiritual energy in her hand, ready to impart a lesson to that Feng Qingyang the moment her nephew found himself in a disadvantageous position. Fire of destruction. Lin Zhen faced the onslaught with unwavering composure. As he waved his hand, his spiritual energy transformed into blazing flames, surging upwards against the torrent of water. The clash of water and fire, two opposing elements, created a spectacle of dazzling brilliance. The flames either extinguished or the water evaporated, resulting in a battleground where temperatures soared above 100 degrees, rendering the very air hazy and indistinct. Ice sword, shield of gold. The two engaged in a fierce display of martial prowess, while the water, under the manipulation of Feng Qingyang, exhibited an unpredictable fluidity. Lin Zhen, undeterred, seamlessly transitioned between the golden flames of battle. He was neither an arrogant individual nor incapable of seeking assistance from his esteemed family elders. However, the request from the Lady of the Rainbow Robe was to achieve renown throughout the Eastern Sea region, a condition that left no room for him to conceal his true abilities. Hence, he resolved to test his current combat prowess against Feng Qingyang, who stood at the pinnacle of the Sovereign King realm. Little did Feng Qingyang anticipate that in Lin Zhen's heart, he had become a mere puppet for trial. The reality of the situation was clear. Within the Lin family estate, even if the dual emperors of the Qin dynasty were to arrive, what could they do to Lin Zhen in the presence of Lin Tianxiong? Thus, Lin Zhen felt no apprehension and engaged wholeheartedly in the fray. "Brother, my dear nephew." Lin Qing was utterly astonished. How could he be so extraordinarily gifted? With merely the cultivation of a nascent king, he astonishingly held his ground against Feng Qingyang. At the pinnacle of the king realm, through his precise mastery of spiritual energy and adeptness in martial arts, this insufferable brat still possesses hidden cards. What? That black? Even I cannot see through it. Brother, do not frighten me. What is happening? Could it be that her grandnephew has been possessed by some ancient demon in the abyss of fallen gods? The ferocious combat prowess displayed has already transcended the realm of prodigies. This fierce battle has attracted countless spectators. Even old ancestor Qin hastened to witness, his astonishment surpassing that of Lin Qing, utterly unbelievable. "Old fellow, you may be older, yet your strength is so feeble that I cannot help but look down upon you." After delivering another strike, Lin Zhen swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and his opponent. In truth, his spiritual energy was running perilously low. Yet this battle evoked a long-lost exhilaration within him. Bastard of a secondary son, how audacious! Feng Qingyang roared defiantly. "Let us see if you can withstand this." With a thunderous shout, Feng Qingyang's body, bolstered by his spiritual power, suddenly ascended over 10 meters into the air. Following this, the water attribute's spiritual energy transformed into pristine, translucent ice feathers, plummeting towards the ground. This is a terrestrial-level martial technique. The Dean is taking this seriously. The surroundings were entirely sealed off, leaving Lin Zhen with no avenue for escape. The onlookers were left in awe. This was Feng Qingyang's ultimate move. Once the domain was established, unless the trapped individual possessed strength that could rival the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, that could only submit to the cleansing of the ice feathers. For Lin Zhen to have pushed Feng Qingyang to such an extent, this young man indeed possessed remarkable talent. In the murky depths of Qin Laozu's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shone forth. Although he regarded such an assault as inconsequential, for those of the same sovereign realm, it was undoubtedly a lethal blow. "Brother, Zhen is struggling. Do not fret. Continue to observe the spectacle. I can no longer bear to watch." "Then do not." Everyone was eagerly awaiting, their gazes converging upon Lin Zhen, curious to see how he would respond. If he could withstand this, it would be utterly astonishing, beyond belief. They could no longer subscribe to the notion that realm and combat power were inextricably linked. Chapter 35, Burning Heaven. Boiling rain. The sky was filled with ice feathers, seemingly pure and transparent, resembling exquisite ice sculptures. yet their sharpness surpassed that of the finest sword. Die! Feng Qingyang bellowed furiously as countless ice feathers, mere meters above Lin Zhen's head, once again split apart. The heavens appeared frozen, beautiful yet utterly lethal. Lin Zhen's expression turned solemn as he faced the full-force strike of a peak sovereign realm expert, leaving no room for carelessness. Observing the towering ice pillars surrounding him, which sealed off all possible escape routes, he resolved against calling for help. Instead, he chose to withstand this ferocious blow with unwavering determination, regardless of the outcome. Fiery flame soared, scorching the heavens and boiling the rain. Lin Zhen bellowed fiercely, channeling the scant reserves of his spiritual energy to empower the soaring fire spirit bird manifestation above him, launching a full-scale counterattack. With a piercing cry, the fire spirit bird was enveloped in flames, soaring brilliantly towards the icy feathers. As the fire spirit bird flapped its wings against the air, the flames adorning its form suddenly coalesced into a formidable barrier. Lin Zhen, undistracted, commanded the manifestation to construct a defense. In but a fleeting moment, the icy feathers descended upon the fiery barrier. Upon their melting, they transformed into ethereal mist, dispersing in all directions. Simultaneously, the impact of the icy feathers significantly weakened the flame shield. What caliber of martial technique could this be? Uncertain, yet it exudes an overwhelming power. It is utterly astonishing, bordering on the absurd, practically blinding to behold. The onlookers, witnessing Feng Qingyang at the pinnacle of the king's realm, unable to subdue Lin Zhen even while executing his renowned signature move, were left utterly astounded. Brother, I recall that the Lin family seemingly lacks any celestial tier martial techniques. Do they not? Lin Qing gazed at the image before her, conjured by ethereal energy, and, in astonishment, inquired, where on earth did he acquire such knowledge? Lin Tianqing replied calmly, I do not know. No wonder you have such confidence in Zhen'er. But even if Zhen'er possesses celestial-level martial skills, he ultimately cannot match Feng Qingyang. Lin Qing shook his head. Though he discerned the clues, he refrained from taking immediate action, as he could still hold on for a while longer. The heavenly step martial arts held little significance for him. Lin Tianqiang's lips curled into a slight smile. What? Lin Qing widened her eyes, her face a portrait of disbelief. Although the heavenly steps martial arts were indeed not particularly formidable, they undoubtedly ranked among the elite techniques within the Qin Empire. And this was not even considered Lin Zhen's trump card? What immense benefits had her grandnephew reaped from his journey to the abyss of fallen gods? Lin Tianqiang's assertion is indeed accurate. For Lin Zhen, the heavenly stage martial arts are hardly significant. Even though he possesses divine-level martial skills, his cultivation remains insufficient, and his spiritual energy is inadequate to unleash them. At this moment, the battle has escalated to a feverish intensity. The icy feathers dissolve under the searing flames, while the flames, in turn, extinguish at a visibly rapid pace under the impact of the icy feathers. Lin Zhen has indeed reached a critical point. In his eyes, a chilling light ignites. It is evident that without employing the punishing heavenly measure, he is utterly incapable of contending with Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang is equally blinded by fury. In an instant, a colossal black python avatar manifests behind him. As the black python avatar plunges into the icy feathers, it absorbs the water attribute's spiritual energy, significantly amplifying its power. It is the black water python dragon. Thus, the rumors from earlier were indeed true. Dean Feng has truly slain a celestial tier beast. How formidable! The onlookers are once again astounded. This black water python dragon unmistakably represents that unfortunate celestial tier beast. This battle is simply a visual delight. Zhengu, brother Lin Zhen, Linya and Qin Mushi exclaimed in unison, astonished by Feng Qingyang's audacity. As he seemed to have forgotten that they were standing before the Lin family estate, Elder Qin narrowed his eyes, eager to observe whether Lin Tianqiang would intervene. This was already the limit of Lin Zhen's capabilities, and with his internal spiritual energy depleted, even shattering a spirit stone would be too late to replenish his strength. Lin Zhen's expression was icy and resolute. Having cornered the pinnacle of the king's realm to such an extent was already a significant achievement. However, the failure to eliminate Feng Qingyang left him feeling unfulfilled. In light of this, there was no alternative but to resort to the punishing heaven ruler. It was time for me to take action. Lin Tianqiang's expression remained composed and serene. Lin Qing wore a perplexed expression. Did you not mention that Zhen'er possesses hidden cards? What is concealed can be deemed a trump card. What is exposed hardly qualifies as such. Lin Tianqiang, with an air of nonchalance, replied, The 10 Nations Martial Assembly is about to commence. Since that rascal wishes to participate, as his father, it is only fitting that I reserve a trump card for him." Lin Qing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother, is this how you leave a trump card for Lin Jun? That is undoubtedly his own. Shameless. Utterly shameless." Meanwhile, as the black water python dragon drew ever closer, the smile on Lin Jun's lips grew increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, as he prepared to wield the punishment heaven ruler, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the entrance. "Feng Qingyang, if you seek death, I shall gladly accompany you." As the powerful words reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. "He killed my grandson." Feng Qingyang's expression shifted dramatically as he finally recognized that he had been blinded by hatred, foolishly choosing to act in front of the Lin family's gates. Before he could utter another word, his body disintegrated into a mist of blood under the weight of Lin Tianxiong's formidable presence. Just as the crowd struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, Lin Tianxiong, exuding an aura of unyielding authority, proclaimed, "I did mention that the elders of the Lin family would not intervene in matters among the younger generation. However, any old fool who dares to abuse their age shall undoubtedly meet their demise. Qin, what say you?" Lin Tianxiong was engulfed in fury, the consequences of which were dire. He had already conversed with the esteemed figure from the Qin family who had recently appeared, yet despite the presence of the venerable Qin old ancestor, there was no intervention to prevent Feng Qingyang, the director of the southern court affiliated with the Qin royal family, from taking action. It was evident that the intention was to compel him to respond. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Throughout the vast Qin empire, there were scarcely more than a handful who would dare to refer to Qin old ancestor as Old Dog Qin, and Lin Tianxiong was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. With a cold, authoritative tone, Qin old ancestor declared, "I have merely come to witness the spectacle and to escort Lin Jun to the imperial palace, heading to the martial arena of the 10 kingdoms. Feng Qingyang's desire to slay your son bears no relevance to me. Lin Tianxiong's disregard for him is not a recent occurrence. Moreover, Lin Tianxiong is a formidable being of the same caliber as he is, nonetheless. This does not diminish his imperial authority in the eyes of the masses." "Oh," Lin Tianxiong said calmly. "So, you are not here to trouble the Lin family after all?" "It seems that was not the case, but now it is," Elder Qin replied, his face flushed with anger. "Feng Wui is one of the prodigies representing the great Qin Empire in the 10 Kingdoms Martial Assembly, and yet your son has taken his life. What punishment shall be deemed appropriate for such an offense? The Lin family has become exceedingly arrogant. Even if they cannot eliminate Lin Jun, they must compel him to confess. Moreover, Lin Jun was the one who committed murder first. Surely the Lin family cannot find a justification to shield him from this fact. Great-grandfather, this matter is not the fault of brother Lin Jun." Qin Mushi stepped forward without hesitation, then knelt upon the ground. It was Feng Wui who claimed that strength is the ultimate truth. Brother Lin Jun even asked him if the powerful could kill whomever they wished, to which Feng Wui gave an affirmative reply. Qin Mushi, typically gentle and yielding, could often retreat in various circumstances, but when it came to Lin Jun, the elder brother who had always protected her since childhood, she could not remain silent. Moreover, Feng Wui had the audacity to insult her deceased mother. Even if her mother lacked an official status, she was still of royal blood. Feng Wui's offense against the imperial dignity warranted his demise. Qin Laozu's eyes flickered with a cold glint. Step back. He was acquainted with Qin Mushi and had dismissed her concerns. Furthermore, he sought to deal with Lin Jun and needed a valid reason. How could he allow Qin Mushi to jeopardize his plans? Due to Qin Mushi's restraint and the concealment of her exceptional water attribute's spiritual root, Qin Laozu failed to perceive that his great-granddaughter was the most gifted among all royal descendants. Though kneeling, Qin Mushi stood firm in her defense. Brother Lin Jun is innocent. You cannot condemn him. Her resolve was unwavering, and she met Qin Laozu's authoritative gaze without flinching. She was determined to stand up for Lin Jun. Everyone around was left speechless. Could this be the same gentle and delicate princess, born of a maid, daring to confront Qin Laozu? The elder's face turned ashen with indignation, and he thundered, "I command you to withdraw." His voice, infused with the might of an emperor, struck Qin Mushi, causing her to spit blood and be hurled backward over 10 meters, ultimately landing on the steps. "Ah!" Qin Mushi let out a soft cry. Her beautiful eyes clouded with pain. Chapter 36, A Difficult Dilemma. Linya swiftly rushed over and embraced Qin Mushi in her arms. Lin Xian and the others also rushed over. "I am fine." In order to spare the Lin family from worry, Qin Mushi, despite the excruciating pain tearing through her body, managed to suppress her suffering. Yet, tears still streamed down her beautiful cheeks. Mushi, why must you explain yourself to him? Lin's fury surged like a tempest as he fixed his gaze upon the elder Qin. You old wretch, it was I who dispatched Feng Wui. If you possess any courage, direct your wrath at me. What merit is there in striking Mushi? Why offer explanations? If Elder Qin truly had the audacity to eliminate me, why seek justification? The truth is, he fears my father. Elder Qin's countenance darkened ominously. I stand before you, in the presence of the formidable factions of the imperial capital. Declare your intent. Will you kill me or not? Lin Jun stood undaunted, his gaze unwavering as it met that of the venerable Qin ancestor, showing not the slightest hint of trepidation. The Lin family, so resolute. Are you only just realizing this? It is said that the previous Qin emperor met his demise at the hands of Lin Tianqiang, gravely wounded. The spectators murmured among themselves, blissfully unaware that every word spoken was crystal clear to the Qin ancestor, yet Lin Jun exhibited no semblance of submission. He harbored no intent to slay Lin Jun, merely seeking to salvage a semblance of dignity. Alas, he now found himself in an inextricable predicament. Old fool, if you have the courage, let my brother Jun be your target. Indeed, if you lack the audacity, do not dare to act so brazenly before the gates of the Lin family. The younger generation of the Lin family eagerly surged forward. Lin Jun's decision is their collective resolve. Even in the face of death, they shall not waver. Brother, a lifetime of brotherhood. Their leader can only be Lin Jun, for he alone possesses the ability to command respect. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards Ancestor Qin. What a predicament! To kill or not to kill. To slay would unleash Lin Tianqiang's wrath. To refrain would mean losing face. The illegitimate son seeks his own demise. Ancestor Qin turned pale, and in that moment, spiritual energy surged violently, his imperial aura erupting magnificently, enveloping the entire venue. The expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Feng Qingyang, merely at the pinnacle of the King realm, could not even begin to compare with Ancestor Qin's overwhelming presence. The corners of Lin Jun's mouth were adorned with a chilling smirk. Inside the mansion, Lin Qin, upon witnessing the ethereal reflection conjured by spiritual energy, grew anxious and exclaimed, Brother, that old dog Qin is about to strike. You must hurry outside. Lin Tianqiang tended to the flowers and plants, utterly unconcerned. He dared not act recklessly. That individual had arrived nearby. As long as one is not foolish, one would not dare to jest with the grand legacy of the Qin dynasty. Of course, even if the esteemed member of the Qin family did not intervene, he was confident that at the very moment the venerable ancestor of the Qin clan made a move, he could strike them down. In any case, strength is paramount. It is a manifestation of invincibility. Reaching the pinnacle of the imperial realm, a mere trifling matter. Lin Qin was utterly astonished. Simultaneously, Patriarch Qin found himself in a torturous dilemma, his hand poised yet hesitant to descend, as the turmoil within him was unbearable. You insolent wretch, do you not retreat? At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated within Patriarch Qin's consciousness. Father! The expression on Patriarch Qin's weathered face transformed into one of sheer terror. That unmistakably belonged to his father. His father was alive. Moreover, he had successfully ascended to the realm of the esteemed. A wave of ecstatic joy surged through Patriarch Qin, yet before he could indulge in his elation, he was swiftly subdued by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the esteemed realm. Hasten back to the palace. I have matters to discuss. Patriarch Qin's voice was frigid, yet he communicated through a method that ensured only he could hear it. Of course, Lin Tianqiang could eavesdrop if he desired, but he evidently held no interest in such affairs. The domestic matters of the great Qin royal family paled in significance to the koi in the pond. Upon hearing the summons, Patriarch Qin swiftly made his way back to the palace, unaware that this return would lead to a dramatic display of filial piety under duress. Father? What father? What has befallen him? The onlookers were taken aback, oblivious to the reasons behind Patriarch Qin's sudden departure. After all, no one dared to imagine that the ancestor of the Qin clan, who had perished 200 years prior, could possibly be resurrected. In truth, Patriarch Qin's father had not passed away. He had immersed himself entirely in the pursuit of the esteemed realm, secluding himself within his mausoleum to contemplate the essence of death. Ultimately, he succeeded in ascending to the esteemed realm and gleaned numerous profound insights. Just as he emerged from his coffin, he encountered Qin Mushi, which set off the preceding events. Not only the onlookers, but even the Lin family members exchanged bewildered glances. Zhenggu, what has happened to him? Indeed, why did he leave so abruptly? Lin Jun shrugged his shoulders and exclaimed, "How would I know?" He then stepped forward, his brows furrowing slightly. Mushi, she is gravely injured. Quickly take her inside to tend to her wounds. This old man truly showed no mercy, not even to his own great-granddaughter. Lin Xian shouted in indignation. Lin Yu supported Qin Mushi. I am fine, just a minor injury. Qin Mushi uttered a small lie to alleviate their worries. In truth, she was unfazed. As a royal princess, she found herself defending the Lin family. Within the palace, she felt no familial affection, but in the Lin household, she was enveloped in warmth. In fact, she had no desire to return to the cold and unfeeling palace. In this battle, Feng Wui had perished, and Feng Qingyang, who came to lend assistance, was swiftly defeated. Even the esteemed ancestor Qin had been frightened away. The true prowess of the Lin family remains shrouded in mystery. However, it is indisputable that Lin Tianxiong stands as the preeminent force within the Great Qin Empire. Concurrently, within the imperial palace's Yangxin Hall, the ancestor of the Qin dynasty, clad in humble attire, sat upon the dragon throne. Father, is it truly you? The elder Qin, having hastily returned from the Qin family estate, rushed into the grand hall without a moment's delay. Upon beholding the venerable figure seated upon the throne, tears of joy streamed down his face as he knelt in reverence, exclaiming, I am your son, Qin Rini, and I pay my respects to you, father. The ancestor of the Qin chuckled heartily. You still remember your father? Do you recall what you promised when I abdicated in your favor? Qin Rini promptly replied, though 3 centuries have elapsed. I vividly remember my vow to lead the imperial family of Qin in unifying the Eastern Sea region. Is this, then, the answer you have entrusted to me after all these years? The Qin ancestor, exuding an aura of authority, responded with a calm yet imposing demeanor. Within the realm of Great Qin, formidable powers have emerged, and beyond our borders, mighty nations flourish. Even within our own territory, the imperial family has lost its absolute voice. His understanding of the national situation incited a growing frustration within him. He could not fathom why such a formidable empire had been entrusted to someone he deemed incompetent. Qin Rini, drenched in perspiration, quickly defended himself. Father, though I possess grand aspirations, the younger generation proves inadequate and lacks the ability to stand on the grand stage. His heart was heavy with sorrow. Indeed, within the territory of Great Qin, there were 3 prestigious families, Lu, Shangguan, and Muro. Yet none dared to challenge the imperial family. It was perplexing that the Lin family, once merely a first-rate clan, suddenly produced such a formidable figure as Lin Tianxiong, leaving him overwhelmed. Moreover, the younger generation had proven to be increasingly disappointing. The Qin ancestor coldly rebuked. Qin Wudi awakened the golden dragon Dharma aspect, yet he fell beneath your very noses. Qin Mushi, with her extreme Yin constitution and supreme water attribute spirit root, has also faced suppression. Is this what you refer to as the Qin imperial family's decline? The Qin lineage had not weakened, nor did it lack exceptional talents. They merely remained obscured. Father, Qin Rini, now agitated, stammered as he spoke. I was indeed unaware of Qin Mushi's extraordinary gifts, but the death of Wudi is solely attributed to the Lin family. Over the years, they have wreaked havoc within our borders, oppressing the imperial family. I implore you, father, to emerge from seclusion and eliminate that Lin Tianxiong. He felt the immense pressure of his father's presence, clearly sensing that he had ascended to the realm of a revered elder, capable of effortlessly vanquishing Lin Tianxiong. Once the Lin family was dealt with, he was confident that even without his father's intervention, he could manage the remaining 3 premier families with ease. Chapter 37. Welcoming the little princess back to the palace foolishness. The ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty waved his sleeve, conjuring a surge of spiritual energy that sent Qin Rini tumbling to the ground, rolling several times in the process. Despite being a formidable presence at the sovereign realm, Qin Rini, with his tough exterior, quickly rose and knelt on the ground, trembling with fear as he implored, Father, what exactly have I said wrong? He struggled to comprehend the ruthless heart of his father, which was no less fierce than his own. Yet, upon entering the esteemed realm, why had he become so deferential? Lin Tianxiong, now his equal in cultivation, displayed disinterest in the affairs of the realm. Otherwise, did he believe that the Great Qin would still belong solely to the Qin family? The ancestral figure's wrath surged within him as he bellowed these words, leaving Qin Rini's face etched with dread. Lin Tianxiong's cultivation is not inferior to that of the emperor? This implies that Lin Tianxiong is not merely at the ascendant realm, but rather at the venerable realm? For so many years, he has remained in the shadows. What could be his intent? If he had acted against the Lin family on those occasions, would he not have met the same grim fate as Feng Qingyang? The implications are chilling. Listen closely. Qin Mushi is the royal heir I intend to nurture. Should she suffer even the slightest grievance, the consequences shall fall upon you. The words of our ancestor Qin resonate like iron. The cultivation of Qin Mushi stems not merely from a serendipitous encounter in the royal tomb, nor solely due to her possessing an exceptionally lean physique and superior water attribute spiritual root, but rather because her ties to the Lin family are exceedingly strong. With Qin Mushi present, many conflicts between the great Qin royal family and the Lin family can be alleviated. Yes, father, I shall attend to this matter at once. Qin Rini, pale with fear, scurried out of the hall of nurturing heart. This disheveled appearance was fortuitously witnessed by Qin Jingtian, who had come upon hearing the news. Qin Rini quickly composed himself, feigning nonchalance. Grandfather, is it true that great-grandfather is still alive? Qin Jingtian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed. Qin Rini nodded. Moreover, he has ascended to the venerable realm. Our great Qin royal family now has a venerable to safeguard us. Henceforth, no powerful nation in the Eastern Sea shall dare to underestimate the great Qin. Wonderful! Qin Jingtian exclaimed, his joy beyond expression. What are great-grandfather's instructions? Qin Rini replied solemnly. You are to immediately dispatch the imperial guard to the Lin family with the royal honors befitting a princess, to bring Qin Mushi back. She must be treated with the utmost respect. Do you understand? A look of confusion crossed Qin Jingtian's face. Grandfather, but is she really Qin Mushi? He had a vague recollection, yet it was far from clear. He might not even recognize her if they crossed paths. Do as I say. And should there be any misstep, you shall face my wrath. Qin Rini barked sternly. Had it not been for the emperor's reminder, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Mushi was such a prodigy. Understood. Qin Jingtian had countless questions, yet he obediently departed to fulfill the imperial command. Leading the way were the imperial guards clad in black and gold armor, followed by soldiers in golden armor. The carriage was resplendent, adorned with dazzling jewels. And instead of noble steeds, it was drawn by 6 earth-tier demonic beasts, the serrated tigers. The grand spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Within the Eastern Palace, upon receiving the news, the crown prince was beside himself with dismay. Why must the emperor mobilize such a grand display to welcome a lowly princess born of a mere maid? And that Feng Wui only intensified his ire. A cold glint ignited in his eyes. Lin Jun, your demise is inevitable. The talent displayed by Lin Jun is truly terrifying. If not addressed promptly, it will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Summon someone. Inform the palace guards that Qin Mushi is forbidden from entering the palace. Those who defy this order shall face execution without mercy. Yes, as the imperial guards of the great Qin arrive at the Lin family estate. The Lin family stirs with excitement. What exactly does the royal family intend to do? Are they here to escort Mushi back to the palace? Linya furrowed her phoenix brows in irritation, proclaiming, I believe they harbor no good intentions at all. Lin Xian, equally solemn, declared, Mushi, you shall remain within the Lin family and go nowhere. Not even the arrival of old ancestor Qin will pose any threat to you. The Lin family members all nodded in agreement. Given Qin Mushi's audacity to stand against the venerable Qin ancestor for Linjin, it was inconceivable that anyone would reject her. Moreover, this young princess shared a close camaraderie with their descendants and possessed an endearing charm, providing no grounds for her dismissal. This is my home, not a hellish abyss. Qin Mushi smiled serenely. I shall return to seek you all when I find the time. She wished to linger, yet had no alternative. She feared that her presence might bring trouble to the Lin family. Mushi, do not be foolish. In that royal palace, where are the true familial bonds? Indeed, Lin Teng and others hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade her, genuinely fearing that Qin Mushi would face severe punishment upon returning due to the events of noon. Qin Mushi lowered her head and smiled gently, assuring them, it is nothing to be concerned about. Lin Jun calmly said, allow me to escort her home. Brother Lin Jun, there's no need to trouble yourself. Qin Mushi instantly looked up, her beautiful eyes brimming with gratitude. It's on my way. Have you forgotten that I am to attend the 10 Nations Martial Arts Conference? Lin Jun gently ruffled Qin Mushi's hair. Qin Mushi's smile was enchanting, and she relished such affectionate intimacy. In her sparkling, expressive eyes, there was an abundance of joy. Lin Xian. Lin Jun called out. Lin Xian hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed, Zhengge, speak up. The future of the Lin family is a responsibility you must shoulder. After my departure, you must urge them to cultivate diligently. Should anyone dare to be lazy, impose a severe reprimand upon them. Lin Jun was earnest, his gaze directed towards the crowd. Hey, Zhengge, why are you looking at me? Lin Ting, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and said, I've been working diligently lately. My cultivation has progressed from the 3rd stage of the fusion realm to the 5th stage. Lin Xin cast a glance and remarked, Is that truly your achievement? It is evidently Brother Zhan who has provided us with such valuable resources. This statement only served to heighten Lin Tang's embarrassment. While the younger members of the Lin family gazed at Lin Zhan with an expression filled with reverence. Take care of yourselves. Should anyone dare to trouble you, make a note of it. Upon my return, I shall collect what is owed. Lin Zhan waved his hand and then said, Mushi, let us be on our way. A gentle smile graced the corners of Qin Mushi's lips as she gazed at Lin Zhan's back, feeling an indescribable sense of security. As they reached the entrance, the cavalry captain spoke with a tone laced with impatience. Why have you taken so long? Although Qin Zhengtian had instructed him prior, he still doubted Qin Mushi's ability to rise in status. If only Qin Zhengtian had shown a modicum of paternal affection, the little princess would not have been subjected to such mistreatment for so long. Qin Mushi furrowed her brows, nervously wringing her hands, aware that she would undoubtedly face punishment upon her return. Enough of this idle chatter. Quickly board the carriage and present yourself to the emperor. The cavalry captain, in the presence of the little princess, displayed neither deference nor respect, his demeanor exuding arrogance. All right, Qin Mushi nodded. Just as she was about to take a step forward, a large hand grasped her arm, prompting her to look back in confusion. Brother Lin Zhan, what is the matter? Mushi, have you ever heard the saying? Lin Zhan's expression turned serious. Qin Mushi frowned. What is it? Kindness invites exploitation, and gentleness may lead to being trampled upon. Your benevolence and fragility are precisely the weaknesses that embolden those of lower status to bully you. Lin Zhan's gaze bore into the cavalry captain. Do you understand what must be done? He could not bear to see Qin Mushi suffer, for she was his sister with whom he had grown up. A hint of confusion flickered on Qin Mushi's exquisite face, while the cavalry captain's eyes revealed a trace of apprehension. Young Master Lin, what do you mean by that? What is Lin Zhan's intention? He has not offended the Lin family. Moreover, everyone treats this young princess in such a manner. To slay you, a wretched creature unable to discern rank and status. Lin Zhan's gaze turned icy, and with remarkable speed, he unsheathed the saber from the waist of the cavalry captain, swiftly striking downward. The cavalry captain had no time to react, after all, as a mere figure in the realm of Dharma. How could he possibly resist the murderous intent of one in the king's domain? With a resonant clang, the moment the captain's head severed from his body, the cavalrymen clad in black and gold armor, momentarily stunned, hastily drew their sabers. Meanwhile, the soldiers in golden armor behind them formed ranks, brandishing their long spears, poised for action. In Qin Mushi's beautiful eyes, disbelief filled her gaze. She then glanced at the bloodied head that lay on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Zhan, so formidable. Chapter 38. She is not only a princess, but also my sister. Qin Mushi is not merely the little princess of the great Qin. She is also my sister, Lin Zhan. Anyone who dares to insult her, to slander her, or to treat her with disrespect shall face dire consequences. In Lin Zhan's cold, piercing gaze, a palpable aura of ruthlessness permeated the air. After his words echoed, he cast aside the bloodied sword beside the lifeless head, commanding, "Get in the car." Qin Mushi, momentarily dazed, nodded in agreement. The earlier scene left her somewhat disoriented. It was not that she resented Lin Zhan, but rather, no one had ever dared to speak a word in her defense before the royal family. Yet, Lin Zhan had taken action. This man was not merely her brother. He was a deity in her eyes. Following the recent events, the Imperial Guards dared not exhibit any further insolence. Promptly lowering the steps to the carriage and standing respectfully to the side, Qin Mushi felt as if she were in a dream. Those guards who typically looked down upon her now regarded her with profound reverence in their eyes. Indeed, Lin Zhan was correct. One must be resolute to stand firm. The princess takes her leave. With a resounding command, the Imperial Guard commenced their march towards the palace, the Lin family residence. Brother, are you not concerned that the old dog Qin might covertly harm Zhaner if you do not follow? Lin Qing was in a state of utter urgency. Lin Tianxiong remarked calmly, If they can discern what is of greater significance, then that wretched boy, if so easily slain, is unworthy of being my son. Lin Qing's eyes blazed with urgency. But, Qing'er, I have run out of fish feed. Please fetch some from the house for me. Lin Tianxiong remained calm and composed. Who would dare to pose a threat to Lin Jun? It would depend on whether they possessed the capability to kill. This is truly driving me to the brink of desperation. Lin Qingxi stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, regardless, he is your son. I shall not concern myself any longer. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Fish bait? How delightful to think so. This girl. Lin Tianxiong remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. On the carriage, Lin Jun and Qin Mushi exchanged profound insights, emphasizing the importance of remaining calm in the face of adversity and dedicating oneself to diligent effort. Qin Mushi listened with slightly parted lips, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Jun inquired with concern, do you understand? Qin Mushi, appearing somewhat perplexed, nodded slightly in response. Lin Jun remarked, if someone dares to speak disrespectfully or create difficulties for you shortly, do you know how to respond? Should I kill him? Qin Mushi blinked innocently. To earn respect, one must adopt a firm approach, instilling fear in those who are fickle and opportunistic. Dignity is not something to be bartered for. It is earned through strength. Lin Jun imparted his wisdom earnestly. Qin Mushi, being too gentle, would find it challenging to avoid being bullied in the treacherous environment of the imperial palace. With the forthcoming martial assembly of the 10 kingdoms looming, lasting anywhere from a month to half a year, he believed that with the Lin family's influence, the palace denizens would think twice before crossing Qin Mushi. Oh! Qin Mushi exclaimed, waving her delicate fist, her crimson lips parting slightly. I understand now. If anyone dares to speak ill of me again, I shall take action to teach them a lesson. Lin Jun smiled, recognizing the potential for mentorship in the young one. As the grand procession approached the Su Nw gate of the imperial palace, the imposing gates showed no sign of yielding. With the cavalry captain having been slain by Lin Jun, the imperial guard, dispatched to welcome Qin Mushi, dared not show any negligence and promptly declared, we are here by the command of His Majesty to escort the princess back to the palace. We implore General Zhang to facilitate our passage. From atop the city tower, a man with a thick beard, clad in imposing armor, looked down with an air of authority and proclaimed, by order of the crown prince, the young princess is forbidden from entering the palace. The guards at the city gate furrowed their brows, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, in terms of military rank, they could not compare to the gatekeeper general, nor could they match his formidable prowess. Just as they were at a loss, Qin Mushi emerged from her carriage, standing before the railing, feeling somewhat apprehensive yet compelled to assert herself coldly. Zhang Deping, does my brother's command truly hold more weight than that of our father? Zhang Deping let out a derisive laugh. I act under the orders of the crown prince, yet His Majesty has issued no decree. How am I to ascertain whether you speak the truth? As a trusted confidant of Qin Shiji, commanding 3,000 imperial guards at Su Nd Gate, he certainly did not regard the fallen princess with any reverence. Qin Mushi's delicate brows knitted together, momentarily at a loss for words. As she had never been in such a position of vulnerability before, Lin Jun shook his head with a hint of helplessness and then reminded, just repeat what I did while I was at the Lin family. Qin Mushi, feeling anxious, nervously rubbed her hands together and said in a low voice, but I can't defeat him. He is a master at the king level. Lin Jun declared with unwavering conviction, as long as I am here. If he dares to lay a hand on anyone, I shall have just cause to slay him. Qin Mushi felt somewhat troubled, yet she held an unwavering trust in Lin Jun. She then lifted her face, her gaze locking onto the self-satisfied Zhang Deping atop the city tower. Be fiercer, otherwise, you will not intimidate him. Lin Jun was on the verge of desperation, while Qin Mushi, accustomed to being bullied since childhood and possessing a timid disposition, found herself lacking in confidence. Under Lin Jun's guidance, Qin Mushi adopted a much more aloof demeanor. With a deep breath, she proclaimed, Zhang Deping, you are but a mere gatekeeper general, a subject of the great Qin royal family. Yet here you stand, audaciously disrespecting me, a princess. Do you not recognize your superior? Do you not understand the distinctions of rank and nobility? Her voice was icy, and her presence undeniably commanded greater authority. Lin Jun chuckled softly, his demeanor somewhat softened, which was indeed a sign of progress. After all, one must take gradual steps. One cannot expect to become corpulent in a single gulp. However, Qin Mushi's remarks left the imperial guards atop the city tower exchanging bewildered glances, unable to fathom that this was the seemingly meek little princess who could be easily trifled with. Zhang Depreng grappled internally, recognizing the truth in Qin Mushi's words. He was but a subject of the great Qin royal family, and to put it bluntly, a mere hound nurtured by the imperial lineage. Regardless of her demeanor, Qin Mushi remained a princess of the great Qin. Yet, when he recalled the orders of Crown Prince Qin Shiji, his doubts promptly dissipated, and he resolutely declared, "As a recipient of the imperial stipend, I vow unwavering loyalty. Should the princess fail to recognize her position, I shall not be held accountable for any affronts." With the crown prince's name invoked, his audacity visibly swelled. Qin Mushi furrowed her brows, her first attempt at defending her authority and status feeling rather unfamiliar, leaving her uncertain of her subsequent actions. Just then, Lin Zhen's voice turned icy as he proclaimed, "Zhang Depreng, you have 1 minute to lower the drawbridge. Should you dare to obstruct me further, I shall show no mercy." As his words resonated, an overwhelming aura of power enveloped Xuande Gate in an instant. The sheer ferocity emanating from him instilled profound terror. How many souls would it take to amass such a chilling aura of menace? Zhang Depreng's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated that Lin Zhen, this madman, would actually share a carriage with Qin Mushi. He was aware of Feng Wuyi's demise and had heard tales of Lin Zhen's confrontation with Feng Qingyang. No matter how arrogant he was, he could not conceive of himself as a match for Feng Qingyang. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Zhen's audacity. He was indeed a man of action, a figure so formidable that even the 9th prince met his end without consequence, backed by a powerful and intimidating family. Yet, recalling the crown prince's orders, he found himself compelled to stand firm, saying, "Young Master Lin, exerting such pressure within the palace is tantamount to inviting assassination. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" His voice faltered, lacking conviction, yet he had no other choice. Failure to comply would jeopardize his standing with Qin Shiji and potentially endanger the future of his descendants. It was a perilous gamble. Lin Zhen's expression was icy, devoid of any superfluous words, as he leaped onto the city wall with a single bound. The surrounding imperial guards, struck by terror, retreated in haste, leaving Zhang Depreng utterly alone. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Depreng exclaimed in desperation, fear gripping him, yet he could not afford to retreat even a single step. His heart was filled with bitterness, pondering how he had managed to provoke such a formidable individual. A sharp sound echoed. Lin Zhen delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Depreng's face. This slap is delivered without regard for status. With another swift strike, he continued, "This slap is for your contemptuous gaze." The barrage of slaps left Zhang Depreng in a daze, utterly paralyzed to retaliate. Despite being a master of the Feng Wang realm, he was no match for the likes of Feng Qingyang. The man before him, brimming with audacity, was capable of holding his own against Feng Qingyang. Most importantly, his formidable backing ensured that even if he were to slay Zhang, the royal family would not come to his aid. Chapter 39. Two choices. The surrounding imperial guards trembled in fear. This young master of the Lin family was undeniably a little demon. He truly treated the palace as his own private garden. Meanwhile, Zhang Depreng's aged visage was now marred and disfigured, bruised and battered beyond recognition. "I, Lin Xiao, am merely the bearer of orders," Zhang Depreng stammered in his defense. "If you were not merely conveying orders, you would already be a corpse." Lin Zhen's tone was icy. "You are presented with two choices, or else you shall meet a dead end. My reluctance to kill does not stem from fear. My true target is the instigator of Qin Mushi's suffering, the Crown Prince Qin Shiji." "Young Master Lin, what do you command?" Zhang Depreng stammered in terror. "I shall undoubtedly comply," Lin Zhen coldly declared. "Either summon Qin Shiji to issue the imperial decree right here, or lower the suspension bridge and open the city gates to graciously welcome the young princess back to the palace." Did Zhang Depreng possess the audacity to have the Crown Prince Qin Shiji present the decree in person? After a shiver coursed through his robust frame, he hastily shouted towards the rear, "Lower the suspension bridge and welcome the young princess back to the palace." With the command given, the bridge descended slowly, and the Xuande Gate swung open. "Should there be another instance, your life shall be forfeit." Lin Zhen exuded an imposing aura as he cast Zhang Depreng to the ground, then swiftly descended from the city tower and returned to his vehicle. "I pay my respects to the little princess." The guards, standing in 2 rows, knelt in homage. In Qin Mushi's captivating eyes, there was a profound astonishment. This was a form of respect she had never before received. Subsequently, 6 Earth-tier demonic beasts, the Sawtooth Tigers, drew a carriage across the suspension bridge and through the palace gates. Brother Linjun, are you not afraid of provoking the eldest prince? Concern clouded Qin Mushi's delicate face. In the past, when members of the Lin family witnessed her being bullied, they had clashed with Qin Shiji on numerous occasions. During the 2 years that Lin Jun had been away from the imperial capital, Qin Shiji's lackeys frequently troubled the Lin family in the northern courtyard. Lin Xian and others found themselves powerless to retaliate, and the Lin family would not intervene in the disputes among the younger generation. One should not be paralyzed by fear of both wolves and tigers. Consider that if they hold no fear of you, why should you cower before them? Lin Jin spoke in a calm tone. Previously, your lack of talent could be excused. However, at your current level, you are more than capable of establishing a firm footing among your peers. There is no need for you to fear them. His long-standing grievances with Qin Shiji rendered him indifferent. Following his battle with Feng Qingyang, he had gained some insight into his own capabilities. When facing a master at the pinnacle of the King's realm, it was nearly impossible to secure victory without employing the punishing heaven ruler. Yet he could at least maneuver with ease. Presently, among the younger generation within the Qin Empire, he was the sole individual to have ascended to the King's realm, and it was time to assert his dominance. In the East Palace, what? Qin Shiji glared furiously, slamming his palm against the table with a resounding crack. Lin Jin was utterly audacious. Zhang Deping, bloodied and terrified, dared not utter a word, trembling on the ground. Your Highness, Lin Jin has returned for a brief period and already shows such blatant disrespect towards you. It is an unforgivable offense. Indeed, if no punishment were meted out, what would become of imperial authority? The speakers were all distinguished young talents from the Qin Empire who participated in the 10 Nations martial arts gathering. Yet they were merely young masters from families lacking substantial influence. Otherwise, they would not be so eager to flatter Qin Shiji. For instance, Lu Qianchen from the Lu family, Murong Waner from the Murong family, and Shangwan Jinghong from the Shangwan family all watched the unfolding spectacle with a sense of amusement. Lin Jun indeed shone too brightly. Upon his return, he usurped the halo that rightfully belonged to them. All are illustrious heroes of the great Qin, so why should Lin Jun claim the foremost position? Esteemed guests, we are all champions of the great Qin Empire, destined to confront the 10 nations in martial prowess. Yet Lin Jun, brazen and arrogant, disregards imperial authority and revels in bloodshed. Would you, noble ones, accompany me to present our case before the emperor, to recount the grievous transgressions of this marauder? Qin Shiji passionately articulated his discontent, failing to comprehend why the royal family of Qin was hesitant to engage in conflict with the Lin clan. Surely, it must be due to a fear of insurrection among the influential families within the realm. This time, he aimed to rally all present to voice Lin Jun's crimes in the Grand Hall, alleviating his father's concerns. Similarly, Lin Jun must meet his demise, otherwise, he would never rise above his peers. As the next prospective emperor of Qin, he refused to be overshadowed. Following the prince's command, the assembly bowed in unison. Qin Shiji furrowed his brow slightly, hoping for the support of Lu Qianchen, Shangwan Jinghong, and Murong Waner. Yet, those three seemed to be mere spectators. Brother Lu, Brother Shangwan, Sister Waner, what are your thoughts? Qin Shiji could no longer contain himself and spoke up, for these three were scions of top-tier factions, and their willingness to act could significantly sway his father's judgment. Murong Waner, with her exquisite beauty clad in a delicate blue gown and her hair elegantly styled, smiled gently. We shall follow the prince's lead. Shangwan Jinghong, arms crossed defiantly, declared, I stand with Sister Waner. Lu Qianchen remained aloof, choosing silence. Very well. A cold gleam ignited in Qin Shiji's eyes as he clenched his fists. Then let us proceed to the Grand Hall to seek justice against Lin Jun. With that, he turned and led the way out of the East Palace. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, Qin Jingtian sat upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority without displaying any anger. Lin Jun remained unperturbed, for the entanglements with the royal family of the Qin dynasty were irreconcilable. His audacity to enter the palace reflected his indifference to the dark maneuvers of Qin Zheng. I pay my respects to Father Emperor. Qin Mushi nervously performed the ceremonial kneeling, his voice trembling and his gaze averted. Please, rise quickly. Qin Zheng descended from the dragon throne and approached Qin Mushi with a benevolent smile. Who is this? This was none other than the foremost powerhouse of the Qin royal family, and also his great-grandfather's chosen prodigy. Such a person deserved no neglect. Lin Jinjin furrowed his brow slightly. pondering the ulterior motives of this old man. Why did it deviate so starkly from his expectations? Qin Mushi was equally astonished, responding with gratitude. Thank you, Father Emperor. Qin Zhengtian, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, I am often burdened with state affairs and seldom have the opportunity to inquire about your well-being. Why do you not come to visit me? If outsiders were to witness such a display, they would surely be taken aback. Yet, the more fervent his demeanor, the more anxious Qin Mushi became. What exactly did her father intend to do? Lin Jun suddenly remarked. It seems that it is not that Mushi does not wish to see you, but rather that she cannot see you. Qin Jingtian's face darkened, a tempest of anger brewing within him. However, upon recalling that Lin Tianxun was not of the Ascendant Realm, but rather of the Venerable Realm, he immediately donned a smile. My dear nephew, I indeed have my shortcomings, yet I am also beset by my own circumstances. Mushi is my youngest princess, and her mother passed away far too early. As he spoke, Qin Jingtian clasped Qin Mushi's delicate hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mushi, it is the fault of your father. In the days to come, I shall surely cherish you well. Qin Mushi, lifting her gaze slightly, felt a pang of sorrow at the tip of her nose, and crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. She could hardly fathom that the father she had seldom seen throughout her life would shed tears for her. Lin Jun smiled coldly. What do you intend to do? It would be prudent to articulate your intentions clearly. Something felt amiss, undeniably so. Even with Qin Mushi's cultivation at the Dharma realm, it seemed implausible that Qin Jingtian, that old fox, would feign repentance so convincingly. There must be something else at play. Dear nephew, I am acutely aware of the debts I owe to Mushi, and now I wish to bestow upon her greater affection. Is there truly a fault in that? Qin Jingtian appeared profoundly sincere, his gaze unwavering as it met Lin Jun's. In the past, he had indeed looked down upon the daughter born from a drunken dalliance with a maid, but the current Qin Mushi possessed a leverage he could exploit. Moreover, with her ancestral backing, he dared not act recklessly. The atmosphere within the grand hall instantly fell into a profound silence. Lin Junwei narrowed his eyes, stepping forward to embrace Qin Mushi, and confronted the current Emperor Qin with a question. You cannot possibly possess such a proclivity, can you? If so, I shall never allow you to succeed. Recalling the events of 8 years past, Qin Mushi blinked, and the sentiment that had initially welled up within her was instantly obliterated, replaced by confusion and an overwhelming sense of dread. Surely, her father would not harbor such intentions toward her. Chapter 40. The Emperor's regret. Lin Jun had heard of the events from 8 years ago, when Qin Mushi had tearfully visited the Lin family. Recounting her encounter with the Emperor, who did not recognize her and had audaciously requested her attendance in his chambers. At merely 18 years of age. How young had she been at that time? After 18 years of neglect, his sudden fervor could only stem from a desire for Qin Mushi. He could conceive of no other possibility. Qin Mushi trusted Lin Jun far more than the father who stood before her. A glint of cold light flickered in Qin Zhengtian's eyes, and he followed with a heart-wrenching declaration. My dear nephew, I do possess certain inclinations, yet I remain acutely aware of moral boundaries. She is my daughter, bearing my blood. How could I ever commit such a heinous act that defies all decency? Sighing, he continued, I understand that Mushi has endured too many grievances over the past 18 years, and her distrust of me is entirely justifiable. However, I find solace in the fact that Mushi has you as such a commendable friend. As he spoke, Qin Zhengtian sorrowfully beat his chest. In Lin Jun's eyes, doubt was palpable, while Qin Mushi had already been reduced to tears. It turned out he was aware of everything. He knew of the injustices she had endured. Mushi, do not weep. Qin Jingtian, as a sovereign of great renown, possessed an unparalleled mastery over the art of persuasion. With tears streaming down his face, he lamented, It is my fault. All of this is my fault. The one who should weep is I. Even if you cannot forgive me, I harbor no resentment. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qin Mushi could no longer contain herself, and just as she was about to speak, she was halted by Lin Jun. He simply could not bring himself to trust Qin Zhengtian, not even in the slightest. Yet, I still hold a wish, a yearning for your forgiveness. Qin Jingtian's eyes brimmed with affection and remorse. Father, Qin Mushi choked out through her sobs. I do not blame you. I truly do not blame you. Stepping forward, Qin Jingtian gently placed his hands on Qin Mushi's shoulders, then enveloped her in his embrace, soothing her with the words, My dear daughter, do not cry. It is all my fault. Lin Jun stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the sight of the father and daughter embracing. What in the world was Qin Jingtian playing at? Genuine remorse? He He found it hard to believe. Just then, a eunuch burst in, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he fell silent, his mouth agape in astonishment. Like Lin Zhan, his mind struggled to comprehend the unfolding drama. Qin Jingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Mushi, I have pressing matters to attend to. But rest assured, once I have dealt with state affairs, I shall make amends to you and your mother. Qin Mushi nodded obediently. Yes, I shall step outside for now. She recognized her position and did not wish to complicate matters for her father. There's no need for that, Qin Jingtian said with a smile. Quickly dry your tears. I must confess, I have little fondness for tear-streaked faces. Nodding in agreement, Qin Mushi raised her delicate hand to wipe away her tears. But Qin Jingtian produced a golden silk handkerchief embroidered with a dragon motif to assist her instead. All done. Once he had achieved his intent, Qin Jingtian resumed his former majesty and turned to the eunuch. Speak. The eunuch promptly knelt. Your Highness. The crown prince and the esteemed talents of the great Qin are already outside the palace. Seating himself upon the dragon throne, Qin Jingtian waved his hand. Let them enter. Yes. The eunuch rose and called out, announced the crown prince and the esteemed talents of the great Qin to the court. As the words echoed, Qin Shiji stormed in. Brimming with fury, followed closely by more than a dozen prodigies from various regions of the great Qin, each possessing at least the strength of a law manifestation. Hence their esteemed title. Yet, when it came to prodigies, they would always find themselves overshadowed by Lin Zhan. Your son pays his respects to father. Qin Shiji immediately bowed. Paying respects to Emperor Qin, the assembly of prodigies knelt in unison. However, Lu Qianchen, Murong Waner, and Shangwan Jinghong merely clasped their fists in a show of respect before standing opposite Lin Zhan, openly scrutinizing him. They hailed from the foremost families, and like Lin Zhan, their greeting to the emperor was a matter of respect. A lack of formality was equally permissible. Rise. Qin Jingtian waved his sleeve and proclaimed with righteous authority. You are all prodigies of the great Qin. In the upcoming expedition against the 10 nations, it is imperative that we reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to the great Qin. The 10 Nations Martial Assembly had seen the great Qin Empire decline over the past century, each subsequent event worse than the last. In the 20 years prior, they had even found themselves at the bottom of the rankings. Reflecting on the past, the great Qin Empire had once been the undisputed overlord of the Eastern Sea region, subduing any who dared to defy it, with 7 of the other 9 nations paying tribute. However, upon realizing the great Qin's hopelessness, Qin Rini had passed the burden on to him, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Understood. The prodigies bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Yet Qin Shiji spoke up, Father. Before we embark on the expedition against the 10 nations, I have a matter to request. Qin Jingtian nodded slightly. Speak. Lin Zhan is brazen and unrestrained. His crimes are grievous and deserving of punishment. Qin Shiji's piercing gaze swept across Lin Zhan, each word resonating with a powerful clarity. Lin Zhan remained unperturbed, yet was accused of heinous crimes? What a farce. Qin Jingtian's expression turned icy. Truly, one should not provoke the ire of those who are already agitated. He had yet to relay his explanations when the crown prince audaciously interjected, prompting a stern reminder. Lin Zhan, my esteemed nephew, is the finest prodigy of our great Qin. What wrongdoing could he possibly have committed? Such an insinuation was unmistakably clear. The phrase my esteemed nephew momentarily stunned Qin Shiji. However, considering his current alliance with all forces within the great Qin, coupled with jealousy and animosity, he boldly proclaimed, Lin Zhan is guilty of 2 counts. First, he murdered my 9th royal brother and seized our imperial totem, the golden dragon's dharma form. Second, Lin Zhan has repeatedly spoken disrespectfully to our venerable grandfather and father, thus showing contempt for the royal dignity. Such acts warrant severe punishment for disrespect. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Jingtian, seated upon the dragon throne, was visibly displeased. Attempting to convey his discontent through subtle gestures, which Qin Shiji failed to comprehend, mistakenly believing his father was merely irate over Lin Zhan. Qin Mushi could no longer remain silent and stepped forward. Elder brother, you are mistaken. 9th brother willingly signed a life-and-death agreement with brother Lin Zhan. Their duel was fair and devoid of any wrongdoing. Impudence. You have no right to speak here. Qin Shiji coldly reprimanded. Step aside. Qin Mushi was rendered speechless. You are the one being impudent. Qin Jingtian struck the armrest of the dragon throne, his fury evident. Mushi is your own sister. How can you treat her with such rudeness? He needed to intervene, to halt the proceedings, even though he yearned to rid himself of Lin Zhan. It was imperative to exercise restraint. at least until another formidable figure emerged from the great Qin royal family. He could not afford to sever ties with the Lin family. Qin Shiji stood there, bewildered, questioning whether the man seated on the throne was truly his father. Was he perhaps possessed? How could his father possibly defend Qin Mushi? Yet, upon witnessing his father's wrath, he hastily apologized. Father speaks truly. I shall remember your words. I was indeed disrespectful just now, and I hope the little princess can forgive me. Qin Mushi had never anticipated that the crown prince, who had always been at odds with her, would one day apologize. She could scarcely fathom that her father would rebuke his most cherished son on her behalf. Lu Qianqian, Murong Waner, and Shangguan Jinghong, along with several other prodigies, were equally perplexed. Let us not rush into apologies just yet. Allow me to present my third accusation. Lin Jun inquired with a relaxed demeanor. I wish to ascertain the extent of my nefarious deeds. He chuckled, although he could not fathom why the cunning old fox, Qin Jingtian, had suddenly shown kindness towards Qin Mushi. He had a vague understanding that it must be related to the Lin family. Could it be that his father had stormed into the palace once more to reprimand Qin Jingtian? Perhaps even the elder was subjected to a lesson. Yet, one could only speculate how formidable his father's prowess must be to discipline both the young and the old simultaneously. However, one thing was certain: the stronger his father grew, the more confidence he possessed. Qin Shiji glared fiercely and admonished. Your third transgression is the assassination of Feng Wui, who led the expedition against the 10 kingdoms, harboring the audacious intent to tarnish the honor of our great Qin, a crime deserving of the gravest punishment. Qin Jingtian gritted his teeth, filled with a sense of frustration, questioning whether his hints had not been sufficiently evident. Lin Tianxiong is a figure of the revered realm. Thus, what significance does it hold for his son, Lin Jun, to slay Feng Wui? Chapter 41. The Attitude of the Qin Emperor. Accused of 4 crimes, Lin Jun unjustly assaulted the city's commander, Zhang Depeng, displaying utter contempt for the law. Qin Shiji grew increasingly agitated, and upon finishing his words, he immediately turned and clasped his fists. We, the esteemed talents, jointly petition His Majesty to execute the wicked criminal, in honor of the great Qin's champions who march forth to confront the 10 nations in martial glory. We petition for the execution of Lin Jun as a tribute to our banners. We petition for the execution of Lin Jun as a tribute to our banners. Following this, a dozen or so esteemed talents knelt in succession. Lin Jun's demise is imperative. Without it, they shall never see the light of day. This sentiment resonates equally with Lu Qianqian, Murong Waner, and Shangguan Jinghong, who stand by, eagerly wishing for Lin Jun's utter obliteration. Enough. Qin Jingtian admonished. Feng Wui and Qin Wudi have chosen their own demise, a matter unrelated to Lin Jun. Yet you dare to obstruct the entrance of Mushi to my court? Do you seek to rebel? As his commanding voice reverberated through the grand hall, a palpable shock enveloped all present. But, Your Majesty, Qin Shiji stammered, his expression frozen, yearning to contest. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Lin Jun shall face immediate execution. Qin Jingtian, exuding authority without rage, proclaimed, Furthermore, I hereby announce that Mushi's mother shall be posthumously honored as Shi Fei, and her remains shall be interred within the royal mausoleum. Any dissenters shall be charged with grave disrespect. Additionally, I must convey that Mushi is a royal princess, and none shall dare to bully her. Stunned, all were left in a state of bewilderment. Qin Shiji was on the verge of a breakdown. What is happening? Lu Qianqian and the others wore equally perplexed expressions. What drama is unfolding here? Thank you, father. Qin Mushi knelt, tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she received the decree. If only my mother knew, she would surely be overjoyed. Qin Shiji had completely lost his composure. Father, I dissent. Boom. Out with you. However, before the words had fully left his lips, Qin Jingtian waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that propelled his bewildered son out of the hall. Is there anyone else with objections? Qin Jingtian's gaze swept across the assembly. Silence reigned. Qin Emperor, I have a matter to discuss. At that moment, Lu Qianqian clasped his fists. Qin Jingtian coldly replied, Speak. Originally, there were 20 prodigies participating in the 10 Kingdoms Martial Assembly. Now that both Qin Wudi and Feng Wui have perished at the hands of Lin, how shall we address the remaining 2 slots? Lu Qianqian's inquiry was of paramount concern to all. After all, each nation is allotted 20 slots. Losing even one diminishes their chance of victory. Moreover, their overall strength is already lacking. If you have any candidates in mind, please share. Qin Jingtian's brows furrowed. For the rankings of the 10 Kingdoms Martial Assembly represent not merely honor, but also the future and the support from the 10 great sects of the Eastern Sea for a nation. He was determined to reclaim the honor that rightfully belonged to the great Qin. I do have a candidate, Shangwan Jinghong proclaimed, though it remains uncertain whether Brother Lin would accept. Lin Zhun, utterly unconcerned, remarked, "What is there for me to disagree with? After all, it's merely a matter of facing a group of inept individuals in the arena. Even if you were to recommend an ordinary person, it would make no difference to me." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in fury. "Brother Lin, is this truly necessary? Even if you have ascended to the realm of kings, there is no need to belittle us so." Indeed, the assembly of prodigies was incensed. Does what Lin Zhun uttered truly resonate with humanity? Their cultivation is undeniably substantial. How is it that, when spoken by Lin Zhun, they are reduced to mere insignificance? Particularly, Lu Qianqian, Moron Wanner, and Shangwan Jinghong are deeply dissatisfied, yet they maintain their composure. Do they not accept this? Lin Zhun swept a glance over the restless crowd. Who dares to challenge? These individuals were all from the southern courtyard, and to varying degrees, they had taken advantage of his absence to bully his younger cousins. To put it plainly, if Lin Teng and the others had reported their misdeeds, he would have already reprimanded each one of them. His commanding words immediately silenced the entire arena. A 20-year-old at the King's realm, to be able to engage in a back and forth with Feng Qingyang, the president of the southern courtyard at the pinnacle of the King's realm, was a feat beyond their reach. Lin, your bluster holds no weight with us. If you possess true skill, show it at the 10 Nations Martial Assembly and act so brazenly outside. Moron Wanna cast a sidelong glance, her voice laced with sarcasm. Enough. This is not the time for quarrels. Qin Jingtian interjected. Jinghong, you mentioned a recommendation. Who is that person? Only then did Shangwan Jinghong clasp his fists and respond. Miss Zhao Zhenhua of the Zhao family. To my knowledge, she currently possesses the cultivation of the Dharma Manifestation realm and has also fused with the fire attribute Dharma Manifestation, making her perfectly suited for the 10 Nations Martial Assembly. Lin Zhun's expression remained indifferent. He had long since formed no opinion regarding Zhao Zhenhua. He was merely taken aback by the sudden emergence of her name. Qin Mushi, defending Lin Zhun, exclaimed, Shangwan Jinghong. You are well aware that Zhao Zhenhua has harmed my brother Lin Zhun. How can you? Shangwan Jinghong retorted with a cold laugh. Little princess. I speak only of the matter at hand, devoid of any personal motives. However, since Brother Lin has stated that he will lead us, a group of inept individuals, into the 10 Kingdoms Martial Assembly, I believe the 2 spots in question are irrelevant to us. Murong Wanner interjected with scornful mockery. I concur, after all. Lin Zhun can single-handedly dominate the entire event without our assistance. As these 2 spoke, a chorus of agreement arose around them. Yet, Lu Qianqian remained silent, his lips sealed. Qin Jingtian furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Noble nephew, what are your thoughts? Qin Mushi grew anxious. Father. Lin Zhun, however, remarked, I have no objections. Everyone was taken aback. It was well known that Shangwan Jinghong had said this to provoke Lin Zhun into losing his composure and embarrassing himself. Yet no one anticipated that he would be utterly indifferent. If he felt discomfort, he should voice it. After all, it is no crime for a man to weep. Though it may imply a lack of resolve, Murong Wanner interjected with a hint of sarcasm. There is no need to feign strength. Lin Zhun coldly remarked. If you dare to babble another word, I will not hesitate to strike you, regardless of your gender. Murong Wanner immediately grew anxious. Upon seeing Lin Zhun raise his hand, Qin Jingtian remained unresponsive and quickly cowered. This lunatic was not someone to be trifled with. He simply did not wish to be the one to stand out. Since my esteemed nephew has no objections, let us include Zhao Zeno. Qin Jingtian calmly stated, the final slot shall be filled by Mushi. This declaration left everyone astounded. To have Qin Mushi take the place? What a farce. A mere waste at the martial artist level? To participate in the 10 Nations Martial Assembly? They had not anticipated that the current Qin Mushi was far beyond the martial artist level. If Zhao Zeno, with her law manifestation realm cultivation, could partake in the 10 Nations Martial Assembly, why then could my little princess, possessing the same level of cultivation, not also participate? Qin Jingtian questioned with a frosty demeanor. His decision to send Qin Mushi to the assembly was deliberate, and including Zhao Zeno was merely to silence the murmurs of the crowd. Moreover, he feared that Lin Zhun might not exert himself, but with Qin Mushi present, the situation would be different. Your Majesty, even if you dote on the little princess, there is no need for deceit. Lu Qianshun finally spoke up. It is well known that the little princess possesses exceedingly poor talent, only at the martial artist level. How could she possibly be at the law manifestation level? Indeed, this was the 10 Nations Martial Assembly, not a mere child's play. The gathered crowd clasped their fists in unison, not wishing to be hindered by Qin Mushi, a group of narrow-minded individuals who claimed that Mushi was merely at the martial artist level. Lin Jun coldly remarked, "Mushi, let them open their eyes wide." He had no objections to bringing along Qin Mushi. After all, as Xiao Bailing had stated, victory would bring immense rewards. He was certainly inclined to include Qin Mushi. Moreover, he finally comprehended why Qin Zhengtian's attitude towards Qin Mushi had changed so drastically. It was clearly an attempt to curry favor with him. Chapter 42. Visitors from the Wei Dao sect. With Lin Jun's encouragement, Qin Mushi nodded slightly and unleashed her aura of the Law Avatar realm. Boom. In that instant, all the prodigies fell silent, obediently closing their mouths. Lu Qianxun, Mu Rongwan Er, and Shangwan Jinghong were all astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. How had she entered the Law Avatar realm without anyone noticing? Qin Shijie, who was punished to kneel outside the Grand Hall, wore an exceptionally dark expression. He had clearly instructed his subordinates to investigate all of his younger siblings, yet he had overlooked this seemingly insignificant little princess. First, there was Qin Wudi awakening the Golden Dragon Avatar, and now Qin Mushi had quietly entered the Law Avatar realm. Just how many more secrets were they concealing from him? Especially concerning the drastic shift in the Emperor's attitude towards Qin Mushi, which heightened his sense of crisis. Thankfully, no dynasty had ever seen a female emperor. Otherwise, he would be unable to find peace in his sleep. Inside the Grand Hall, "Do you have nothing to say?" Lin Jindan gently offered a reminder. Qin Mushi furrowed her elegant brows and inquired, "What do you mean?" "Just follow my instructions as I articulated them on the way." Lin Jun replied with an expression devoid of emotion. "Do not allow yourself to be looked down upon." After pondering for a moment, Qin Mushi tentatively clenched her delicate fist and asked, "Are you implying that?" Lin Jun nodded, offering an affirmative response. The young girl had finally come to a realization. Even in his absence, she would likely no longer be a target for bullying. In other words, as long as the Lin family remained strong, the royal family's attitude towards Qin Mushi must inevitably change. Listen well, I am not one to be easily intimidated. Anyone who dares to bully me in the future will not be spared. Qin Mushi declared fiercely, casting a determined glance at the assembly of outstanding individuals. Lin Jun was left speechless. He had assumed that Qin Mushi understood the situation, but to his surprise, the young girl merely made a joke in public. It was truly a moment that stirred an impulse to turn away in disbelief. The assembly of prodigies stood there, each one dumbfounded. Conversely, Qin Mushi was delighted, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she eagerly inquired, "Brother Lin Jun, is this acceptable?" With a resigned nod, Lin Jun acknowledged the necessity of providing her with proper guidance. Nevertheless, at the 10 Nations Martial Arts Conference, where numerous talented individuals would converge, it was likely that Qin Mushi would acquire valuable knowledge. As the assembly reached a consensus regarding Mushi's abilities, the matter was thus settled. Finally, Qin Zhengtian spoke, promptly adding, "Draft the edict. Summon Zhao Jinu to the palace at once. She shall embark for the Eastern Ling Kingdom in an hour." The Eastern Ling Kingdom lay to the east of the Great Qin Empire, not too far away. The journey on the spiritual vessel would only take a day. However, spiritual vessels, as flying artifacts, were not possessions that just any faction could claim. The entire Great Qin Empire had merely 6 of them publicly known. Curiously, despite the Lin family's status as a top-tier power, they had never unveiled a flying artifact. But who could truly discern whether one existed or not? When the imperial edict reached the Zhao family, they were utterly astonished. "Thank you for your grace." Zhao Ting knelt on the ground, accepting the decree with both hands. The eunuch responsible for delivering the edict, with an exaggerated gesture and a high-pitched voice, proclaimed, "Congratulations to the head of the Zhao family. Miss Jinu's participation in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Conference will surely elevate the Zhao family to new heights. Thank you for your kind words." Zhao Ting, filled with excitement, quickly produced a storage ring, a flattering smile adorning his face as he pressed it into the eunuch's hand. "What is the meaning of this, Zhao family head?" The eunuch, overwhelmed with joy, feigned modesty and attempted to decline. "Just a small token of respect," Zhao Ting whispered. "I hope you might speak favorably of me before the emperor." "Ha ha." The eunuch chuckled, covering his mouth with delight. "Certainly, absolutely, without a doubt. Now, let us hasten. Miss Jinu must prepare to accompany me to the palace." "Good sir. I have nothing to prepare. I am ready to leave at once. Zhao Zhinu exclaimed, her heart racing with exhilaration. She had initially believed that with Qin Wudi's demise and the Zhao family losing the Lin family as a support, they would swiftly decline. Yet, fate had other plans. As she now had the opportunity to represent the great Qin Empire at the 10 Nations Martial Arts Conference, those who secured a spot, regardless of life or death, would see their families rewarded with substantial riches. If the Zhao family could secure even a minor official position within the great Qin court, it would ensure their prosperity for a century. Linjun, I shall demonstrate through my strength that leaving you is the wisest decision of my life. After boarding the carriage, a fierce glint sparked in Zhao Jinu's eyes. Little did she realize that her opportunity to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Conference was a consequence of Lin Jun's consecutive slayings of Qin Wudi and Feng Wui. An hour later, before the palace gates, a gathering of prodigies assembled. Originally, the spirit vessel, no larger than the palm of one's hand, astonishingly transformed into a colossal entity measuring over 20 meters upon the insertion of a spirit stone into its core. The vessel's form resembled a golden dragon, enveloped by shimmering, pristine spiritual energy, creating a dazzling spectacle. This was indeed the spirit vessel. It was my first encounter with such a marvel. I had heard that each activation consumed 50 premium spirit stones, and each hour required at least 100. My goodness. Would our journey to the Eastern Ling Kingdom demand several million medium-grade spirit stones? Many young talents, lacking formidable backgrounds, were captivated upon witnessing the spirit vessel, their anticipation swelling further upon learning that a single journey would require hundreds of premium spirit stones. A group of naive bumpkins. Murong Wanner remarked sarcastically before promptly retrieving the spirit vessel from her storage ring. Addressing the elder beside her, I beg your assistance. The elder, a guest elder of the Murong family, swiftly infused the vessel with spirit stones, causing it to expand rapidly. However, this spirit vessel was evidently much smaller than that of the royal Qin family, yet possessing a spirit vessel was a cause for envy. Who would dare complain about its size? Miss, aboard the vessel, called the elder, a peak protector of the Murong family, after activating the spirit vessel. Simultaneously, the spirit vessels of the Liu and Shangwan families ascended into the sky. The spirit vessel symbolized both wealth and strength. And for a grand event like the 10 Kingdoms Martial Arts Assembly, competition was inevitable. Meanwhile, those lacking a spirit vessel and a protective elder revealed expressions of envy, unfazed by Murong Wanner's earlier remark, branding them as bumpkins. For that was not an insult, but rather a truth. Zhao Zhenua, observing the silent Lin Jun, taunted. Surely the Lin family has not neglected to prepare a spirit vessel for you? After all, Lin Jun and the 3 others shared the same status. Yet he had neither a spirit vessel nor a protective elder accompanying him. Mind your own business, Lin Jun retorted with a glare. Zhao Zhenua stepped forward, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Qin Shiji coldly interjected, you just said we were unnecessary as teammates, so you surely disdain sharing a spirit vessel. Moreover, the space within is limited. Let us part ways. With that, he led the group aboard the vessel. What shall we do now? Qin Mushi felt a pang of anxiety. Without a spirit vessel, how could they reach the Eastern Ling Kingdom? If they were to walk, they would undoubtedly encounter numerous territorial cultivators, and by the time they arrived, the 10 Kingdoms Martial Arts Assembly would likely have concluded. Lin Jun did not take it to heart. How could Qin Shiji genuinely believe he would abstain? The so-called prodigies of the great Qin Empire were hardly worthy of competing alongside those from powerful nations. Were it not for the insistence of the Empress in her resplendent attire to participate in the 10 Kingdoms martial gathering, which promised fame throughout the Eastern Sea region, he would have been disinclined to attend, regardless of Qin Jingtian's attempts to ingratiate himself. As Zhao Zhenua passed by Lin Jun, she provocatively remarked, without the audacity to back it up, one should humbly bow and endure. Provoke the crown prince. And let us see how you and Qin Mushi fare in the Eastern Ling Kingdom. At that moment, a white spirit vessel, several times larger than the imperial dragon boat of the great Qin, appeared in the sky, prominently displaying the character Wei on its side. It was the spirit vessel of the Wei Dao sect. What brings the Wei Dao sect to our great Qin Empire? It is unknown. The Wei Dao sect ranks 3rd among the 10 sects of the Eastern Sea region and is celebrated alongside the Yunshang sect as one of the top 3 sects, revered by the prodigies of various nations. Sensing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy, Qin Zhengtian quickly emerged from the palace, gazing upwards at the Wei Dao sect spirit vessel, clasping his hands in reverence and calling out, Qin Huang Jingtian respectfully welcomes the emissary of the supreme sect. The top 3 sects are the principal forces supporting the 10 kingdoms. Thus, even Qin Jingtian had to exhibit a humble demeanor, though he was perplexed as to the reason for the Wei Dao sect's arrival. Chapter 43. It is actually her, as those prepared to board the vessel, including Qin Shiji, promptly knelt in respectful greeting. Lin Jun remained an exception. The moment he emerged from the abyss of the fallen gods, the Empress in her resplendent attire had declared, "In this world, no outsider should compel you to kneel, unless you willingly choose to degenerate. In the path of cultivation, once one's spirit wanes, all is lost. Brother Lin Jun, hasten to pay your respects. The Wei Dao sect is formidable." Qin Mushi whispered urgently, her delicate face filled with anxiety. After all, this was an entity that transcended the 10 kingdoms. Lin Jun, why do you still not kneel? If you provoke the emissary of the supreme sect, it could lead to our downfall. If you wish to court death, kindly do so at a distance, so as not to stain us with your blood. Qin Shiji and the others seethed with frustration, wishing to strip Lin Jun of his skin, should the emissary of the supreme sect become enraged. They might well be deprived of their qualifications for the martial gathering. Qin Jingtian immediately transmitted a message. Wise nephew, kneel swiftly. The might of the Wei Dao sect is unmatched, even by your esteemed father. He was truly anxious. Previously, he had wished for Lin Jun's demise. But the appearance of the ancestral Qin changed all his plans. Now, not only could he not act against Lin Jun, but he also needed to cultivate goodwill with the Lin family through Qin Mushi. Thus, witnessing this scene, he was filled with a sense of urgency. Lin Jun's expression remained calm. Indeed, the Wei Dao sect is formidable, but can it truly compare to the illustrious Tianbao Pavilion, which spans the 4 domains of the Heavenly Vault continent and hails from the Central Lands? If there were to be any kneeling, it would be the envoys of the Wei Dao sect who would kneel before him. The atmosphere was taut with tension. However, aboard the spiritual vessel of the Wei Dao sect, there was no indication of response. Inside the opulent confines of the vessel, Shou Bailing exclaimed excitedly, "Oldly, you've lost again. I told you he would never kneel so easily." Li Jianxing shook his head in resignation. This young man is indeed proud and ambitious. But such traits are not without peril. Rigidity can lead to breakage. The newcomers were not the envoys of the Wei Dao sect, but rather Shou Bailing and Li Jianxing. They were indifferent to the proceedings below, and Shou Bailing completely disregarded Li Jianxing's counsel, even scoffing in retort, "A man like this is truly worthy of my attention." Li Jianxing could only shake his head in disbelief. Lin Jun, oblivious to the consequences of his actions, found himself at odds with many, and a single misstep could lead to dire repercussions. Yet, he had never considered that while numerous individuals harbored disdain for him, those brave enough to take action had long since turned to dust. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown, Shou Bailing, with her waist-length hair cascading down, eagerly ascended the deck, waving as she called out, "Brother Lin Jun, it's me." The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. No one had anticipated that Lin Jun was acquainted with someone from the Wei Dao sect, which raised unsettling questions, particularly for Qin Jingtian, who found himself gripped by a sense of dread. Who exactly was Lin Jun? Zhao Zhenhua, however, was consumed by jealousy. Firmly believing that prior to Lin Jun's venture to the abyss of the fallen gods, he could not have possibly known anyone from the Wei Dao sect. Otherwise, no matter how foolish, she would never have chosen to call off their engagement upon his return. Did she also refer to him as Brother Lin Jun? Qin Mushi, with her delicate brows furrowed, whispered softly, her words laced with envy. This endearment had been hers alone to bestow, yet this girl was undeniably enchanting. Lin Jinjian furrowed his brows tightly. Why has this fellow arrived? Meanwhile, the spiritual vessel of the Wei Dao sect, under the adept control of Li Jianxing, descended smoothly to the ground. Upon landing, Shou Bailing pouted in displeasure and remarked, "Hey, upon seeing my arrival, why are you not moved?" Lin Jun expressed his reluctance, stating, "I truly cannot move. So why have you come?" To speak candidly, Shou Bailing is indeed strikingly beautiful, yet he is not in haste to seek a partner, especially given his prior agreement with the Empress of the Neon Garment. Should the Empress learn of this, it is likely that Shou Bailing would face dire consequences. However, Qin Shiji seized the opportunity, masking his inner elation with a feigned fury as he reprimanded, "Lin Jun, how dare you speak to a messenger of the sect in such a manner?" Shou Bailing's demeanor turned icy as she retorted, "Shut your vile mouth, or I shall ensure you never have the chance to speak again." She held no regard for Qin Shiji's status as a prince, nor did she even deign to consider Qin Jingtian. The Great Qin Empire? The Eastern Sea region? The 10 prominent sects? In the presence of the Shao family in the Central Plains, they are but insignificant insects. Otherwise, she would not have journeyed here aboard the sacred vessel of the Wei Dao sect. Qin Shiji was left in a state of bewilderment. He was merely trying to advocate for the visitor. How could this happen? Xiao Beiling joyfully approached, exclaiming, "Hurry aboard the spirit vessel. I have so much I wish to share with you." Lin Jun had never experienced such a moment of confusion. He was reluctant to share the spirit vessel with the likes of Qin Shiji and Zhao Zino, and he certainly did not wish to board the pirate ship of Xiao Beiling. Yet, in the end, a choice must be made. "Oh, what are you thinking?" Xiao Beiling feigned anger as she grasped Lin Jun's hand, utterly indifferent to the gazes of outsiders. Qin Mushi, overwhelmed by self-doubt, lowered her head. Lin Jun was undeniably exceptional and naturally drew the admiration of many young women. However, she longed to be like the former Zhao Zino, to receive all of Lin Jun's affection. She would never resort to the sycophantic ways of Zhao Zino. Regardless of whether Lin Jun could return alive from the abyss of the fallen gods, she would assert herself as his betrothed. No. Lin Jun quickly took a step back, saying, "Miss Xiao, we are not that familiar. It is better to maintain some distance." This statement left everyone astonished, although they were unaware of Xiao Beiling's true identity. It was undeniable that anyone who could board the sacred Dao sect's spiritual vessel held an esteemed status. Qin Shiji's eyes were nearly ablaze with fury. "Lin Jun, that scoundrel, truly exemplifies the adage that a full man knows not the hunger of an empty one. What qualities do you possess that could possibly match Xiao Beiling? And yet, you carry yourself with such an air of aloofness. Miss Xiao, look at me. If you could find it in your heart to notice me, I assure you, I would wholeheartedly devote myself to you." Qin Mushi was equally incredulous. How could Lin Jun refuse such an exceptional girl, and with such unwavering certainty? Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lin Jun had previously dismissed the Lin family's proposal to approach the royal family with equal resolve. Xiao Beiling widened her sparkling eyes in indignation. Moving closer to Zhao Jinhua, in what way am I inferior to her? Her attributes are hardly grand. Am I not as beautiful as she? Why were you once able to harbor affection for her, yet now cannot extend the same to me? Moreover, I would never cause you harm. Zhao Jinhua felt a wave of anger rise within her, yet she remained silent. How had she become a point of comparison? The crux of the matter was this wretched woman had the audacity to claim superiority in size. Was this not a blatant act of bullying? On the Lingzhou, Li Jianxing too was taken aback. This was indeed the eldest daughter of the Shao family, and her words were nothing short of fierce. Could such intimate matters not be discussed in private? Lin Jun was taken aback. No, Miss Xiao, your words do not stem from a fear of hurting Zhao Zino. Whether Zhao Zino feels upset or not is of no concern to him. However, Xiao Beiling is innocent. Humph. Xiao Beiling crossed her arms defiantly. In any case, I specifically came to escort you to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Conference. The choice is yours. Lin Jun bitterly remarked, I suppose it is acceptable to ascend. But I wish to bring a companion. Otherwise, I fear you might harbor ulterior motives towards me. Just look at the absurdity of such a statement. Not only was Qin Shiji unable to tolerate it, but even the usually reticent Lu Qianxin felt compelled to unleash a tirade. Ulterior motives? What grievances do you suffer? The individual possesses a formidable background and is exceptionally beautiful. Zhao Zino is in no position to be compared. Are you truly expressing disdain? On what grounds do you feel entitled to such disdain? I have consented. Xiao Beiling, with her eyes slightly narrowed, declared with satisfaction, whom do you intend to bring? This spirit vessel is equipped with an advanced gathering array. Spending just one night within would be equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world. Thus, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for him. Lin Jun turned and said, Mu Shi, aboard the spirit vessel. Qin Mu, she had yet to comprehend the situation when Lin Jun pulled her onto the vessel. Xiao Beiling was utterly astonished. No, wait. He is bringing a girl along? Lin Jun is still holding someone's hand. No. Has she arrived a moment too late once more? Chapter 44. The Water Qilan Dharma Avatar. Inside the spirit vessel of the Wei Dao sect, the space is vast, and with only 4 individuals aboard, even if one were to occupy 2 rooms, it would still be insufficient. The opulence is truly astonishing. Qin Mushi exclaimed, Brother Lin Jun, the Wei Dao sect possesses remarkable power. They even use heavenly-grade fire sunstones as lighting. And that tiger skin mat, I have seen it in ancient texts, it is of the level befitting a demon king. Upon entering the spirit vessel, Qin Mushi recounted these details, but when she realized that these were merely the least valuable items within the vessel, she fell silent. "You are absolutely correct," Shou Bailing said, her hands clasped behind her back, a warm smile gracing her face as she approached. "However, you have overlooked the most precious aspect. The very framework of this spirit vessel was crafted from the remains of the sky-devouring python, a demon saint, by the founding ancestor of the Wei Dao sect." A demon saint? Qin Mushi was momentarily dumbfounded. Such a formidable being, if it were to appear in the great Qin Empire, could obliterate the entire nation with but a single breath. "Indeed," Shou Bailing continued with a smile, "Sister Mushi, do you not sense that the spiritual energy within the spirit vessel is far more abundant than that outside? A single night of cultivation here would be equivalent to 10 days of practice in the outside world." Qin Mushi was even more astonished, and in her uncertainty, she turned to Lin Jun, hoping this man would offer her guidance. After all, she was unsure of the relationship between Lin Jun and Miss Xiao. "Go ahead. Although you have reached the Dharma Avatar realm, your foundation remains unstable. At most, you can exert 60% of the power that comes with the Dharma Avatar." Lin Jun advised he could protect Qin Mushi, yet he could not ensure her safety for eternity, for there would always be moments of absence. This younger sister, who had grown up following him from childhood, would become a source of lesser concern as her strength increased. "Indeed." Qin Mushi obediently nodded and subsequently entered the room indicated by Shou Bailing. Shou Bailing smiled and said, "Sister Mushi, feel free to speak if you need anything." "All right. Thank you, sister." Qin Mushi replied with a slight nod. However, just as the door was about to close, Shou Bailing called out once more, "Sister Mushi, you possess an exceptional water attribute spirit root?" Qin Mushi, puzzled, nodded slightly. "Sister, how did you know?" She had not revealed her spirit root. Even though Shou Bailing's cultivation was superior to hers, she could at most discern her realm, but not the attribute of her spirit root. Could she? "I not only discern that you possess an exceptional water attribute spirit root, but I also recognize that although you have entered the law manifestation realm, you have yet to integrate with your law manifestation." Shou Bailing clarified again. At this moment, not only Qin Mushi but even Lin Jun was astonished. It was difficult for him to perceive such details. How could Shou Bailing do so? "Do not gaze at me so," Shou Bailing proclaimed with pride. "I harbor no ill intentions. The reason I can discern this is due to my true eye, which allows me to see through spirit roots and law manifestations. This is not surprising, provided that the opponent's cultivation does not exceed my 2 major realms. The true eye is an innate divine ability, rare among millions. Most importantly, the true eye can also be cultivated. In ancient times, the Annihilation Emperor cultivated the Annihilation Eye, which could eliminate a peerless powerhouse of the Holy Realm with but a single glance." Lin Jun suddenly realized. So that's how it is. But does Shou Bailing not conceal the secret of the Eye of Truth? Indeed, with her status, she could roam freely across the 4 domains. Why would she care about exposing her trump cards? "Sister, you are truly remarkable." Qin Mushi's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. "I have read in ancient texts that practitioners of the human race endowed with innate divine abilities are even rarer than those possessing 5 elemental roots. Well, you are quite impressive as well." With a flicker of her thought, Shou Bailing opened her spatial ring, and in an instant, a suffused with rich water attributes spiritual energy appeared before everyone's gaze. "Is this the royal level water Qilin?" Qin Mushi stared wide-eyed at the lifelike water Qilin floating in midair. Shou Bailing smiled gently. "It may be difficult for you to merge within 10 days, but I have a solution." As her words fell, she produced a scroll from her possession. This is a time scroll inscribed by a saint-level expert, which can grant you 10-fold the time within a single day. Moreover, the natural flow of time within the spirit vessel is already slow, giving you ample opportunity to merge. Lin Jinhua was utterly astounded. Shou Bailing's generosity was nothing short of extraordinary. She presented a royal-grade water Qilin manifestation and a time scroll inscribed by a formidable Saint Realm expert. Was she out of her mind? Such treasures, if unveiled in the Eastern Sea region, would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. This was of the same caliber as the Golden Dragon manifestation of the Qin royal family. Moreover, the time scroll was exceptionally invaluable. Although it might seem somewhat superfluous to gain 10-fold time within a single day, it is imperative to note that it was crafted by an unparalleled Saint Realm master. In the entirety of the Great Qin, there wasn't even a single revered elder, let alone a Saint Realm expert, highlighting its extraordinary rarity. Is this for me? Qin Mushi could scarcely believe her ears, standing there in a daze. Of course. Xiao Bailing feigned a grave demeanor. Do you dislike it? Or is it merely too inexpensive? No, no, sister, it's far too precious. We are meeting for the first time. How could I accept such an extravagant gift? Qin Mushi exclaimed, hastily waving her hands in refusal. Such a grand present could hardly be deemed inexpensive. If word got out, even the Qin royal family would seek to seize it. Since you call me sister, Shuden, I offer an appropriate token of our first meeting. After a soft laugh, Xiao Bailing turned to Lin Jun, who had been silent by her side. What do you think? Lin Jun spoke with an air of indifference. Miss Xiao, given your esteemed status, you surely do not concern yourself with such mundane matters. If you are resolute in your desire to present a gift, then you should graciously accept it. The lavish generosity of Xiao Bailing truly surpassed his expectations. He understood that with Xiao Bailing's relentless pursuit, once she had the notion of gifting, it would be beyond Qin Mushi's capacity to decline. It would be far more prudent to accept it sooner rather than later, thus facilitating an early integration. A royal-grade water Chilandharma form would undoubtedly become a significant asset for Qin Mushi in establishing herself within the Great Qin. Qin Mushi felt a tinge of anxiety. Well, your brother Lin Jun has already spoken. Given our familiarity, there is no need for formality. Xiao Bailing's intentions were straightforward. She merely wished to cultivate a good relationship. If she could not manage Lin Jun, how could she possibly be deterred by Qin Mushi, who stood beside him? She was determined to see just how impervious this insufferable man was to feminine allure. Take it, and embrace the fusion. Lin Jun nodded, for he had further inquiries to make of Xiao Bailing, who was indeed a source of constant concern. Yet, he found her endearing nonetheless. Observing this, Qin Mushi quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister." Xiao Bailing, with her delicate fists clenched, beamed with a radiant smile and encouraged, "Sister Mushi, do your best." After a brief nod, Qin Mushi hastily turned and retreated to her chamber. Li Jiansheng, who was in charge of navigating the spiritual vessel, witnessed this exchange and could not help but shake his head, inwardly lamenting, "Oh, young lady, Lin Jun is hardly the one for you. Why persist in such devotion?" Lin Jun possessed a proud disposition, coupled with extraordinary talent. Given time, his achievements would be immeasurable. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Lin Jun would live to seize the power of thunder. Once only two individuals remained in the living room, Lin Jun furrowed his brows and inquired, "How is it that you came to ride the spirit vessel of the Wei Dao sect to the Great Qin, if it were merely a matter of chance? There are no members of the Wei Dao sect aboard this vessel." He even harbored suspicions that this vessel was seized by Xiao Bailing. The founder of the Wei Dao sect was a junior disciple of my Xiao family's ancestor, who, before his passing, had specifically instructed us to take good care of the Wei Dao sect. Throughout the millennia, whenever the Wei Dao sect faced near annihilation, it was the members of the Xiao family who rallied to their aid. I merely borrowed a spirit vessel. Is that truly excessive? After explaining, Xiao Bailing, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, countered, "Are you still curious as to why I would bestow such a generous gift upon Mushi, my dear sister?" She blinked, eager to witness Lin Jun's puzzled expression as she awaited his response. Chapter 45. The Demon Cave of the Heavenly Pool. "No, I am not so curious." Lin Jun maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of being swayed. "If your intention in bestowing such a precious gift upon Qin Mushi was merely to witness my curiosity, then you are destined for disappointment. Hey, what kind of person are you?" Xiao Bailing, infuriated, clenched her delicate fists, yet found herself utterly powerless. "In truth, I have saved your life, and you have in turn called upon Elder Li to rescue me. We are now even." Lin Jun replied earnestly. He was not a fool. How could he fail to comprehend such matters? Xiao Bailing was indeed entangled with Qin Mushi. However, he truly did not wish to harm such a wonderful girl. "Oh, you are infuriating me," Xiao Bailing exclaimed, her chest rising and falling with agitation as she paced back and forth in the hall. After a moment of deep contemplation, an idea struck her. "Wait a minute, I am the eldest daughter of the Xiao family from Central Land, whereas you are merely the young master of the Lin family from the Eastern Sea region. Your life is not worth as much as mine. When I say something is owed, it is indeed owed." Lin Jun was utterly astonished. Is it possible that such a person exists in this world? Even if I am exceptional, must you go to such lengths? Once his mind cleared, he continued, "Miss Xiao, we are merely transient figures in each other's lives. There is no need to fabricate a connection between us. My current aspirations do not dwell in matters of romance. I am grateful for your kindness. Yet when confronting an adversary, one may strike without hesitation, but when faced with someone who genuinely cares, it is indeed difficult to act with harshness or even utter a word of reproach. However, it matters not, for we are still young, and I am willing to wait. Xiao Bailing, unfazed, replied, You see, during this 10 Nations Martial Conference, my true vision can be of great assistance to you. In my presence, no one shall hide anything. Lin Jun furrowed his brows. Can you see through me? The eye of truth serves as a formidable adversary against all illusions. While his punishment rod possesses a concealing capability as well, he pondered whether it could evade the scrutiny of the eye of truth. I shan't divulge that. Xiao Bailing retorted with a hint of pride, yet internally, she grappled with confusion. Why was she unable to discern Lin Jun? Why did he appear to her eye of truth as merely an ordinary person devoid of spiritual power? Lin Jun, not wishing to pry further, promptly remarked, The sky has grown dark. Miss Xiao should retire early. Ah, how utterly infuriating. Xiao Bailing glared at Lin Jun as he entered the house, her anger boiling over. Li Jiansheng stood poised at the bow of the ship, safeguarded by his protective aura. Despite the swift pace of the spirit boat, not a strand of hair nor a wrinkle in his attire was disturbed, for the wind could not penetrate his shield. Before him lay a reflection, revealing the silhouette of a man. Linger, are you still unwilling to return? The man spoke in a calm, unhurried tone. The young lady is too playful. Perhaps after the 10 Nations Martial Arts Conference, I should escort her back? Li Jiansheng furrowed his brows. The figure in the reflection was none other than Xiao Bailing's father, Xiao Baoang. Even in the presence of the formidable figures of the Central Plains, he was a force to be reckoned with. Enough. Xiao Baoang shook his head. I have once divined the omens. Lin Jun and Linger share an unfinished karma from their past lives, destined to be renewed in this one, albeit Linger's appearance is ill-timed. Young man, let them have their fun. However, one thing must be clear. Should anyone dare to harm Lin Jun, they will be opposing the Xiao clan of the Central Plains. Li Jiansheng was taken aback. So the clan leader was fully aware? He even intended to leverage the Xiao family's prestige to protect Lin Jun? Trouble had arisen once more in the Heavenly Pool's demon cave. I must personally quell it. If anything arises, contact Xiao Tongqi, he will act on my behalf. A hint of sorrow tinged Xiao Baoang's words. Li Jiansheng was further astonished. Clan leader. Isn't the seal of the Heavenly Pool's demon cave supposed to hold for another 20 years before reinforcement is required? Xiao Baoang's expression turned grave. There has been unrest below. Most likely, a demon emperor has resurfaced. Should I not return? You and Ling must seek refuge in the Eastern Sea. They want to find you for a while, and Lin Jun will surely protect you in the future. As his words settled, the reflection vanished. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Baoang was already 1,000 miles away. Clan leader. Li Jiansheng's eyes turned red with urgency. The clan leader was entrusting him with a grave responsibility. If the seal of the Heavenly Pool's demon cave were to weaken, the entire Tianqian continent would descend into chaos. The clan leader had resolved to confront the dangers of the Heavenly Pool's demon cave alone. A decision made in the name of saving the common people. Clan leader, rest assured and depart. I shall protect the young lady with utmost vigilance. Tears brimmed in Li Jiansheng's eyes as he clasped his fist towards the void, bidding farewell to Xiao Baoang's indomitable spirit. In the imperial residence of the Great Qin Empire, Lin Tianqiang, who was feeding fish, suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression turning solemn. This is bad. Brother, what is wrong? Lin Qing inquired, puzzled. Qing, I must embark on a long journey. For the time being, remain low-key and avoid making enemies. With that brief warning, Lin Tianqiang's figure vanished from sight. Hey, brother, what exactly is happening? Lin Qing yearned to inquire further, yet she received no response whatsoever. For Lin Tianqiang had already followed the aura to the imperial palace and found the Qin ancestor. The ancestor was taken aback. Having initially believed Lin Tianqiang to be merely a revered figure of equal standing. However, the ability to appear before him without a sound indicated that this was no ordinary revered figure. What manner of prodigy was this? Despite his astonishment, he quickly rose to clasp his fists in greeting. Senior, your urgent arrival suggests that the imperial Qin family has wronged the Lin family? Panic overtook him. Utter panic. He was certain that the Lin Tianqiang before him possessed the power to eliminate him in an instant. The path of cultivation is slow, and upon reaching the emperor realm, one is granted a lifespan of 500 years, with many retaining the appearance of their youth. Thus, in most cases, status is determined by strength. After all, he could not ascertain whether he was older than Lin Tianxiong or vice versa. Moreover, during his reign, he had never encountered Lin Tianxiong, nor had he ever heard of such a figure. I have not come to settle scores. The Lin family holds no interest in imperial power. Lin Tianxiong radiated an aura of righteousness, shedding his usual languor entirely. I implore you, esteemed elder, to provide guidance. Ancestor Qin comprehended the gravity of the situation and recognized that Lin Tianxiong spoke nothing but the truth. If the Lin family truly intended to usurp the imperial power, they would have acted long ago, and he lacked the power to intervene. The seal of the heavenly pool's abyss has begun to weaken. Should the malevolent creatures below breach the constraints, the entire Tianxiong continent shall undoubtedly descend into chaos and suffering. My purpose in coming here is to beseech you to treat the Lin family with kindness, rather than allowing their annihilation upon my return. Lin Tianxiong's every word resonated with solemnity. The heavenly pool abyss, one of the top 10 forbidden places in the Tianxiong continent, second only to the abyss of fallen gods. As the ancestor of the Qin muttered to himself, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him, should the seal weaken. Even the awakening of ancient battle relics would invite the incursion of demonic entities, endangering the proud descendants of the Qin dynasty, the royal lineage, to perish beneath such fiends. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall safeguard the Qin royal family. Anyone who dares to threaten the Lin clan shall face utter annihilation. The Qin ancestor could not afford to be complacent. Moreover, given the implications for the safety of humanity across the Tianxiong continent, Lin Tianxiong's willingness to venture into the heavenly pool abyss was a noble endeavor for the greater good of humanity. How could he, while reaping the benefits of Lin Tianxiong's protection, simultaneously harm his kin? Otherwise, the Qin would surely meet its demise. Lin Tianxiong's parting words were intended to emphasize the seriousness of the matter to the Qin ancestor. With a flick of his sleeve, he was determined to set forth towards the central Tian pool. May I be so bold as to inquire, esteemed elder, what realm do you inhabit? The Qin ancestor could not suppress his curiosity. Realm? Lin Tianxiong chuckled. For now, consider me as a figure of the emperor's realm. The Tianxiong continent, named after him, had long since rendered its cultivation system obsolete for him. In the early days of its inception, the continent suffered significant damage due to his grievous wounds, resulting in its imperfect formation, with spatial rifts scattered throughout. Over the years, despite his efforts to mend the fractures, it remained an insurmountable challenge. 100,000 years ago, when the malevolent forces from beyond invaded, it was the elegant attire empress, alongside her partner, who safeguarded this land, ultimately leading to the creation of the ominous abyss of fallen gods, which even he dared not approach lightly. As Lin Tianxiong vanished from sight, the previously skeptical ancestor Qin was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming in astonishment, "The power of the laws? Spatial leap? Could it be that he truly is an emperor?" Chapter 46. I have a son named Lin Zhun. The central land's heavenly pool stands as the highest point of the Tianxiong continent, soaring 2,000 meters into the sky. Surrounded by swirling clouds and pristine snow, the temperature here is perilously low. Even cultivators at the sovereign level would be instantly frozen into ice sculptures. It is dubbed the heavenly pool due to its depth surpassing that of the ocean. Despite the frigid temperatures, the water within remains unfrozen, crystal clear yet bottomless. Emanating from the depths are wisps of crimson, demonic energy. The 201st patriarch of the Shao family, Bo Wang, has not forgotten the aspirations of his ancestors. In this era of brewing chaos, as dark creatures stir with intent to annihilate the vast expanse of the Tianxiong continent, Bo Wang, unaccompanied, stands undaunted. Clad in white, he stands amidst the snow, allowing the razor-sharp cold winds to tousle his long hair and robe. He bows his fists in respect to the ancestors who sacrificed themselves in the depths of the heavenly pool, declaring his unwavering resolve to face death. Surrounding the heavenly pool, not a single living being remains. Apart from the piercing sound of the wind, there is no response to Shao Bo Wang's declaration. Ha ha ha, I laughed defiantly at the heavens, my heart both steadfast and unyielding. I, Shao Bo Wang, pay homage to the pioneers of humanity. As these impassioned words echoed, a flicker of tenderness emerged in Shao Bo Wang's resolute gaze. Linger, your father can no longer protect you. You must strive diligently and refrain from being willful. With his expression growing increasingly stern, he turned toward the pool radiating crimson demonic energy, preparing to leap into its depths. The sealing array lies at the bottom. Only by descending could he reinforce it. However, at that moment, Another voice resounded above the heavenly pool. It seems I am not alone on this journey. Xiao Bo Wang turned to see. The Spirit Sword Emperor? Indeed. The Spirit Sword Emperor stroked his white beard. How could I allow you, a mere junior, to face death alone? Certainly, this old man must join the fray. With all of you gathered, how could I, an old woman, possibly miss out? In an instant, 10 more emperors appeared in attendance. Patriarch of the Xiao family, I pay my respects to all esteemed elders. Xiao Boang's demeanor was profoundly stirred. I once believed that the initial pact was upheld solely by the Xiao clan. During the sealing of the heavenly pool abyss, it was the darkest hour for the entire celestial continent. Tens of thousands of emperors stood as the core of the formation, ultimately achieving this seemingly impossible miracle under the leadership of Lin Tianqiong. The Xiao clan, which later rose to prominence, inherited the aspirations of our human ancestors and willingly vowed to safeguard the heavenly pool abyss. Alas, the Spirit Sword Emperor lamented. One cannot deny the unparalleled talent of your Xiao clan. In less than a millennium, you have emerged as an emperor. Were it not for the heavenly pool abyss, who in the central lands could rival the Xiao clan? The same can be said for the other 9. The ambitions of the Xiao clan command genuine admiration. Senior, you flatter me. Xiao Baoang quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. A stooped old woman, leaning on her cane, declared, Today we shall perish for the sake of all living beings. Let it be known, I shall be the first. Just as the old woman prepared to leap into the heavenly pool, an overwhelming pressure descended, rendering the 11 emperors immobile. Who possesses the power to surpass an emperor? In an instant, all eyes turned to their surroundings. The next moment, Lin Tianqiong appeared above the heavenly pool. Senior, you are? The Spirit Sword Emperor inquired. Astonished, as he clasped his fists in respect, Lin Tianqiong's expression remained serene. 100,000 years ago, our ancestors sacrificed their lives to seal the heavenly pool's abyss. How can I bear to witness their descendants march towards death today? I shall confront the abyss alone. The 11 emperors were simultaneously taken aback. Xiao Baoang exclaimed in astonishment. You are the Celestial Emperor? It is said that after completing the seal of the heavenly pool, the Celestial Emperor perished alongside thousands of other emperors. Who would have thought you still live? Lin Tianqiong nodded. I am the younger generation, the Spirit Sword Emperor. I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. I am the younger generation, the Fire Spirit Emperor. I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. I am the younger generation, the Xianhua Emperor. I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. In an instant, 11 emperors knelt in unison, for they regarded him as a deity. In those days, the Tianqiong Emperor and the Nichang Empress were the guardians of the entire Tianqiong continent. Regarding the recent disturbance in the seal of the heavenly pool demon abyss, I have already ascertained the cause, and there is no need for you all to intervene. Yet I have a humble request to make. Lin Tianqiong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, hovering above the celestial pool, gazing at the 11 individuals surrounding him. Please, great Emperor Tianqiong, grant us your wisdom. The 11 emperors implored in unison. I have a son named Lin Zhan, who shall one day tread upon the Middle Earth. Should he inadvertently offend, I kindly ask for your forgiveness and hope that you may extend him a modicum of assistance when the occasion arises. Lin Tianqiong turned around and clasped his fists. The 11 great emperors, taken aback, hastily knelt in reverence. In terms of lineage, the heavenly Emperor Tianqiong hailed from the same era as their ancestors. Even his son, no matter how young, deserved to be addressed as old ancestor. Rest assured, should that day arise, our heavenly palace will wholeheartedly support the old ancestor. Our Phoenix Palace shall undoubtedly lend its full support. Our 10,000 Sword sect will certainly extend its unwavering support. However, one individual remained silent. When Lin Tianqiong's gaze fell upon Xiao Boan, he smiled and remarked, Your daughter is indeed remarkable, but alas, their fates are not yet intertwined in this lifetime. Xiao Boan nodded immediately, expressing gratitude. Thank you all for your kind send-off. After clasping his fists, Lin Tianqiong's figure vanished into the depths of the heavenly pool. How shall we protect the heavenly emperor? Excellent. Let us commence. As the words were uttered, all 11 emperors simultaneously sprang into action, establishing a Tai Chi Yin-Yang barrier that enveloped the abyss above the heavenly pool. Each of them was a formidable presence, renowned throughout the Tianqiong continent. Yet, in the presence of Lin Tianqiong, they could only regard themselves as mere descendants. After all, Lin Tianqiong had fought alongside their ancestors 100,000 years ago. Little did Lin Zhan know he had become the revered ancestor of these illustrious emperors. However, it must be said, high lineage never goes unrewarded. Within the Great Qin Imperial Palace, the ancestral elders of the Liu, Shangguan, and Murong families convened, denouncing Qin Rini and demanding an explanation. They had collectively expended spirit stones, only to be deceived in return, an affront they could not overlook. Qin Rini had also promised to provide them with an answer today. Esteemed elders, it is not that I am unwilling to speak, but Lin Jun has truly only conveyed this to me. Qin Rini earnestly attempted to persuade them, previously contemplating a solution. There was no longer a need for such thoughts after the emperor's return. Qin, old dog, if you do not speak today, we 3 old geezers shall turn this great Qin imperial palace into ruins. Indeed, the 3 elders simultaneously unleashed their imperial auras, no longer caring for another battle. However, at that moment, a terrifying presence shattered their oppressive might. Who dares to threaten my great Qin? The voice of the Qin ancestor was icy, imbued with a sense of age and an undeniable authority. A revered one. Does great Qin still have a revered presence overseeing it? Senior, we have spoken in folly. We humbly request your forgiveness. The ancestral elders of the 3 families, trembling, fell to their knees. Great Qin is the realm of my Qin family. Whoever dares to harbor even a fleeting thought of rebellion shall find no grave. Begone. With a thunderous command, the Qin ancestor unleashed an unstoppable force, sending the kneeling elders of the 3 families flying 1,000 meters away from the imperial palace. In the Eastern Sea region, the esteemed beings stand as invincible entities, requiring no rationale, for they themselves embody the truth. The night sky is adorned with countless twinkling stars, as 5 ethereal vessels soar swiftly through the void. Lin Jun, feeling a sense of ennui, made his way to the bow of the ship. Upon encountering Li Jianxing, he clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, elderly. Ah. Li Jianxing responded with a smile and a nod. Young Master Lin, are you not practicing today? It matters not for just this evening, Lin Jun replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. His cultivation had transcended the need for daily practice. With an ample supply of spirit stones, he could ascend rapidly. Lacking spirit stones at present, there was no necessity to convert the natural energies of the world. At that moment, Lin Jun observed the shields of 4 other spirit vessels opening a portal. He squinted slightly, noticing Qin Shiji accompanied by Zhao Zino, as well as Murong Wanner and Shangguan Jinghong, making their way to Lu Qianxin's vessel. A thought crossed his mind. Were these individuals plotting against him? If so, it would indeed be intriguing. Chapter 47. Unable to swallow this grievance, Brother Shangguan, Sister Wanner, Brother Lu. Upon reaching the spirit vessel, Qin Shiji greeted them with clasped fists. Murong Wanner and Shangguan Jinghong returned the gesture, but Lu Qianxin sat aloof, seemingly disinterested in their company. Originally, they were supposed to convene aboard the great Qin dragon vessel. Yet Lu Qianxin's reluctance to move had compelled Qin Shiji and the others to come to him instead. Your Highness, let us get straight to the point. What is the purpose of summoning us? Murong Wanner inquired, a teasing smile gracing her lips. I shall not beat around the bush. Qin Shiji's eyes glinted with intensity. Do you all have no opinions regarding Lin Jun? Murong Wanner chuckled lightly. We may have opinions, but what of it? After all, your father has yet to take any concrete actions. Is today's incident in the Grand Hall not clear enough? If Qin Zhengtian truly wished to act against Lin Jun, the reasons provided could all warrant a death sentence. Yet, it is the Crown Prince, Qin Shiji, who was forcibly expelled from the hall and made to kneel. It is crucial to recognize that Lin Jun is now capable of indiscriminately taking lives. If he is allowed to grow, will we not become his victims in the future? Qin Shiji continued to incite their concerns, and at this, the expressions of Murong Wanner and Shangguan Jinghong visibly shifted. Young Master Shangguan, Miss Murong. From my understanding of Lin Jun, he shows no mercy to anyone. At this juncture, Zhao Zino interjected, I was once his betrothed, but after our engagement ended. Do you know what they did to me? They demanded the return of all my possessions, and Lin Qing even attacked our family's protective formation, relentlessly dismantling it over the course of 10 days without pause. Zhao Zino felt a deep-seated resentment and could not fathom how Lin Jun had been so fortunate, not only surviving the abyss of the fallen gods, but also surpassing the talents of the great Qin. His overwhelming strength filled her with envy and trepidation. The man who once obliged her every request now regarded her as insignificant. Her prideful disposition prevented her from witnessing Lin Jun's ascendancy, as she refused to let her broken engagement become a source of ridicule. Thus, she could not swallow this bitter pill. Murong Wanner scoffed dismissively, declaring, the Zhao family deserves this. Treating matrimonial unions as mere transactions is their folly. Zhao Jinua's expression turned icy. She had initially come to facilitate an alliance, but found herself the target of Murong Wanner's harsh words, unable to muster a retort. I concur with Wanner. Your presence diminishes our stature, and thus I wish not to see you here, said Shangwan Jinghong with a cold smile. His betrothal to Murong Wanner stemmed from a family alliance, although they had no intentions of marrying nor shared affection. Neither would dare to propose an annulment that could disgrace the other's family. Therefore, the Zhao family's actions appeared more ludicrous than a mere jest, rendering Zhao Jinua an object of scorn. Very well, we are here to discuss matters of importance this evening. Qin Shiji attempted to mediate. Yet he overlooked a critical detail. The three individuals before him were not mere talents from the dragon boat, but the scions of the foremost families of the great Qin, who owed him no courtesy. Brother Qin, should she remain, Wanner and I shall take our leave, Shangwan Jinghong asserted firmly. What threat could a mere novice in the realm of law present to them? The intention behind inviting Zhao Jinua was solely to vex Lin Jun, who had seemingly disregarded the matter entirely, thus stripping Zhao Jinua of her utility. Instead, it had allowed Qin Jingtian to seize the opportunity, thrusting the inept Qin Mushi into their ranks, dragging them down. This situation only fueled Zhao Jinua's ire. Feeling discontent, she hastily spoke, Your Highness. Qin Shiji remained implacable. To him, Zhao Jinua was merely a pawn, unworthy of sharing their company. After all, they were the future rulers of the great Qin, while the Zhao family held little significance. With gritted teeth, Zhao Jinua, stung by the humiliation, reluctantly turned to depart. Upon reaching the deck of the spirit boat, she inadvertently glanced towards the massive vessel of the Wei Dao sect, only to lock eyes with Lin Jun at that moment. The complexity within their gazes was profound. Yet Lin Jun remained remarkably composed. Farewell, Zhao Jinua, he thought, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake, his heart as serene as calm waters. Stirred by neither hatred nor love, and devoid of regret. It was as if they were mere strangers who had never crossed paths. Standing on the deck, Li Jiansheng remarked lightly, Lin, can you truly let go? Without a ripple of emotion, Lin Jun responded with a calm demeanor. He had moved beyond that chapter of his life, harboring no lingering attachment. Li Jiansheng, hands clasped behind him, gazed up at the starry expanse. Lin, you are destined for greatness. Such a disposition is indeed rare. A man who cannot be ensnared by emotions will surely cultivate no inner demons on his path ahead. Moreover, with the protection of the Shao family from Middle-earth, Lin Jun's future accomplishments are likely to surpass the imagination of many. Little does he know that Lin Jun is not a man devoid of emotions, nor is he one to waver in indecision. When he loves fervently. When he does not, he departs with dignity. Furthermore, that woman is unworthy of his affection. Zhao Zino truly suffers, filled with regret, resentment, and an unsettling anxiety. Yet, at the moment when the Elder of Protection had not lifted the barrier, she found herself unable to return to the dragon boat, barred from entry. With her back turned to Lin Jun, this experience is undeniably painful. Oldly, I shall take my leave now. Lin Jun clasped his fists together and, after receiving a nod from Li Jiansheng, turned back to his chamber. At that moment, a powerful summoning aura emanated from the punishment heavenly. Was the Empress of Rainbow Garments seeking him? This marked the first time since departing from the abyss of fallen gods that she had actively requested an audience with him. His consciousness swiftly plunged into the infinite space within the punishment heavenly. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Yin Qichong's long hair cascaded gracefully, exuding an ethereal presence. As enchanting as ever, the thought that this empress had lived for at least 100,000 years jolted him back to awareness. You seek me? Indeed. The Empress of Rainbow Garments nodded, her exquisite visage betraying a hint of unease. The heavenly pool's demonic lair was in turmoil, should the seal falter. The malevolent forces from beyond would sweep across the entire celestial dome continent, leading to an unpredictable fate for her upon entering the abyss of fallen gods. Yet, she could not depart, for if the seal beneath the abyss of fallen gods were to break, her long-awaited companion, whom she had yearned for over 100,000 years, would be unable to reclaim his past memories. He might even face the obliteration of his soul, forever severed from the cycle of reincarnation. What troubles you? The first time Lin Jun beheld the aloof and ethereal Empress Nisha, her unparalleled beauty was marred by a hint of sorrow. Although he harbored no interest in the prospect of dual cultivation with the Empress, indeed, He felt a degree of aversion towards it. He could not deny that she had been of considerable assistance to him. How might one articulate the nature of their relationship? They were neither master and disciple, nor friends, nor even companions on the path. Perhaps the term collaborative partners would be most fitting. The Empress Nisha aided him in elevating his cultivation, while he was tasked with accomplishing 9 significant deeds for her. The third of these was to achieve renown throughout the Eastern Sea region by securing victory in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Lin Jun, Yin Nisha, with an unguarded parting of her crimson lips, cast a poignant glance at the man before her. Lin Jun furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "What is so peculiar about you today?" In his recollection, it was the first occasion that Yin Nishang had addressed him by name, and he could not shake off the notion that the Empress was acting rather out of character. Yin Nishang hesitated momentarily, then shook her head with a hint of bitterness. "It's nothing. If there is something to say, just say it directly. There is no need for circumlocution." Lin Jun was taken aback. The Empress, who had lived for 100,000 years, revealed a vulnerable side in his presence. Remarkably, she was enchanting, stirring emotions within him. His heart raced, a sensation he had never experienced even with Zhao Zhenhua. Why did Yin Nishang's recent demeanor evoke a sense of familiarity? Chapter 48. Someone awaits you for 10,000 years with a deep breath. Yin Nishang finally spoke. "Once, that man asked me to wait for him, no matter how long it took. He promised he would return to find me, yet this wait has stretched into 100,000 years. Throughout this millennium, I have not stepped away from the abyss of fallen gods." As she reminisced about the past, a faint smile graced Yin Nishang's lips, though within that exquisite smile lay traces of sorrow and concern. Lin Jun felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. What was happening to him? Why did the sight of Yin Nishang evoke such profound agony within him? After calming the tempest within, he feigned indifference and inquired, "Have we arrived?" Indeed. Yin Nishang stood amidst the boundless void, her beautiful eyes reflecting a touch of tenderness. "He has returned, yet he no longer recognizes me." Indeed, he had returned. Yet, the affection he once held for her had vanished, replaced by a defensive demeanor akin to that of an adversary. Lin Jun's expression turned icy. "Is that man truly me?" Yin Nishang turned away, her back to Lin Jun. "What if it is? I am merely 20 this year, while you have existed for at least 100,000 years. Lin Jun was taken aback. "I have read in ancient texts that upon reaching the realm of the great emperor, one can wield a formidable divine consciousness to alter another's memories. Surely, you do not intend to commit such a shameless act against me?" He speculated that the Tianbao pavilion operated in this manner. Yin Nishang was not the true owner, but rather someone who had manipulated Qian Santong's memory, perhaps even that of the pavilion master. "You have seen through my ruse." Yin Nishang's delicate face grew cold, yet her heart ached. She longed to hear the man before her tenderly call her Nishang. But how could she penetrate the depths of his consciousness? Unless Lin Jun could stand unrivaled at the martial assembly of the 10 kingdoms, thus earning the right to enter the ancient battlefield ruins and meet the remnants of her former soul, would he ever believe her words to be true? She had willingly sealed herself within the abyss of fallen gods for 100,000 years, enduring the profound solitude and desolation of human existence, while also dedicating much of her energy to resist the laws of this world. No one was to step even a foot into the abyss of fallen gods. Not even Lin Tianqiu. Lin Jun's expression was indifferent as he remarked, "I shall fulfill my promise to you. There is no need for me to resort to underhanded means." Yin Nishang also smiled with indifference. "What would you say if there truly existed a foolish woman who waited for you for an entire 100,000 years? All for an ethereal promise?" Lin Jun's brows furrowed slightly, before he resolutely declared, "A love for a lifetime, an eternity of affection, if such a thing truly exists. I shall not forsake her. Yet, I cannot believe that anyone could wait for me for 100,000 years. 100,000 years? What nonsense! Could it be that a being of the emperor's realm can live for so long? If it were true, why do we not see the presence of emperors on the Tianxiong continent, but only hear tales from long ago? A love for a lifetime, an eternity of affection?" Yin Nishang murmured these words, as if to say that no matter how arduous the passage of 10,000 years, it would be worth it. She believed in this man more than she trusted herself. "You will surely return. You will once again lead me to battle across the heavens and earth, vanquishing all deities and Buddhas. Am I not right?" Yin Nishang's spirit faded, while her corporeal form remained within the abyss of fallen gods. Gazing at the ceiling barrier at the bottom, which gradually showed signs of loosening under the onslaught of the outer demons, she then bit her finger, allowing a drop of her golden-hued blood to fall upon the seal. If it were possible, I could wait another 100,000 years, but we do not possess such time. Should I fail again in this life, I shall follow you, becoming but a wisp of spirit adrift in the chaos. Upon Lin Jun's exit from the boundless space of the punishment heaven, his brows furrowed in contemplation. What could the Empress be scheming? If she truly intended to rewrite his memories, would he have the means to resist? Could it be that he was indeed the man whom Yun Nishang had awaited for 100,000 years? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Meanwhile, fervent discussions continued aboard the Liu family's spiritual vessel, now that Lin Jun had forged a connection with the Wei Dao sect. Would it not be tantamount to courting death to take action against him and provoke their wrath? Shangguan Jinghong's expression grew grave. This was no trivial matter. The entire Qin Empire was bound together, insufficient to withstand the might of the Wei Dao sect, particularly the woman surnamed Xiao, who could command a spiritual vessel. Her status within the sect must surely be among the highest. I concur with Jinghong's assessment. Moro Wana nodded in firm agreement. Though Lu Qianchen remained silent, he too harbored no desire for Lin Jun's survival. The man was simply too formidable. Should he rise to prominence, their chances of advancement would surely dwindle. As the foremost power in the Qin Empire, each faction aspired for prosperity, at the very least, to progress in unison and maintain mutual restraint. Yet, Lin Jun's emergence had already placed them under immense pressure, for their own sakes and that of their families. They could not allow him to persist. Unbeknownst to the three, Qin Shiji finally revealed his trump card. I share a profound connection with the crown prince of the Zhou dynasty. As long as we refrain from taking action, Zhou Qian has pledged to eliminate Lin Jun and grant us the opportunity to ascend. Zhou Qian? The crown prince who ascended to the realm of kings at the age of 30? With him in play, Lin Jun's demise was assured. In the glory days of the Qin Empire, 7 nations paid tribute, with the Zhou Empire among the 2 most powerful. Following the decline of the Qin royal family, the Zhou Empire ascended, particularly with Zhou Qian, hailed as the preeminent genius of the Eastern Sea region in a century. Throughout his life, he remained undefeated, triumphing over his peers with overwhelming force. Thus, upon learning of Qin Shiji's relationship with Zhou Qian, the other 3 nodded in unison. They were few in number and lacking in strength. Collaborating with Zhou, Qian not only promised victory, but also the elimination of a future foe. Why not seize this opportunity? Moreover, they would need only to observe, without lifting a finger. With that, the decision was made. Qin Shiji declared with pride, "Our alliance with Zhou Qian will ensure he removes Lin Jun for us and allocates spots for us to enter the ruins." No objections arose. Thus, an unspoken agreement was effortlessly reached. The life and death of Lin Jun are of no concern to them. Their only interest lies in profit. As dawn broke, Lin Jun opened his eyes and remarked, "I can't believe I spent an entire night dreaming. Truly a remarkable skill." In his dream, he witnessed Yun Nishang besieged by numerous powerful adversaries, nearly suffering fatal injuries. Clad in battle armor and wielding the punishing heaven staff, he vanquished those formidable foes, ascending to the 9 heavens with Yun Nishang, ultimately journeying to the outer 10 lands. In that final confrontation, he fell, outnumbered and overpowered. Yun Nishang, bearing a fragment of his soul, arrived at the Sky Vault continent, where she expended her divine energy to harness the invasion of malevolent forces from beyond, creating the abyss of fallen gods and sealing that remnant of his soul within. Naturally, he believed all this to be the result of Yun Nishang employing the methods of an emperor, never truly considering it to have occurred in reality. After all, achieving such feats was not beyond Yun Nishang's capabilities. Lin Xiao, just as Lin Jun lingered in the memories of his dream, he was stirred awake by the voice of Li Jianxing. Li Lao. After Lin Jun expelled the impurities using his spiritual energy, he promptly exited the room. Xiao Bailing, as usual, gazed at him with her bright, watery eyes, as if she were plotting something untoward. Li Jianxing found himself at a loss regarding Xiao Bailing. After all, even Xiao Baolong turned a blind eye to her antics and went so far as to protect Lin Jun. He could only say, "We've arrived in Dongling Kingdom. Prepare to disembark." What about Mushi? Lin Jun furrowed his brow. Has she not yet emerged from her seclusion? All you seem to see is Sister Mushi. Xiao Bailing flashed a pure smile and playfully probed, "Have you missed me?" "Not at all." Lin Jun replied with unyielding decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. "Humph." Xiao Bailing pouted, her delicate face etched with displeasure. Lin Jun found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend what exactly had drawn Xiao Bailing to him. He truly wished to change. However, just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Qin Mushi emerged from the room. One glance at her demeanor revealed that she had perfectly integrated the royal-grade water Qilin avatar. The aura emanating from her seemed to blend the softness of water with an indescribable air of nobility. Chapter 49. Targeted Masterly, Brother Lin Jun, Sister Xiao. Qin Mushi smiled serenely, her expression reflecting an unmistakable newfound confidence. Impressive, dear Mushi. Xiao Bailing approached, lavishly bestowing praise. You have integrated the royal-grade avatar in just one night. Truly, you are a paragon of water attribute spiritual roots. Oh, I am not that extraordinary. It is all thanks to Sister Xiao. Qin Mushi replied, modestly lowering her gaze. Were it not for the aid of the spiritual vessel and the time scroll, how could she have achieved the integration of the royal-grade water Qilin avatar in a single night? Yet, as a body of extreme Yin, combined with the superior water attribute spiritual root and the compatible water attribute avatar, the successful integration was hardly surprising. All right, we should descend. Li Jianxing maneuvered the spiritual vessel down to a desolate wilderness. In an instant, the vessel of the Wei Dao sect caught the attention of prodigies from various nations. I hadn't heard that disciples of the Wei Dao sect were arriving. Indeed, isn't it supposed to be the Yunshang sect overseeing this year? Could something have happened? Speculations abounded. As Lin Jun and the others disembarked from the spiritual vessel, it only deepened the crowd's curiosity. Logically, those who could travel by spiritual vessel from the Wei Dao sect must be core figures, yet these four were entirely unfamiliar to them. However, no one dared voice their thoughts. Perhaps they were hidden core disciples of the Wei Dao sect. But why would disciples from the Wei Dao sect attend the 10 Nations Martial Assembly? An elder from the Yunshang sect, responsible for overseeing the assembly, approached and inquired, Friends, this martial assembly is to be supervised by our Yunshang sect. May I ask if you harbor any concerns regarding our oversight? While the Yunshang sect was the foremost among the top 10 sects of the Eastern Sea region, they could not afford to treat the visitors from the Wei Dao sect lightly, especially considering their backing from the illustrious Xiao family of Zhongtu. Li Jianxing clasped his hands in greeting. We are not representatives of the Wei Dao sect. Rather, we have been invited to observe and have picked up 2 esteemed prodigies from the Great Qin en route to the competition. The oversight remains under the purview of the Yunshang sect. The elder from the Yunshang sect displayed a hint of confusion, yet, upon hearing this, could only gesture invitingly. In that case, please take your seats and enjoy the proceedings. Li Jianxing did not hesitate and ascended to the observation platform. Xiao Bailing flashed a playful smile at Lin Jun. Do your best. We are counting on you to break through. Lin Jun remained silent. Qin Mushi, however, smiled and nodded. All right, Sister Xiao. Meanwhile, the elite of the 10 nations, 20 from each, totaling 200, gathered. The elder of the Yunshang sect stood with his hands clasped behind his back and proclaimed, the rules for the 10 Nations Martial Conference remain unchanged from previous years. Only the final 30 participants will earn the opportunity to be selected by the 10 major sects. Whether you choose to cooperate or fight solo, all falls within the established rules. Each participant will receive a teleportation jade token. Should you find yourself unable to continue, it is imperative to shatter the token promptly to exit the arena. Failure to do so will be interpreted as a willingness to continue fighting, and your fate will not concern the 10 major sects. If anyone has objections, please voice them now. The audience echoed in unison, none. Shortly thereafter, a disciple clad in white robes from the Yunshang sect approached to distribute the jade tokens. Qin Mushi exclaimed, Brother Lin Jun, can this truly save our lives? Lin Jun smiled calmly, stating, Indeed, the transmission jade tablet can preserve one's life, but it must be employed upon an established formation. Currently, shattering it will not allow for transmission. It is considered a relatively advanced entity within the formation, and it is understandable that Qin Mushi is unaware of this. Once the transmission jade tablet was activated, the elder of Yunshang sect waved his hand, and as the dense spiritual energy descended upon the focal point of the formation, it ignited, forming a vast transparent semicircular shield that enveloped all 200 prodigies from the 10 nations. However, the battle had not yet commenced. As they still had time to choose their alliances, Qin Mushi stepped forward immediately, exclaiming, What are you, elder brother? How dare you refer to yourself as my royal brother? Qin Shiji coldly retorted, I am the son of the empress of the Great Qin, whereas you are merely a lowly princess born of the emperor and a maid. Qin Mushi had initially intended to form an alliance, but was taken aback by his insult. My mother is not a maid. The emperor has posthumously honored her as Shifei, and she holds a recognized status. She could endure insults and bullying, but could not accept the disparagement of her mother. A maid is a maid. Even with a title, it does not change the fact that you are a lowly princess born of a maid. Qin Shiji showed no mercy. Throughout his life, he had never regarded Qin Mushi as family. Moreover, given that he had been punished by the emperor the previous day due to Qin Mushi, how could he swallow his indignation? The emperor had instructed him not to provoke Lin Jun, and so he refrained, allowing the crown prince of the great Zhou to eliminate her. Thus, even upon returning home, he would not face punishment. Of course, this was contingent upon Lin Jun shattering the transmission jade tablet before facing death, thereby earning the right to return home and lodge a complaint. Qin Mushi's beautiful eyes sparkled with fury, and just as she prepared to confront him, she was stopped by Lin Jun. There is no need for debate. Only strength can silence the whispers of the world. Lin Jun's expression remained calm. Engaging in pointless arguments would merely squander his mental energy. Qin Mushi, ever obedient and attentive to Lin Jun's words, suppressed her grievances and stepped back. Qin Shiji's cold gaze fell upon Lin Jun once more. Do you not require teammates? Very well. Carry this lowly princess born of a maid to elimination. In his eyes, allying with the formidable Zhou Qian had already sealed victory. Lin Jun's presence was of no consequence. Suddenly, Lin Jun transformed into a fleeting shadow, and before Qin Shiji could react, he delivered a resounding slap. Qin Shiji was jolted by a sharp pain on his cheek. As he touched it, his hand was stained with blood. He was merely in the realm of law, while Lin Jun had attained the realm of kings. An insurmountable chasm lay between them. What harm was there in a single slap? Once the competition commenced, Lin Jun could effortlessly dispose of this insignificant waste known as Qin Shiji. Among the 200 participants, it was he who caused the greatest uproar. Lin Jun cast a glance, expressing his preference for tranquility, urging others not to disturb him. Very well. Qin Shiji, after consuming a healing pill, retorted coldly, we shall see. With those words, he turned and walked away. The imposing figure entering was none other than Crown Prince Zhou Qian of the Great Zhou dynasty. The moment he stepped into the arena, he sensed Lin Jun. Realizing that he might be the only individual among the 200 prodigies who could pose a genuine threat to him, his sharp gaze fixated upon Lin Jun. Lin Jun remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Brother Lin Jun, it seems that the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou has gained the allegiance of Lu Qianshun and his companions, Qin Mushi said, her brows furrowed in concern. Lin Jun calmly remarked, it's not a matter of speculation. They have indeed formed an alliance. Casting a glance at the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou, he noted that, in terms of cultivation level, the prince surpassed him. Nevertheless, he held unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph. What? Qin Mushi exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. What shall we do now? Lin Jun smiled calmly. What is there to fear? Aren't I here? Qin Mushi furrowed her brow, but we are just two people. She cast a glance around. At least on one side, there was a formidable group of talents from a single nation, while they had been betrayed by Qin Shiji. Could they truly face these other prodigies with just the two of them? Would they not be eliminated at the very onset of the battle? As the alliance concluded, the martial competition commenced. Just then, with a resounding call from the elder of the Yunshang sect, the gaze of over 100 individuals within the formation instantly fixed upon Lin Jun and Qin Mushi. After all, this was an elimination round. It was only natural to target the weakest. The more they eliminated, the greater their chances of advancing. Go. The young talents from the Qin nation were the first to lose their composure. After their leader shouted, the remaining 19 rushed towards Lin Jun and Qin Mushi with reckless abandon. They were the weakest among the 10 nations, and no one was willing to ally with them. Their only hope of advancement lay in defeating isolated opponents and relying on luck to survive until the end. Thus, Lin Jun and Qin Mushi became their chosen targets. Qin Mushi's breath quickened with anxiety. She had a premonition that they were about to become the focus of everyone's attacks. She instinctively edged closer to Lin Jun. Chapter 50. The Thunderous Method. Don't let them escape, you brats from Dongling Nation. Scoundrels. Go. Meanwhile, battles erupted amongst several other factions, those affiliated with the Great Zhou Empire, including Qin Shiji and his companions, had yet to encounter any trouble. After all, with 30 spots available, no one dared to challenge the Great Zhou Empire directly. Moreover, the Crown Prince of Great Zhou, Zhou Qian, was a force of nature among the younger generation, capable of single-handedly dealing with them all. Zhou Qian wore an arrogant expression, his gaze fixated solely on Lin Jun, a figure whose cultivation level eluded him, either possessing a treasure that concealed his aura or wielding a cultivation that surpassed him by an entire realm. However, the latter was implausible. For in the history of the East Sea region, such a young Emperor realm powerhouse had never emerged. Thus, Lin Jun could only be carrying a treasure that concealed his presence. Qin Shiji stepped forward. He is Lin Jun, hailed as the foremost prodigy of our great Qin. His strength is likely on par with yours. Zhao Zhenhua felt displeased. She was reluctant to acknowledge Lin Jun's excellence. Yet upon reflection, she realized Qin Shiji was employing flattery to provoke Zhou Qian's ire, prompting her to hold her tongue. Zhou Qian remained indifferent, offering no respect to the crown prince of Great Qin, while Qin Shiji felt frustrated but had no alternative. After all, he still needed Zhou Qian's support to secure a place in the top 30. Outside the barrier, Li Jianqin shook his head. I knew Lin would have to fight alone. What is there to fear? Xiao Bailing pouted, clenching her delicate fists. Brother Linjin is far more formidable than that group of worthless opponents. Go for it. Xiao Bailing rose to offer her support, disregarding her status, which caused the elders of the Yunshang sect to furrow their brows, yet they were at a loss for words. At that moment, within the formation, Qin Mushi anxiously exclaimed, they are coming. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, she witnessed the leader of the Qin nation at the forefront being ensnared by Lin Jun, who seized his carotid artery with remarkable swiftness, so swift that everyone present was rendered momentarily speechless. Lin Jun's expression remained calm. Did you shatter the teleportation jade token on your own accord, or shall I crush your carotid artery instead? The leader of the Qin kingdom was filled with disbelief. Despite the myriad of grudges brewing within him, he could only clasp his fists in gratitude, uttering, thank you for sparing my life. According to the established rules, even if Lin Jun had slain him, it would not have been deemed significant, as he had failed to activate the teleportation jade token in time. With a flash of white light, he was transported outside the formation, cursing his ill fate in dejection. As a 7th-tier practitioner of the Dharma manifestation realm, he had anticipated leading the prodigies of the Qin kingdom to easily conquer weaker opponents. Yet unexpectedly, he had encountered the toughest adversary. Lin Jun's ability to immobilize him barehanded suggested he must possess at least the strength of a king's realm. It seemed that Zhou Qian had found a formidable opponent. Brother Lin Jun is magnificent, Xiao Bailing exclaimed loudly. For the first individual to be eliminated was indeed sent out by Lin Jun. Naturally, her cheers went unheard and unseen by Lin Jun outside. Lin Jun turned his gaze towards the remaining 19 prodigies of the Qin kingdom and coldly remarked, Gentlemen, please proceed. He was reluctant to engage in conflict, as squabbling with them would diminish his own stature. Brother, why not join us? One of the other prodigies from the Qin kingdom, unwilling to face elimination, extended an invitation. You have 3 seconds left. Lin Jun raised 3 fingers, initiating the countdown. As one finger descended, Xinguo Xianjiu grew anxious. Let us assist you in dealing with the rest. Allowing you to advance. Lin Jun remained unfazed, allowing yet another finger to drop. We, the 19 prodigies of the Qin kingdom, still dared to bargain. However, when Lin Jun's final finger fell, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted. One timid female prodigy from the Qin kingdom, overwhelmed by fear, shattered her teleportation jade talisman in an instant, transforming into a streak of white light and departing the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining prodigies of the Qin kingdom resigned themselves to their fate, hastily concluding their singular opportunity to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Assembly. Brother Lin Jun, you are truly remarkable, having eliminated 20 individuals in a mere moment. Qin Mushi did not conceal the admiration in her beautiful eyes. In her heart, Lin Jun was a deity of boundless power. Their inherent weakness made their early elimination entirely reasonable. Lin Jun spoke in a calm tone. He held no deep-seated animosity toward the elite of Chenghua, so he felt no inclination to harm them. Had he wished to, the 20 individuals would have undoubtedly perished in an instant upon charging forth. The disparity between the King's realm and the Dharma manifestation realm is simply immense. Practitioners of the Dharma manifestation realm rely on their dantians to store spiritual energy, unleashing their manifestations and martial techniques in battle. In contrast, those in the King's realm can directly harness the spiritual energy of the universe, bypassing the need for dantian transformation. This fundamental difference renders mere numerical superiority insufficient for victory. Upon reaching the Emperor's realm, one gains the ability to soar through the skies, traversing thousands of miles overnight. Thus, only upon attaining the Emperor's realm can one truly be considered a formidable force. Yet, I fail to comprehend your reasoning for eliminating them. Would it not be more beneficial to allow them to engage with others? Qin Mushi's delicate face was filled with confusion. Even if they were weak, they could still serve to attract attention, could they not? Lin Jun smiled faintly, saying, "Do you see any other nation's prodigies? Apart from Qin Shiji and the elite of the great Zhou Empire, harboring intentions towards us?" Qin Mushi turned around and surveyed the surroundings. Initially, many prodigies from various countries had their sights set on them. However, after Lin Jun swiftly eliminated 20 prodigies from the Qin kingdom, those individuals realized they were not to be trifled with, and thus none dared to approach. Strength is the most reliable safeguard. One must never place their hopes in others. Lin Jun spoke in a calm tone. If one lacks strength, even if they grovel before others, they would not be granted a second glance. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Qin Mushi's beautiful eyes as she gravely nodded. I understand. She did not wish to be protected. But when would she be able to assist Lin Jun? After half an hour of chaotic battle, only about 100 individuals remained within the formation. Yet they were still far from the conclusion. Moreover, those who managed to endure until the end possessed formidable strength and could not be easily eliminated. Curiously, Qin Mushi inquired, "So, are we to do nothing now? Is watching not sufficient?" Lin Jun offered a faint smile. These individuals were not worthy of his intervention, and he need not concern himself with the outcome. Thus, who was eliminated or who advanced bore no significance to him. Once the ancient battlefield relics opened, the remaining contenders would inevitably become rivals. It could only be said that the nation with the most surviving prodigies would reap greater rewards within the ancient battlefield relics. Brother Zhou, if you do not take action soon, Lin Jun will advance. Qin Shiji could no longer sit idly. With only 30 advancement slots available, and Zhou Qian having previously allocated only 5 to the Great Qin, it meant that regardless of the final outcome, 15 individuals would be eliminated. Naturally, he did not wish to see Lin Jun and Qin Mushi advance. Indeed, if you delay further, Lin Jun will make his move. Precisely. Act quickly. Murong Wanner and Shangwan Jinghong echoed in anxious agreement. Logically, the Great Qin Empire should secure at least 5 advancement slots. However, should Lin Jun and Qin Mushi not be eliminated, only 3 slots would remain for their 4 members, and who would willingly step aside? After all, the ancient battlefield relics were not only rife with opportunities, but also laden with many divine weapons from the ancient era. To forego this would be a significant loss. Zhao Zeno felt the urgency as well, but she recognized her lack of standing to speak and thus remained silent. After observing the battlefield, Zhou Qian finally took a step forward, leading the prodigies of the Great Zhou towards Lin Jun and Qin Mushi. A smirk crept across Qin Shiji's face. In terms of strength, Lin Jun could indeed crush them, but so what? He would still be eliminated. Lin Jun, it seems your time is up. Qin Shiji boasted arrogantly, emboldened by Zhou Qian's protection, and you, the lowly spawn of a maid. Lin Jun remarked with indifference, as the crown prince of the Great Qin. Do you not feel a sense of shame in subserviently bowing to the crown prince of a foreign nation? Qin Mushi similarly declared, elder brother, what you are doing is tantamount to treachery. If father were to learn of this, he would surely silence me. Qin Shijie retorted sharply, I am the crown prince of the Great Qin. You are in no position to admonish me. Is there urgency? Indeed, there is considerable urgency. However, as long as he can eliminate Lin Jun and Qin Mushi from the equation, he will successfully advance into the ancient battlefield ruins. Lin Jun scoffed. With your servile demeanor, should you ascend to the throne as the Emperor of Qin, you would undoubtedly jeopardize the sovereignty of the Qin Empire. You speak nonsense. Qin Shiji bellowed in fury. The vast realm of the Qin belongs to my family. It is the dominion of this palace. What right do you have to dictate terms? He wished to stand tall, yet his capabilities did not permit such pride. Most crucially, he would rather bow before the crown prince of the Great Zhou than relinquish his noble status as a royal in the presence of Lin Jun. You are merely a prince now. Whether you can endure until the day the Emperor of Qin abdicates remains uncertain. Lin Jun's tone was unremarkable, yet every word struck with piercing clarity. The Ascendant Realm afforded a lifespan of 500 years, whereas the Monarch Realm permitted only 200. In his estimation, Qin Shiji's potential was confined to the Monarch Realm, making it exceedingly unlikely for him to ascend to the Ascendant Realm in this lifetime. Furthermore, considering the current Qin Emperor, who was scarcely 200 years old, if Qin Shiji failed to reach the Ascendant Realm, he would indeed be unfit to inherit the title of the next Qin Emperor. How dare you, Lin Jun, you audaciously speak disrespectfully to His Highness the Crown Prince? Kneel at once. Aside from Lu Qianqian and the other two, How could the other less influential prodigies forego the opportunity to curry favor with Qin Shiji? They collectively raised their voices in reprimand. Lin Jun cast a glance at them, saying, "You foolish lot. Do you truly believe that there will be a place for you in the final advancement? Do you really think that Qin Shiji will bestow any favors upon you?" Upon hearing these words, the proud elites of the great Qin instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Since Qin Shiji had allied himself with Zhou Qian, it was clear that Zhou Qian was the leader, and his strength was undeniably formidable. How could he ensure the advancement of the other elites of the great Zhou Empire? Even if all 10 remaining spots were allocated to the great Qin, it would still be insufficient. Who among them would face elimination? Do not speak such nonsense. Qin Shiji admonished. Whether one can advance is entirely dependent on strength. Lin Jun retorted without any hesitation, "If it truly depended on strength, do you even deserve to advance? Do you have the courage to challenge me?" Qin Shiji was rendered speechless in an instant. He could only hope to capitalize on the carelessness of the King Ascendant Realm expert, utilizing every skill imparted by Qin Rini to potentially deliver a fatal blow. Yet Lin Jun was on par with the pinnacle of the King Ascendant Realm, Feng Qingyang. How could he possibly prevail? Realizing this, he could only turn anxiously to Zhou. "Brother Zhou, I implore you." Zhao Zino also stepped forward urgently. "Crown Prince of the Great Zhou, please act swiftly. We must not let him advance." If they did not choose sides soon, they feared they might miss their opportunity altogether. Perhaps even aligning themselves would yield only a slim chance of success. But what if it worked? They beseeched the Crown Prince of Great Zhou for assistance. The elite of the Great Qin clasped their fists in earnest entreaty. Qin Miyuki watched in astonishment as these proud figures of Great Qin, who were supposed to battle for their nation in the 10 Kingdoms Martial Assembly, now begged the Crown Prince of Great Zhou to intervene against her and Lin Jun. Was this even conceivable? It was utterly shameless. If her father were to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated to the point of sputtering blood. Such actions were a disgrace to the dignity of Great Qin, revealing them to be a cowardly bunch lacking in backbone. Zhou Qian surveyed the scene, relishing the sight of the Great Qin elites bowing before him, a sentiment too delightful to describe. However, as he observed the surrounding situation, he discovered that there were still 50 or 60 individuals present, and among them, his most formidable opponent, Song Weiliao, known for his prowess as a martial artist of the Great Qi Empire, seemed to be gaining momentum in battle, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Upon further reflection, he clasped his fists and addressed Lin Jun. "Brother Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Shall we become friends?" The elites of Great Qin were left dumbfounded. Zhou Qian was actually extending a friendly gesture to Lin Jun. What did that make them? Qin Shiji panicked in an instant. "Brother Zhou?" Silence. Zhou Qian showed no regard for face. The fate of these useless individuals from the Great Qin had become irrelevant. As long as he could befriend Lin Jun, it would be a worthy investment. After all, befriending Lin Jun would only require relinquishing 2 spots, whereas including the ineffectual Qin Shiji would necessitate giving up 5. He was no fool and understood how to make the right choice. Qin Shiji was genuinely taken aback, rendered speechless and devoid of any semblance of a crown prince. Zhao Zino was frantic, the ever-changing situation leaving her mind struggling to keep pace. Qin Miyuki also found it hard to comprehend why Zhou Qian would seek to befriend Lin Jun. Yet, witnessing Qin Shiji's discomfited expression brought her an inexplicable sense of relief. Lin Jun, disinterested in reciprocating the courtesy, merely inquired with a hint of indifference. "How do you intend to forge a friendship with me, and what sincerity can you offer?" He preferred to avoid confrontation, mindful that the true spectacle awaited them within the ancient battle ruins. The more they revealed now, the more they would become targets, gaining naught from such exposure. His sole objective was to ensure that both he and Qin Mushi advanced. However, he firmly believed that his bottom line was to rid himself of the spineless Qin Shiji and his ilk, lest they incite his ire. He was confident that Zhou Qian harbored similar intentions. Zhou Qian replied calmly, "Originally, we had agreed upon 5 slots for you from the Great Qin. I can now assure you that one of those slots is yours. Do you consider such sincerity sufficient?" Qin Shiji's eyes brimmed with fury, while Zhao Zino felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. If Zhou Qian's arrangement prevailed, the 5th slot would undoubtedly elude her grasp. Yet, she remained merely a supporting figure, devoid of any voice in the matter, left anxiously rooted in place. Lin Jun scoffed with disdain. "Do you really think I care about this quota? In other words, do you believe I need your charity to advance?" Zhou Qian's expression turned frosty, A hint of displeasure flickered in his narrowed eyes as his tone grew markedly colder. Then what does Brother Lin imply? Lin Jinping spoke indifferently. 2 slots for the Great Qin are sufficient. Let the rest be eliminated. What concern is it of his regarding the others? Moreover, what connection does the welfare of the Great Qin hold for him? The Lin family remains the Lin family, residing within the territory of the Great Qin, yet their relationship with the imperial court is far from that of sovereign and subject. It is utterly intolerable to allow those who harbor malicious intentions against him to ascend in rank. Lin Jun, do you still consider yourself a citizen of the Great Qin? Your actions are tantamount to treachery. This is outrageous. Upon returning home, I shall certainly present the circumstances directly to the Emperor of Qin. It has exploded, utterly devastated. The illustrious talents of the Great Qin can no longer remain passive, especially since Lin Jun has proclaimed his intent to eliminate them. Zhao Jinu, filled with righteous indignation, rebuked. Lin Jun, you spineless wretch, how dare you betray the interests of the Great Qin for your own selfish gain? Lin Jun coldly smiled. Why should I explain my actions to you? Zhou Qian, I ask you, will it be I who sends them away and subsequently eliminates you? Or will you send them off to preserve your own interests? This group of people truly embodies the essence of hypocrisy in their quest to eliminate him. They have even resorted to fawning over the Dezhou Empire, while he merely reciprocates in kind, and yet they cannot tolerate it. They are nothing short of Navi innocents. What concern does the benefit of the Qin have for him? Unless Qin Mushi can seize power, the rest are of no relevance to him. The Crown Prince of Dezhou, he is threatening you. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jinhua immediately turned to report. How can you tolerate such a person? Even Qin Shiji did not anticipate that Lin Jun would utter such audacious words. To think he would aim to eliminate the pride of Dezhou. What kind of delusional fantasy is this? Surely, Zhou Qian would no longer consider an alliance with Lin Jun, even if it meant defending the honor of Dezhou, right? Chapter 52. I want you dead, what are you? Zhou Qian glared coldly at Zhao Jinhua, then signaled to his confidant beside him. The man, understanding the cue, approached Zhao Jinhua and spoke in a low tone. Will you leave on your own, or shall I ensure you do? I. Zhao Jinhua was taken aback, completely unprepared for Zhou Qian to target her first. She could only glance at Qin Shiji. Your Highness, please say something. The ancient battle relics are rich in spiritual energy, and being remnants from a bygone era, they hold the remains of many formidable warriors. If one could acquire even a single artifact, it would suffice to restore the Zhao family's former glory, potentially overshadowing the so-called top 4 families and standing shoulder to shoulder with the royal family. She had no intention of leaving. Fool, get out. Qin Shiji was seething with rage. To assert his commitment, he stepped forward and violently restrained Zhao Jinhua, promptly shattering the teleportation jade token at her waist. In an instant, Zhao Jinhua transformed into a streak of white light, teleported outside the formation. Qin Shiji turned and laughed. Brother Zhou, that bothersome woman has been personally dispatched by me. Do calm down. Despite both being princes with comparable status, and both hailing from powerful empires among the 10 nations, Qin Shiji addressed Zhou Qian with the respectful term you. This only served to astonish the Qin elites. How could their crown prince disgrace himself to such a degree? Was he nearly on the verge of kneeling for a mere quota? Will you choose dignity, or shall I assist you in maintaining it? Zhou Qian's words bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. His eyes filled only with contempt. If Qin were truly to fall into the hands of this fool, then the Qin Empire would inevitably become the Qin Kingdom, relegated to the status of a lowly nation. Brother Zhou, we had a prior agreement. Qin Shiji was thoroughly panicked. Did Zhou Qian imply he had acquiesced to Lin Jun's demands? That he intended to expel them? Zhou Qian coldly commanded, take action. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure emanated from all the prodigies of the Great Zhou. To Zhou Qian's surprise, there were 3 formidable experts of the king's realm present as well, which left the prodigies of the Great Qin utterly bewildered. I shall take my leave. So shall I. With the futility of advancement starkly evident, several prodigies of the Great Qin shattered their teleportation jade tokens, opting to avoid the pain of bodily harm. Lu Qianxin remained unfazed, feeling utterly humiliated to be associated with the likes of Qin Shiji. After exchanging glances, Shangwan Jinghong and Murong Waner reached a consensus. Qin Shiji, a waste like you dares to claim the title of Crown Prince of the Great Qin? I hold you in contempt. Their synchronized declarations swiftly severed ties with Qin Shiji. Lin Jun is he, and we are us. We are to remain distinct and separate. Shangwan Jinghong and Murong Wana continued. You all, Qin Shiji felt his face redden with fury. Why had he become the ultimate loser? Yet, Moron Wanner and Shangwan Jinghong paid him no mind, instead aligning themselves with Lu Qianxin, effectively forming a new faction. Observing the absence of allies, Qin Shiji shamelessly exclaimed, "Imperial sister, I am the leader of the great Qin prodigies. You must intercede on my behalf." His antics only drew further disdain from the onlookers. Initially, Qin Mushi felt somewhat conflicted, but recalling Lin Zhun's resonant words, she boldly declared, "I have no brother as grand as you." Qin Shiji was rendered speechless. How dare this contemptible princess reject his overtures? Lin Zhun coldly remarked, "Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Such a person is utterly repulsive. The more I look, the more torturous it is for my eyes. You traitor to the nation, Lin Zhun." Qin Shiji roared with fury, "I shall certainly bring your demise." With a furious shout, the aura of the law manifestation realm surged to its zenith in an instant. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he concentrated it upon his arm. Royal Dragon Transformation. As the celestial martial technique was unleashed, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy burst forth, ripping apart the fabric of his sleeve. Almost immediately, scales radiating a golden light began to sprout along his arm, culminating in his fingers transforming into formidable dragon claws. Shou Qian's expression turned icy. "Everyone retreat," he commanded. This is a forbidden technique of the Qin royal family, immensely powerful. Even if it cannot slay him, entanglement would surely deplete a significant amount of spiritual energy. Thus, he chose to withdraw at the earliest opportunity. "Brother Lin Zhun, be careful. The royal dragon transformation is exceedingly formidable," Qin Mushi quickly warned. The overwhelming might filled her with trepidation, fully aware that even with all her strength, she could not withstand it. Lin Zhun remained unperturbed, observing the formidable Qin Shiji as one might regard a clown. With a resounding series of explosions, the air erupted in white ripples wherever the dragon's claw passed, spreading outward in waves. Zhou Qian, his eyes unblinking, was eager to witness how Lin Zhun would withstand this terrifying forbidden technique capable of severely injuring a first-tier king realm expert. The elder from the Yunshang sect outside the formation was clearly impressed. Despite the youth's lack of innate talent, his comprehension was remarkably high. Having mastered imperial-level martial arts with mere cultivation at the law manifestation stage, Li Jiansheng, however, remained indifferent, remarking that this youth possessed a timid disposition, rendering him unfit for significant endeavors. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against fate. A mortal's lifespan rarely exceeds a century, while cultivators relentlessly seek to demand more from the heavens. Without a trace of boldness, how could one possibly transcend to higher realms? Lin Zhun, with his striking brilliance, though it may easily attract animosity, is an indispensable quality for those aspiring to become formidable. Fellow cultivator, your insights are profound. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Yunshang sect quickly regained his composure. No matter how powerful Qin Shiji may be, if he does not dare to swim against the current and defy the odds, he is destined to make no significant progress in his lifetime. Within the formation, Lin Zhun, this palace demands your demise. Qin Shiji, having lost his rationality, felt the terrifying aura of the Emperor Dragon transformation reaching its peak. He possessed an inexplicable confidence that this single punch would be sufficient to obliterate Lin Zhun, forgetting that Lin Zhun was capable of holding his own against Feng Qingyang, a pinnacle of the King realm. As the distance between them diminished, Zhou Qian and the others observed intently. Moron Wanner quipped, "Is Lin Zhun waiting for the punch to land before he makes his move?" Shangwan Jinghong shook his head. Perhaps he believes he can withstand this blow, but even I would be annihilated by such power. Lu Qianxun, usually taciturn, could not restrain himself. If Lin Zhun were so easily defeated, his title would have long since been stripped away. Indeed, as the words fell, the tension in the air thickened. Lin Zhun stood firm, resembling an unyielding mountain. A peculiar confidence emanated from him, as he believed that his physical prowess alone could withstand the fierce onslaught. Thus, he refrained from employing his protective energy, nor did he contemplate any counterattack. After all, having dedicated so much time to cultivating his body, it was only fitting to test its endurance. With a resounding boom, the dragon claw, imbued with an unstoppable ferocity, struck his chest, igniting the surrounding spiritual energy and radiating a brilliant light. The surging spiritual force transformed into shockwaves that rippled outward. Was he insane? He dared to face this onslaught with sheer physical strength? Who did he think he was? This was utterly intolerable. He could no longer contain himself. Even the celestial prodigies from various nations, still engaged in battle, were drawn to this astonishing display of power, momentarily pausing their conflicts. Truly, what arrogance! Now, he would be reduced to ashes. Shangguan Jinghong and Muron Wan exchanged remarks, both asserting that no one believed Qin Shiji could rival Lin Jun. Yet, Lin Jun foolishly sought to endure the might of an imperial martial technique with nothing but his physical strength. Was this not a blatant invitation to demise? Lu Qianqian furrowed his brow, unable to discern the scene at the epicenter of the explosion. Brother Lin Jun, Qin Muki, frantic and desperate, took a bold step forward, disregarding the peril. But before she could draw near, the shockwave hurled her 10 meters away. Qin Muki's brows knitted in pain as she emitted a delicate cry. Yet, she paid no heed to her injuries. Her sole desire was to reach the heart of the explosion and rescue Lin Jun. Do not overestimate your capabilities. He is doomed. Qin Shiji cackled with a twisted expression, exulting in the fact that this was the imperial dragon transformation taught by his great-grandfather. Moreover, Lin Jun, that fool, had squandered his opportunity by not retaliating or activating his protective energy. If he survived this, what sense would there be in the universe? As the spiritual energy dissipated, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Lin Jun stood tall and unfazed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, seemingly mocking Qin Shiji's incompetence. The crown prince was indeed formidable, likely the greatest adversary we faced on this journey. Such terror! The prodigies of the great Zhou Empire were in an uproar, particularly the three kings among them, who understood the significance of Lin Jun absorbing Qin Shiji's full-force strike with nothing but his physical body. It implied that they were far from being Lin Jun's equals. Even with all their might, breaching his defenses seemed a daunting task. Shou Qian remained silent, yet the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Similarly, Song Weiyang, renowned as a warrior of the great Qi, had also halted in an instant. Prior to this, he had gathered intelligence on all his opponents and concluded that only Zhou Qian posed a true challenge. However, it was now evident that the real threat was Lin Jun. This individual would undoubtedly be a prized asset for our Yunshang sect. The elder responsible for overseeing the sect's affairs was alight with anticipation. For Lin Jun exuded an aura suggesting he was destined for greatness. If his physical defenses were already so extraordinary, one could only imagine the extent of his true power. No, this is impossible. Qin Shiji looked at the seemingly invulnerable Lin Jun and erupted in a desperate roar. His spirit was shattered. This strike had been imparted to him by his great-grandfather, a pinnacle master of the Emperor realm, yet Lin Jun had not even flinched. Who could possibly come to terms with such a reality? Lin Jun's expression was calm. The opportunity has been granted to you, yet you prove to be ineffectual. Qin Shiji felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth, for within Lin Jun's gaze, he discerned something. An unmistakable aura of impending violence. What was he planning? Was he about to strike? Completely flustered, Qin Shiji anxiously shook his head. Lin Jun, please do not act recklessly. I am the esteemed crown prince of the great Qin. Lin Jun stepped forward. Qin Shiji retreated a step, exclaiming, Imperial sister, please save me. Qin Mushi, awakening from her stupor, immediately called out, Brother Lin Jun. Lin Jun chose to disregard the pleas. He refused to allow Qin Mushi to show any mercy. With a swift motion, he struck towards Qin Shijia. This seemingly ordinary slap bore no visible spiritual energy. Yet in truth, he exerted 80% of his strength, intent on reducing Qin Shijia to mere pulp. However, under the concealment of the punishment celestial ruler, outsiders remained utterly oblivious to the hidden force. In a moment of sheer panic, Qin Shijia clutched the transmission jade tablet in his hand, as if it were a lifeline. Ha ha ha, Lin Jun, you shall not kill me. Once I return to my kingdom, I will certainly report to my father. With a sudden crack, he shattered the transmission jade tablet, which erupted in a burst of white light, yet failed to transport Qin Shijia away. Stunned, he stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. How could the transmission jade tablet malfunction? But as he gazed at the approaching Lin Jun, his entire body trembled with dread. What? An elder from the Yunshang sect exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Jun has actually managed to dismantle the restrictions on the transmission jade tablet, rendering it ineffective for Qin Shijia. This indicates that he himself is a formation master. Yet, he has only recently entered the King's realm. Even with the teachings of a formation master, how could he have achieved such a feat? On the Tianqiong continent, apart from cultivation, there exist numerous secondary professions. For instance, formation masters, talisman masters, and alchemists, among others. However, the prerequisite for pursuing a secondary profession is to attain the cultivation of the King's realm, followed by an assessment of one's innate talent. The transmission jade tablets were crafted by the elders of the Yunshang sect, imbued with restrictions from those at the Emperor's realm. The fact that Lin Jun could unravel these restrictions only signifies that his expertise in formations far surpasses that of their sect's elder. He is undoubtedly a top-tier prodigy, both in cultivation and in the art of formations. Look at you, with that Na'vi expression. My brother Lin Jun is truly formidable, Xiao Bailing exclaimed, filled with pride and satisfaction, especially when she uttered that man's name, her heart swelling with joy. How could the man she admired be anything but extraordinary? Meanwhile, within the formation, Qin Shiji appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Don't come any closer, stay away. Qin Mushi followed closely behind, brother Lin Jun. He is, after all, the crown prince. Killing him will lead to grave consequences. She was not reprimanding Lin Jun, but was instead fearful of the repercussions he might face. Equally, she wished to avoid conflict between the Deqin royal family and the Lin family. Mushi, remember this. When someone attempts to take your life, no matter who stands behind them, you must never show mercy. Lin Jun hesitated not out of fear or reverence for the Qin royal family, but rather to allow Qin Shiji to perish in his own trepidation while imparting some wisdom to Qin Mushi. This young girl remains rather naive. Qin Mushi pondered Lin Jun's words deeply. Indeed, Qin Shiji had already harbored murderous intent, had it not been for Lin Jun's formidable strength. He might have already succumbed beneath the royal dragon's transformation. Should he now show mercy, with Qin Shiji's vindictive nature, he would undoubtedly strike again. And next time he would be far better prepared and even more formidable. Suddenly, the grand formation dissipated as only 30 individuals remained. This signified that all 30 had achieved advancement. Ha! Qin Shiji cackled menacingly. Lin Jun, I have advanced. The martial contest is concluded. He was elated, having just traversed the brink of death. Even now, cold sweat trickled down his back. The relief of surviving such a close call left him gasping for breath. Ultimately, he had been a step too slow. This had become intriguing. Murong Wanner and Shangguan Jinghong remarked teasingly that the martial contest had indeed concluded. Should Lin Jun strike again, it would be deemed a breach of protocol. He could only blame himself for missing the opportunity to eliminate Qin Shiji. Oh, Lin Jun calmly remarked. Do you truly believe that once it is over, you can continue to live? What of it? Qin Shiji retorted with an air of arrogance. If you possess the audacity, do it in front of the grand elders of the sect, ha ha ha. As Lin Jun's mighty hand descended, the arrogant laughter abruptly ceased. In that moment, Qin Shiji was reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. Shock. Horror. No one dared to believe that Lin Jun would harbor murderous intent even after the martial arts competition had concluded. Even the elders of the Yunshang sect could not help but rise in astonishment. This young man was endowed with extraordinary talent, yet his demeanor was haughty, exuding an air of superiority over the world. To put it more plainly, the 30 individuals who advanced from the 10 Kingdoms martial arts competition had secured a direct opportunity to enter the ranks of the top 10 sections. Thus, at this moment, Qin Shiji was not merely the crown prince of the Deqin Empire, but also a disciple of one of the top 10 sects. Yet Lin Jun executed him without hesitation? Was this not a blatant challenge to the authority of the top 10 sects? Such bloodshed sent chills down the spines of Zhou Qian, the crown prince of the Dezhou Empire, and Song Weiliang, the martial artist of the Deqi Empire. As the arena fell into an eerie silence, Zhao Zeno seized the moment, indignantly clasping her fists and declaring, Lin Jun is a creature of slaughter, disdainful of imperial authority, maliciously undermining the rules of the competition, clearly disregarding the top 10 sects of the East Sea region. Lin Jun has grown increasingly formidable. Such strength leaves her utterly unable to grasp it. Moreover, it engenders within her a profound sense of regret and trepidation. How could one so resolute in their actions, who once adored her so deeply, possibly relinquish the grievances stemming from her decision to call off their engagement? She suspects that all of Lin Jun's actions are merely designed to torment her, to instill regret, to evoke fear, just as he ensnared Qin Shiji in an abyss of despair, only to reveal a glimmer of hope. Yet ultimately, he remained unable to escape the fate of annihilation. Lin Jun was ruthless. She dared not gamble, thus she could only take the initiative. In any case, the men she despised must not ascend to greatness. Chapter 54. What crime have I committed? Upon witnessing Zhao Jinhua stepping forward, the proud talents of the great Qin bowed and clasped their fists. Please, esteemed elder of the sect, grant us your discernment. They were all subjects of the great Qin, with the crown prince deceased. What hope had they of evading punishment upon their return? Yet, if Lin Zhan were to perish, perhaps they could mitigate their own culpability. In the face of such accusations, Lin Zhan remained unfazed. Qin Mushi, however, grew anxious. Zhao Jinhua, why must you drive brother Lin Zhan to his doom? It was the eldest prince who first harbored intentions of murder. Though she understood the rationale, she steadfastly chose to align herself with Lin Zhan. Loyalty to kin over reason. I cannot comprehend your words. The 10 Nations Martial Assembly is a means for the 10 major sects to select inner disciples. It was entirely justifiable for His Highness the Crown Prince to act within the formation, whereas Lin Zhan, having struck after the assembly concluded, bears an unpardonable crime. Zhao Jinhua, embodying a stance of moral superiority, enumerated Lin Zhan's transgressions. The elder of the Yunshang sect remained silent, yet internally he was deeply conflicted. Lin Zhan's actions have indeed offended the 10 great sects and violated their rules. However, such a defiance of fate, if it holds promise for the future, will undoubtedly astonish the world and establish him as a revered figure within a sect. He cherishes talent and is reluctant to take a life. Hence, he wishes to wait for further developments. Shou Beiling remained silent, yet her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Zhan is a wolf. A wolf behaves as such, avenging grievances on the spot, never allowing them to linger overnight, lest it disrupts one's moral compass. As for Shou Qian, Song Weiliao, Lu Qianchen, and others, they failed to comprehend the intentions of the elder from the Cloud sect, thus refraining from speaking recklessly. After all, they held no life-and-death enmity with Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan gazed at Zhao Jinhua, exuding elegance akin to a gentle breeze. Do you truly wish for my demise? Or is it that my very existence instills fear within you? He had long severed the emotional ties of this affection, harboring no resentment towards Zhao Jinhua. Yet her repeated provocations stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Lin Zhan, you have committed grave sins and must face the consequences, Zhao Jinhua declared resolutely, her eyes glimmering with icy resolve. Should she manage to persuade the elders of the Yunshang sect to execute Lin Zhan, thereby eliminating a potential threat to the Qin royal family, she would undoubtedly be rewarded, and the Zhao clan would rise to prominence once more. Oh, so you comprehend that one must be punished for their transgressions. Lin Zhan stepped forward, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he approached Zhao Jinhua. In that case, I believe you have yet to face your punishment. Shouldn't we settle the score now? What do you mean? Zhao Jinhua's heart burned with anxiety. Why had the elders of the Yunshang sect not yet made their stance clear? She knew she must maintain her composure, wagering that the elders would certainly act to preserve the dignity of the 10 great sects by eliminating Lin Zhan. Regarding your broken engagement, Lin Zhan remarked with a hint of indifference, could it be that you have succumbed to amnesia, forgetting so swiftly? Zhao Jinhua retorted with unwavering conviction. When I annulled our engagement, I returned all the betrothal gifts. This matter has been concluded. No, those gifts rightfully belong to the Lin family. You merely returned them as they were, and our family's generosity is evident in the absence of any demand for interest, Lin Zhan teased. Yet, you have not faced any repercussions for your actions. Zhao Jinhua's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Do you intend to kill me? How had she not recognized Lin Zhan's madness before? The current impression he left was one that suggested he was poised to strike. After all, this man had already slain 2 princes, with Qin Shiji being the crown prince. What was she in comparison? You are not even worthy of tainting my hands, Lin Zhan declared with pride. Since you called off the engagement, it is destined that you shall never again catch my eye. Depart. His temperament was not particularly amiable. Should Zhao Zeno dare to utter another word, he would not hesitate to take action. After all, eliminating Zhao Zeno was akin to crushing an insignificant ant, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. How dare you act so brazenly before the elder of the sect? Zhao Zeno exclaimed in exasperation. Elder of the sect, you must arbitrate our dispute. I implore you to enforce the law and rectify this matter. The other dozen or so prodigies of the great Qin knelt in submission. However, Lu Qianchen and his companions remained unmoved, for they had a simple reason. They did not wish to make an enemy of Lin Zhan. Entering the ancient battlefield ruins required powerful allies, even if only for a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian, Song Weilang, and others had never anticipated such a schism within the great Qin Empire. Naturally, They opted to observe the unfolding drama. Qin Mushi stood resolutely by Lin Jun's side, embodying her unwavering stance. No matter how many adversaries Lin Jun faced, he would always be the finest man in her eyes. Thus, regardless of the challenges he encountered, she would never shy away. The elder of Yunshang's sect spoke frostily. Lin Jun, do you acknowledge your transgressions? He was compelled to intervene. Although he was reluctant to take action against such a talented youth, the condition was Lin Jun's willingness to join the Yunshang sect. What crime have I committed? Lin Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. May I inquire, elder? Which clause in the martial arts tournament regulations you announced states that one must not use lethal force after the competition concludes? The elder of Yunshang's sect narrowed his eyes. He greatly valued this young man's talent, yet found it difficult to tolerate such arrogance. Did he truly believe he would refrain from taking action? Lin Jun, your audacity knows no bounds. This is the elder of the sect. Such blatant disregard is simply intolerable. How infuriating. The kneeling prodigies of the great Qin began to stir the pot. The elder of Yunshang's sect, feeling his authority undermined, unleashed a peak imperial aura and exclaimed in fury. Lin Jun, you have slain the crown prince of Great Qin, yet you still attempt to argue your case, showing me utter disrespect while remaining oblivious to your crimes. Lin Jun smiled indifferently and said, the execution of Qin Shiji is merely a matter of the Great Qin. What relevance does it hold for you? As for you, did I strike you or merely scold you? Is it only those spineless cowards who kneel before you that constitute respect? The entire venue is in an uproar. Lin Jun's arrogance knows no bounds. Brother Lin Jun, please refrain from speaking. Qin Mushi, in a state of panic, observed a flicker of concern in her beautiful eyes. It is essential to recognize that even the three most powerful empires among the 10 nations must exhibit utter humility when confronting the sect of the ancients. Otherwise, the emperor would not personally venture forth to welcome the spiritual vessel of the Wei Dao sect. Mushi, in this world, the only being you can ever rely on is yourself. Do not harbor expectations of leniency or generosity from anyone else. Lin Jun's expression turned solemn. Having taken the drastic step of eliminating Qin Shiji, he had meticulously contemplated every possible consequence. The conclusion he reached was unequivocal. Not only could the elder of the Cloud Above sect not harm him, but even the 10 foremost sects combined would find it impossible to do so. Setting aside Xiao Beiling and Li Jiansheng, his position as the master of the Tianbao Pavilion within the Great Qin Empire granted him an esteemed status that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the elders of the Cloud Above sect. Unless the Cloud Above sect was genuinely intent on offending the supreme power of the Tianbao Pavilion from the Central Lands. Bastard, you are far too arrogant. The elder of the Cloud Above sect, furious and flushed, bellowed, today, I shall make you pay for your hubris. With his words, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire arena. This was a battle for dignity, a battle in which he, as an elder of the sect, demanded respect from the subjects of a lower nation. It was certainly not about the death of a mere crown prince. Qin Mushi felt a surge of panic and wished to step forward to explain. But under the overwhelming pressure of the peak ascendant realm, he found himself utterly unable to move, let alone speak. Lin Jun, you have offended the elder of the Cloud Above sect. You are courting your own demise. Zhao Jinua's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Just then, Xiao Beiling could no longer bear it. Enough. This wretched man had escalated the situation beyond control without even seeking her assistance, fully aware she would inevitably intervene. How dare you, a disciple of the Wei Dao sect, obstruct me? The elder of the Cloud Above sect retorted angrily. My grandson, Mingxing, is an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Cloud Above sect. If you wish to avoid enmity, step back at once. The Cloud Above sect was the foremost among the 10 sects, while the Wei Dao sect ranked third. Although both belonged to the upper 3 sects, a hierarchy existed among them. They were unwilling to provoke the Wei Dao sect, yet would not tolerate any offense initiated by it. Unbeknownst to them, however, Xiao Beiling was not a disciple of the Wei Dao sect, but rather the esteemed young lady of the Xiao family from the Central Lands. Chapter 55. A bunch of embarrassing fools. Hey, you old man, you speak with such bravado. Xiao Beiling glared angrily. Li Lao, I have confidence in my brother Lin Jun. You should handle things as you see fit. Li Jianxing wore a helpless expression. Miss, Master Lin's actions must surely be for a reason. Let us wait and see. If the seal of the Tianshan Demon Cave had not weakened, the family head, Xiao Baoong, could still oversee the Xiao family without such low-key behavior. However, the issue was that the family head had ventured to Tianshan with a fatalistic mindset, and before leaving, he had explicitly instructed that if he did not return safely, she should hide away in the Eastern Sea region. What does it mean to hide away? Naturally, it meant not to reveal one's identity easily. Xiao Beiling was incensed. Li Lao, if she does not step forward, should she simply watch Lin Jun walk to his death? Yet at that moment, Lin Jun stepped forward. I am the master of the Tianbao Pavilion within the Great Qin Empire. Does the Elder of the Cloud Above sect truly intend to force me down to assert the sect's prestige? The entire assembly was left in stunned silence. What? He is the esteemed master of the Tianbao Pavilion within the vast realm of the Great Qin Empire. The elder of the Yunshang sect, Sun Mingxing, was momentarily taken aback. The Tianbao Pavilion stands as the largest mercantile association in the Tianqiong continent, maintaining a stance of neutrality and refraining from engaging in the conflicts among the various formidable factions. Beyond its headquarters nestled in the Central Land, the pavilion has established branches across the 4 other regions. For instance, within the Eastern Sea region, each of the 10 kingdoms boasts its own Tianbao Pavilion. Each branch of the pavilion holds a status that allows it to stand on equal footing with the local royalty. Conversely, the Yunshang sect, while the foremost sect in the Eastern Sea region, cannot be compared to the Tianbao Pavilion in the Central Land. Thus, in terms of seniority and hierarchy, its master can only be regarded as equal to the head of the Tianbao Pavilion in the Eastern Sea region. As an elder, Sun Mingxing naturally cannot be compared to his sect master, so Lin Jun, as the master of the Tianbao Pavilion within the Great Qin Empire, holds an equivalent position to his own. Most significantly, the formidable backing of Lin Jun, the Tianbao Pavilion in the Central Land, is a top-tier power that even sect masters must approach with caution. Contemplating this, a smile gradually spread across Sun Mingxing's face as he, with cunning wisdom, clasped his fists and remarked, "Young friend Lin, you are truly an exceptional talent. Please forgive my earlier lack of discernment." Lin Jun clasped his fists together and said, "You are too kind, Elder Sunday. However, regarding my personal grievances, what do you think?" Sun Mingxing replied with solemnity, "Qin Shiji has offended you. He must be punished." Lin Jun spoke calmly, "Thank you, Elder Sun, for your impartial handling of the matter." Everyone was taken aback, utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Lin Jun was surprisingly on the same level as Sun Mingxing, yet they were compelled to bow before him. However, the most distressed among them was undoubtedly Zhao Jinhua, who, unable to fathom the situation, exclaimed, "How can you possibly be the master of the Tianbao Pavilion? I am your fiancé. Why was I never made aware of this? If you truly are the master of the Tianbao Pavilion, how could you not even produce a mere Earth-grade fire attribute manifestation back then?" Elder Sun from the sect is clearly lying, impersonating the master of the Tianbao Pavilion within the Great Qin Empire. She refused to believe it, vehemently rejecting the notion. Sun Mingxing also furrowed his brows. How could the master of the Tianbao Pavilion be so youthful? He harbored doubts, but remained silent, casting a glance at Lin Jun, clearly seeking validation. "Elder Sun, please be aware that within our Great Qin, the Tianbao Pavilion is under the stewardship of Manager Qian. We have never heard of a master." Indeed, Lin Jun's audacity to impersonate the master of the Tianbao Pavilion warranted severe repercussions. Sparing him would be difficult to justify. The talented youths of Great Qin began to shout in unison, their discontent palpable. Shou Qian, Song Weiliang, Murong Wanner, and others were equally incredulous. Yet, as Lin Jun produced his identity jade slip, the atmosphere in the venue shifted back to tranquility. Sun Mingxing, who had previously harbored doubts, approached with a beaming smile. "Young friend Lin, please take a seat." With the identity jade slip in hand, how could it possibly be forged? "Thank you." After Lin Jun returned the gesture, he ascended towards the upper levels. As he passed by Zhao Zino, he cast a disdainful glance at the multitude of kneeling Qin prodigies and, with a mere wave of his hand, unleashed a torrent of fierce spiritual energy. "You pitiful wretches, do you think you are worthy to be called prodigies alongside me?" As his words echoed, a mist of blood enveloped the scene. Without granting them a chance for defense, their fate was sealed the moment they harbored thoughts of killing him. Lin Jun's decisiveness in wielding power is beyond the imagination of all. Lu Qianchen, Murong Wanner, and Shangwan Jinghong all breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they refrained from causing a commotion. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Status and identity. Lin Jun is not inferior to them. In fact, merely by virtue of his identity as the master of Tianbao Pavilion, he stands on equal footing with the esteemed ancestors of their families. Courage? He has executed princes as effortlessly as one would slaughter chickens or cattle. Would he lack the audacity to eliminate them? Zhao Zeno, drenched in blood, faltered completely upon locking eyes with Lin Jun. My restraint in sparing your life does not stem from lingering affections, but rather from a desire for you to witness firsthand the rise of my power. Lin Jun spoke in a calm tone, compared to taking a life. He preferred to torment individuals. Cruel? Perhaps that is indeed the essence of cruelty. Zhao Jinua appeared dazed, utterly speechless. Qin Mu, she exhaled in relief, yet soon furrowed her brow. Lin Jun was becoming increasingly formidable, evoking a sense of unattainability within her. Yet, she should feel elated. Moreover, there was a sense of pride in being protected by Lin Jun. It truly was a source of happiness. Lin Xiaoyu, I do not understand. As the leader of the Tianbao Pavilion, why do you still wish to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Assembly? Sun Mingxing pondered in confusion. For the 10 Nations Martial Assembly was organized by the 10 major sects to select disciples. Given Lin Jun's status, his participation seemed unnecessary. In other words, even if Lin Jun chose not to partake in the assembly, merely by asserting his identity and expressing a desire to join a particular sect for cultivation, who could possibly refuse the opportunity to forge a connection with the esteemed Tianbao Pavilion? It is not that I wish to attend. If it were not for Lin Jun's promise to the Empress of the Rainbow Attire, he would have been utterly disinclined to participate in such a tournament of this caliber, even under duress. However, the truth could not be openly expressed, so he hastily concocted a pretext. It is merely that my sister possesses a kind and gentle nature, and I fear she may be mistreated, thus I felt compelled to attend. In Qin Mushi's beautiful eyes, tears of emotion shimmered. Could it be that Lin Jun had foreseen her selection by the emperor, prompting his participation? Ha ha. Sun Mingxing erupted in hearty laughter. I see. However, to my knowledge, Qin Mushi is the little princess of the great Qin Empire, and your Lin family has no marital ties to the imperial family. How could she possibly be your sister? Lin Jun chuckled, saying, Elder son, you may not be aware that when Mushi was young, she frequently visited the Lin family and was dearly cherished by the elders of our clan. Hence, we naturally became like siblings. She is the beloved darling of the Lin family. This is no jest. My father, 3 aunts, the clan leader, and numerous elders all hold Qin Mushi in high esteem. Otherwise, they would not have considered proposing marriage to bring her into our family. Of course, her bond with them is even stronger. By blood, Qin Mushi is indeed the little princess of the great Qin, but in terms of affection, she is more like the young lady of the Lin family. Zhao Jinua felt as if her heart had turned to ash. Yet the hatred in her eyes was undeniably greater than her regret. Unfortunately, she lacked the power to bring Lin Jun down from his pedestal. Instead, she lived like a mere clown. By the way, when will the ancient battlefield ruins be opened? Lin Jun turned and inquired. For this was indeed the purpose of his visit. It was also the true reason why Yun Nishang had urged him to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Conference. His instincts whispered that within the ancient battle relics lay treasures he desperately sought. Furthermore, the potential for his advancement would be immense. The talented individuals from various nations, all eager to elevate their status, had also perked up their ears, knowing full well that countless treasures awaited within those ruins. The former bearers of those artifacts had once been formidable figures who roamed the vastness of the ancient era. Should one earn the recognition of such treasures, they would undoubtedly achieve great feats and usher in a new epoch. Chapter 56. The disparity among prodigies. Elder Sun Mingxing of the Yunshang sect pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Young Lin, how much do you know about the ancient battle relics? Lin Jun candidly remarked, I have only just learned of this. Xiao Beiling hastily elucidated. The ancient battle ruins are activated once every 20 years, which means the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament occurs biennially as well. These ancient ruins are a treasure trove jointly governed by the 10 major sections. Only when all 10 secret keys are simultaneously present can the barrier gate be unlocked. Thus, anyone wishing to enter the ancient battle ruins must align themselves with a sect. The secret keys serve as the means to activate the formation. When the ancient battle ruins were first unearthed, they incited a tumult of conflict among thousands of sects in the Eastern Sea region. In the aftermath of the fierce battles, the smaller sects that managed to survive sought refuge under the 10 major sects for their own preservation. The cataclysmic war left the Eastern Sea in despair, with a dearth of spiritual energy and powerful beings falling one after another. Ultimately, the formidable protectors of the 10 major sects united to establish a formation that sealed the ancient battle ruins, agreeing to open them once every 20 years. Naturally, the 10 major sects were reluctant to allow other factions to reap the rewards, hence they instituted a rule. Only disciples of the 10 major sects may enter the ruins. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun's lips curled into a slight smile. Elder Sun's implication was clear. He deemed Lin unworthy of entering the ancient battlefield relics. As for joining a sect, that was not within his intentions. After all, no sect possessed the strength that could warrant his allegiance. Before departing from the abyss of fallen gods, he had already attained the realm of saint, standing merely a step away from the emperor realm. Among the top 10 sects, which one could boast an emperor-level powerhouse? If it were merely a saint, how would that differ from his past? Techniques, formations, alchemy, or martial arts. These were teachings he had acquired from Yun Nishang, incomparable to anything any sect could offer. Zhou Qian and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Indeed, there exists a disparity among the prodigies. They had strained themselves to vie for one of the 30 coveted spots within the top 10 sects for deeper cultivation. Yet Lin Jun's words were nothing short of a blatant declaration of his intent to remain independent. Ha! Sun Mingsheng let out a hearty laugh. Young friend Lin, I cannot provide an answer to that at this moment. Perhaps it would be best to wait. The heads of the 10 major sects will arrive in Dongling to select disciples the day after tomorrow. You can hold on a little longer. He was merely an elder without decision-making power and understood that, given Lin Jun's status as the master of the Tianbao Pavilion, he could not be compelled to join the Yunshang sect. Thus, he deftly passed the responsibility to those who would follow, as he had no desire to become embroiled in such matters. After a moment of silence, Lin Jun finally spoke. In that case, let us observe for the time being. The ancient battlefield relics are a necessity. This was a condition put forth by Yun Yichang, and he harbored an intense premonition that within them lay something extraordinary. With his advancement into the sovereign realm, the profits from the Tianbao Pavilion within the Great Qin Empire have become insufficient to elevate him to the next level. Therefore, to return to the Emperor realm, he must seek resources elsewhere. As for the earnings from the Tianbao Pavilion, they are ample enough to ensure Lin Xian and the others live comfortably, freeing them from the worries of spirit stones. For now, this is the only viable course of action. Sun Mingsheng rose and clasped his fists. Lin, my young friend, I must return immediately to report. Let us part ways here today. Lin Jun immediately clasped his fists in salute, respectfully bidding farewell to Elder Sun, the esteemed descendant of the sect. Zhou Qian, Lu Qianchen, Song Weiyang, and the others all knelt down in reverence. Meanwhile, Sun Mingsheng paid them no heed and swiftly soared into the sky, heading towards the imperial capital of Dongling Kingdom. Are you truly not considering joining the sect? Xiao Bailing inquired with curiosity. Lin Jun shook his head and said, let us take one step at a time. Li Jianxing furrowed his brow and replied, young Master Lin, permit me to speak candidly. When it comes to the fundamental interests of the 10 great sects, even the status of the Tianbao Pavilion's master may not be of assistance to you. The ancient battle ruins are a paradise in the East Sea region. Although the Tianbao Pavilion is indeed powerful, it has always maintained a stance of neutrality and is not a local force in the East Sea. Thus, it cannot intervene in the core interests of this region. Lin Jun desired to enter the ancient battlefield ruins, yet he must first join a sect. Oldly, have you forgotten that I possess a direct access quota? Xiao Bailing proudly puffed out her chest, then turned to Lin Jun, her large, sparkling eyes blinking innocently. How about this? If you ask me for a favor, I shall consider it earnestly. Li Jianxing felt a pang of concern. The young lady remained unaware of the head of the family's perilous journey to the Tianshan Demon Cave. Nor did she realize that if Xiao Baoang did not return alive, their safety would be precarious. Should this quota be utilized, it would effectively reveal to the powerful factions of Central Lands that they were indeed present within the Eastern Sea region. He fervently hoped that Lin Jun would refrain from requesting this quota, for if Lin Jun were to speak, Xiao Bailing would undoubtedly offer no reservations. Lin Jun smiled calmly and said, thank you for your kindness. He did not harbor any disdain for Xiao Bailing. Rather, he wished to maintain a certain distance. Firstly, he had a prior engagement with Yun Nishang. Secondly, he had no intentions of romantic entanglements. Thirdly, his path was destined to be fraught with challenges, and he did not wish to involve any outsiders. As for Qin Mushi, she could hardly be considered an outsider, as she was already closely tied to the Lin family. Humph! Xiao Bailing glared furiously and exclaimed, Oldly, let us go. Lin Jun, that fellow, is akin to a rotten stone, foul and unyielding. Li Jianqing furrowed his brow slightly, but nonetheless summoned the spiritual vessel of the Way of Guardians, setting forth towards the Eastern Ling Kingdom. Observing this, Qin Mushi anxiously inquired, "Brother Linjin, are we truly not to affiliate with any sect?" Linjin smiled gently and said, "You may, but I cannot. I will heed your words." Although Qin Mushi appeared delicate, she possessed an unwavering trust in Linjin in this regard. Even if a mountain of gold lay ahead, she would not dare to cast a glance as long as Linjin forbade her. "Brother Lin." At that moment, Shou Qian approached with a beaming smile and clasped his fist in greeting. "The journey to the Eastern Ling Kingdom is long if we rely solely on our feet. It may take 3 days. Instead, why not embark on our Dezhou Empire's spiritual vessel together? What do you think? There are 30 available spots, or rather, to be precise, only 29 remain. The Dezhou Empire occupies the majority of these slots, with the remainder belonging to the 5 from the Deqi Empire led by Song Weilang, and the 5 from the Deqin Empire led by Linjin. As for the 7 prodigies from the smaller nations, they have all been eliminated." Shou Qian extended this olive branch, recognizing Linjin's prowess, with the intent of forging a new alliance within the ancient battle ruins. Should Linjin join, the Dezhou Empire would surge forward, reaping the most benefits and wielding the greatest influence, enough to shape the next 20 years and the cultivation of the upcoming generation of prodigies. Linjin cast a glance, his voice indifferent. "What are you to consider yourself, my brother? Do you dare to act so audaciously before the elders of the 10 great sects?" Had he not displayed transcendent strength, Zhou Qian would have already struck at him during the formation. Thus, such a person was beneath his notice. Shou Qian's face immediately flushed a deep crimson. Yet, under Linjin's icy gaze, he dared not retort further and could only turn away, dejected. "We shall depart." Subsequently, the outstanding talents of the great Zhou Empire boarded their spirit vessel and departed. Song Weilang had intended to approach, but considering that Zhou Qian had already suffered humiliation, she deemed it unnecessary to seek further discomfort. As the spirit vessel of the great Qi Empire soared into the sky, only the people of the great Qin Empire remained on the scene, especially the venerable elder of the great Qin Empire, who felt a tumult of emotions upon facing Lin Zhan. It was evident that Lin Zhan possessed the capability to lead the talents of the great Qin towards advancement. Yet, he had ruthlessly slain all 15, including the crown prince. However, the decree from the Qin emperor forbade any conflict with Lin Zhan. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Conversely, it was also Qin Shiji's own folly for disregarding Qin Jingtian's warnings, for had he heeded them, he would not have met his demise here. "Lin Zhan," Shangguan Jinghong spoke, extending an invitation. "Now that they have departed, we alone possess the spirit vessel. How about we journey together to the Eastern Ling Kingdom?" Chapter 57. Who was I in my past life? Let us go. Lin Zhan did not refuse again. After all, without having stepped into the royal ascension realm, he was unable to soar through the skies. Lacking a spirit vessel would indeed bring about numerous inconveniences. Shangguan Jinghong felt a surge of joy in her heart, and alongside the family's protective elder, she released the spirit vessel and promptly said, "Please." In the past, regardless of status or identity, they were equals. However, with Lin Zhan demonstrating his prowess, coupled with his formidable background, they now found themselves unable to catch up. Qin Mushi closely followed behind Lin Zhan, harboring little resentment towards the 3. Although they looked down upon her, they had never bullied her. "Brother Lu, I believe we need not waste any spirit stones," Shangguan Jinghong remarked once more. "Though our spirit vessel is modest, it is ample enough to accommodate us." Lu Qianxian understood her implication. She was inviting him to discuss matters aboard. After all, they could not compare to Zhou Qian or Song Weilang if they failed to cling to Lin Zhan's coattails. Even entering the ancient battlefield would render them mere cannon fodder. Abandoned, Zhao Zino glared at the direction in which the Shangguan family's spirit vessel departed. Gritting her teeth and muttering, "Lin Zhan, I will not allow you to revel in your triumph." Why should she bear witness to Lin Zhan's rise? She aimed to stifle his ascent before it could begin. She did not believe that the 10 great sects would remain indifferent to the secrets within the abyss of fallen gods. Although the 3 top-tier families had failed to pressure the Qin Empire alongside the royal family, any one of the 10 great sects was beyond the comparison of the Qin Empire. Thus, she too would venture to the Eastern Ling Kingdom. For only there would she have the opportunity to encounter the elders of the 10 great sects and unveil this explosive news. Within the spirit vessel, Lin Zhan had just fallen asleep when he entered the realm of dreams. In his dream, wielding the punishing heaven ruler, he fought alongside the severely injured Yun Nishang, slaying 10 divine emperors. Faced with the support of various forces, he became a relentless force, annihilating anyone who stood in his way. The more grievously he was wounded, the more frenzied his slaughter became. Ultimately, he found himself amidst mountains, beset not only by enemies but also by demons and malevolent beings from beyond the realm. The battle raged on, obscuring the very heavens. Only after vanquishing all foes did he abruptly awaken from this dream, recollecting the vivid visions. His brows furrowing in contemplation. Why must they be so aggressive? This must surely be Yun Nishang utilizing the powers of the Emperor Realm to obscure his memories. He could not help but smile bitterly, turning to gaze out of the spirit vessel at the vast starry sky. He ultimately succumbed to the impulse and entered the punishing heaven ruler. To his surprise, this time there was no outcry. Yun Nishang's spirit seemed to have anticipated his arrival and was already waiting there. She remained as radiant as ever, exuding an air of aloofness akin to an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. However, the vast age gap, coupled with Lin Jun's inherent aversion to threats, rendered any acceptance of this relationship impossible. He subsequently questioned, "Empress Nishang, you are the guardian deity of the celestial sky continent. Why engage in such sordid acts?" "I am not so easily swayed by implanted, fictitious memories." He felt a surge of anger but managed to restrain himself. Yun Nishang has undoubtedly imparted a great deal to him. Similarly, without her assistance, even harnessing the flow of time within the Jiet Tian Qi, it would be impossible to attain sanctity within 2 centuries. Do you truly believe those were mere dreams, rather than fragments of your past life memories awakening? Yun Nishang resembles a sculpture of ice, her words devoid of any emotion. Past life memories? Lin Jun smiled and replied, "Well, since you have mentioned the memories of my past life, who was I in my previous existence? A past life? I believe in their existence. But is it truly conceivable that one could undergo reincarnation every 100,000 years? That is utterly absurd. I am curious to hear what Yun Nishang has to say. You are the punishing heavenly emperor, feared by all realms within the primordial chaos. Who dares to challenge you? A prodigy? That is a grave insult." On Yun Nishang's icy countenance, a palpable shift of emotion emerged. "In the expanse of heaven and earth, even those realms bow beneath you. How could one possibly describe you as a prodigy?" With each word she spoke, she reminisced about the bygone days of their previous life. The punishing heavenly emperor, standing a foot tall, made the very Tao of heaven tremble, regardless of his location. Yet now, he found himself competing with a swarm of insignificant beings in this mortal realm, an immense irony. However, she understood that if Lin Jun wished to reclaim his former glory, he must ascend from this lower realm and rise to the 9th heaven. These trials were essential for his transformation. If I am invincible across the myriad realms, and even the heavens bow before me, why then have I fallen into reincarnation? Lin Jun's tone had become considerably more resolute. He despised being deceived. As for me, Yun Nishang slightly parted her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. Were it not for her, how could Lin Jun have faced such a downfall? Each time he contemplated this, his heart would ache as if it were being sliced by a knife. Ha ha! With a hearty laugh, Lin Jun turned and remarked, "Enough of your fabrications. Should I believe even a fraction of what you say, it would indeed be a testament to your prowess. Allow me to share a piece of news. Should I choose not to enter a sect, I would be barred from accessing the relics. Yet, should I join a sect, I would be in violation of our pact." Upon departing from the abyss of the fallen gods, Yun Nishang had implored him not to affiliate with any sect, for none could truly accommodate him. Nevertheless, Li Jianxing articulated the reality succinctly. The title of the master of Tianbao Pavilion was insufficient to compel the 10 foremost sects to yield. To join the Cloud Summit sect? Yun Nishang's demeanor remained impassive, offering no further defense for her previous statements. Lin Jun's mistrust in her was profound. Even if she laid everything bare, he would only perceive it as a web of deceit. To join the Cloud Summit sect? Lin Jun furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. When the time comes, you will understand that within the Yunshang sect, no one dares to claim the title of your master, not even the revered founder of the sect. After uttering those words, Yun Nishang vanished into thin air. Lin Jun reflected on the recent conversation, expressing his frustration. How perplexing. One moment they refuse to allow him to join the sect, and the next they urge him to become part of the Yunshang sect. Indeed, women are capricious, and only the petty can be difficult to manage. The most absurd aspect is that the founding patriarch of the Yunshang sect has been deceased for countless years. Yet it is certain that the Yunshang sect is the oldest sect within the Eastern Sea domain. How can a fallen being, devoid of consciousness. Possibly take him as a disciple? Regardless, he must comply with Yun Nishang's wishes. Otherwise, he risks being seized and dragged back to the abyss of divine despair for dual cultivation. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. As he turned, he noticed the fireball that was splitting, its size having noticeably increased. Lin Jun waved his hand to grasp the fireball, feeling a sense of confusion, before ultimately returning it to the endless void. The following day, the results of the 10 Nations martial arts competition spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Sea domain. The most gifted youth of the Great Qin, having successfully slain the promoted Crown Prince, also eradicated 15 eliminated prodigies from the Great Qin. Not only did he face no punishment, but he also advanced to the Eastern Ling imperial capital to partake in the selection ceremony of the top 10 sections. Only after the chosen ones from these sects had been selected would the ancient battlefield relics be unveiled. In the Eastern Ling imperial capital, Lin Jun, the esteemed senior brother, not only possessed a remarkable background but also stood out among his peers due to his exceptional cultivation. Sun Mingxing, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Those rumors are not mere fabrications. I witnessed with my own eyes the full force of his physical prowess withstand the royal-level martial arts techniques. If our Yunchang sect could secure such an individual, perhaps we could reclaim our status in the Central Lands." In the room, there were only 2 individuals. The elder before Sun Mingxing, with white hair and beard, clad in white robes, was the current sect master of the Yunchang sect, Yun Wanli. His expression was grave. "I understand. In that case, we must obtain Lin Jun. For the Yunchang sect is the strongest sect in the Eastern Sea domain." Upon learning of such a prodigy as Lin Jun, the leaders of the other 9 sects also made their way to the Eastern Ling imperial capital. At merely 20 years of age, he has already attained the King's realm, with physical defenses that are nothing short of extraordinary. He cast scorn upon all his peers in the Eastern Sea domain. After all, even Zhou Qian did not enter the King's realm until the age of 30. They are simply not on the same level. Chapter 58. Cooperation. In another room, the leader of the Wei Dao sect, dressed in a black Taoist robe, upon seeing Li Jiansheng, immediately inquired, "Brotherly, I have heard that you have some connections with Lin Jun. Could you lend our Wei Dao sect a helping hand?" Though Li Jiansheng's cultivation is not high, he serves as the liaison between the Shao family of the Central Lands and the Wei Dao sect, thus holding a position of considerable influence. Li Jiansheng shook his head. "Sect Master Wei, it is advisable to maintain a good relationship with Lin Jun. If nothing else, do not offend him. However, we absolutely must not allow him to enter the Wei Dao sect." Wei Qingyuan furrowed his brow. "What is the meaning of this? With such talent and connections, why can we not bring him into our fold? Lin Jun is destined never to bow to others." Li Jiansheng's expression turned solemn. "This individual is beyond the control of the Wei Dao sect. Should you attempt to coerce him, it may very well invite calamity upon your household." With that, he urged Sect Master Wei to deliberate carefully. Wei Qingyuan, momentarily taken aback, pondered the implications of such a threat to the Wei Dao sect. Having known Li Jiansheng for many years, he realized that the latter was not jesting. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, brotherly, for your guidance. I understand what I must do." Li Jiansheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Additionally, there is one more matter. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal my identity or that of the young lady. A storm is brewing. I advise Sect Master Wei to prepare accordingly." Wei Qingyuan was once again left in bewilderment. What could this mean? Was the Shao family in the Central Plains facing a crisis? However, some matters were too delicate to inquire about further. If Li Jiansheng was reticent to elaborate, it would be prudent to keep his curiosity to himself. Upon arriving at the capital of Dongling, Zhou Qian promptly met with Song Weiliao. Since Lin Jun was unwilling to form an alliance, they had no choice but to unite their efforts. This partnership would grant them the strength of 6 king-level experts. Once they entered the ancient battlefield ruins, they would hold the reins of power, leaving Lin Jun with no viable escape. After all, such prodigious talents, once fully developed, would be unmatched in the future. Zhou Qian, with his lofty ambitions, could not allow a formidable talent, one he could not command, to become an obstacle in his path to supremacy. Meanwhile, Lin Jun, upon awakening, had experienced a series of unsettling dreams that left him in a state of turmoil. He stepped outside, only to find Lu Qianxin, Shengwan Jinghong, and Murong Wan are already waiting at the door. "Is there something you need?" Lin Jun maintained a calm demeanor, harboring little malice towards the 3 individuals. After all, They had never harbored intentions of taking his life. As a scion of a prestigious family, it was commonplace to encounter rivalries of various kinds. Zhou Qian and Song Weiliao had already formed an alliance. Once they entered the ancient battlefield, they would undoubtedly plot against us. Shangguan Jinghong hastily conveyed the information. The Great Zhou Empire and the Great Qi Empire together held a total of 25 spots, including 6 formidable warriors at the King Realm. Even if they were to join forces, their survival was not guaranteed. However, if they did not unite, their demise would be all but certain. Therefore, are you suggesting that I and Mushi join your ranks? Lin Jun's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a hint of mockery. Though the presence of 6 formidable individuals at the King's domain was indeed intimidating, he was confident in his ability to remain invincible. During his previous encounter with the peak King's domain expert, Feng Qingyang, he had refrained from employing the punishing heaven ruler. Moreover, regardless of how powerful Zhou Qian might be, he was merely at the 3rd stage of the King's domain, posing little threat to him. However, should Qin Mushi be included, the situation would become unpredictable, which was precisely why he was willing to engage in dialogue. No, we wish to join you, Moron Wanner declared earnestly. You need not look down upon us. Lu Qianxian and Jinghong are both formidable beings within the King's domain. Albeit their auras concealed by our ancestor, I may be at a disadvantage. Yet I possess hidden cards capable of delivering a lethal blow to those newly entering the King's domain. They have come with sincerity. They were acutely aware of Lin Jun's level and their own capabilities. Clearly, it was impossible for Lin Jun to join them. I have but one request. Lin Jun's expression was cold and grave. Shangguan Jinghong inquired, Speak. If a battle erupts, you must ensure Mushi's safety. Lin Jun replied with a calm demeanor. If she perishes, regardless of the outcome, I will slay you all. Both Shangguan Jinghong and Moron Wanner's eyes ignited with a furious blaze. Were they to protect Qin Mushi? Was this not tantamount to making them mere bodyguards? Was there any difference from humiliation? Nevertheless, Lu Qianxian readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Shangguan Jinghong wished to rebut, but was persuaded by Moron Wanner. They indeed required Lin Jun, this madman. Thus, the cooperation between the two parties was established. By afternoon, the leaders of the 10 major sects gathered in the capital of Dongling Kingdom, instilling profound fear in the emperor, who believed the apocalypse had arrived. They were exceedingly cautious, not daring to breathe a word. Good heavens, if memory serves, wasn't it customary to send elders from the sect to select disciples? Why had all 10 sect leaders come? Could it be for that Lin Jun? What significance did Lin Jun hold? Surely, something monumental must have transpired in the ancient battlefield relics. In the martial arts arena of the Dongling Imperial Palace, countless Imperial guards whispered amongst themselves regarding this matter. At that moment, a man clad in golden armor declared coldly, Those who dare to speak ill of the sect shall be executed without mercy. Instantly, the arena fell silent. No matter how curious they were, they would not gamble with their lives. The atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive, devoid of any sound. Lin Jun gazed at the 10 distinguished sect leaders on the stage, pondering the unusual circumstances that could bring together these powerful figures, who stood at the pinnacle of authority in the Eastern Sea region. Meanwhile, Lu Qianxian, Zhou Qian, and others, overwhelmed by the formidable aura, dared not lift their heads. Qin Mushi stood anxiously beside Lin Jun. At that moment, the leader of the Yunchang sect, Yun Wanli, rose and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, declaring, You may select your desired sect. Should the sect take an interest in you, you may become its disciple. However, if your chosen sect does not see potential in you, you shall merely be an object of selection. Thus, I advise you all, despite the strength of the top 3 sects, do not overreach. Are the rules clear to everyone? Each of the 10 sects had 3 slots available, and it was the aspiration of many to join the esteemed top 3 sections. Alas, the ultimate decision rested with them. If they found no merit in you, you would simply remain among those who could be chosen. Understood. Lu Qianxian and the others responded in unison, clasping their fists. Subsequently, Lin Jun received a jade slip, which would allow him to inscribe his name using spiritual energy. Qin Mushi whispered, Brother Lin Jun, how should I choose? Lin Jinping spoke calmly, the Cloud Ascension sect. What? Qin Mushi exclaimed in astonishment. But I'm so weak, they surely wouldn't take notice of someone like me. Lin Jun consoled. Isn't there still me? Since he had to choose a sect, he naturally wished to bring Qin Mushi along. If the Yunchang sect lacked even this minimal sincerity, what reason did he have to join them? Qin Mushi furrowed her delicate brows, although her heart was filled with concern. She ultimately chose to follow Lin Zhan's wishes and selected the Yunshang sect. Once the jade slip was completed, it autonomously fell onto the table before the 10 sect masters. Yun Wanli, the master of the Yunshang sect, proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, it is now our turn to select disciples. However, each sect is permitted only one candidate, and we must also obtain the consent of the chosen one." This method of selecting disciples aimed to balance the strength among the 10 sects, preventing the strong from becoming stronger while the weak grew weaker. Yet, in reality, formidable prodigies invariably yearned for the strongest sections. The rest were merely the unfortunate ones. I shall not hold back. At that moment, an elderly man with a youthful appearance stood and declared, "Lin Zhan, I am the master of the Kaoshan sect. Should you wish to join my sect, I will take you as my personal disciple." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. To become the personal disciple of a sect master upon merely entering the sect? This was madness. Little did they know, even greater insanity was yet to come. Chapter 59. The Baiwa sect also comes to recruit. You truly have no shame, old man. You think you can entice a peerless prodigy with such a trivial offer? After the words of the Kaoshan sect master, a beautifully adorned woman covered her mouth and teased. It is well known that our Baiwa sect does not accept male disciples, but should you be willing to join us, we will make you the happiest man in the entire EC region. As the only sect among the top 10 that exclusively accepted female disciples, the Baiwa sect's proposition ignited the atmosphere. Even the Kaoshan sect master was left gaping in disbelief. Although the Baiwa sect ranked 7th among the 10 sects, nearly at the bottom, its formidable background was undeniable. Which prodigy could resist the allure of the Baiwa sect's female disciples? Many of today's peak powerhouses had once shared tender moments with disciples of the Baiwa sect. There is a saying, one may offend the top 3 sects, but one must never offend the Baiwa sect. To do so is to antagonize all the top forces in the EC region. The imperial guards of Dongling Kingdom widened their eyes. The female disciples of the Baiwa sect, due to their cultivation methods, were each as stunning as celestial beings, exuding an enchanting allure with every gesture. The words of the Baiwa sect's elder were clearly a hint to Lin Zhan. Once he ascended Baiwa Mountain, he would find himself surrounded by countless beauties, lost in the embrace of a gentle paradise. Not only the imperial guards, but even the crown prince of the Great Zhou, Shou Qian, found his gaze fixated with desire. He certainly wished to win the favor of the Baiwa sect's disciples, but with the strength he had presently displayed, he was unworthy of garnering even a glance from them. Lin Zhan clasped his hands and bowed, expressing his gratitude for the invitation from the master of the 100 Flowers sect. However, he stated, my aspirations lie solely in cultivation. I prefer not to be encumbered by worldly matters at this time. A hint of regret crossed the countenance of the 100 Flowers revered one, as she pondered how a man could possibly decline the invitation of the 100 Flowers sect. The master of the Mount of Support let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Revered one of the 100 Flowers, it seems your proactive approach may lead you to a life of solitude in the years to come. Lin Zhan, you are truly the person I have chosen. Might you reconsider joining the Mount of Support? Lin Zhanfeng, with a calm demeanor, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your esteemed favor, sect master, but I have already made arrangements. I hope for your understanding. The smile of the sect master of the Kaoshan sect abruptly faded. This was anticipated. Lin Zhan's ability to draw the attention of the 10 great sect masters was already a testament to his exceptional talent. Why then would he choose the Kaoshan sect? If you join the Sword sect, I shall grant you access to the Wanjian Mountain, where you may select a formidable divine weapon. Moreover, we can meet the demands of the Kaoshan sect. The Sword sect, ranked second among the top 3 sects, only beneath the Yunshang sect, held a formidable reputation. Indeed, in a confrontation, even the Yunshang sect could not guarantee victory over the Sword sect. The upper limits of sword cultivation surpassed all imagination. Wanjian Mountain is said to be the sanctuary of swords for the Sword sect, rumored to house 10 imperial divine swords from ancient times at its peak. Whosoever can establish a bond with any of these imperial swords shall wield the fate of the Eastern Sea domain. As for my Qi Lu sect, should you express interest, I would undoubtedly comply. Lin Zhan, the Xianqing sect, is the most suitable place for you. If you come, you shall be one of the summit masters of the 10 peaks. The other 6 also presented astonishing offers, leaving the onlookers in awe. Both Wanjian Mountain of the Sword sect and the 10 peaks of the Xianqing sect are revered sanctuaries pursued by countless cultivators. In Zhou Qian's eyes glimmered a chilling resolve. This individual must be eliminated post-haste, and he must not leave the ancient battle relics alive. Meanwhile, As Lin Jun was besieged with offers, jealousy marred Song Weilong's expression. Among the 10 sects, 8 had extended their sole invitation to Lin Jun. What an extraordinary honor. Yet, despite the multitude of invites, Lin Jun declined each one. At this point, only the Wei Dao sect and the Yunchang sect had yet to speak. Thus, it appeared that Lin Jun's favored sects were reduced to merely these two. On the surface, Yun Wanli remained composed. But internally, he was fraught with anxiety. Did Sect Master Wei not favor Lin Jun? This remark piqued everyone's interest. Wei Qingyuan replied with a serene smile, Sect Master Yun, you jest. Lin Jun is a peerless prodigy who emerges once in a millennium in the Eastern Sea. If even the Sword sect does not seek him, how can my Wei Dao sect dare to compete? Choosing a disciple is a matter of human sentiment. With this single statement, he had forged an alliance with both the Yunchang sect and the Sword sect. Of course, he did not lack desire. He merely understood that Li Jianqing would never mislead him. The Wei Dao sect, incapable of ensuring Lin Jun's safety, would be better off not competing. Haha. Yun Wanli laughed heartily. Sect Master Wei, you jest. In that case, let it be known that if Lin Jun wishes to join the Yunchang sect, he may freely select his master. Our Kangwu Pavilion is open to him. Furthermore, upon each breakthrough, resources shall be plentiful, and the 23rd spiritual vein among our 28 shall be granted to you. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire assembly was left in shock. The of the Cloud sect serves as a repository for martial arts, standing as the singular location that can rival the illustrious Sword sect's 10,000 Sword Mountain. Within its confines lie even rare imperial-grade martial techniques, and the lesser grades below the holy tier require no further elaboration. The 28 spiritual veins, however, are sanctuaries accessible only to elders who have ascended to the revered status. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Yun Wanli bestowed the 23rd spiritual vein entirely upon Lin Jun, embodying an unyielding competitive spirit that incites envy to the point of reddening one's eyes. Lin Jun spoke in a calm tone. The Cloud sect is indeed the sect I admire, but I have 3 conditions I hope the sect master can agree to. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly fell silent. Zhou Qian, with a cold expression, rebuked him sharply. Lin Jun, it is a fortunate stroke of fate that the sect master has taken notice of you. What right do you have to impose conditions? Song Weiliao, with an air of arrogance, declared, while you possess considerable talent, do not be overly presumptuous. Following this, the prodigies from the Great Zhou Empire and the Great Qi Empire began to mock him in unison. How audacious. Utterly misguided. Living in a fantasy. Lin Jun faced a group of sharp-tongued individuals, disinclined to respond, for he had always let his fists do the talking. His gaze was fixed intently on Yun Wanli, awaiting a response. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Wanli's expression darkened slightly as he said, Go on, speak. Though the demand was somewhat embarrassing, Lin Jun's displayed talent indeed afforded him the leverage to negotiate. As long as the terms were not overly excessive, he could acquiesce. His reply left Zhou Qian blushing furiously, while Song Weilang could only stand by, enviously observing Lin Jun. Firstly, I am bound to Qin Mushi. Wherever I go, she shall follow. Lin Jun spoke with fervor, fully aware that in terms of strength, the Yunchang sect would certainly dismiss Qin Mushi. Yet, he harbored reservations about allowing Qin Mushi to join another sect. Yun Wanli nodded slightly, stating, This condition is acceptable to our sect. Please proceed to the next. He glanced over, noting that Qin Mushi's talent was not overly lacking, and accepting him into the fold was not out of the question. Lin Jun continued, The second condition is that my family is impoverished, and my younger cousins lack a proper environment for cultivation. Therefore, I wish for them all to join Yunchang sect for their training. If any elders find them worthy, they are free to take them as disciples. If not, it is merely their unfortunate fate. Those familiar with Lin Jun know that he never forgets his younger siblings when there are benefits to be had, just as he had insisted on bringing his cousins when he entered Baidu Academy years ago. His sole intention was to ensure that Lin Xian and the others could enjoy the finest resources for cultivation. His words stirred a tempest of outrage. Lin Jun, you are utterly arrogant. They are unworthy even to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Conference, let alone qualify for Yunchang sect. The sect leader of Yun commented, This child is inherently proud and difficult to tame. Do not indulge him. A swift punishment would suffice. The situation was explosive. If Yun Wanli were to acquiesce, where would their dignity be left? Faced with such audacity, a glint of sharpness flickered in Yun Wanli's eyes. He might agree to accept one individual, But Lin Jun's audacious notion of bringing a whole group of inept individuals into Yunchang's sect was preposterous. What kind of place did he think Yunchang's sect was? He then replied coldly, Lin Jun, I advise you to recognize your limits and not overreach. Chapter 60. Defiance, a crime punishable by death. Lin Jun, with an air of unyielding dignity, declared, Master Yun, my entrance into the Yunchang sect is solely for the sake of my younger siblings. I have no interest in your Tsangwu pavilion. Let us converse if you are amenable. If not, let it be. Such a forceful stance caused Yun Wanli's expression to shift dramatically in shock. Wei Qingyuan finally comprehended the warning from Li Jianxing that Lin Jun would indeed invite calamity upon his family. The audacity was boundless, although he possessed certain talents. What gave him the audacity to challenge the 10 great sects? Furthermore, he dared to threaten the leader of the Yunchang sect? Such a disposition undoubtedly foretold a grim fate. Lin Jun, you have overstepped your bounds. At that moment, a prodigy from the Dazhou Empire, a figure of this, leaped forward to admonish him. How dare you threaten Master Yun? Do you truly believe yourself to be a person of significance? Did your parents not teach you the ways of conduct? The Yunchang sect was his coveted faction, and coupled with Lin Jun being his adversary, he felt compelled to act. Yun Wanli did not intervene, nor did anyone from the other 9 great sections. Lin Jun is a remarkable gem, yet he requires refinement. Otherwise, who would dare to accept such an extraordinary disciple? Is he not a source of constant trouble for the sect? Are you implying that I lack proper upbringing? Lin Jun gazed at the individual before him, his tone tinged with a hint of indifference. The prodigy from the great Zhou Empire, defiantly pointing a finger at Lin Jun, arrogantly proclaimed, I am merely criticizing your lack of upbringing. You seek death. In response, Lin Jun raised his hand and, before the 10 sect leaders, reduced the man to a mist of blood with a single slap. What a wretched creature, daring to flaunt his arrogance in my presence. This scene caused the atmosphere to become taut with tension. The 10 sect leaders were taken aback, unable to fathom that Lin Jun would openly take a life in their midst. Meanwhile, the emperor of Dongling country dared not utter a word, and Zhou Qian glared furiously. Lin Jun declared with formidable authority, before you insult me, be prepared for a fate worse than death. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Zhou Qian, filled with indignation, felt his chest heave with anger. He swiftly turned and knelt upon the ground, brimming with wrath as he lamented, esteemed 10 sect leaders. It is one thing for Lin Jun to be ruthless, but daring to commit murder in your presence is an affront that disregards the dignity of the 10 great sects. I beseech the esteemed sect leaders to see this injustice clearly and mete out severe punishment upon the perpetrator. The prodigies of the great Zhou Empire and the great Qi Empire kneel in unison, pleading for justice. Lin Jun has brought this upon himself, and he deserves his fate. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, Moron Wanner, and Shangwan Jinghong were nearly overwhelmed with fear. Is it possible that Lin Jun is mentally unstable? Truly, they felt an overwhelming urge to unleash their frustrations. Yet, in such a delicate situation, they dared not voice their thoughts, retreating instead to maintain a safe distance from Lin Jun, lest they be splattered with his blood. Qin Mushi, however, stood unwaveringly by Lin Jun's side, vowing to support him no matter his decisions. They shared the bond of life and death, committed to repaying the kindness shown to them. Lin Jun, are you aware of your transgressions? In Yun Wanli's gaze, a glint of coldness erupted. He felt a tumultuous mix of love and hate for such an individual. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Jun's audacity to annihilate the talented individuals before them was a blatant affront to the supreme authority of the 10 great sects. It was a profound disrespect towards them. Master Yun, as the head of the Tianbao Pavilion of the Great Qin Empire, is it your belief that the pavilion's neutrality stems from cowardice and a desire to avoid conflict? Lin Jun stood fearless, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the boundless sky. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene. They had all forgotten that Lin Jun was not merely a novice disciple. He was, in fact, the master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Although the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion within the borders of the Great Qin Empire was merely a branch, its status was nonetheless comparable to that of the elders of the foremost sections. To speak of challenging authority, it was truly the unfortunate soul who sought his own demise. Once the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion made its presence known, it promptly silenced the 10 sect leaders. Who would dare to provoke the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion openly? Who possessed the strength to do so? Lin Jun's act of killing is both justified and substantiated, for he slayed a man who dared to defy authority, disregarding the distinctions of rank and status. Should they pursue this matter further, it would inevitably reach the ears of Tianbao Pavilion, leading to an unending array of troubles. Wei Qingyuan was the first to voice his opinion. I believe that Lin's reasoning holds merit. The man deserved his fate. The Wei Dao sect stands firmly with Lin in defending his authority, and we shall not permit any affront to the esteemed reputation of Tianbao Pavilion. Li Jianxing had previously stated that while one should not accept, it is imperative to maintain amicable relations. His vocal support now serves this very purpose. Should this young man survive, his future achievements would be immeasurable. By expressing his stance today, he also cultivates favorable connections. If he were to perish, it would bear no consequence for the Wei Dao sect. The esteemed elder Baiwa covered her red lips. Chuckling in agreement, I concur with the sentiments expressed by sect leader Wei. Lin Zhen clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing his appreciation to sect master Wei and sect master of the 100 Flowers. One by one, several sect leaders voiced their support, suggesting that since there was no justification for hostility, it would be wiser to cultivate goodwill. If Lin Zhen were to align himself with them, he might even garner the backing of the Central Plains TNBO Pavilion headquarters. With that in mind, would you reconsider our 100 Flowers sect? The enchanting 100 Flowers elder smiled alluringly, stating, our sect can meet all your conditions. The elder of the Mountain Support sect darkened in countenance, retorting, you clearly have taken a fancy to Lin Zhen. Do not sugarcoat your intentions. Lin Zhen, heed my counsel. The 100 Flowers sect practices forbidden techniques. Be wary of being drained of your essence. We, the Mountain Support sect, represent the true righteous path. A hint of dissatisfaction marred the breathtaking visage of the 100 Flowers elder. Are you implying that our 100 Flowers sect is not righteous, that we engage in heinous acts? Very well, since you have broached the subject, I shall unveil the sordid deeds of the Mountain Support sect. The Mountain Support sect leader turned pale, exclaiming, Elder of the 100 Flowers, I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. It is no exaggeration to say that the 100 Flowers sect possesses the secrets of the formidable individuals within the Eastern Seas. Should these be revealed, it would cause a seismic upheaval, and he would be the one to blame, leading to dire consequences in the days to come. Men, after all, should not find it shameful to admit their faults to women. Humph. The 100 Flowers elder scoffed, should you dare to utter such nonsense again. I assure you I will expose all of your Mountain Support sect's trivial misdeeds, allowing the entire Eastern Sea to revel in the spectacle. The Mountain Support sect leader, unable to retort, could only lower his head in embarrassment. Those present were left utterly astonished. Such is the 100 Flowers sect. Lin Zhen once again politely declined, expressing his gratitude for the affection shown by the master of the 100 Flowers sect. However, he declared, I wish to remain untouched by the mundane entanglements of the mortal world. Frankly speaking, the grace and allure exuded by the esteemed master of the 100 Flowers are undeniable. It seems the leader of the Reliance sect was indeed correct. This is likely not a reputable sect. Should he find himself there, it is certain that his resolve would waver. Yet, on the other hand, he was well aware of Xiao Beiling's feelings and did not believe that the 100 Flowers sect could boast another of her exceptional caliber. At this moment, however, he had no inclination to indulge in matters of the heart. With a furrowed brow and an air of feminine charm, the master of the 100 Flowers lamented, regardless of the sect you choose to join in the future, the gates of the 100 Flowers sect shall always remain open for you. Lin Zhen could hardly bear to look. Why is it that these older women are so enamored with younger men? Of course, Yun Nishang is the most outrageous among them. At this moment, Sun Mingxing transmitted a message. Elder brother, this young man is worthy of our attention. A prodigy possesses a unique arrogance, and his concern for his younger relatives indicates his loyalty and affection. If he joins our Yunshang sect and achieves greatness in the future, he will undoubtedly aid us in restoring our sect's prominence in the Central Lands. Yun Wanli likewise conveyed his thoughts. Our reputation does not allow for such humility. Sun Mingxing contemplated this. He understood the implications. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Yunshang sect is already the foremost sect in the Eastern Sea region. Must we stoop so low? Additionally, Lin Zhen's ability to dismantle Elder Lu's transmission jade slip suggests the presence of a master of formations behind him. Elder brother, you must deliberate carefully. Sun Mingxing earnestly advised. His arrogance is indeed backed by substantial merit, not mere recklessness as the world perceives. Otherwise, given the Lin family's status, he could never ascend to the position of the head of Tianbao Pavilion. Yun Wanli awoke from his reverie. Lin Zhen's arrogance is indeed remarkable. There must certainly be someone backing him. to elevate Linjun, who has just entered the realm of kings, to the extent of being able to shatter the transmission jade slip, one must ponder the formidable strength of the individual behind him. Contemplating this, Yun Wanli spoke, Lin Jun, I can also acquiesce to your second request. Now, reveal your third condition. Upon these words, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. Lin Zhendo has become quite audacious. Rather than expressing anger, the 10 sect leaders even lowered themselves to defend him. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 61. Even the ancestral master is unwilling to accept you. My third condition, to enter the Yunshang sect without taking on a master. Lin Jun had long anticipated that Yun Wanli would not refuse. He had merely adopted a stance to preserve his dignity. His mastery of formation surpassed that of his elder cousin Lin Yan, but due to the constraints of his cultivation, he was unable to fully exert his capabilities. His choice to enter the sect without acknowledging a master implied that Lin Jun undoubtedly had a more formidable mentor behind him. Otherwise, such a foolish decision would not have been made. Contemplating this, Yun Wanli raised his head and declared, Lin Jun, I accept all 3 of your conditions. Just remember to emerge alive from the ancient battlefield relics. Lin Jun clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his thanks to the sect leader. Upon Lin Jun's entry into the sect, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the members, deeming the situation utterly ludicrous. Particularly absurd were the 3 outrageous conditions proposed by Lin Jun, which, astonishingly, were all acquiesced to by the esteemed Yunshang sect, the foremost sect. Zhou Qian, feeling indignant yet powerless, found his murderous intent intensifying as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Jun, his eyes betraying a hint of madness. As Lin Jun was bound to Qin Mushi, Yun Wanli selected another individual, the formidable warrior Song Weiliang of the Great Qi. The remaining contender for prominence was none other than the crown prince, Zhou Qian of the Great Zhou. He had set his sights on the Wei Dao sect, yet Wei Qingyuan, aware of the inevitable confrontation between Zhou Qian and Lin Jun, declined his request and instead chose Lu Qianqian, Murong Wan'er, and Shangwan Jinghong. This turn of events inadvertently favored Zhou Qian, allowing him to join the second-ranked Jin sect. The remaining individuals each found their respective sects, and with the disciples established, the time had come for ancestral reverence. Yun Wanli proclaimed with great authority that the disciples were confirmed, and the ensuing ritual would involve paying homage to the ancestral masters and receiving their blessings. As his words echoed, 10 vividly lifelike statues materialized, suspended in midair. Yun Wanli of the Yunshang sect respectfully invited the ancestral master, followed by Jianshan of the Jian sect and Wei Qingyuan of the Wei Dao sect, who also extended their invitations. As the 10 sect leaders knelt before their ancestral masters, the newly admitted disciples followed suit. However, just as Lin Jun prepared to perform the ceremonial kneel, the statue of the ancestral master of the Yunshang sect began to tremble inexplicably. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? The onlookers were engulfed in confusion. Yun Wanli's expression turned grave as he immediately sent forth his spiritual awareness to scrutinize the ancestral statue, discovering it to be intact. Soon after, a chilling thought surged into his mind. Could it be that the ancestral master was in fear of something? Lin Jun? It seems that it was indeed Lin Jun's bow that caused the statue of the ancestral master to tremble. But how could this be possible? To ascertain the truth, I solemnly said, Lin Jun, do not move for the time being. Lin Jun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Upon lowering his hands, he witnessed Qin Mushi and Song Weiliang kneeling. Yet the statue of the ancestral master revealed no further manifestations. What could this mean? Could it be that the ancestral master of the Yunshang sect holds Lin Jun in disdain? This notion indeed bears some weight. This is no ordinary statue. It possesses a fragment of the ancestral master's spirit, endowed with consciousness. Yunya, the founder of the Yunshang sect, was a formidable figure from ancient times, who ultimately transcended the void to ascend to the higher realms. Yun Wanli, somewhat incredulous, then commanded, Lin Jun, perform the act of reverence. Lin Jun, equally unyielding, once again clasped his fists. To his astonishment, before his knees could bend, cracks began to appear on the statue of Yunya. With a crisp sound echoing through the air, the entire audience stood in stunned silence. Yun Wanli, in a state of sheer terror, exclaimed, O venerable ancestor! Should I have caused any offense, I implore your forgiveness. Lin Jun was equally baffled. After all, Yunya had once been a formidable emperor. Why then did he harbor such disdain for him? However, it soon dawned upon him. Recalling Yun Nishang's words, The Yun Shang sect dared not take him as a disciple. Could it be that Yun Nishang had meddled in affairs? With a sudden crack, a sharp sound pierced the air. Yun Wanli, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Linjin, do not move. If the statue of our ancestral master were to shatter, it would spell disaster for the Yun Shang sect." As Lin Jun lowered his hand, Yun Wanli swiftly gestured, channeling gentle spiritual energy to mend the statue. Even if complete restoration was unattainable, it was imperative to prevent its fragmentation, for within it resided a fragment of the ancestral master's soul. Not only was it the spiritual pillar of the Yun Shang sect, but it also served as the essential core that maintained the operation of the sect's protective mountain formation. "Linjin, your sins are grievous. Even the ancestral master of the Yun Shang sect refuses to accept you." Shou Qian mocked coldly. Linjin cast a sidelong glance, fully aware of Shou Qian's murderous intent. Yet, lacking the certainty to deliver a swift strike, he refrained from acting hastily, retorting, "What business is it of yours? What exactly does Yun Nishang intend? If she refuses to accept him as her disciple, she could simply state it plainly. Why this roundabout approach that leaves him in confusion?" In truth, this matter bore no relation to Yun Nishang at all. A full hour passed before the statue of Yunye was finally restored. Sun Mingxing hurriedly approached. "Senior brother, what is the situation?" Yun Wanli, with a grave expression, replied, "You must escort them to the state guest house. I shall consult our ancestral master to ascertain the cause." Yunye had ascended to the upper realm, not fallen. And within this statue resided a fragment of his divine soul. Utilizing forbidden techniques, Yun Wanli could establish contact. Yet whether a response would be forthcoming depended on whether Yunye still held any ties to the sect he had once founded. After all, having ascended, he had little connection to the mortal realm. Understood. Sun Mingxing recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly departed with Lin Jun, Qin Mushi, and Song Weiliang. The other sects followed suit, for the ancient battlefield relics were about to be unveiled, and numerous matters required their attention. Yun Wanli sat cross-legged, directing his consciousness into the statue of Yunye. After exerting tremendous effort, he finally broke through the numerous restrictions. Arriving beneath the divine soul left by Yunye prior to his ascension, Yun Wanli pays his respects to the ancestral master. "I am unaware of what has caused your anger, and I come to atone." As a formidable figure within the sacred realm, Yun Wanli felt an unprecedented weight before the ancestral master's divine presence, scarcely daring to raise his head. All disciples of the Yun Shang sect, regardless of the crises Lin Jun may encounter in the future, must exert every effort to protect him. Should there be any insubordination, there shall be no leniency. The divine soul of Yunye spoke, and the words struck fear into Yun Wanli's heart. What is the true identity of Lin Jun? Before you could inquire about the origins, the communication had abruptly ceased due to the limitations of spiritual energy. Yun Wanli, in a state of agitation, found it difficult to regain his composure. Simultaneously, upon regaining his senses from a moment of sheer terror, Yunye knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally reincarnated." How could he dare accept Lin Jun's reverence? That would be a transgression against the heavens. At first, he hesitated to confirm it. But upon sensing that unparalleled air of superiority, he finally recognized that it was indeed his esteemed mentor who had once guided him. Born in the primordial era, he had thrived at the end of antiquity, invincible during the ancient times, and even after his ascension. He could never forget the support of the great emperor of divine punishment. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Dongling State guest house, Lin Jun's consciousness entered the punishment ruler. Yun Nizhang had long been awaiting his arrival and spoke in a tone of icy aloofness. "Now do you believe in this emperor?" Lin Jun questioned. "What exactly have you done?" "This emperor is not so idle." Yun Nishang gently parted her crimson lips and replied, "In your days as the great emperor, you once imparted wisdom to Yunye. It is precisely through your guidance that he transcended the ages and ultimately ascended to the higher realms. Though you never formally took him as a disciple, he has always held deep gratitude for your kindness, perceiving himself as your student. In this world, what rationale exists for a master to kneel before their disciple?" Lin Jun was engulfed in confusion. Could it be that Yun Nishang's words were entirely true? Was he truly the punishing celestial emperor in his past life, the Tao companion of Yun Nishang? When he was at the emperor realm, he had once guided Yunye. And that celestial emperor realm must have been a level beyond the emperor, attained after ascension. If this were indeed the case, just how powerful had he been in his previous existence? Chapter 62. Resolution of hatred. It was inconceivable. Lin Jun chuckled at his own folly. Certain that Yun Nishang had orchestrated this scheme, Perhaps the intuition he sought within the ancient battleground was largely an illusion. Yun Nishang offered no futile explanations. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Lin Jun withdrew from the infinite space of the punishment heaven ruler, leaving Yun Nishang alone in the void, her thoughts adrift. One day, he would uncover the truth, and that day would arrive swiftly. The ancient battleground bore the marks of their past battles, fought side by side. He hoped he would be able to witness it. After Lin Jun opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. "Master Yun, is there something you need?" he inquired. "Could it be that the ancient battlefield ruins are about to be opened? I am quite curious to explore." As for the dealings between Zhou Qian and Song Weiliao, he was not particularly concerned. After all, there is nothing that cannot be resolved through force. The ancient battlefield ruins will open tomorrow. You all should enter. Yun Wanli stepped into the room, followed closely by Qin Mushi. As Song Weiliao entered, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Jun. "Once you have joined Yunshang's sect and entered the ancient ruins, you must support one another and refrain from internal conflict." Yun Wanli's icy eye swept over Song Weiliao. He was well aware of the clandestine dealings between Shou Qian and Song Weiliao, thus his visit held ulterior motives. Song Weiliao shivered unexpectedly. "Master, there is something I am uncertain whether I should disclose." Qin Mushi mustered her courage to probe. Yun Wanli nodded. "Speak." "There are rumors that the genius of the Daqi Empire and the Dazhou Empire are forming a powerful alliance against us." Qin Mushi's crimson lips moved. Her gaze fixated on Song Weiliao. The implication was unmistakable. Song Weiliao's heart raced, and she quickly defended herself. "Qin Mushi, do not slander me without evidence. Now that I have joined Yunshang's sect, I will certainly obey the sect's commands and prioritize its interests." This little girl truly dared to speak boldly. They had indeed conspired to join forces, and especially after entering Yunshang's sect alongside Lin Jun, their resolve had only strengthened. As long as Lin Jun lived, no matter how exceptional his talents, he would find it difficult to rise above. Lin Jun remained unfazed and said, "Mushi, refrain from further discussion. This battle is unavoidable and must be approached with strength as our foremost strategy. Were it not for the consideration of Qin Mushi's safety, I would not deign to associate with Lu Qianqian and the others." Qin Mushi nodded slightly. "Song Weiliang, do you truly hold this belief?" Yun Wanli's tone became noticeably more severe. Song Weiliang, startled, immediately clasped his fists and replied, "Every word I utter is the truth." With that in mind, "Allow me to impart a warning," Yun Wanli said coldly. "Should Lin Jun and Qin Mushi fall within the ancient battle ruins, you shall not return alive." He could not defy the master's decree. Moreover, Song Weiliang's trifling schemes were hardly concealed from his discerning eye. "What?" Song Weiliang's body trembled, his gaze momentarily vacant. Why should he be condemned to death simply because Lin Jun and Qin Mushi perished? Just how formidable was Lin Jun's background? Qin Mushi was equally astonished. Having only broached the subject, yet she never anticipated Yun Wanli's stance to be so resolute. Lin Jun refrained from expressing his stance. With Yun Nishang intervening, no matter what decision Yun Wanli made, it could not surprise him. He even speculated whether there was some familial connection between Yun Nishang and Yun Wanli. If there were indeed such a bond, then Yun Wanli must be a descendant of Yun Nishang's lineage. "You refuse to agree?" Yun Wanli exuded a portion of his imposing aura, compelling Song Weiliang to kneel before him. Thud. Song Weiliang felt an excruciating pain in his knees, as if he bore the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders, making it arduous to even draw a breath. Realizing that Yun Wanli was not jesting, he trembled and said, "Your disciple is certainly willing, but the ancient battlefield relic is fraught with peril, and even in the face of unforeseen circumstances." He attempted to argue further, but the moment he raised his gaze and met Yun Wanli's eyes, he immediately knelt in submission, declaring, "Your disciple understands." Only then did Yun Wanli retract his oppressive aura and continued, "Lin Jun, do you have any further requests?" "I am indifferent." Lin Jun had no intention of concealing his thoughts. Since it was Yun Nishang who had paved the way for him, it would be challenging to refuse. Moreover, did Yun Wanli's actions carry a deeper significance? "Returning alive from within is the sect's test for you all," Yun Wanli stated solemnly. "The relic will be open for 3 days. Within this time, you must do your utmost to seek out treasures. And do not be tempted by the abundant spiritual energy contained within. Is that understood?" Lin Jun nodded. Magical artifacts are mere external possessions, however. If the interior is indeed brimming with spiritual energy, it must not be squandered. After all, What he currently lacks is precisely that spiritual essence. Understood. Qin Mushi and Song Weiliang clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Indeed. Yun Wanli nodded and then cautioned, the ruins will open at 9 tomorrow morning. So make sure to rest early. With that, he turned and exited the room. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Song Weiliang's eyes. What should he do now? Wait a moment. Lin Jun called out, his thoughts beginning to crystallize. Yun Wanli's intention was evidently to compel him to resolve matters with Song Weiliao in advance. Song Weiliao, feeling aggrieved, retorted, what more do you desire? He felt a deep sense of frustration. For Yun Wanli's blatant favoritism towards Lin Jun left him questioning his prospects within the Yunshang sect. As for me, I have never shown mercy to my adversaries. Now it is imperative that you elucidate the nature of your conspiracy with Shou Qian. The corners of Lin Jun's mouth curled slightly. Otherwise, I can hardly guarantee that you will leave alive. Song Weiliao clenched her fists tightly, her eyes bursting with a cold glimmer. Are you threatening me? You may interpret it that way. Lin Jun replied disdainfully. Your eyes are already red. Song Weiliao retorted defiantly. Do you dare to kill me? Surrender? We are all prodigies. Why should I concede? Lin Jun chuckled, fool. Boom. As his voice faded, he waved his hand, conjuring a soundproof barrier. You, Song Weiliao, surveyed the barrier, your face turning pale. Never dare to question me. Lin Jun remained calm and unperturbed, yet his resolve to kill was unwavering. I shall witness the extent of your prowess. With a furious roar, Song Weiliao unleashed the formidable aura of the second tier of the King's realm as he raised his hand. A dazzling white light of spiritual energy shimmered, poised upon the edge of his palm. A warrior may be slain, but cannot be dishonored. Lin Jun no longer regarded him as a human being. Such an unprecedented humiliation was intolerable to him. In the vast empire of the Qi, he was renowned as a formidable warrior, and within his realm, he had never feared anyone. Even against Zhou Qian, though he could not prevail, he would not be easily vanquished. So why did Lin Jun belittle him? On what grounds did Yun Wanli demand that he protect Lin Jun and Qin Mushi? A reckless endeavor. Lin Jun's expression was frigid, and as he rose, his inner spiritual energy surged forth like a gushing spring. The lion-tiger beast, the mountain-crushing fist. Song Weiliao unleashed his ultimate move, fully aware that against a master, there was little chance for a second strike. With a roar, as the heavenly tier manifestation of the lion-tiger beast was summoned, the colossal creature with a lion's body and tiger's head opened its gaping maw and lunged fiercely at Lin Jun. Simultaneously, after building momentum, the mountain-crushing fist was unleashed, explosively shattering the air before him, transforming it into dazzling white ripples that radiated outward. He was resolute in his intent to kill, for Lin Jun had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. Chapter 63, The Manid's Arm Against the Chariot. Overestimating one's strength, brother Lin Jun, be careful. Qin Mushi's delicate face was momentarily dazed, and only after a brief pause did she realize that she had also merged with a manifestation, and it was of the imperial grade. With a flick of her will, the water Qilin materialized with a thunderous crash. However, due to an insurmountable disparity in realms, even with the superiority in the tier of manifestations, it was still obliterated by the lion-tiger beast's mighty paw. The vibrant water attribute spiritual energy transformed into a gentle, drizzling rain, cascading throughout the room, drenching it entirely. The mantid's arm against the chariot, a foolish endeavor. Humph. After issuing a scornful remark, Song Weiliao disregarded the incapacitated Qin Mushi and charged directly toward Lin Jun. A trivial stratagem. Lin Jun's cold smile revealed an air of indifference as he summoned the royal-grade golden dragon avatar, which began to swirl majestically in the air. Given that both he and his opponent were at the kingly realm, the significance of the avatar's grade became exceedingly paramount. A royal grade is indeed royal grade. A heavenly tier is simply heavenly tier. The moment the lion-tiger beast encountered the golden dragon, it was instantly subdued, a suppression stemming from their very bloodlines. The lion-tiger beast emitted a trembling wail, losing all semblance of its former ferocity, and even prostrated itself on the ground, adopting a posture of utter submission. The golden dragon, exuding an air of haughty superiority, executed a powerful sweep of its tail, reducing the lion-tiger beast to mere fragments of spiritual energy. Song Weiliang was left in profound shock. The Great Qin Golden Dragon Totem? Is this not an avatar that can only be awakened by the royal family of Great Qin? Why is Lin Jun able to? Lin Jun's expression was indifferent. He was not awakened. Rather, he had usurped Qin Wudi's body. Even so, you must die? After a fierce roar, Song Weiliao's features twisted in rage, and the might of the crushing mountain fist had already reached its zenith. Wherever he passed, the air ruptured inch by inch, producing a deafening, thunderous roar. As Lin Jun's thoughts stirred once more, he commanded the golden dragon manifestation to ensnare Song Weiliang. The sound of a resounding impact echoed as Song Weiliang struck the golden dragon with a powerful punch, weakening it slightly, yet ultimately failing to breach its defenses. The fierce battle raged on between man and dragon, with spiritual energy surging forth as if it were inexhaustible. Waves of shock reverberated through the soundproof barrier, threatening to topple it, and even the building itself trembled. Had Lin Jun not previously established the barrier, the residual force from their clash would have reduced the structure to rubble. Sun Mingsheng furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Senior brother, I shall take a look." Yun Wanli, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, replied in a calm tone, "There is no need." His intention behind those words was to provoke Song Weiliang, compelling Lin Jun to eliminate a formidable adversary before entering the ancient battlefield relics, thereby reducing the risks for the following day. Sun Mingsheng, being astute, felt a chill run down his spine as he discerned Yun Wanli's ulterior motive. Choosing Song Weiliang was not an act of nurturing. Rather, it was a strategy to diminish Zhou Qian's support and prevent Lin Jun from being caught in a perilous situation. Are you not concerned for Lin Jun's safety? If he were to suffer grave injuries, even if he were to enter the relics, he would still face a fate of slaughter. He struggled to comprehend why. If Yun Wanli sought to clear obstacles for Lin Jun, he would go to such lengths. Could he not simply eliminate Song Weiliang? Yun Wanli offered no response. Yet his resolve remained unwavering. Those deemed worthy by their ancestral master were far from ordinary individuals. Furthermore, Lin Jun, at such a young age, had already ascended to the position of the leader of Tianbao Pavilion. If he were to be severely wounded by Song Weiliang, it would become a source of ridicule. Meanwhile, the battle within the room escalated with unparalleled intensity. Though this fervor was solely borne by Song Weiliang, Lin Jun appeared to be an unconcerned bystander. For that golden dragon Dharma was a towering mountain that Song Weiliao could not surmount. After a relentless barrage, Song Weiliao found his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. Although having reached the King's realm allowed him to perceive the natural spiritual essence and harness it for his own use, the rate of replenishment paled in comparison to the rate of consumption. In a fleeting moment of distraction, his body became ensnared by the golden dragon Dharma. Despite exerting every ounce of strength to break free, the overwhelming force left him despondent. His face, suffused with blood due to prolonged asphyxiation, turned a deep shade of purple. I must confess, it was Zhou Qian who sought to recruit me. He aims to assemble 6 kings to launch a siege against you. In the face of imminent peril, what value do pride and dignity hold? In this battle, despite giving his all, he had failed to even graze the hem of Lin Jun's garment. The crushing sense of defeat extinguished the aloofness that characterized him as a prodigy. Lin Jun remained unmoved. Since he had taken action, it was impossible to allow Song Weiliao to leave alive. Zhou Qian concealed his true strength, for he possessed an imperial artifact, which was sufficient for him to engage in combat beyond his current realm. Furthermore, Lin Jun's expression subtly shifted. A royal-grade weapon? Given Zhou Qian's prowess, coupled with a royal-grade weapon, he could likely contend with even the pinnacle experts of the King realm. However, Lin Jun had faced such top-tier opponents before and possessed his own hidden trump cards. Although the grade of the punishing heaven ruler was unknown, its capacity to endure his spiritual energy after entering the Saint realm indicated that its tier far exceeded that of a royal-grade weapon. Thus, he coldly smiled and declared, "Having said that, prepare to meet your end." As his words echoed, the nearly depleted golden dragon manifestation, rejuvenated by the influx of spiritual energy, regained a significant portion of its ferocity. It mercilessly strangled the exhausted Song Weiliao, reducing her to a mere pile of flesh. Once the battle concluded, the golden dragon manifestation returned to Lin Jun's consciousness, and he exhibited no signs of fatigue from the fierce conflict. "Brother Lin Jun, you are truly formidable," Qin Mushi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. Song Weiliao is a warrior of the great Qi Empire, one of the foremost among her peers. Yet you dispatched her effortlessly. Lin Jundan replied nonchalantly, "It's merely Song Weiliang. There's no need for such alarm." Given his previous attainment in the sacred realm, coupled with the fact that his adversaries were formidable beings at the level of demon saints, even with his current cultivation reduced to the King's realm, he could easily overpower Song Weiliang with a dimensional strike. After all, what he had lost was merely his cultivation. Yet his meticulous control over spiritual energy and his vast combat experience remained intact within his mind. Moreover, he had discovered that recultivating to the King's realm had solidified his foundation far more than before. If only I possessed your remarkable prowess, Qin Mushi exclaimed with a pout, genuinely wishing to assist. Despite her being a tier above Song Weiliang's, she had succumbed to defeat with just one move. Lin Jin gently caressed the little girl's hair, offering comfort. There will come a day. Qin Mushi, once again troubled, pondered, but if we kill him, how will we explain it to the sect leader? Lin Jin chuckled. No need for explanations. Qin Mushi was initially taken aback, but soon enlightenment dawned upon her. I understand now. The sect master deliberately provoked Song Weiliang to compel him into action. Consequently, once we enter the relic, we shall have one less formidable adversary to contend with. Astute observation. Lin Jin unabashedly expressed his admiration. Yet, Qin Mushi furrowed her brow. But I still do not comprehend why the sect master would resort to such measures. I am at a loss as well, Lin Jun replied with a smile. Was Yun Wanli acting under the influence of Yun Nishang's will, or was he attempting to forge a closer alliance with Tianbao Pavilion through his actions? Could it merely be his innate talent? That seemed implausible. Suddenly, a series of powerful demonic energies surged from outside, shaking the atmosphere with a resounding boom. Lin Jin and Qin Mushi both felt a chill run through them. As they opened the window, they were greeted by a sky shrouded in crimson demonic energy. What kind of fiend dared to be so audacious? Within the National Guest House, the formidable auras of several esteemed elders erupted with great intensity, accompanied by the presence of 3 powerful beings at the Saint Realm. Upon closer inspection, they witnessed the 10 sect masters simultaneously ascending into the air, chasing after the direction of the ominous red energy. How could such a multitude of demons emerge so suddenly? The 10 sect masters had all mobilized. Lin Jin furrowed his brow, pondering whether these demonic creatures were drawn to the ancient battlefield relics. Would the relics still function as intended? Chapter 64. The evil beast emerged cackling. The malevolent voice proclaimed, I have broken free from my seal. Tremble, mere ants. The sinister tone, laced with overwhelming pressure, instilled a sense of impending doom among those on the ground, despite the 10 sect leaders and numerous elders taking to the skies to confront the threat. Yet, the intensity of the malevolence was such that many felt as if they might perish instantly. Some of the weaker cultivators even spat blood before collapsing. Observing this, the ruler of Dongling commanded, proclaim my decree. Activate the great formation to repel the demonic entities. The malevolent presence in the sky, audaciously claiming to be a saint, was undoubtedly of the demon saint caliber. The ruler could only hope that the 10 sect leaders could withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, they would all perish. As the order was disseminated, all formidable beings within Dongling emerged, channeling their spiritual energy into the formation. A resplendent white light enveloped the ground, gradually rising to encompass the entire palace. With the formation in place, the vulnerable gained a momentary reprieve. In the night sky, spiritual energy erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, clashing with the crimson demonic aura. The sword sect leader stood resolutely, declaring, all swords return to their origin. In an instant, the swords floating behind him transformed into countless radiant blades, slicing towards the malevolent creatures with lethal precision. The sword sect leader unleashed the sect's ultimate technique, a holy martial art of terrifying might. The sword sect leader exuded an aura of majesty, inspiring the Imperial Guard on the ground to rally in fervent support. However, before the cheers could settle, Yun Wanli waved his hand, turning the night into day, domain of light. There are many domains, yet only those who have attained the saint level can comprehend them. Yun Wanli's domain of light was one of the most formidable among them. The heavens roar. May my path flourish, he intoned. Witnessing Yun Wanli and the sword sect leader's relentless efforts, Wei Qingyuan, the leader of the Guardian sect, decided to reveal his full strength as well. Upon completing the incantation, a colossal Taiji Yin-Yang formation materialized above the demonic entity. Exorcise the demons. Annihilate the fiends. Slay the souls. Earthly prison. Wei Qingyuan continuously altered his hand seals, manifesting numerous techniques within the Taiji Yin-Yang, forming an immense cell that ensnared the malevolent creatures. With thunderous roars echoing, the great formation of Dongling began to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. As the demon clashed fiercely with the 3 sect leaders, Bai Hua and other esteemed figures could only assist from the sidelines, daunted by the residual force of the explosions. which could easily obliterate those yet to attain the saint level. Bai Hua, Guardian, seal the surroundings and do not approach. Understood. All are astute individuals. Thus the division of labor is distinctly defined, and cooperation has encountered no significant issues. Boom. Bang. As the righteous aura collided with the malevolent forces, the sound of explosions grew increasingly thunderous, and the aftermath of the detonations obliterated the flourishing metropolis within a radius of several dozen miles, reducing it to a desolate wasteland shrouded in billowing black smoke. Countless souls, still ensnared in slumber, were instantaneously annihilated by the residual force, unable even to emit a cry of despair. Is this the true power of the Sage Realm? Qin Mushi stood before the window, gazing at the ever-exploding sky, her beautiful eyes revealing an admiration for such formidable strength. She yearned to grow stronger, unwilling to remain merely a sheltered girl protected by Lin Jun. She aspired to accompany Lin Jun on the path to greatness. Lin Jun furrowed his brow. The demon saint is indeed a formidable adversary. However, he has just broken free from his seal, and his strength has yet to be restored. Otherwise, the outcome would be perilous. What? Qin Mushi exclaimed in astonishment. You can perceive the battle? She could see nothing but billowing mushroom clouds and waves of energy, rampantly devastating the capital of Dongling Kingdom. Lin Jun replied calmly. It is somewhat discernible that the 10 great sect masters currently hold the upper hand. The defeat of the demon saint is merely a matter of time. However, given the strength of the 3 great sect masters, they can at most inflict severe damage, but annihilation remains a formidable challenge. It is not solely the human race that cultivates. The demon race, soul race, and beast race, among others, also engage in this pursuit. The demon race relies on bloodlines, the beast race on innate divine abilities, and the soul race on the consumption of myriad spirits. Among the various races of cultivators, when considering the same realm, human practitioners may be the weakest, yet they are undeniably the most astute. They possess skills in forging weapons, arranging formations, drawing talismans, and creating martial arts techniques. Therefore, through these external enhancements, they manage to maintain a relative balance among the races, thus avoiding extinction. In the abyss of fallen gods, I once clashed with a malevolent being of the demon saint level, but ultimately triumphed through the use of the punishing heaven ruler. In contrast, the abilities exhibited by Yun Wanli, Jian Xun, and Wei Qing Yuan pale in comparison to my own strength back in the abyss of fallen gods. Yet, the trio excels in their harmonious cooperation, coupled with the fact that the demon saint has been sealed for an extended period, resulting in a diminished power. In this interplay of strengths and weaknesses, they manage to secure the upper hand. You are truly remarkable. Qin Mushi's beautiful eyes revealed no concealment of admiration. Why did she always sense an indescribable strength emanating from Lin Jun by her side? Lin Jun smiled and remarked, You are quite remarkable as well. This young girl possesses an exceptional water spirit root, and at merely 18 years of age, she has already stepped into the realm of the law manifestation. Given time, she will undoubtedly become renowned throughout the Eastern Sea region. Brother Jian, Brother Yun, I will contain him. You must slay him. Wei Qing Yuan's expression turned solemn as he once again formed a hand seal and bellowed, Constrict. The heavenly prison began to shrink. But the demon saint showed no intention of surrendering. The released demonic energy surged chaotically, causing the prison to tremble violently. Do you truly believe that mere ants like you can extinguish my existence? Ha ha ha, Navi. The demon is eternal and indestructible, with the bloodline of a demon god. The demon saint initiated a counterattack, and the sky became suffused with crimson demonic energy as his body began to swell significantly, attempting to break free from the confines of the heavenly prison. Quickly, act now. Wei Qing Yuan's body swayed violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet his gaze remained resolute as he urged his comrades. He could not hold out much longer. Kill! Yun Wanli shouted, raising a finger to the heavens. A radiant light illuminating the dark night. A brilliant beam coalesced, hurtling towards the demon saint. Heavenly Goddess / Jianshin simultaneously roared, unleashing a sword strike that extended 100 meters, cleaving directly at the demon saint's corporeal form. Boom, boom, boom. The cornered demon saint bore the brunt of the 3 saints' ultimate techniques. Despite his formidable physical strength, he could not withstand the onslaught. The demonic energy that had accumulated around him began to scatter. Remember this, humans. The day I return will be your day of demise. As his voice echoed, the demon saint transformed into countless streams of red light, scattering in all directions. Trying to flee? In your dreams. Yun Wanli's expression turned cold as he soared into the air, pursuing one of the fleeing lights. Wei Qingyuan and Jian Shen followed closely behind. Evil demons are indeed difficult to vanquish, often necessitating their sealing. Should they manage to escape, given the terrifying regenerative capabilities of the demon race, it would not take a decade for them to return to their peak. Who then could stand in their way? Meanwhile, upon witnessing the myriad cracks appearing in the grand formation of Dongling Kingdom, the Honorable Elder Baihua and others immediately set to work repairing it. After all, below were the disciples of the sect. If they were to leave, that space might never recover. Qin Mushi gazed upwards at the multitude of spatial rifts appearing in the sky, her heart overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. Lin Zhun's brows furrowed slightly, pondering the origins of the malevolent forces. Were not the 10 forbidden zones of the Sky Dome continent sealed? Could it be that one of those seals had weakened? If so, the consequences would be dire. Above the heavenly pool, the seal quaked under the relentless assault of the demonic entities, fissures forming as dark energy seeped through. This is bad. Could the Sky Dome Emperor have fallen? Nonsense. The Sky Dome Emperor is a formidable being who has lived for 100,000 years. It is rumored that he transcended the shackles of the world and ascended beyond the realm of emperors to become a deity. He cannot have perished. Gentlemen, today, even if it costs us our lives, we must not allow the demons to escape. Let us fight for humanity. We shall have no regrets in death. With the mighty roar of the Spirit Sword Emperor, Xiao Baoong and the others surged forth with all their might. They regarded this as their final battle, having already embraced the resolve of martyrdom. There was no panic, no fear, only an unwavering fervor for combat. Chapter 65. Exterminating Evil and Upholding Justice. Boom, boom, boom. Although the 11 emperors had all accepted their fate, the number of demons beneath the heavenly pool only continued to swell, growing increasingly powerful. With a violent explosion, the already fragile barrier was shattered. The 11 emperors were sent flying over 100 miles by the overwhelming tide of crimson demonic energy, each one grievously wounded, their blood staining the pristine white snow. Humanity shall prevail. Kill. Even gravely injured, those who had ascended to the emperor realm in this age of dwindling magic were all resolute individuals. They had a singular belief: to resist the demons and protect human civilization. With a thunderous shout from the Spirit Sword Emperor, wielding thousands of radiant swords, he charged through the biting winds and blizzards towards the fray above the heavenly pool. Following closely was the elderly woman, raising her dragon-headed staff, causing the heavens to change hue. Kill. Xiao Baoong and the others did not retreat. They possessed only the determination to advance relentlessly. However, just as the severely injured 11 emperors made their way back to the sky above the heavenly pool, the once ruined seal had inexplicably become unbreakable, impervious to the onslaught of countless demons. It is indeed the Sky Dome Emperor. He has succeeded. The Spirit Sword Emperor and the others sighed in relief. Yet, Xiao Boang's expression turned serious. But the Sky Dome Emperor has not emerged. At this pronouncement, the expressions of the other 10 emperors tightened. The absence of the Sky Dome Emperor from the heavenly pool posed a grave concern. Gentlemen, I shall remain beneath the demonic lair to continue exterminating the demons. I entrust the pursuit of the fleeing demons to you, and I also ask you to look after the Lin family in the East Sea region, as well as my inept son. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from below the heavenly pool. Lin Tianxiong's righteous tone rang clear. Even if we perish, we shall remember. The esteemed Emperor Ling Jian and his companions solemnly vowed, not for any other reason, but in honor of Lin Tianxiong's selfless sacrifice for righteousness. There is no need for sorrow among you, to establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to secure the fate of the populace, to perpetuate the teachings of our forebears, and to usher in an era of peace for countless generations is our inescapable and glorious mission, though faced with millions. I shall proceed. As Lin Tianxiong's voice gradually faded, the 11 emperors, filled with profound grief, knelt in unison upon the ground. We bid farewell to the Emperor Tianxiong. The Lin family of the Eastern Sea? They had not heard of it. They were only aware of the Lin family of the Central Land. Yet, with the prowess of an emperor, altering the memories of an entire region's populace would be a trivial endeavor. Years ago, the Lin family suffered a devastating retribution from malevolent forces. Lin Tianxiong, carrying the remnants of his bloodline, ventured to the desolate Eastern Sea region, intent on preserving the last flicker of hope for the Lin family. Now, as Lin Jun matures, He is poised to undertake the sacred duty of his lineage, to vanquish demons, eradicate monsters, slay malevolent souls, uphold righteousness, and safeguard the safety of all humankind. Lin Tianxiong faced the myriad of demons without a trace of fear. It is you once again, Lin Tianxiong. The demon god's features twisted in rage, his entire being suffused with a crimson hue, especially upon the sight of his old adversary. His fury ignited anew. 100,000 years ago, it was Lin Tianxiong who led countless emperors to seal him away in this very place. Who would have imagined that after a millennium, it would still be Lin Tianxiong? As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with intensity. This was no mere animosity, but a fervent desire to rend flesh from bone. It is I. Lin Tianxiong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, alone in the depths of the demonic abyss. Yet he remained as serene as a gentle breeze beneath a clear sky. After enduring the trials of 100 millennia, his heart had become as tranquil as still water. In the face of life and death, he exhibited an even greater sense of calm. Do you not fear venturing alone into the realm of demons? The demon god gritted his teeth in hatred. Ha ha. Lin Tianxiong raised his head with a smile, proclaiming, with my heart filled with boundless brilliance. Why should I fear half a foot of darkness? We are all old acquaintances. In this century, why not coexist peacefully, engage in a game of chess? Share some casual conversation, and enjoy a cup of tea? For beings of our caliber, a century passes in the blink of an eye, akin to a mere nap for an ordinary person. The demon god smiled coldly. As you wish. He refrained from arguing, fully aware that the figure before him was an unbeatable force. Of course, Lin Tianxiong could not vanquish him either. At most, he could impose a seal to suppress him, rendering any further conflict a waste of time. You have clearly ascended to divinity. Why have you not risen to the higher realms? The demon god inquired with great curiosity. Lin Tianxiong remarked with an air of nonchalance, having ventured to the upper realm and returned, I still find you rather intriguing. The demon god curled his lip in disdain, retorting, yet, I find you utterly uninteresting, even quite detestable. Your disdain for me suggests a turbulent state of mind. Lin Tianxiong responded calmly. In the path of cultivation, one must eschew impatience and arrogance. When you achieve a tranquil heart akin to mine, you shall progress further. You speak nonsense. The demon god erupted. I am a demon, not a human, and you are becoming agitated. Encountering you has been my misfortune. Remain composed. I cannot remain composed at all. They both burst into laughter. Seemingly good friends despite being adversaries for 100,000 years. Above the heavenly pool, numerous malevolent spirits broke free from their seals. We must heed the will of the great Emperor Tianqiong. From this day forth, each faction shall purge the demons. The Phoenix Palace has no objections. The Southern Academy is in full agreement. The Shao family of the Central Plains will not lag behind. After the 11 emperors reached a unanimous decision, they entered a meditative state to heal. Upon leaving the demonic lair of the heavenly pool, they were met with yet another impending storm of bloodshed. The following morning, in the capital of Dongling, every structure save for the palace lay in ruins. Zhao Zino traversed the wreckage, her expression one of bewilderment. What had transpired here? As she gazed at the intact palace, a glint of cold fury ignited in her eyes. Lin Jun, come what may, I shall make you regret this. With her resolve firm, she pressed onward towards the palace, hoping the ancient battlefield relic had yet to be activated, that there was still time. At that moment, a towering wall of light manifested before her, prompting her to quicken her pace. The fierce battle of the previous night had indeed failed to annihilate the demon saint, yet it had severely wounded his physical form and annihilated most of his avatars. Therefore, the ancient battlefield relic would open as scheduled. As 10 secret keys were placed upon the barrier, a grand door slowly creaked open, revealing a desolate expanse littered with bones. 3 days since the relic's activation. Yun Wanli proclaimed, enter. With that command, Lin Jun, Qin Mushi, Lu Qianchen, Shangguan Jinghong, and Murong Wana leapt through the threshold. Shou Qian coldly ordered, keep up. Within the relic lay a prime location for slaughter, having stirred murderous intent that could not afford to retreat. But wait, where was Song Weiyang? No matter. Forward. As the 28 individuals stepped into the relic, the grand door began to close. Just then, several streaks of red light surged into the relic. Insects. You shall come to regret this. Yun Wanli's expression shifted in alarm. This is bad. The evil spirits have entered as well. Without hesitation, Jianshin dashed forward, attempting to breach the door before it sealed completely, but alas, he was a moment too late. Wei Qingyuan and others were consumed by anxiety. The 30 individuals who had entered were the most exceptional talents in the Eastern Sea region over the past 2 decades, representing the future hopes of their 10 major sections. What would happen if they fell victim to that malevolent entity? The enchanting Baiwa elder reassured, "There is no need for alarm, esteemed guests. That was merely a fragment of the evil being, its power at most equivalent to that of a king. If they can unite their efforts, they will surely be able to vanquish this malignant avatar. Let us hope so." Yun Wanli's anxiety deepened. He was not concerned about Lin Jun facing his adversaries, but he feared that the 28 might falter, ultimately allowing the malevolent force to gain an advantage. However, at this juncture, there was no turning back. He could only pray in silence. At that moment, Zhao Jinhua arrived, exhausted yet determined, her heart sinking as she beheld the vanished barrier of light. She had arrived too late. Yun Wanli, exuding an aura of authority, inquired, "Who are you?" Zhao Jinhua trembled but mustered the courage to respond. "I know the origins of these malevolent beings." The expressions of the 10 sect leaders shifted dramatically. It was vital to ascertain the source of the evil in order to suppress and seal it. Jianchen eagerly stepped forward. "This matter is of utmost significance. Are you aware of the consequences of deceit?" "I am indeed aware, but I have a condition." Zhao Jinhua gathered her resolve, recognizing this as her singular opportunity for ascendance. Even in failure, witnessing Lin Jun's rise to power would be worth it. The Baiwa elder chuckled, "You possess a certain spirit, one that I admire. State your condition." The Baiwa sect, in addition to talent, valued beauty in its disciples. The woman before them, though lacking exceptional talent, possessed a measure of charm that, with the cultivation of the sect's secret arts, could be further enhanced. Upon revealing the truth, "I hope the esteemed elders will spare my life and allow someone to take me as a disciple." Zhao Jinhua exhaled, relieved that the woman before her exhibited a friendly demeanor. Yun Wanli and the others remained silent, recognizing the Baiwa elder's interest. After all, a mere junior was not worthy of their attention. "Very well," the Baiwa elder replied with a charming smile, "but you must ensure the authenticity of your information, otherwise, death may be your fate." She exuded an air of allure, devoid of any pretentiousness typically associated with the powerful. The revered of the mountain was nearly entranced. These malevolent beings were unleashed by Lin Jun. Zhao Jinhua, having received assurances, hurriedly revealed the answer. As her words echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Is Lin Jun really released? What a joke. Last night, the 3 formidable experts of the sacred realm, accompanied by 7 peak venerables, failed to eliminate the demon saint. If Lin Jun truly had released him, how could he still be alive? Boom. In the next moment, Yun Wanli's aura surged forth, his gaze growing colder. Helpless, Zhao Jinhua fell to her knees, spitting a mouthful of blood, her face quickly overtaken by anguish. "Utter nonsense," Yun Wanli bellowed. "Your death is of no consequence." As his words fell, the pressure intensified abruptly, enveloping Zhao Jinhua entirely. Her skin even began to crack, droplets of blood staining her garments. I am not lying. I dare not deceive. Save me." Zhao Jinhua cried out in torment, feeling as though her body were about to explode, her tear-filled eyes pleading towards the venerable of the 100 flowers. The venerable stepped forward and advised, "Master Yun, why not allow her to speak further? Although Yun Wanli has entered the sacred realm, the 100 flowers sect still has saints to oversee matters. Otherwise, they would not deserve a place among the top 10 sects." Wei Qingyuan remarked coldly, "We have already experienced the demon saint's strength yesterday. If Lin Jun possessed the power to release him, would he merely be at the king realm? However, since the venerable of the 100 flowers has spoken on your behalf, let us uncover the truth before your demise." Yun Wanli, seeing both of them step forward, softened his imposing demeanor slightly. Gasping for breath, Zhao Jinhua, who had survived the ordeal, finally spoke with trepidation. "Before the sect, I would not dare to lie. Lin Jun went to the abyss of fallen gods and returned not long ago after 2 years of disappearance, just as the demons appeared. He personally informed me that he had made a pact with the demons suppressed within the abyss." The expressions of the 10 sect masters turned increasingly grave. If what this woman says is true, then Lin Jun is colluding with the demons. Such a heinous crime. Even 1,000 deaths would not alleviate the hatred in our hearts. The venerable of the 100 flowers smile gradually faded, her tone turning frigid. "How do you know this?" Zhao Jinhua hastily replied, "I was once Lin Jun's fiancée. Upon discovering the truth, I immediately severed ties with the Lin family. However, After Lin Jun frenziedly murdered my new fiancé, he destroyed my Zhao family. My survival is merely to make Lin Jun regret his actions. He claimed that the demon clan promised to assist him in reaching the pinnacle. I have endured countless hardships solely for the safety of humanity. I implore all esteemed elders to see clearly. Her acting was superb. Otherwise, she could not have deceived Lin Jun for so many years. In her current delicate state, her tear-filled eyes were nevertheless filled with unwavering righteousness. The master of the mountain sect spoke coldly. No wonder this child is a murderer. He has become a puppet of the demon clan. No wonder that the demon saint's avatar was able to locate this place. It was all due to Lin Jun's whistleblowing. This child is utterly wicked and deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Several irascible sect leaders have grown impatient. Collaborating with the demon clan constitutes treachery against humanity, a disgrace to all practitioners of the human race. Given the gravity of the situation, the esteemed Elder Baihua refrains from further comment. For Lin Jun is a disciple of the Yunshang sect, and it is not her place to intervene. Moreover, such matters demand a semblance of decorum. Taking into account Yun Wanli's feelings. Yun Wanli coldly declared, "Do you truly believe that your words hold any weight? Allow me to inquire. Are you willing to undergo a soul search? A soul search is a form of divine ability, accessible only to those who have ascended to the rank of elder or above. As the name suggests, it entails delving into a person's sea of consciousness to uncover fragments of past events. A soul search?" Zhao Zino was momentarily taken aback. Yet before she could fully comprehend the situation, her gaze became vacant. In an instant, images from her consciousness materialized in the air above. The gathered crowd received the answers they sought. It was revealed that Zhao Zino had been deceitful, ostensibly breaking off her engagement to curry favor. Yet she could still assert those words with righteous indignation. However, it was equally undeniable that Lin Jun had indeed ventured into the abyss of fallen gods. Moreover, he emerged alive. Elder Baihua furrowed her brow. Sect leader Yun, perhaps her memories have been altered. Yet what cannot be denied is that Lin Jun indeed survived the abyss of fallen gods. Jian Qin's brow tightened. To emerge alive from such a place lends him considerable credibility. The abyss of fallen gods is reputed to be the most perilous of the 10 forbidden grounds of the Sky Vault continent, a place fraught with extraordinary danger. The top 10 sects have attempted to explore it multiple times, yet without exception, all have perished. Thus, the true nature of the abyss remains a secret to them. What if, as Zhao Zino claimed, the abyss of fallen gods truly is a domain of demons? Wei Qingyuan felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, increasingly resonating with Li Jian's words. Upon Lin Jun's return, our Yunshang sect shall ascertain the truth and provide our fellow comrades with an explanation. Yun Wanli's expression turned solemn. Should he indeed be colluding with the demon clan, our sect shall offer no protection. However, until the truth is revealed, I implore all comrades not to spread rumors, lest we tarnish the reputation of our long-absent prodigy from the Eastern Sea region. He remained unconvinced. Lin Jun is a favored individual of the ancestral master. How could he possibly engage in such disgraceful dealings with the demonic realm? Master Yun, rest assured, we shall not wrong an innocent, nor shall we let a villain escape justice. Indeed, as long as Lin Jun consents to the soul-searching, we shall firmly believe in the truth. The 9 great masters expressed their stances. However, they soon discovered a point of contention. Lin Jun was able to withstand Qin Shiji's imperial dragon transformation with sheer physical strength, a trait not typical of a human cultivator. All signs indicated that Lin Jun indeed had ties to the demonic realm. In light of this woman shall be closely monitored by our sect. She will not be allowed to flee. Should Lin Jun be innocent of colluding with the demons, I shall personally end her life. Master Baihua raised her hand, lifting the unconscious Zhao Jinhua into the air. Naturally, Yun Wanli and the others had no grounds for dissent. The emergence of malevolent forces is a paramount issue that all factions must confront. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they promptly returned to their sect to inspect the protective mountain formation, ensuring they would not be caught off guard by the demonic realm. Chapter 67. The onslaught of past memories within the ancient battlefield ruins. Weathered remnants and broken walls were scattered everywhere, and mountains of bleached bones lay piled high. The howling wind stirred up dust, swirling chaotically. Where are we headed now? Morong Wanner furrowed her brow and inquired, feeling completely lost within. Qin Mushi and Lu Qianxian turned to Lin Jun, only to find him standing motionless in the wind, eyes closed, seemingly in deep contemplation. Shangwan Jinghong grew anxious. Brother Lin, the pursuers are right behind us. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Lin Jun remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Morongwana felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she lacked the courage to depart. Accompanying Lin Jun provided a glimmer of hope amidst the formidable talents of the Great Zhou and Great Qi empires. Leaving on her own would likely lead to certain doom. They were acutely aware that they were not on the same tier as Zhou Qian, who had reached the third stage of the King's realm. Brother Lin Jun? Qin Mushi inquired tentatively, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What was wrong with him? Shangwan Jinghong felt a burning urgency. Could it be that they were to perish here together? Lu Qianqian shook his head. It seems he has achieved sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment? Wasn't he that a phenomenon reserved for those who had ascended beyond the realm of the revered? How could one in the King's realm achieve such a breakthrough? Sudden enlightenment was unlike ordinary cultivation. It involved a rare chance to grasp the laws of the universe, a dream pursued by countless aspirants, albeit with minuscule odds. Once attained, one would enter a realm of profound transcendence where only the heavens and the true self existed, free from all else. Allowing for the mastery of the laws and the spatial domain with remarkable efficiency, Morongwana shook her head in denial. That is impossible. How could a cultivator in the King's realm achieve sudden enlightenment? At that moment, Shangwan Jinghong interjected in astonishment. Do you not feel it? A torrent of spiritual energy is rushing towards us. Lu Qianqian's expression turned serious. Indeed, it is at least 100 to 1,000 times denser than what we encountered outside. Simultaneously, Morongwana added, I can feel it too. It seems we can unleash our powers freely, without the fear of exhausting our spiritual energy reserves. Suddenly, an enormous vortex formed above Qin Mushi's head. Catching her completely off guard, the frenzied spiritual energy surged into her body like a tidal wave. What was happening? Had she just experienced a breakthrough upon arrival? Morongwana and Shangwan Jinghong exchanged envious glances. For them, achieving a breakthrough in their current state was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet here was Qin Mushi, who, without any prior cultivation, was on the verge of a leap forward. I don't understand. Qin Mushi stammered in surprise. In an instant, I broke through to the first stage. I might be on the brink of another breakthrough. Not only Shangwan Jinghong and Morongwana, the future couple, but even the usually reticent Lu Qianqian was left speechless. The first stage of the law manifestation realm. The fourth stage. The eighth stage. What on earth? Shangwan Jinghong exclaimed in disbelief. It took me 1.5 years to reach the 8th stage of the law manifestation realm. And she accomplishes it in the blink of an eye? With her momentum, she is surely barreling toward the pinnacle of the realm. Lu Qianqian's expression was grave. Their attention was captivated by the continuously breaking through Qin Mushi, completely overlooking the silent Lin Jun. At this moment, Lin Jun found himself within a space akin to that of the punishment heaven ruler. Scenes from the past played out like images etched upon a scroll, endlessly replaying. He even beheld the unfathomable abyss of the fallen god abyss, witnessing the moment of its formation. Yun Nishang, cradling the unconscious man clad in golden armor and bearing the punishment heaven ruler upon his back, waved her hand, tearing the fabric of space. Ultimately, she interred that man into the depths of the abyss. Punishment heaven, today I shall seal all your past memories with my entire divine power. I will await your rebirth as a mortal. Standing above the slowly healing abyss, Yun Nishang cried out in anguish, her waterfall-like hair dancing wildly in the tempest. Waves of chaotic laws capable of shredding the flesh of emperors incessantly ravaged her entire being. In but a fleeting moment, she was left grievously injured, her golden-hued blood soaking her white gown. In this lifetime, I have no regrets for loving you. With a final mournful cry, Yun Nishang's battered form plummeted into the abyss like a fallen leaf. Nishang. Lin Jun instinctively extended his hands, yearning to catch the delicate figure that floated aimlessly, swaying with the wind. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his legs found it impossible to take even a single step. In that fleeting moment, his heart felt as if it were being mercilessly sliced, and tears cascaded down like a torrential rain. Although he could not discern the features of the man clad in resplendent golden armor within the realm of dreams, he recognized him as the same figure adorned in identical golden armor. The celestial punishment ruler was unmistakably present. He was indeed the Punisher of heaven. Yun Nishang had not deceived him. Perhaps in his past life, he was the Punisher of heaven, the deity for whom Yun Nishang had waited for 100,000 years. Streams of chaotic laws surged forth, shimmering like meteors, yet they were inexorably tearing apart Yun Nishang's flesh. Oh! in her quest to unlock this seal and safeguard the last remnants of the Punisher's divine soul. She had exhausted all her divine power and could no longer withstand the onslaught of those chaotic laws. She emitted heart-wrenching cries. How much agony must she endure? Lin Jun wept bitterly, as if he had lost his very soul, yearning to advance, yet finding himself utterly immobilized. It is imperative to understand that comprehending the laws of the universe can elevate one to the realm of the Emperor. Each tumultuous stream of these laws embodies a distinct principle of existence. The defenseless Yun Nishang was, at this moment, akin to being besieged by countless emperors unleashing their full might. No, the chaos of those laws is far more terrifying than any emperor. The suffering I endure today will be avenged 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, when the heavens return to exact their retribution. Ha! Yun Nishang, gritting her teeth against excruciating pain, gazed mockingly at the swirling torrents of law. There will come a day when my beloved dons the armor of the war emperor, wields the punishment measuring rod, and rides the vibrant clouds to ascend to the ninth heaven, vanquishing all you hypocritical deities and demons. Come forth. The heavens have granted me a body of rebirth. None shall succeed in extinguishing my life. Yun Nishang cried out, her voice growing hoarse, her body battered and bruised, yet never a plea for mercy escaped her lips. Nor did she bow her head, even in the slightest. Nishang. Lin Jun trembled, his body engulfed in a chilling cold. If he truly was the one punished by the heavens, then how much had this foolish woman sacrificed for him? Had she endured this torment every single day for the past 100 millennia? Damn it! Get away! All of you, just get away! Lin Jun exerted every ounce of strength to break free from his restraints, yet his efforts proved futile. He could only shut his eyes, unable to bear witness to the suffering endured by Yun Nishang. However, those haunting images continued to replay within the depths of his consciousness. Lin Jun roared. Who am I? If I truly am the enforcer of heaven, a deity or demon, who would dare to obstruct me? Begone! Yet his words fell on deaf ears. At that moment, a figure clad in golden armor, wielding the celestial measuring staff, materialized before him, still facing away from Lin Jun. Who are you? Lin Jun questioned. Why have you appeared in my sea of consciousness? Speak. He was on the verge of madness, desperate to glimpse the man's true visage, yet it remained shrouded in obscurity. No, that man was also witnessing the torment inflicted upon Yun Nishang. His body trembled incessantly, repeatedly murmuring. Evil spirits emerge, the heavenly gates open, deities fall, and demons rampage. Nishang, wait for me. Await my return. Yet the scene was merely a reflection inscribed upon a scroll, and no matter how fervently the armored man pursued, he could never reach it. Chapter 68. Lin punishes heaven. Are you the punishing heaven divine emperor? Lin Jun's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that Yun Nishang and the others have mistaken the person? In his previous life, he was not the punishment god emperor. After all, the figure before him was indeed the true punishment god emperor. You are the punishment god roared. Lin punishment, your woman has been suffering for you, enduring a torment of 100,000 years. If you do not awaken now, you are truly unworthy of being human. Lin Jun's expression was cold and solemn. Then what is your situation? Am I Fation? Is Fation truly me? Why is it that I cannot perceive any trace of connection with this wisp of spirit before me? Fation, filled with fury, replied, I am but a remnant of your past life, a fragment of spirit adrift in this battleground of gods and demons, awaiting your arrival. Save an Ichong. Do not allow her to suffer any longer. As the words fell, Fation's fragment of spirit shattered like broken glass, cascading to the ground, ultimately transforming into wisps of ethereal energy that nourished the ancient battle relics. Am I Fation? Am I truly the Fation that Yunan Haichang has awaited for 100,000 years? Lin Jun murmured to himself, entirely oblivious to the changes unfolding around him. As the last remnant of his soul shattered in his previous life, the formerly desolate ruins suddenly blossomed with verdant grass, towering trees, and the sweet melodies of birds amidst fragrant flowers. Rivers meandered through the entirety of the ruins, presenting a scene brimming with vitality. What could this mean? Surely, it cannot be an illusion. Lu Qianqian, Morong Waner, and Shangwan Jinghong were each more astonished than the last, scarcely able to believe the spectacle before their eyes. The once carnage-strewn ground was devoid of corpses, the relentless desert winds had ceased, and silence had given way to life. The abrupt emergence of this exuberance was astonishing. The three exchanged bewildered glances, while Lin Jun remained unchanged, as he had been upon entry. Meanwhile, Qin Mushi had ascended to the pinnacle of the Dharma realm, poised to challenge the King's realm. What on earth is this? The spiritual energy is overwhelmingly abundant. I wish to pause and cultivate. In 3 days, I could achieve significant progress. No, eliminating Lin Zhan is of utmost priority. They are just ahead. At that moment, the voices of Shou Qian and his companions echoed in their ears. They have arrived. Murong Wana suddenly found herself in a state of panic. Shangwan Jinghong's expression shifted dramatically. What should we do? The best course of action now is to retreat. Yet, they were all acutely aware of the unspoken understanding between them. No one wished to voice it first. Lu Qianxin's expression turned cold. Since we have forged an alliance, we must protect them. If we abandon them now, even if we manage to escape the ruins alive, I would be plagued by shame and the emergence of inner demons, making future progress impossible. Today, there is no retreat, only death. As his voice fell, a long blade, entirely crimson, appeared in his hand, radiating an eerie red glow. Shangwan Jinghong was momentarily taken aback. Your ancestor even bestowed upon you the Shura blade? This Shura blade is the prized possession of the Lu family, a treasure of royal caliber. Most importantly, not only was Lu Qianxin granted this blade, but he also allowed it to recognize him as its master. Lu Qianxin replied coldly, your ancestor is certainly not stingy. Shangwan Jinghong smiled faintly, then produced a series of golden rings in his hand. Indeed, my twin rings of Tianluo are of no lesser grade than the Shura blade. Since Lu brother is in high spirits today, I shall accompany you to the end. Lu Qianxin nodded in appreciation. Wana, you stay behind. Shangwan Jinghong directed a glance towards his fiancée. Although their union was devoid of affection, being a familial arrangement, it was still his duty to protect Murong Wana. I am not so cowardly. Murong Wana lifted her chin, casting a determined gaze towards the approaching enemies. The three stood side by side, prepared to transform this picturesque landscape into a burial ground. Boom! Zhou Qian, accompanied by 22 prodigies, charged forth. In an instant, dozens of eyes locked onto one another. The atmosphere surged with intensity. Zhou Qian coldly remarked, is Lin Zhan behind you not planning to step forward? He truly regarded these three with disdain. The only one he genuinely feared was Lin Zhan. Yet, at that moment, Lin Zhan sat eerily still on the ground, resembling a lifeless mountain. Enough with the nonsense, Zhou. Shangwan Jinghong retorted icily. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. The great Qin Empire is not composed solely of spineless wretches like Qin Shiji. Zhou Qian erupted into a raucous laugh. Ha ha ha. You think you can stand against us? 3 against 23? And in terms of cultivation, the disparity is insurmountable. What difference does it make? We are more than sufficient. Lu Qianxin's expression remained cold, devoid of any trace of fear. A swordsman values the fluidity of the blade, the ebb and flow of combat. Yet one who wields a knife, once seized by dread, can never grasp the essence of the blade. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhou Qian's eyes as he gestured. Kill them. Boom. An aura of the King's realm surged forth. Boom. Another King's realm presence followed. Boom. 2 more, and this was without Zhou Qian even lifting a finger. For prodigies of the King's realm summoned their weapons and charged towards Lu Qianxin and his companions, who were hiding behind. Seeing the King's realm cultivators rushing forward, Shangwan Jinghong swiftly pushed Murong Wana behind her. She then unleashed her own King's realm aura, manipulating the twin rings of heavenly net to strike at the approaching foes. Bang! The 4 were no pushovers. Coupled with their numerical advantage, it was evident that at this level, any prodigy from a well-backed family would possess formidable treasures. Boom! Lu Qianxin stood proudly, blades in hand, his spiritual energy surging forth, intensifying the crimson glow of the Shura blade. Shura slash! With a roar, a powerful blade aura coalesced from the Shura blade, aimed at the 4 attackers. Damn, they are wielding imperial-grade weapons. How are we supposed to contend with this? It appears not that the Great Qin has fallen, but rather that the royal family of the Great Qin has declined. Kill. Among the 4, 3 hailed from the Great Zhou Empire, while the other was a woman from the Great Qi Empire. Faced with 2 opponents wielding imperial-grade weapons of the same cultivation level, they found themselves in dire straits. Nevertheless, they held their ground, leveraging their numerical superiority. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the aftermath of spiritual energy collisions and explosive force, creating a dazzling spectacle that was truly pleasing to behold. Bang! Murong Wanner braced herself against the approaching shockwave, exerting all her strength to withstand it, for she had only reached the pinnacle of the Dharma phase. Lin Jun, Qin Mushi, if you do not awaken soon, we shall perish here. After withstanding several shockwaves, Murong Wanner was utterly exhausted. The chasm between the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm and the Sovereign King realm was insurmountable. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished countless times. Yet, Murong Wanner stubbornly held on. Meanwhile, Lin Jun remained as immobile as a stone statue, while Qin Mushi relentlessly assaulted the shackles of the Sovereign King realm. Should she succeed, she would undoubtedly emerge as a true prodigy, one whose accomplishments would surpass Lin Jun's at the age of 20, for she was merely 18. With a thunderous roar, the inadequately powerful Shangguan Jinghong was struck in the chest and sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Jinghong, Murong Wanner cried out in despair. Who was he? He was her fiancé, the heir of the Shangguan family, her destined companion. Higi, now it's your turn. After severely injuring Shangguan Jinghong, the four assailants charged towards Lu Qianxian with all their might. Lu Qianxian radiated a crimson glow, appearing as if he were one with the Azura blade, engaged in a fierce battle against the four. Yet, two fists could not contend with four hands. Despite his formidable prowess, he gradually lost his ability to defend himself. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a young genius from the Great Zhou stealthily struck Lu Qianxian in the back, causing him to kneel, barely supported by the Azura blade to prevent himself from collapsing. He slowly raised his head, the fierce determination in his eyes beginning to wane. Murong Wanner's expression tightened, falling into a profound silence. Was he truly destined to die here? A firefly daring to contend with the brilliance of the moon? Shou Qian's cold smile widened. Today, you shall all perish. He advanced with a predatory grin that grew ever more sinister. Chapter 69, Sovereign King Realm. Qin Mushi, as Murong Wanner beheld Zhou Qian drawing nearer, she felt utterly defenseless. Before her stood 5 sovereign kings, while she was merely at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. How could she fight? Jinghong. Murong Wanner clutched the gravely injured Shangguan Jinghong. Are you all right? Shangguan Jinghong offered a bitter smile. Wanna, we are all doomed. What can we do? Had it not been for the arranged marriage, he might have truly fallen in love with her. He despised the fate that had been imposed upon him from birth. This was why he had always struggled to love Murong Wanner. As a prodigy, he possessed a natural pride. Murong Wanner shook her head. I suppose I feel the same. As the eldest daughter of the Murong family, I have been entwined with interests from birth. Walking a path meticulously laid out by my family, I have never lived a day for myself. The two who should be the closest have never been able to openly share their hearts due to external pressures. And as death approaches, they can only exchange a knowing smile. They understand. Words are unnecessary. Have we talked enough? Zhou Qian's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked with a wicked grin. In this lifetime, I can hardly bear to see desperate lovers. How about this? I shall offer this beautiful lady as a reward to our illustrious Zhou Tianjiao. What do you think? Murong Wanner, a pinnacle figure of the law manifestation realm, posed little threat, thus he did not mind extending a casual favor. You scoundrel! Coughing violently, Shangguan Jinghong's face flushed crimson. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, her wrath exacerbated her injuries, causing her to cough even more ferociously. Yet, her eyes sparkled with unyielding determination. Bah! Murong Wanner's expression turned icy as she spat. What are you to think you could ever win my favor? As her words fell, she raised her hand, aiming for Shou Qian's temple. A genius has his own fate. How can one endure such humiliation? Stop that woman. I will not allow her to perish. Zhou Qian issued another command, and the 4 pinnacle geniuses surged forward at breakneck speed. However, at that moment, as if awakening from a slumber, Qin Mushi suddenly opened her eyes. Her demeanor had transformed completely, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. The swirling vortex above her head coalesced into a torrent, propelling the unsuspecting 4 geniuses 100 meters away. Qin Mushi. Murong Wanner stood frozen in disbelief. Shangguan Jinghong and Lu Qianxian were equally astonished. The little princess, once regarded as a waste of the great Qin, had unexpectedly broken through to the law manifestation realm at this moment. It was utterly inconceivable. You bunch of opportunistic scoundrels. Qin Mushi's exquisite visage bore a hint of fury. No one shall bully our great Qin geniuses. With her proclamation, the imperial water Qilin manifestation surged into the air, radiating a gentle power that rapidly healed the injuries of Shangguan Jinghong and Lu Qianxian. The 5 elements, fire for offense, earth for defense, metal for both. And the water and wood attributes shared the remarkable trait of swiftly restoring injuries and replenishing spiritual energy. What is happening? How was I unaware that she possesses a supreme water spiritual root? From where did she acquire an imperial water manifestation? Shangwan Jinghong and Muron Wanner were utterly astounded. This little princess had concealed her capabilities remarkably well. Just by observing the solidity of the water Qilin manifestation and the purity of her spiritual energy, one could ascertain that the little princess undoubtedly possessed a supreme water spiritual root. In all of Great Qin, Linjin, known as the first genius, had merely awakened a supreme fire spiritual root. Little princess, hold on for a moment. Let us heal. Lu Qianxin immediately directed the situation. What had once seemed a deadlock now shimmered with a glimmer of hope, as Qin Mushi's successful breakthrough had opened a new avenue. Should Linjin awaken, perhaps a reversal of fate could still be possible. Good. Qin Mushi nodded slightly, yet her heart remained heavy with trepidation. Lacking combat experience and any mastery of martial arts, her only reliance lay in her exceptional water spiritual root, combined with her extreme Yin physique. Hoping that the enhancement from the royal-grade water Qilin avatar would allow her to endure for just a while longer, Shangwan Jinghong, aware of the dire stakes, ceased his idle chatter and hastily absorbed the dense water spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Attack! Zhou Qian commanded coldly. While the four formidable kings had long been poised for action, their frustration simmering from the recent ambush, with a thunderous roar, for powerful assaults surged towards Qin Mushi. It all rests on you. Lacking any combat experience, Qin Mushi was oblivious to the manipulation of spiritual energy and could not harness the overwhelming power of the newly ascended king-level energy. Thus, she could only direct all her spiritual energy into the water Qilin avatar. With a fierce roar, the water Qilin charged violently at the four adversaries. Being of royal caliber, the avatar was inherently domineering, focused solely on offense, devoid of defense. When the water Qilin collided with one of the assailants, the others were struck with fear, preparing to unleash their avatars, only to find themselves suppressed by the bloodline force before they could even manifest them. How could a terrestrial avatar compete with a royal one? Zhou Qian's eyes gleamed with malice as he launched himself toward Qin Mushi like a speeding arrow. Though the royal avatar is powerful, your fusion with it is the greatest humiliation. He bellowed, "Die!" His attack was devoid of embellishment, merely a straightforward punch. Yet, if that punch connected, even if Qin Mushi were to survive, she would be gravely injured. She wished to recall the water Qilin avatar, but it was too late, with no place to evade. She stood frozen, watching Zhou Qian's approach. As his might-laden fist neared her face, Qin Mushi's pupils dilated in an instant, her delicate face betraying an indescribable fear. Suddenly, Zhou Qian halted abruptly, his explosive punch mere inches from her. Qin Mushi gasped, feeling the fierce wind from the punch tear at her skin. Even though it had not struck her, Lu Qianxin and the others were powerless to intervene. The water Qilin continued its fierce battle. Ha ha! Zhou Qian laughed maniacally. Are you afraid? Qin Mushi trembled involuntarily. Afraid? Indeed, who is not afraid of death? Yet, with your stunning beauty, how could I bear to harm such a delicate flower? Why not become my concubine instead? Zhou Qian's features contorted with desire. Qin Mushi was undeniably beautiful, perhaps the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. Furthermore, her formidable prowess would bring him closer to realizing his ambition of dominating the eastern seas. Fear flickered in Qin Mushi's enchanting eyes, yet she resolutely replied, "Don't indulge in fantasies. What if I were to end his life?" Zhou Qian's fist gradually shifted, pointing towards the motionless Lin Zhun. "You hold a deep affection for him, do you not?" Qin Mushi bit her crimson lip, her heart racing to her throat. When faced with her own mortality, she felt mere fear. Yet when Lin Zhun confronted death, she felt an excruciating pain throughout her being. It is your affection that has brought about his demise. Ha ha. Zhou Qian let out a sinister laugh, his body launching forth like a dart, the spiritual energy coalescing around his fist forming a radiant orb of light. Though he was unaware of Lin Zhun's current state, he was resolute in his belief that a single strike would reduce Lin Zhun to mere pulp. After all, he was no weakling like Qin Shiji. Stop! Qin Mushi instinctively cried out, a sudden surge of power arriving from an unknown source, faster than Zhou Qian, intervening just as Zhou Qian's fist approached Lin Zhun's vital point. Foolish woman! Zhou Qian glared furiously, attempting to withdraw, but it was already too late. Bang! Ah! As the force of the long-prepared punch descended, Qin Mushi's chest caved in, her handsome features contorted with anguish, her delicate form propelled away, landing 100 meters distant. A mouthful of blood stained her pristine white gown, her beautiful eyes filled with unbearable pain as she murmured in remorse. I am so sorry, brother Linjun. You have always protected me, yet I could not shield you even once. Chapter 70. With this life, I shall not fail you. As Qin Mushi lay grievously wounded, the once valiant water Qilin, bereft of its spiritual energy, transformed into a cascade of rain and essence, scattering upon the flowers and grasses. Bastard, Linjun. What on earth are you doing? Shangwan Jinghong roared in fury. Murong Wanner let out a bitter laugh. Jinghong, you once said that if there is a next life, perhaps you would fall in love with me, would you not? Caught off guard, Shangwan Jinghong, who had intended to unleash a torrent of curses, paused. Slowly turning to face Murong Wanner, his voice caught in his throat. Come, let us fight again. Lu Qianxin gripped the Azura blade, charging valiantly once more towards the enemy. Truly, a dying beast does not easily yield. Then let me grant you a shattered demise. Kill. The three formidable warriors of the King Realm were no pushovers. Engaging Lu Qianxin, who had regained some strength, in fierce combat once more. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed. As a once tranquil paradise was marred by the chaos of battle, Zhou Qian clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Without my command. Death is a luxury you cannot afford. Revive her. I shall have her serve as a lifelong slave. As the order was issued, several peaked talents of the rushed towards the gravely injured Qin Mushi. At this moment, Lin Zhan, after the dispersal of his soul in a previous life, found his consciousness enveloped within the boundless expanse of the punishment celestial measure, fervently shouting into the void. And I Chong, come forth. Yin and I Chong, I long to see you. A man may shed tears, yet not lightly, unless he is truly heartbroken. He had merely vanished for 2 years, and Zhao Ji Nua had already called off their engagement. Yet, one woman endured excruciating torment, waiting for him for 100,000 years, never abandoning the abyss of fallen gods, steadfastly guarding the memories of his past life. Buried deep within its depths, tears streamed down his face, and his heart ached as if rent by a knife. He yearned to find Yun Ni Chong and seek clarity on how to rescue her from peril. If it were solely for the memories of his past life, he would rather forsake them, not wishing to have Yun Ni Chong remain in the abyss of fallen gods, enduring such heart-wrenching suffering. Yet, there was no response. Yin Ni Chong, I am searching for you. Come forth, I must see you. Lin Zhun gazed around, his heart heavy with sorrow, crying out in anguish. Why had he previously believed that Yun Nishang was no different from Zhao Zino, both heartless and ungrateful? Why did he assume that Yun Nishang was merely fabricating lies to deceive him? Oh, how his heart ached. He yearned for a chance to repent. If only it were possible, he would willingly return to the abyss of fallen gods at this very moment. You have finally awakened. Just as Lin Zhan was engulfed in despair, a familiar voice resonated through the boundless expanse. Lin Zhan abruptly lifted his head, yet found no trace of Yun Nishang's spirit. I wish to see you. Will you come out? In that fleeting moment, a figure clad in a flowing white gown, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, appeared before him. She remained as breathtakingly beautiful and extraordinary as ever, after a wait of 100,000 years. She had not aged in the slightest due to the passage of time. Nishang, I have come to understand. I know everything now. Lin Zhan, in a fervor reminiscent of madness, extended his arms and rushed forward, yearning to embrace Yun Nishang. Yet, regardless of his fervent desire, he could not touch the figure of his past beloved. A bittersweet smile graced the corners of Yun Nishang's lips as she lamented, Alas, I am but a wisp of spiritual essence, devoid of corporeal form. Please, come forth. Lin Zhan implored, fully aware that she was merely a fragment of soul. He continued, I no longer desire those memories of our past life. You must swiftly depart from the abyss of the fallen gods. Yun Nishang shook her head, unwilling to unveil the harsh reality to Lin Zhan. Beneath the abyss lay not only the memories of his former life but also the essence of his divine nature. Should that divine essence be obliterated, Lin Zhan would be reduced to naught but ashes. Only by safeguarding his divine essence could there remain a glimmer of hope for him to ascend once more to greatness. Then take me to the abyss of the fallen gods. Hurry, I wish to accompany you. Lin Zhan was consumed by anxiety, although only fragments of his memories had returned. He was acutely aware that this foolish woman had truly awaited him for 100,000 years, enduring the torment of solitude throughout that time. He was a human being, not a mere plant nor a heart of stone. Yun Nishang shook her head once more, declaring, "It cannot be undone." The seal of the Heavenly Mountains Demon Abyss, though successfully reinforced, has already allowed numerous fiends to escape. The fallen god Abyss, as a conduit to the outer realms, is naturally under siege. If Lin Jun were to return now, I lack the strength to protect him. I will not bring him harm. Though danger lurks outside, it remains safer than the fallen god Abyss. What am I to do? Lin Jinxing shouted with all his might. Yun Nishang smiled gracefully and said, "Focus on your cultivation. Let us return to the 9 heavens together." Who is our enemy? Lin Jin's fury surged like a tempest. Is it the myriad deities or the malevolent beings from beyond the realm? Yun Nishang proudly replied, "The only adversary you, Lin Fatian, face is yourself. No one else can stand as your foe. Whether it be the myriad deities or the malevolent entities from beyond, they are all unworthy. The sole endeavor before you now is to enhance your cultivation to the utmost." The ancient battlefield was rich in spiritual energy, sufficient for you to ascend back to the Emperor realm. As her words echoed, a tremor coursed through Yun Nishang's spirit, and almost instantaneously, it seemed to succumb to an irresistible force, shattering in an instant. "Nishang!" Lin Jun suddenly charged forward, his hand grasping only the fragments of shattered souls that transformed into ethereal energy. He had lost his sanity, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around him. "And I, Chong, in this lifetime, I shall not fail you." Lin Jun's gaze was resolute. Shortly thereafter, his consciousness withdrew from the endless space of the punishment heaven scale. Due to the relative flow of time, only a fleeting moment had passed outside. Upon scanning his surroundings, he discovered that Lu Qianxin, Qin Mushi, Shangwan Jinghong, and Moron Wanner had all lost their combat capabilities due to severe injuries. "Lin Jun, you shall perish. No one can become a stumbling block in my quest to unify the 10 kingdoms." Unbeknownst to Zhou Qian, who was unaware of Lin Jun's awakening, he hurled a punch and leapt forward. At that very moment, Lin Jun suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Was it all you're doing?" In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted. A chilling intent to kill permeated the entire relic. This murderous intent and powerful aura had an intense penetrating force, instilling a bone-chilling sense of dread in the 23 prodigies from the Great Zhou Empire and the Great Qi Empire. That scoundrel Lin Jun has finally awakened. Shangwan Jinghong could not contain his excited roar, but he quickly fell silent again. Even if he has awakened, we are still doomed. What of Lin Jun? Even if he is a paragon of excellence, can a single individual truly contend against the prodigies of 2 nations? Is this realistic? Moron Wanner had long abandoned all hope. Yet, Lu Qianxin's eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. He sensed that Lin Jun had grown even stronger than before. The aura of dominance emanating from him was unmatched, surpassing even that of the Qin Emperor by a considerable margin. Zhou Qian was equally taken aback. Why did that gaze seem as unfathomable as an abyss? What was the source of such palpable killing intent? However, recalling the overwhelming numerical advantage they presently held, he felt emboldened and arrogantly declared, "Certainly. It was I who orchestrated this. You shall not escape your fate." Die. Boom. With a single punch, he shattered the air. He had awaited this moment for far too long. In the vast realms of the Great Qi Empire and the Great Qin Empire, only this individual posed a genuine threat to him. Thus, it was imperative to stifle Lin Jun's rise before it began. In the coming century, the 10 nations of the Eastern Sea would tremble at his command. He would lead the Great Zhou Empire to its zenith, becoming a legendary sovereign. Faced with my audacity, how could you not meet your demise? Lin Jun let out a cold, disdainful smile. He had no interest in indulging Zhou Qian in the trivialities of childhood games. With a mere thought, the punishment heaven ruler materialized in his palm. This pitch-black implement, resembling a black hole, appeared unremarkable on the surface. Yet its overwhelming might was something only Lin Jun could truly comprehend. As the punishment heaven ruler sliced through the air, creating a ripple of force, Zhou Qian mistakenly believed that Lin Jun shared his intent to first gauge each other's strength before executing a subsequent strategy. However, when his long-prepared fist collided with the punishment heaven ruler, he was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating as a wave of dread surged within him. It felt as though his fist had struck an impenetrable wall, one that possessed a terrifying, mysterious power, devouring all the spiritual energy within his dantian. Desperate to withdraw, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so, unable to halt the onslaught of the punishment heaven ruler. With a thunderous impact, Zhou Qian's defiant roar echoed. You lack martial ethics. I still have trump cards to play. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, the punishment heaven ruler descended, and Zhou Qian's form was brutally reduced to a mist of blood. A profound silence enveloped the arena, a stillness akin to death itself. No one could fathom the scene before their eyes. The renowned crown prince of the Great Zhou, celebrated as the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Sea, had not withstood a single strike from Lin Jun. He had been obliterated into a sanguine haze. It was absurd, outrageous. The most bewildering aspect was that an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy surged toward Lin Jun, only to vanish without a trace upon encountering the punishment heaven ruler. Lin was astonished to discover that the punishment measure was voraciously devouring the abundant spiritual energy within the ruins at a terrifying pace. I am Lin, a prodigy of the great Qi Empire. I am not allied with the great Zhou Empire. A beautiful woman, sensing the dire situation, immediately knelt down, pleading fervently. It was they who harmed your companions, not I. Lin Jun let out a chilling smile. So what? As his words fell, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow. When he wielded the punishment heavenly staff, that woman from the Daqi Empire, a royal in her own right, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. He had lost his sanity. Pleas for mercy were futile. They charged at him in unison, the once reluctant heroes from both nations. Upon witnessing the gruesome demise of their companion, rushed towards Lin Jun with lethal intent. Heavenly slash. Sky-shattering strike. Unintentional sword technique. Boom, boom, boom. The 22 surviving prodigies unleashed their most formidable techniques, their sole aim to vanquish this monstrous figure, Lin Jun. Ugh. Shangwan Jinghong gritted her teeth. I will assist. But after a moment of struggle, blood gushed from her mouth, and she collapsed into Morone Wanner's embrace. Lu Qianchen coldly remarked, "Why do you worry for him?" Lin Jun moved as if unimpeded by any obstacle. Wherever the punishment heavenly staff passed, blood mist swirled around him. The scene was devoid of any cries of agony, as there simply wasn't time for such lamentations. Lin Jun was equally perplexed, for within these ruins, despite not having elevated his realm in the slightest, his power had surged dramatically. Were he outside, he could still wreak havoc. But his slaughter would never be as effortless as it was now, akin to cutting through vegetables. When the last adversary vanished, Shangwan Jinghong and Morone Wanner were left speechless, utterly astounded. Was this prodigy truly a mere novice in the king's realm? What extraordinary experiences had he undergone to effect such a monumental transformation in his strength within such a brief span of time? Lin Jinjian furrowed his brows as he gazed at the three individuals before him. How are you? He inquired. Morone Wanner, in a state of confusion, shook her head and stammered. We are not in mortal danger, but you should go check on the little princess. Just moments ago, Qin Mushi's chest had been crushed, likely shattering her internal organs, leaving her chances of survival exceedingly slim. In an instant, Lin Jun arrived beside Qin Mushi, only to realize that the young girl possessed an astonishing self-healing ability. As a master of the exquisite water spirit root, he wondered why he lacked such a remarkable talent. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Mushi was not merely endowed with the supreme water spirit root. What truly captivated the ancestral gaze of Qin was her extreme physique. This rare constitution bestowed upon her a formidable self-healing capability as well as regenerative powers. In other words, as long as she was not obliterated in an instant, she would recover from her injuries autonomously. He refrained from disturbing Qin Mushi further. Instead, surveying his surroundings, Nishang mentioned that the spiritual energy within this realm could assist me in ascending to the Emperor's realm. The other treasures pale in comparison. It was logical, after all. For the heavenly punishment ruler in his grasp had already aided him in his previous life to reach the pinnacle of the divine emperor. Its rank surely surpassed any artifact on the Sky Dome continent. He then turned to the three companions. I am deeply grateful for your selfless aid. Should danger arise in the future, I shall not hesitate to assist you. He was fully aware of the events that had transpired. He had simply been immobilized by that mysterious force. Had Lu Qianchen and the others chosen to abandon him, Qin Mushi would undoubtedly have stayed behind to face death alongside him. Yet, even in the face of insurmountable odds, they chose to fight valiantly, with only Shangwan Jinghong expressing a few grievances. If it were him, he too would voice complaints. Particularly, Lu Qianchen's declaration of today. There is only death and no retreat resonated deeply within him. I act for my own sake. Lu Qianchen maintained a calm demeanor, as his resolve to remain stemmed from the desire to protect his own path of enlightenment. For if that path were shattered, existence would become unbearable. Shangguan Jinghong shot a glance at Lu Qianqian before stating, "That madman may forsake interpersonal bonds, but Wanner and I do not. Remember your words. For I shall certainly seek you out first in times of peril." In the past, as fellow prodigies, they were all proud and defiant, each unwilling to yield to the other. However, without comparison, there can be no injury. Lin Jun's performance had already placed him miles ahead of them, and his future achievements were bound to be limitless. He had become the unattainable pinnacle for them, a prodigious talent likely to ascend to the Saint realm in the future. Abandoning such potential would indeed be foolish. Indeed, I too desire this. Moron Wanner nodded vigorously. She then exchanged a knowing smile with Shangguan Jinghong. After having faced death together, their perceptions of one another seemed to have shifted. Yet whether this was love remained uncertain. Very well, I too shall partake. Lu Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head shyly. Lin Jun gazed at the trio, finding them less disagreeable than before. He pointed towards the north and remarked, "In that direction, the fiercest battles were once fought, and countless formidable beings met their demise. You may venture there in search of chance. Perhaps you will earn the acknowledgement of a powerful artifact from a great entity." Shangguan Jinghong's expression grew serious as she inquired, "How do you know this?" Lin Jun spoke in a calm tone. It was a dream. He encountered the wisp of soul from his previous life. Thus he was well acquainted with the relics. Murong Wanu inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you going?" Lin Jun calmly remarked, "We shall wait until Mushi awakens." Shangguan Jinghong shot him a glance, stubbornly retorting, "Who would believe in the things of dreams?" However, Lu Qianqian rose and proceeded in the direction indicated by Lin Jun. Shangguan Jinghong, visibly embarrassed, exclaimed, "Lu, you can't truly believe this, can you?" Lu Qianqian replied, "I do." Murong Wanner also staggered to her feet, declaring, "I believe as well. I am not obstinate, and I heed the advice of the extraordinary. Lin Jun is truly extraordinary, even if she dreams of something utterly outrageous. She would not find it strange. Well, since you all believe, I shall temporarily accept it as well." Shangguan Jinghong struggled to her feet, catching up with the pace of Lu Qianqian and Murong Wanner. Lin Jun, while allowing the punishment heaven to fervently absorb the spiritual energy within the ruins, began to cultivate using the punishment heaven technique. He firmly believed in Yun Nishang. The spiritual energy here would undoubtedly aid him in reaching the Emperor realm. Little did he know of the dangers lurking outside, as Zhao Jinhua, in her quest for ascendance, fabricated false accusations against him. Yet, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Yun Nishang was right. Only he was worthy of being his own rival. If he lacked even this determination, how could he ascend to the pinnacle? Similarly, the fragment of the demon saint that had stealthily infiltrated was observing Lin Jun. This individual was formidable and not to be trifled with. However, after a mocking cackle, the demon saint's fragment fled in the direction pointed out by Lin Jun. It had not only suffered severe injuries, but being merely a fragment, its strength was at best equivalent to that of an Emperor realm practitioner among humans. Thus it wished to avoid provoking the ill-fated Lin Jun. Lin Jun's countenance resembled a tranquil lake, as the inexhaustible spiritual energy surged into his body, causing his cultivation to rapidly ascend, already showing signs of a breakthrough. Chapter 72. This saint has no interest in men. Boom. The moment his internal spiritual power shattered its constraints, the abundant spiritual energy within the ruins flooded into his dantian like a frenzy. Without pausing to contemplate, he entered the next round of breakthrough. Lin Jun was taken aback, as elevating his realm felt as effortless as sipping water or consuming a meal. In the span of just one day, he had effortlessly transcended 4 minor realms. While breakthroughs always brought joy, he was still leagues away from the strength required to rescue Yunichang. It seemed that the punishing heaven ruler had absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy. After Lin Jun murmured to himself, his consciousness entered an infinite expanse, where he beheld a fissioning fireball that had astonishingly expanded over tenfold, now boasting a diameter of several hundred meters. Even a slight approach would subject him to the searing waves of heat. One could only ponder whether unleashing this fissioning fireball could annihilate a formidable being of the sovereign realm. Yet, within the boundless space of the punishing sky ruler, not a trace of surplus spiritual energy could be found. Lin Jun bitterly remarked, "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Utilizing that spiritual energy to cultivate a deadly technique may not be a loss, yet I cannot shake off an inexplicable sense of anguish. At that moment, the earth-ranked fire spirit bird avatar emitted a crisp cry. Gazing at the splitting fireball, he felt an inexplicable thrill. Lin Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Logically speaking, Such a low-tier magical manifestation should lack any autonomous consciousness. Why, then, did it respond with such exuberance to that fission fireball? Go forth. With a mere thought, Lin Jun summoned the fire spirit bird, which spread its wings and soared towards the fireball. The fireball, embodying the essence of fire, resonated with the fire spirit bird, which also belonged to the same elemental affinity. Could it be that the fiery energy emanating from the fireball could facilitate the ascension of the fire spirit bird? Contemplating this notion, Lin Jun shook his head in disbelief, then withdrew from the endless void to continue his breakthrough. Am I truly still alive? A night passed, and Qin Mushi opened her eyes, her delicate face etched with confusion. After bravely shielding Lin Jun from a fatal blow, she had sensed her internal organs shattering. And in that moment of closing her eyes, she believed she was beyond salvation. Yet, to her astonishment, she found herself completely unscathed. Brother Lin Jun, she softly called out. But upon noticing her blood-stained gown, she hastily erected a barrier and utilized her water attribute's spiritual energy to cleanse herself. Afterward, she retrieved a clean outfit from her storage ring and changed. Her hair, still slightly damp, cascaded gracefully like a water lily in bloom. Why has he not yet awakened? Where have they gone? Qin Mushi furrowed her brows, her injuries leaving her unaware of the events that had transpired afterward. One thing was certain, they were still alive, indicating that the crisis had been averted. 100 miles away, the sky was clear and bright, thanks to the abundant spiritual energy within the ruins, conducive to healing. Lu Qianxian and his companions had nearly recovered after a night of rest. The evil doppelganger refrained from launching an attack, aware that a powerful and enigmatic force was suppressing its cultivation here. It could only lurk in the shadows, observing the trio's every move. Shangguan Jinghong frowned slightly. We have been deceived. There is no evidence of a battle here, only a scene of vibrant life. Lu Qianxian's expression was cold as he replied. He said it was a dream. It is not a lie, but merely our willingness to believe it. Lin Jun indeed mentioned that it was merely a dream. Hence it cannot be deemed as deceit. My notion of being deceived pertains to the possibility that Lin Jun intentionally led us away. Perhaps to engage in some indescribable incident with that little girl, Qin Mushi. As Shangguan Jinghong spoke, he stepped forward and tightly grasped Murong Wanner's hand, implying with a deeper meaning. Why not? Lu Xiong, you take your leave as well? Murong Wanner's delicate face flushed, and she retorted, Get lost. Shangguan Jinghong, possessing a thick skin, awkwardly smiled and embraced Murong Wanner. She was utterly astonished. She had never noticed this fellow could be so proactive. Lu Qianxian stated solemnly, He has not deceived us. Indeed, a great battle once occurred here, and there seems to be a mysterious force calling out to me. As his words faded, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the depths of the forest. Haven't you had enough fun? Murong Wanner sought to break free from his grasp, her eyes filled with resentment. Let go of me. Yet she felt no anger, rather. There was a sense of being cherished. Let go? There is no one around anyway. Shangguan Jinghong shamelessly countered, unaware that they were being broadcast live. Hee, your woman seems quite delightful. The demonic avatar of the demon saint curled his lips into a wicked smile. He had manifested, for Lu Qianxian had already departed. The remaining two, barring any unforeseen circumstances, could be easily manipulated. Who? Shangguan Jinghong's expression turned icy. As he turned, he beheld the demonic avatar of the demon saint. Glowing ominously red. You are a demon. Instinctively, he shielded Murong Wanner behind him, every nerve in his body taut. How could there be a demon here? Murong Wanner's eyes reflected terror. The demonic avatar of the demon saint sneered coldly. If it weren't for you, how could I have found this place? He advanced slowly, his crimson gaze growing increasingly fervent. To the demonic entities, human practitioners are the finest elixirs. Wanner, I will hold him off. You must flee. Shangguan Jinghong shouted, subsequently summoning the heavenly spiral twin rings. I will not leave. Murong Wanner declared resolutely, but it seemed Shangguan Jinghong had anticipated her response. He waved his hand in advance, unleashing a gentle stream of spiritual energy that propelled her 100 meters away. Shangguan Jinghong, you scoundrel! Murong Wanner cried out in despair. Although they were bound by a betrothal, they had been akin to strangers. Yet, after experiencing life and death together, Shangguan Jinghong's willingness to protect her with all his might in moments of peril had opened her heart. Wanner, I am certain that I have fallen in love with you. If there is a next life, I shall marry you. Shangguan Jinghong invoked the heavenly spiral twin rings, his inner spiritual power surging as he bellowed, Hurry and leave. His gaze was resolutely steadfast. Despite being acutely aware of the formidable power of the malevolent forces, he charged fearlessly towards the enemy, driven solely by the desire to secure an escape for his fiancée. That day, the heavenly dual rings, a treasure of imperial grade, radiated a golden glow under the infusion of spiritual energy. As he moved, a long trail of golden ripples lingered in the air. I have no interest in men. The demon saint's avatar narrowed its eyes, entirely disregarding the swiftly approaching Shangguan Jinghong. Instead, it transformed into a crimson shadow, hurtling towards Muron Wanner with malicious intent. It intended to devour Muron Wanner, reclaiming a fraction of its strength, then annihilate Shangguan Jinghong, and subsequently achieve the pinnacle of its power to eliminate Lin Jin. Damn it! Shangguan Jinghong glared furiously at the crimson shadow that flitted past him, wielding the heavenly dual rings to launch a counterattack. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of the demon's avatar, leaving him with no choice but to shout, "Run!" Yet, escape was a futile hope. Even in the king's realm, he could not lock onto the demon saint's avatar, and how could Muron Wanner, at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, possibly evade its pursuit? She remained rooted in place, utterly incapable of retaliating, her hair swirling in the fierce winds conjured by the demon's presence. Boom! At that moment, a white barrier erupted from the ground, soaring into the clouds, sending dust swirling into the air. The crimson eyes of the demon saint's avatar were filled with terror. What the hell is this? It attempted to halt its advance but was unable to do so. With Muron Wanner tantalizingly close yet separated by the barrier, fury ignited within. Bang! When its body collided with the barrier, an irresistible force of rebounding energy sent it reeling back over 1,000 meters. The demon saint's avatar emitted a piercing shriek, the surrounding red demonic aura dissipating amidst the tumult, merging with the spiritual energy within the ruins. Chapter 73, The Graveyard of Gods. Forbidden grounds of evil in the Graveyard of Gods, the evil forces were prohibited. A voice, ancient and resonant, imbued with righteous vigor, reverberated throughout the ruins like thunder. Enduring and unyielding. The demon manifested visible anguish, its shadow becoming increasingly indistinct as it clutched its head in torment, rolling on the ground and wailing. Following this, a spectral warrior, towering at 100 meters, emerged, brandishing a sword with its tip pointed towards the ground, hovering above the barrier, its visage obscured by a golden helmet. The warrior radiated a formidable golden light, exuding an imposing aura that instilled a profound sense of pressure. This barrier seemed solely designed to repel the malevolent entities. Muron Wanner murmured to herself before abruptly looking up. "Jinghong, come here quickly." Shangguan Jinghong's expression was pained. For reasons unknown, a wild force surged within him, recklessly colliding through his meridians, emanating a faint red demonic aura. Muron Wanner was momentarily taken aback. "Jinghong, you." Shangguan Jinghong knelt on one knee, clearly enduring excruciating pain, yet he mustered the strength to lift his head and, with indomitable willpower, managed to force a faint smile. "Wanner, I have been possessed by demonic energy. I may never return." He gasped for breath, allowing the malevolent energy to rampage within him without uttering a sound, perhaps not wishing to cause Muron Wanner distress. Muron Wanner, flustered, exclaimed, "I brought you in. There must be a way." Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed past the barrier towards Shangguan Jinghong. "Stay back!" Shangguan Jinghong shouted with all his might. "Return." That evil being had merely suffered a grievous blow. Who could tell if it still possessed the strength to fight? He did not want Muron Wanner to take risks on his behalf. Even in death, they should face it together. Muron Wanner remained resolute, lifting the incapacitated Shangguan Jinghong into her arms and sprinting towards the barrier with utmost speed. Seeking death. The demonic avatar roared, transforming into a crimson blur, pursuing Muron Wanner at breakneck speed. Demons invade the realms. With a frenzied shout, the demonic energy surged forth, corrupting all in its path with astonishing speed. Muron Wanner dared not look back, yet she could feel the formidable power of the demonic energy. Should she be struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shangguan Jinghong lay in Muron Wanner's embrace, his gaze fixed. How had he never noticed that his fiancée was also a stunning beauty? As Muron Wanner sensed the encroaching demonic energy, she unleashed all her potential, striving to bring Shangguan Jinghong safely into the barrier. Though they were merely 100 meters away, an easily traversable distance under normal circumstances, at that moment, it felt as if it spanned across the heavens. However, upon rushing into the barrier, they found safety at last. Hey, you are so beautiful. Shangguan Jinghong gazed at his trembling fiancée, a slight smile gracing his lips. Despite the agony coursing through him, the one burdened with the title of prodigy since childhood refused to emit even a muffled groan. Yet, it seemed that once they entered the barrier, the righteous energy within began to purify the demonic energy enveloping him, and the pain gradually diminished. Wana panted heavily, seemingly oblivious to Shangguan Jinghong's words. You bastard, I will not let you off. The demonic avatar roared, and as the malevolent energy touched the barrier, it was instantly reduced to nothingness. Simultaneously, Linjin, upon hearing the words graveyard of the gods, demons forbidden, instantly opened his eyes. His entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Qin Mushi, astonished, inquired, Brother Linjin, have you broken through again? Linjin clenched his fists, savoring the power of the ascendant realm. A faint smile gracing his lips. Qin Mushi's delicate face was a picture of astonishment. She had believed that with great fortune, upon entering the King's realm, she could match Linjin's pace. Yet, to her surprise, within merely 2 days, Linjin had ascended to the ascendant realm. A twinge of inferiority stirred within her. But nonetheless, she felt a surge of joy. Linjin smiled and inquired, what is the matter? Qin Mushi promptly looked up and replied with a charming smile. Nothing at all. Where have they gone? Did you hear that voice just now? Linjin nodded, follow me. Before Qin Mushi could react, she was lifted into the air by Linjin's spiritual power. This was the exclusive privilege of those above the Emperor realm, soaring through the skies. Recalling fragments of his past life, Linjin remembered that the destination of Lu Qianxin and the others was the graveyard of the gods. It was here that he and Yun Nishang had been hunted down. His 12 divine guards had sworn to follow him to the death. After their sacrifice, he had personally buried them and set a barrier. The towering golden-armored warrior was one of his golden-armored divine guards, stepping once again into the battlefield of his former life. A profound sense of desolation washed over him. He had been reincarnated. Did the 12 divine guards who had fought alongside him also undergo rebirth? Brother Linjin, do you have something on your mind? Qin Mushi asked, noticing the worried expression on the man beside her, her concern deepening. It's nothing. Linjin smiled calmly. For all was in the past. His sole purpose was to diligently enhance his cultivation, to lead Yun Nishang away from the abyss of fallen gods, and to ascend to the 9th heaven to exact vengeance. Even if he were to perish on the path of retribution, he would do so without regret. My Emperor. The moment the golden-armored divine guards laid eyes upon Linjin, their ethereal forms quivered imperceptibly. Qin Mushi, Shangguan Jinghong, and Wana were all taken aback. Who exactly was Linjin? How could the towering, imposing golden-armored war god refer to him as my emperor? What was the meaning of this? In my past life, I was unable to slay my nemesis, leading to your tragic downfall. In this life, I shall undoubtedly avenge you. Tears glistened in Linjin's eyes, as he found himself unable to confront that ethereal apparition. In this life, he had brothers who vowed to follow him unto death, and a wife who steadfastly waited for him for countless years. In his past life, he harbored no regrets. My Emperor, I can sense the return of the Azure Divine Guards. The phantom of the golden-armored Divine Guards grew even more elusive once again. The Azure Divine Guards? Linjin was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. Where is he? The golden-armored guardian gazed into the depths of the dense forest, yet before he could utter a word, his feeble spirit was already shattered. Linjin gazed at the vanishing golden-armored guardian, a bittersweet sensation swelling within him. Yet, the thought of the reincarnation of the Shura Guardian ignited an unstoppable joy in his heart, indicating that the 12 guardians had also undergone their own cycles of rebirth in this life. They would inevitably reunite. He cast his gaze downward at the 3 individuals, only to find that Lu Qianxin was absent. Could it be that he is the current incarnation of the Shura Guardian? Just at the moment when the golden-armored guardian vanished, the barrier shattered. Linjin landed and inquired urgently, where's Lu Qianxin? Shangguan Jinghong and Wana were both taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment, as if they had grasped an unspoken truth. They stared at Linjin, their eyes wide and unblinking. The conversation they had just overheard was vivid and clear, yet when pieced together, it seemed shrouded in mystery. What was this about the Shura Divine Guards? What did my emperor signify? What connection did Linjin have with the relics? Linjin furrowed his brows slightly and inquired once more, where is Lu Qianxin? It was only then that Shangguan Jinghong gestured towards the depths of the dense forest. Stammering as he replied, he went in that direction. Linjin had already discerned that Lu Qianxin was undoubtedly the reincarnation of the Shura God Guard. that fierce general who had fought alongside him across the starry seas in a past life, sparing words yet exhibiting unwavering loyalty. What were you all discussing just now? Muro Wano inquired, her expression one of bewilderment, unable to contain her curiosity. Did Lin Jun truly dream of this place, or does it hold some connection to him? He revealed to me that great opportunities abound here. As for what you may attain on the final day, it all hinges on your own fortune. Lin Jun waved his hand, and 3 magnificent gates forged from ethereal energy materialized before the gathered crowd. Go forth. These 2, at the very least, did not abandon me in a moment of peril. They are deserving of this opportunity. As for Qin Mushi, it goes without saying that, although there is no blood relation, she has always been cherished as a sister in the household. What they might receive is purely a matter of fate, contingent upon whether the 12 divine guards recognize their potential. Such fortune exists? Shangguan Jinghong was astounded, scarcely believing her ears. She glanced at the ethereal gates and cautiously inquired, "You do not intend to bring about our demise, do you? Did you not notice he arrived soaring through the skies with the little princess?" Murong Wanner interjected with a sidelong glance. "He has already ascended to the imperial ascendance realm. Eliminating you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. There is no need for any elaborate display." With that, she swiftly stepped into the central gate. Chapter 74. Interrogation. Oh dear. Shangguan Jinghong slapped her forehead. The ancients were indeed not mistaken. Love renders one foolish. Lin Jun has already stepped into the realm of ascendance. Is there still a need to scheme against them? How could he not comprehend such a straightforward matter? Subsequently, he dashed into the gate of spiritual energy with remarkable speed. "Are you not going?" Lin Jun smiled faintly. Qin Mushi blinked her eyes and asked, "And what about you?" Lin Jun chuckled, "I have a few matters to attend to." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mushi stepped through the final grand door. She was determined to elevate her cultivation, otherwise, she would only hinder Lin Jun's progress. Lin Jun's senses fully awakened, he searched for the demonic energy within the ruins. Upon pinpointing the location, he realized a battle had already erupted. If nothing unexpected occurred, Lu Qianqian was engaged in a fierce struggle with the avatar of the demon saint. Upon his arrival, he beheld Lu Qianqian, enveloped in a crimson glow, wielding his blade to shatter the demonic avatar. "You shall not escape my wrath." As the red demonic energy dissipated, it was entirely absorbed by the Shura blade. The Shura path, akin to the practice of malevolent beings, was not malevolent itself. It stood as a formidable force among the myriad paths of humanity, surpassing even sword cultivators. "Do we know each other?" Lu Qianqian's expression turned peculiar, as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from Lin Jun. This familiarity stirred within him an overwhelming desire to forsake everything in pursuit of and to protect. Lin Jun smiled faintly and said, "We were acquainted long before." It seems that Lu Qianqian is not well informed. He has not mentioned certain thoughts. After all, this path is fraught with peril, and the Shura divine guards have already perished for him in a past life, rendering further allegiance unnecessary in this lifetime. Thus, forgetting each other amidst the mundane world is not without merit. No, what I meant to inquire was, did we not know each other prior to our time in the imperial capital? Lu Qianqian was exceedingly earnest. Yet considering that they both hailed from the foremost families of the imperial capital, having known each other since childhood, such a question was inherently contradictory. Perhaps so. Lin Jun calmly remarked, "There remains but one day. Make haste to cultivate and do not squander the spiritual energy within the ruins." In Lu Qianqian's eyes, an unprecedented bewilderment flickered, yet he swiftly acquiesced to Lin Jun's counsel and settled into a meditative posture to begin his practice. Lin Jun soared through the skies, arriving at the tomb of the 12 divine guardians, reminiscing about the fierce battles fought in this very place. "My emperor, swiftly escort the empress away. We have followed you into the vast cosmic seas, and we would die without regret." As the last echoes of his words faded, the 12 divine guardians simultaneously detonated their divine essences, embracing a glorious end alongside countless foes. Lin Jun could only recall that day when he descended into madness. The most loyal 12 guardians were forced to self-destruct, and his beloved wife suffered grave injuries. Yet, after leaving with Yun Nishang, his memories became fragmented. Everyone should take a moment to rest. Lin Jun closed his eyes, gazing at the 12 tombstones, his thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, the 10 great sect leaders gathered, accompanied by various elders. "Lord Yun, time is running out. I hope that if Lin Jun emerges alive, he will submit to our soul search. The recent emergence of evil has devastated the Eastern Ling Kingdom, claiming the lives of over 1 million souls. If he truly forged a pact with the demonic clan, He is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves to be executed to appease the spirits. Agreement echoed among the 8 sect leaders, who voiced their stern resolve. Only Wei Qingyuan of the Wei Dao sect remained silent, firmly believing Li Jianqing's assertion that Lin Zhun could never align himself with the demonic forces, becoming their puppet. Yun Wanli furrowed his brow. Yet recalling the admonitions of his ancestor, he resolved to protect Lin Zhun, regardless of his actions. However, the soul search must proceed, otherwise, the Eastern Sea region would surely descend into further chaos. The Yunshang sect alone lacked the strength to contend with all sects in the Eastern Sea. Zhao Zino, donned in the attire of the 100 Flowers sect, exuded an unmistakable elegance, yet a cold glint of malice lingered in her gaze. She believed that Lin Zhun's survival from the abyss of fallen gods was surely due to an agreement with the demonic clan. Fearless, she anticipated seeing Lin Zhun publicly subjected to a soul search that would unearth his sordid dealings, leading to his disgrace. Even if the Lin family attempted to defend him, they would be as insignificant as ants before the 10 great sections. The Yunshang sect proclaimed solemnly, "Since this has occurred, we shall provide an explanation to all." As the sun set, everyone held their breath, awaiting the opening of the barrier. Countless powerful individuals felt an overwhelming rage brewing within them, ready to erupt. It has begun. It is over. With the barrier's gate opening, Lin Zhun and his companions were forcibly transported out. Jianqing glanced around, sensing something amiss, and questioned, "Why are only the 5 of you here? Where are the others?" The elder of the 100 Flowers sect stepped forward. "Where are our disciples?" Following closely behind, the leaders of other sects, including the Mountain Support sect, pressed forward, unleashing their formidable auras. The terrifying pressure forced Qin Mushi, Lu Qianqian, Shengwan Jinghong, and Murong Wan'er to their knees, as if a mountain had been placed upon them. Lin Zhun remained utterly fearless. His mental strength was of a sage level. As long as no emperor intervened, no one could overshadow him with mere intimidation. In the face of numerous threats, Lin Zhun calmly turned his gaze towards Yun Wanli. How could the leader of the Yunshang sect, the foremost among the 10 great sects of the Eastern Sea, not even dare to utter a sound at this moment? What a disgraceful creature, capable of disregarding even the pressure of a revered one. "Speak, what benefits have you obtained from the demon clan?" The leader of the Reliant sect shouted, his face flushed with anger. The revered Bai Hua and the others cast cold glances, as Lin Zhun's various anomalies had already convinced them of Zhao Zhenhua's assertions. "And who do you think you are, you disgraceful being?" Lin Zhun stood tall and proud, casting a cold glance. If one is to strike, there is no need for any pretext. He now felt a surge of restlessness. He wondered if, with the colossal fireball residing in his sea of consciousness, he could transcend his current cultivation level and vanquish the elder of the esteemed realm. The leader of the Reliant Mountain sect had eyes that glowed a fierce red. "If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will surely remain oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth." As the words fell, he raised his hand, and the spiritual energy of the world began to wildly converge, coalescing into a terrifying force. Undoubtedly, with such a strike, not even a peak cultivator could hope to escape unscathed. Lin Zhun's expression was somber and cold, although he appeared devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy. It was merely due to the concealment by the punishing heaven measuring stick. In reality, he was already summoning a colossal fireball from the boundless space. Should the mountain guardian dare to make a reckless move, he would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Yun Wanli, though silent, was fully prepared. It was Wei Qingyuan who stepped forward in an instant, his voice icy. "Until the truth is revealed, he is not yet a criminal." The mountain guardian retorted angrily. "Your disciples of the Wei Dao sect are unharmed, so naturally, you speak without understanding the pain." These words incited a wave of indignation among the 5 who emerged. Lin Zhun and Qin Mushi were from the Yunshang sect, while Lu Qianqian, Shangguan Jinghong, and Murong Wan'er hailed from the Wei Dao sect. Yet, all 8 disciples of their respective sects had suffered total annihilation. Most crucially, both Qin Mushi and Murong Wan'er had entered at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm and emerged having ascended to the kingly realm. Lu Qianqian and Shangguan Jinghong, too, exhibited a significantly more robust aura than when they had entered. They had clearly reaped tremendous benefits, provoking envy in all who beheld them. Lin Zhun, whose cultivation remained obscured, was especially furious. Yun Wanli declared coldly, "Enough. Our sect has promised to provide an explanation and will act with impartiality. From this moment forth, anyone who dares to disrupt the order, infringing upon the dignity of the Yunshang sect, shall face dire consequences. At this declaration, the venue fell into silence. It was evident that Yun Wanli was not to be trifled with. Lin Jun's expression was frigid. Upon seeing Zhao Zino, who stood behind the esteemed Hundred Flowers elder, he comprehended everything in an instant. It was her again, truly courting death. In light of this, the sect shall pose its inquiry first. Jian Chen's gaze was as sharp as a sword, as he imperiously demanded, Lin Jun, I shall ask you, where are the disciples of the other 8 sects? Chapter 75. I have slaughtered them all. Lin Jun pointed at the 4 individuals behind him, urging them to temper their tempers, warning, if anything were to happen to them, you would bear the consequences. He could only ensure that he would not be intimidated by the oppressive aura. Yet he was unable to dispel the pressure exerted by Jian Chen, nor alleviate the burden on the 4 behind him. One must be decisive in matters of life and death, but also cannot be callous and ungrateful. From the moment Shangwan Jinghong and Murong Wan'er shielded him and Qin Mushi, it was destined that they would walk the same path. As for Qin Mushi and Lu Qianxin, one was a sister and the other a comrade from a past life. How could he remain indifferent? Despicable fool! The leader of the mountain sect roared. Who do you think you are to speak to us in such a vile tone? Do you truly believe that with the demon clan as your backing, you can act with impunity? In an instant, the other sect leaders advanced, displaying an aggressive demeanor. Weiqing Yuan waved his hand, tearing through the oppressive aura enforced by the 8 sect leaders, declaring, enough. The 3 of them are still disciples of my Wei Dao sect. It is not for you to discipline them. As his words fell, he waved again, channeling his spiritual energy to lift Lu Qianxin, Shangwan Jinghong, Murong Wan'er, and even Qin Mushi, aiding them to their feet. Brother Wei, Jian Chen's eyes sparkled with sharp determination, and a fierce rage burned within his heart. The leaders of the mountain sect were equally incensed, regardless of Lin Jun's guilt or innocence. The coercive tactics employed were already a disgrace to the dignity of the sect. Weiqing Yuan stood resolutely before them, admonishing with righteous fervor, today, not only you, but the Shao family from the Central Lands will also be present. Do not tarnish the reputation of the top 10 sects of the Eastern Sea. Shao Bailing and Li Jiansheng were already en route, and moreover, their disciples of Wei Dao sect not only emerged alive, but appeared to have gained greatly. He could not permit others to hold them accountable. Jian Chun had intended to unleash his fury, but upon hearing of the arrival of the Shao family, he was compelled to swallow his anger. The leaders of the mountain sect, too, had no choice but to relent. Lin Jun remained composed at all times. However, to the practitioners of the 8 great sects, his composure appeared more as a provocation. Lin Jun cast a cold glance around the room before turning to Yun Wanli, remarking, as fellow leaders, this is the disparity we face. Yun Wanli's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, he had his reservations and never anticipated that Weiqing Yuan, that cunning old fox, would act with such decisiveness. Nonetheless, despite his concerns, he held a firm boundary. Lin Jun must not be killed. Otherwise, after the passage of time, he would be unable to face the founding ancestor of their sect. With a deep breath, Jian Chen declared, Lin Jun, as you wished. I shall inquire once more on behalf of our sect. Where are the disciples of the other 8 sects? They all understood the outcome. Yet it was imperative for Lin Jun to articulate it himself. This way, even if the Shao family from Central Plains were present, they could justify their actions and avoid the disgrace of being branded as bullies. Lin Jun spoke in a flat tone. They are all dead. Jian Chen's expression turned icy. Did you kill them? Lin Jun stood proudly, declaring, it was I who killed them. His forthrightness ignited the ire of the 8 sect masters and the elders, for they deserved their fate. Qin Mushi, her delicate face still tinged with pallor, took a deep breath and stepped forward to stand beside Lin Jun, asserting, it was indeed their doing. Lin Jun spoke with an unruffled demeanor. Mushi, there is no need for explanations. Those who wronged you understand your grievances far better than you might think. The leader of the sword sect cannot be oblivious to the reasons behind the conflict. In other words, before entering the ancient battlefield, the heads of the 10 sects were already aware that a bloody confrontation was imminent. They simply did not anticipate that none of the disciples from the 8 sects would survive, while the 5 from the Yunshang sect and the Wei Dao sect emerged unscathed. In Weiqing Yuan's eyes, a glimmer of appreciation shone through. He realized he regretted not having encountered such spirited young talent for quite some time. Lin Jun must be aware of the Shao family's stance, which is why he disregards the 8 major sections. Yet, who would dare to believe that a young individual could confront a sage and 7 venerables with such composure? This fortitude is indeed an essential requisite for becoming a formidable figure. Qin Mushi is remarkably obedient. When Lin Jun forbids explanations, she resolutely refrains from uttering a single word. Lu Qianqian and the others also step forward. It is Lin Jun's audacity that earns their admiration as fellow prodigies. At the very least, they lack such courage. Or rather, even if they possessed such bravery, it would be inconsequential given the vast disparity in strength. Good, good, good. Jian Qin fumed, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Master of the Sword Sect, may I inquire, in which era of relics has there been no casualties? Yun Wanli stepped forward, interjecting, let us not dwell on this matter. The other 7 sects were acutely aware of this reality. The path of cultivation is inherently one of survival for the strong, and the disciples of the 10 sects entering the relics were not under any prohibition against conflict. With Yun Shangzong and Wei Daozong emerging victorious, they had little to contest. Since the master of Yun has articulated his views thus, let us shift to another topic. The aura of the Honorable Bao Hua was imposing as she pressed, Lin Jun. It has been alleged that you conspired with the demon race and have become their puppet. Do you confess to these charges? While there was little to be said regarding the previous inquiry, this question alone could suffice for a death sentence for Lin Jun. Moreover, they possessed ample justification to trust Zhao Jinua's assertions. Lin Jun cast a glance at Zhao Zino. Stepping forward with righteous indignation, Zhao Zino raised her hand in accusation, declaring, it is only through your collusion with the demonic forces that you have emerged alive from the abyss of fallen gods. If you possess any semblance of manhood, have the audacity to admit it. Do not allow me to look down upon you. This individual, steeped in a penchant for slaughter and overflowing with malevolence, is no different from the demons. He must be punished. The elders of the 8 sects, having lived for centuries, began to voice their outrage. They had never before witnessed such brazen arrogance in a younger generation. Lin Jun cast a disdainful glance around him, before his gaze fixed upon Zhao Jinua. Initially, I had no intention of taking your life. However, since everyone believes me to be a member of the demonic clan, failing to eliminate you would go against your perceptions. As his voice fell, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. Zhao Jinua was momentarily taken aback, retreating a step, for she understood that Lin Jun was indeed a madman. Yet, upon recalling the numerous formidable figures present, she mustered her courage and boldly inquired, do you dare to kill me in front of the sect leaders and elders? She remained skeptical. Even if Lin Jun possessed such audacity, he could never extinguish her life. Thus, her eyes brimmed with derision. Do you truly believe I lack the strength to withstand you? Lin Jun smiled indifferently, and then ascended to the imperial realm with an overwhelming aura, wielding the punishing heaven as he charged towards Zhao Jinua. This woman was committing sins. If she were allowed to live, it would be tantamount to condoning her transgressions. What of the leaders of the 8 sects? When had he ever felt fear? Yet, facing the formidable powers of the 8 sects, eliminating Zhao Jinua was no simple task. Thus he held nothing back. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly approaching Zhao Jinua, who stood 10 meters away. Zhao Jinua felt no fear. Instead, a triumphant smile graced her lips. She had succeeded in provoking the ire of this fool. In front of the powerful figures of the 8 sects, if he were to kill her, it would bring disgrace upon them all. Therefore, not only did she not retreat, but she also stood her ground against the fiercely charging Lin Jun with unwavering confidence. Yun Wanli shouted, Lin Jun, step back. Wei Qingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, Lin Jun, do not act recklessly. In their eyes, Lin Jun's actions were tantamount to courting death. The enchanting figure of the 100 Flowers sovereign fluttered gracefully, positioning herself protectively before Zhao Zino, and arrogantly scoffed. I am eager to witness how you intend to slay a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. Indeed, she regarded Lin Jun with utter disdain. Even if he had acquired tremendous benefits within the ancient battlefield, what of it? Could he possibly leap from the king realm, bypass the emperor realm, and ascend to the sovereign realm? And even in the sovereign realm, as a peak sovereign herself, why should she fear a novice who had only just entered that realm? Get lost. Lin Jun's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Observing that the revered elder of the 100 Flowers was unwilling to yield, he summoned the colossal fireball. Measuring 100 meters in diameter, contained within the punishment heaven ruler, preparing to forcibly annihilate Zhao Zino. Meanwhile, the powerful figures of the 8 sects gazed on with derision. Die, you wretch. Lin Jun's gaze was piercing, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his entire being. Following this, a fission fireball, compressed to a mere 10-meter diameter, thunderously manifested before the astonished crowd. The searing heat rendered the surrounding space an illusion of nothingness. What? The expressions of the 8 sect leaders were filled with shock. Even the delicate visage of the 100 Flowers elder displayed a hint of seriousness. What level of cultivation does this individual possess? Yet, as the leader of a sect, she found herself with no avenue for retreat. With a wave of her hand, she erected a barrier, an ant shaking a tree, a path to self-destruction. Despite her words, her body was quite honest, as she first established a defensive barrier before conjuring a massive white peony that surged towards the scorching fireball. Chapter 76. The extraordinary power of the fission fireball. The 100 Flowers elder had become serious. This young man must harbor some secrets. The leaders of the various sects were left speechless. Do not underestimate this white peony. It is the embodiment of the 100 Flowers elder, and a supreme one at that. Its power is overwhelmingly formidable. Wei Qingyuan and Yun Wanli both wore solemn expressions. They had never anticipated that Lin Zhan would be so recklessly audacious. By the time they wished to intervene, it was already too late. Regrets surged within Yun Wanli. Had he known Lin Zhan was this fierce, he would have acted sooner. You have devoured so much of my spiritual energy. Do not let me down. Lin Zhan's brilliance shone brightly, and it remained uncertain whether this fission fireball could withstand the might of the 100 Flowers elder. Nevertheless, it undeniably absorbed a significant portion of the spiritual energy that rightfully belonged to him. Brother Lin, Qin Mushi, Lu Qianchen, and others hastily stepped forward. In their hearts, they had already embraced Lin Zhan's title as the foremost genius of the Great Qin, especially after they had fought side by side in the ancient battlefield ruins, which had even bestowed upon them a serendipitous opportunity. How could they bear to witness his demise? Boom. At the very moment the fission fireball collided with the white peony avatar, a sound akin to thunder erupted, unleashing a shockwave that swept through the surroundings in an instant, with an explosion of light that was dazzlingly radiant. Bang, bang, bang. In the epicenter of the explosion, the ground was transformed into a colossal crater, and in an instant, thick smoke billowed upwards, raising a cloud of dust. How formidable! What level of martial skill is this? Is Lin Zhan even still human? Observing this scene, the 10 sect experts hurriedly erected a barrier to counteract the residual force of the explosion. Yet, to their astonishment, even the aftermath of the explosion was not inferior to a lethal strike from a respected elder. The expression of the 100 Flowers elder turned icy as she discerned something alarming. That terrifying fireball was indeed burning her avatar, breaching through layers of defenses. Was she truly on the cusp of defeat? This was an unacceptable reality. In an instant, her eyes glimmered with chilling resolve as she channeled all her spiritual power into her avatar. If she were to be defeated by Lin Zhan, what would become of the 100 Flowers sect's reputation? She was, after all, a revered elder, at the pinnacle of the esteemed realm. Forward, Lin Zhan, unleashing his full power, manifested the fire spirit bird avatar, eager to witness what this entity would achieve amidst the fission fireball. Concealment? There was no need for such trivialities. Dignity is earned through combat. Moreover, his rapid cultivation advancement meant that if he could instill fear in the elderly figures present today, he would have time to grow stronger. By the next time they considered an assault, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of today. With a sharp cry, the fire spirit bird avatar soared into the sky, engulfed in searing flames, charging towards the esteemed 100 Flowers master. As it hovered above the fission fireball, the flames erupted instantaneously. The might of the supreme fire spirit root was displayed in all its glory at that moment. The pure fire attribute spiritual energy provided the fire spirit bird avatar and the fission fireball with the most ferocious fire-based power. Sometimes, 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. At least for now, under numerous enhancements, the combined might of the fire spirit bird avatar and the fission fireball surged severfold. This resulted in the white peony avatar being reduced to ashes by the raging inferno in the blink of an eye. What? The 100 Flowers master stared in disbelief, feeling a sense of suffocation as the encroaching flames bore down upon her. Bang! The instant the barrier shattered, her mind went blank. Who among those present could possibly believe such a scene? With the vigor of youth, Lin Zhan astonishingly forced the esteemed 100 Flowers sovereign, who stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Sea region, to retreat amidst the fierce clash. As the flames erupted with fervor, the 100 Flowers sovereign was propelled backward for several hundred meters by the sheer impact. After a prolonged silence, doubts began to creep in. Those I seek to eliminate are destined for demise without question. Lin Zhan's eyes blazed like torches. as the formidable figures from various sects stood in stunned silence. He swung the punishing heavenly ruler toward Zhao Zino. No, no. Save me, please. Zhao Zino, already ensnared by his overwhelming aura, found herself utterly immobilized, her eyes wide with despair as she screamed hoarsely in desperation. I can disregard your attempts to climb the social ladder, but I cannot tolerate your intent to end my life. As Lin Zhan's voice faded, Zhao Zino transformed into a mist of blood beneath the punishment heaven ruler, splattering against the barriers of numerous formidable beings. Who else dares to dissent? Come forth at once. Lin Zhan, wielding the punishing staff, cast a piercing gaze that swept across the surroundings. In truth, he had reached his limits. The destructive force of the fission fireball surpassed his expectations. However, after repelling the 100 Flowers sovereign, it transformed into a mere spark, returning to his sea of consciousness. This indicated that he had no hidden trump cards left. Silence. An eerie, death-like silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Zhan's cultivation remains an enigma to all. Yet, his ability to vanquish the esteemed Baohua indicates that his prowess is indeed at the pinnacle of the revered realm. However, this is utterly preposterous. A peak reverend at merely 20 years of age. It is akin to a resounding slap across the faces of all present. Should they discover that Lin Zhan's true cultivation is merely that of the sovereign ascension, their astonishment and dread would only deepen. To triumph over a peak reverend with such a foundational level is to blatantly disregard the fundamental laws of the Tianxiong continent. Yun Wanli finally comprehended why the ancestral master had insisted on preserving Lin Zhan at all costs. This individual is not merely a once-in-a-century prodigy, rather. A peak reverend at 20 years old could only have emerged during an era abundant in spiritual energy and dominated by emperors, like the ancient times. The cataclysmic battles between deities and demons in that ancient epic inflicted irreparable damage upon the Tianxiong continent, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy and a subsequent decline in the number of emperors, ushering in the Archaic Age. Unbeknownst to him, however, Lin Zhan was the very embodiment of invincibility during the cataclysmic conflicts of the ancient era. Even when beset by countless adversaries, he could annihilate them all and launch a counteroffensive, wreaking havoc across the 6 realms and ascending to the 9th heaven, reaching beyond the celestial boundaries. Lin Fadian, in that era where the strong were like a forest, was a prodigy that instilled fear across the heavens. Wei Qingyuan's expression was dazed. Unable to regain composure for an extended period, the Honorable Flower Master, filled with fury, declared, I shall see just how much prowess you possess. As the words fell, her delicate hands danced gracefully, causing the spiritual energy surrounding Lin to tremble and coalesce into various blossoms. Those resplendent flowers, dazzling yet deadly, were as beautiful as they were perilous. Lin Zhan is gambling, wagering on the arrival of the Tujia Shao family. He bets on Yun Wanli, who possesses a trace of the tenacity of a true warrior. He has exerted all his strength. He does not plead for mercy. Even a hint of weakness today would lead these old men to take advantage of him, treating him as a puppet of the demon clan to be annihilated. At this moment, he finds himself utterly powerless. He can either await his demise or hope for salvation. Stop! Yun Wanli and Wei Qingyuan shouted in unison. And in an instant, the formidable aura of 2 saints erupted, shattering the 100 Flowers formation. With a violent backlash, the 100 Flowers elders spewed blood and plummeted from the sky to the ground. Master, senior sister, in an instant, numerous elders from the 100 Flowers sect rushed forward to protect the 100 Flowers elder. What astonished everyone was that while they could comprehend Yun Wanli's intervention, given that Lin Zhan was a disciple of Yunshang's sect, Wei Qingyuan's involvement seemed utterly unfathomable. Lin Jinsong exhaled in relief. He had triumphed in his gamble. Yet, this outcome was anticipated. There was no element of surprise, rendering the moment rather mundane. He displayed an air of confidence, as if he could dismantle the 100 Flowers formation effortlessly, even without the intervention of Yun and Wei. Masters Yun and Wei, are you truly prepared to tolerate this young man? Jianshan, being one of the sages present, felt no trepidation in the face of these two. Lin Zhan's might has transcended the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Were it not for his collaboration with the demon clan, how could he possess such formidable strength? Our sect is aware that this matter remains unresolved, and thus Lin Zhan cannot be deemed a puppet of the demon clan. Yun Wanli's spirit sank deep within him, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Should you all insist on forcibly attaching the nefarious label of a demon clan puppet to our sect's disciple, I shall undoubtedly fight for the honor of our sect. He had already missed one opportunity, and it is likely that even if he acted now, Lin Jun would not reciprocate his goodwill. Nonetheless, this youth must be safeguarded at all costs. He dared not defy the command of the ancestral master. What Brother Yin states is indeed rational. Wei Qing Yuan's stance was resolute. We pride ourselves on being a righteous sect. If we engage in slaughter without evidence, how are we any different from those vile demons? Jian Chun, enraged, huffed and glared. Are you all choosing to turn a blind eye to this child's slaying of disciples from the 100 Flowers sect? The words of the sword sect master ring true. While we have no grounds to contest the demise of the disciples from the 8 sects within the ruins, Zhao Jinhua met her tragic end before our very eyes. This child is guilty beyond redemption. If we do not eliminate him, it would be an affront to the heavens. The masters of the 8 sects spoke once more. Yun Wanli furrowed his brow. The situation was indeed dire due to Lin Jun's slaying of Zhao Jinhua, and the guilt was palpable, yet he felt compelled to protect him. Lin Jun declared with pride, since you all claim to be paragons of justice, allow me to pose a question. As formidable beings, how shall you address your disdainful words towards the weak? Upon uttering this, he rendered the raucous assembly of ancient beings utterly speechless. This question was indeed a difficult one to answer. Chapter 77. Hypocritical facade. The strong possess a certain demeanor. Why should they concern themselves with the ignorance of the weak? Amidst the silence, an elderly figure, exuding an air of righteousness, interjected, intending to convey to Lin Jun that regardless of the circumstances surrounding the demise of Zhao Jinhua, the outcome would invariably be death. This also served to ignite the wrath of the 8 sects. However, the powerful figures of the 8 sects regarded this old man with pity, oblivious to his own folly. Very well, Shangguan Jinghong assessed the individual before him, grinning broadly as he remarked, a true elder indeed. Your heart is as vast as the ocean, and your magnanimity is extraordinary. The old man, brimming with arrogance, stood tall and straightened his chest, proclaiming, I have lived for 3 centuries. My state of mind is as tranquil as still water. How could I commit the sin of slaughter over mere words? The pity in the eyes of the 8 sect strongmen deepened, recognizing the sheer folly of the Fire Sovereign. Yet, in their quest to justly condemn Lin Jun, they found themselves powerless to intervene, hoping that the Fire Sovereign, having fallen into his own trap, would ultimately endure a momentary humiliation for the greater good. A subtle smile graced Lin Jun's lips. It must be said that the rather cheeky demeanor of Shangguan Jinghong possessed a certain charm. My admiration for the elder has only deepened. Might I inquire as to how I may address you, esteemed elder? With both hands clasped in salute, Shangguan Jinghong displayed a sincere countenance. The old man, brimming with pride, declared, I am an elder of the Kaoshan sect, the master's uncle of the sect leader, who has entered the path through fire, hence my honored title, Lord of Fire. The leader of the Kaoshan sect turned pale with dismay, exclaiming, Why must you drag me into your scolding? Do you truly believe that anyone holds you in esteem? Ah, so it is the esteemed Lord of Fire. The younger generation's admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing rivers. Shangguan Jinghong began with flattery, then cautiously retreated to stand alongside Wei Qing Yuan, recognizing that the latter was aligned with Lin Jun. Once a safe distance was maintained, his expression shifted dramatically as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Lord of Fire. Pray tell, you old relic on the brink of the grave, residing by the sea with naught but empty boasts to your name. You possess no real skill yet meddle in affairs beyond your kin. The Lord of Fire's face flushed with embarrassment. Rather than receiving the reverence he anticipated, he was met with a scathing reprimand. Though his anger simmered, he could only contain it within, reflecting on his previous words. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. Just look at your appearance. Hawk-like nose, beady eyes, a rotund backside, and bow-legged stance. You resemble a wretched toad, ugly and still yearning for frivolities. Lin, what business is it of yours? At over 3 centuries of age, cease your shameless antics and do not parade around in disgrace. Lin Jin's eyes brimmed with admiration. This fellow was indeed intriguing. Murong Wanner gazed at her wildly aggressive fiancé, utterly astonished. Wasn't he supposed to be aloof? How had he transformed into such a jester? The crucial point was that he dared to insult openly. The face of the Fire Separation elder changed dramatically. The oppressive aura of a revered elder surged forth, and he bellowed, his face flushed with rage. Bastard! If you speak such nonsense again, I shall slay you. The 8 sex powerhouses fell silent. This was indeed intolerable. Yet, their inability to endure only validated Lin Jun's actions against Zhao Jinhua. No. Shangguan Jinghong frantically waved his hands, his face a mask of terror. Senior, your heart is as vast as the sea. At 300 years old, You must have achieved tranquility. How could one of your caliber deign to concern yourself with a foolish weakling like me? The fire separation elder's fury intensified. This little brat was clearly mocking him. Just as he was about to strike, a voice from the mountain lord of the Reliance sect echoed in his consciousness, Master, you must remain calm and not fall into the trap. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. The fire separation elder suddenly understood. He had stepped into Lin Jun's snare. If he truly acted, not only would he risk failing to slay Shangwan Jinghong in front of the Saint Wei Qingyuan, but even if he succeeded, it would absolve Lin Jun of the crime against Zhao Ji Nuo. He then fervently recited a calming incantation, and after a moment, feigned a nonchalant demeanor, saying, Would I truly concern myself with you? Shangwan Jinghong chuckled. Senior is truly not angry? The fire separation elder repressed his rage, responding perfunctorily. The 8 sects powerhouses also breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, none expected this was merely the beginning. Shangwan Jinghong's demeanor shifted once more, though he claimed not to be angry. His face was as red as a baboon's rear. It seemed he was narrow-minded, pretending to be an otherworldly sage. Wasn't the aim simply to kill Brother Lin? Was all this trickery truly necessary? You are like a turtle consuming coal, becoming a little black-hearted beast. The audience was stunned. Was this lad out of his mind? Bastard. Enough. The fire separation elder glared with eyes already small, unable to contain his wrath any longer, and struck directly at Shangwan Jinghong. I swear, I shall not be a man if I do not slay you. To act so brazenly before my sect, it would be better if you ceased to call yourself human. Wei Qingyuan, facing the onslaught of the fire separation elder, offered no courtesy and easily swatted him away over 100 meters. Exuding an aura of dominance. As a disciple of the Wei Dao sect, you think you can touch him? It was evident that Shangwan Jinghong and Lin Jun shared a close bond. Otherwise, he would not have intervened at that moment. And with the Shao family of the Central Plains defending Lin Jun, what face did the Wei Dao sect have to lose? The fire separation elder was seething with anger. Yet in the face of a saint's wrath, he dared not voice his fury. Lin Jun's spirits had significantly improved as he provocatively challenged. Is there anyone else who feels indifferent? Step forward and let my brother scold you a couple of times. Yet, no one in attendance uttered a word. Shangwan Jinghong's insults had been far too harsh. Lin Jun spoke coldly. Since indifference is beyond our reach, let us refrain from double standards. I killed Zhao Zino because she overstepped her bounds. I am truly grateful to Shangwan Jinghong. Had he spoken up, the outcome may not have been as impactful. Thus, the utterance of brother stands as the highest form of recognition for Shangwan Jinghong. Nevertheless, regarding the matter of the abyss of fallen gods, should we not receive an explanation from our respective sects? Jianshan promptly shifted the conversation. Throughout the years, the 10 sects have organized numerous expeditions of formidable warriors into the abyss of fallen gods, yet none have returned alive. And you, with such cultivation, emerged from it. Dare you claim you are not a puppet of the demon clan? Lin Jin spoke with composure. Indeed, the leader of the sword sect possesses a silver tongue. Does their inability to escape imply that I too must perish? There is not a shred of evidence. The accusations are merely the product of a foul mouth. If this is what constitutes a prestigious sect, it truly broadens my horizons. Who could possibly know that within the abyss of fallen gods, the deities that fell are but echoes of his past life? Who knows that his companion, Yun Nishang, endured for 100,000 years within that abyss, suffering unimaginable torments? Am I colluding with the demonic clan? While I cannot ascertain the identity of my current foes, it is undeniable that the wicked demons participated in the war of my previous life. As the illustrious punisher of the heavens, how could I conspire with my enemies? Lin Jun, do not be so arrogant. The venerable Baihua admonished. If you are not a puppet of the demonic clan, how then did the demon saint reach Dongling Kingdom and annihilate countless lives? How did you manage to emerge alive from the ancient battlefield ruins? Lu Qianxian, with a frigid expression, retorted. The so-called demon saint was merely a fractured incarnation, gravely wounded upon entering the ruins, and I was the one who vanquished him. If this serves as proof, then every individual present bears the suspicion of being a puppet of the demonic clan. At this proclamation, the assembly fell into silence. This indeed seemed insufficient to substantiate anything. Jianshan added. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Jun's survival from the abyss of fallen gods places him under the greatest suspicion. If you wish to clear your name, you must submit to our soul-searching technique. Practitioners possess dignity. Even a powerful being inadvertently entering another's territory and inadvertently releasing their aura may find themselves in dire straits. let alone the humiliation of soul-searching. Who in this life can claim to be wholly upright? Who has not engaged in a few unsavory dealings? The soul-searching technique is akin to laying bare all the shameful and nefarious deeds one has committed. Indeed, you must submit to the soul-searching to absolve yourself of suspicion. Today, you have no room for negotiation. The other 7 sect leaders also pressed forward, exuding an air of relentless determination. Chapter 78. You dare to demand we submit to soul-searching? Beyond acquiescing to your unreasonable demands, I am also prepared to fight to the bitter end. Lin Jun spoke with a calm demeanor. However, I did not intend to take extreme measures today. Since all present harbor suspicions of collusion with the demonic realm, why not submit to a soul search in turn? Once concluded, I shall willingly accept any conditions you propose. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in uproar. Lin Jun, how audacious! You dare to propose a soul search upon us? Preposterous! In an instant, their faces flushed with indignation. Should they acquiesce to the soul search? All their past deeds would be laid bare, from the fracturing of alliances among the 10 major sects to the imposition of indelible marks within their consciousness, ultimately leading to their subjugation. Thus, who would dare to undergo such a search? Since you all refuse to comply, why should I be compelled to acquiesce? Lin's wrath surged like a tempest. I declare today, should anyone dare to utter such hypocritical demands again, it shall be a battle to the death. A war of extermination against their clan. Accepting soul-searching? Absolutely not. Once such an acceptance occurs, even if it is revealed that he bears no connection to the demonic realm, all manner of secrets will be laid bare, and these sanctimonious hypocrites will undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Thus, what difference does it make whether one accepts or refuses? The secrets of the abyss of fallen gods will remain unspoken, even at the cost of his life. He will not allow Yun Nishang to fall into peril. His resolute declarations echoed through the air, rendering the atmosphere chillingly tense. Jianchen, with a frigid demeanor, remarked, Sect Master Yun, is this what you refer to as providing us with an explanation? Yun Wanli found himself increasingly enamored with Lin's audacity and with an air of arrogance. He asserted, I find no fault in Lin's words. Our Yunshang sect shall accept the soul-searching, myself included, unless you all have truly committed heinous acts that would invoke the wrath of heaven, making you too cowardly to accept. With a single statement, he had effectively closed off all avenues. Lin Jun spoke wisely. As the esteemed leader of the foremost sect, I am willing to undergo soul-searching. What grounds do you possess to refuse? If you refuse, why then do you compel the disciples of Yunshang's sect to submit to such an invasion? Do you truly believe that Yunshang's sect is a trifling establishment to be bullied at will? Sect Master Yun, we harbor no intention of offense. Yet the emergence of malevolent forces threatens the entire human race with impending peril. Should you persist in your protection of them, who shall bear the consequences of the devastation that follows? Jian Shun, suppressing the fury within, continued to argue persuasively. Who would willingly consent to soul-searching? As the leading sect among the 10, who among us has not engaged in some disreputable dealings with Yunshang's sect? To acquiesce to soul-searching would merely lay bare our vulnerabilities for Yunshang's sect to rectify one by one. It must be said that this mutual destruction tactic has indeed led to a stalemate. In truth, their concern lies not with whether Lin Jun has colluded with the demonic entities, but rather with uncovering the mysteries hidden within the abyss of fallen deities. The esteemed Lord of the Mountain added, our elders and sect leaders harbor secrets of our respective sects within our consciousness. Should we submit to soul-searching? It would amount to revealing all our trump cards to the malevolence. We beseech you, Sect Master Yun, to consider the larger picture of the Eastern Sea and the myriad lives therein. In an instant, the 8 sect masters and their esteemed elders shamelessly engaged in moral coercion. In essence, Lin Jun must submit to soul-searching, yet they would never allow themselves to be subjected to the same fate. I have indeed witnessed the audacity of your 8 sects. Lin Jun disdainfully remarked, the method has been provided to you. Whether you accept it is not for you to decide. Should you choose to act recklessly, I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Although his trump card had been revealed and he could no longer unleash the power of that fireball, he had no choice but to stand firm. The more he showed weakness, the more these old fellows would take advantage of him. The sect leader of the mountain sect was on the verge of unleashing a tirade. Yet, recalling the fate of his master, he ultimately restrained himself. The powerful figures from various sects turned their gazes towards Jianchen. The situation was clear. The Cloud Summit sect and the Wei Dao sect were fiercely protective, while among the 8 sects present, only the Sage of the Sword sect stood. If he refrained from acting, would he not become the scapegoat? Since you all refuse to accept, I must announce a few matters. Yun Wanli declared with pride. After numerous assessments, Linjin, a newly admitted disciple of the Cloud Summit sect, has demonstrated exceptional strength and extraordinary talent, and has become the master of the 23rd spiritual vein of our sect. Jian Qin's expression darkened. What did Yun Wanli mean by this? Was he bestowing a protective charm upon Linjin? This was unacceptable. Jian Qin admonished, this matter will not be resolved. Our 8 sects vow to never relent. As his words echoed, an overwhelming pressure from the Saint Realm instantly engulfed the venue. We also disagree. Following this, an overwhelming surge of pressure from over 100 esteemed figures was unleashed simultaneously. In their pursuit of the secrets of the fallen god Abyss, there was nothing they would not do, even if it meant risking their lives today. They could not allow all the benefits to fall solely into the hands of the Cloud Summit sect and the Wei Dao sect. They were betting that Yun Wanli and Wei Qingyuan lacked the courage to stand against the 8 sections. After all, each of the 10 major sects had a sage overseeing them. Should they truly unite, even the combined forces of the top 3 sects might struggle to secure any advantage. Moreover, the second-ranked sword sect was aligned with them. Yun Wanli's expression grew grave. He was fully aware of what these individuals sought. He understood that their concern was not whether Linjin had colluded with the demon clan, but rather their desire to uncover the secrets hidden within the fallen god Abyss. Linjin furrowed his brows slightly, the atmosphere crackling with tension. A mere word could ignite a new round of chaos. Wei Qingyuan's expression was icy. Since the sword sect master is so resolute, our Wei Dao sect shall stand firmly on the side of justice. We shall not tolerate your reckless actions under the guise of righteousness, disturbing the order of the Eastern Sea region. In the next moment, the pressure of the saints surged dramatically. There was little left to be said. Linjin was worth cultivating friendship with. If the gamble paid off, the status of the Wei Dao sect would surely rise in prominence. Boom. Yun Wanli found himself with no retreat, his demeanor grim. Our Yunshang sect accepts the challenge. In an instant, more than 20 elders of the revered realm from both the Yunshang sect and the Wei Dao sect erupted with overwhelming power. The atmosphere was taut, as if the very air had been sealed. Under such intense pressure, Qin Mushi and her companions turned pale, their ability to speak stripped away. The stage was set. It was merely a matter of who would falter first and take action. 3 saints. Over 100 revered elders. While this may not encompass the entirety of the 10 major sects' resources, it undoubtedly represented a significant portion of their peak combat strength. Once the conflict erupted, it would surely plunge the world into chaos. Thus, everyone remained cautious, reluctant to be the first to expose themselves. Nor did they wish to be caught off guard when others struck. Linjin took a deep breath, for an innocent man bears the burden of his treasures. Ultimately, the guilt of a commoner arises solely from his impotence. He has not committed any unforgivable transgression. Were he to possess the wisdom of a sage, he could eliminate one of his adversaries in an instant, quelling much of the discontent. The situation appeared to have reached a stalemate. Yet the potential for conflict lingered in the air, with every individual and every nerve taut with anticipation. A surge of gathered spiritual energy was clenched within their palms, and some were poised to unleash their ultimate trump card. Linjun, if you are spared, what remains of the honor of the 100 Flowers sect? In this moment, fraught with tension, an elder of the 100 Flowers sect erupted with a fierce aura of murderous intent. He then unleashed his full spiritual power, propelling himself swiftly into the air. Heavenly maidens scatter flowers. With a cacophony, the sect's unparalleled secret technique, a sacred martial skill, was set into motion. Ethereal strands of spiritual energy, under the elder's charge, transformed into breathtakingly lethal blossoms cascading from the heavens, descending upon Linjun with ferocity. The resounding explosions of countless flowers, traversing the air, distorted the surrounding space, erupting like thunder, resonating endlessly in the atmosphere. Linjun's expression turned tense. Such a rapid onslaught was simply beyond his capacity to withstand. After all, he possessed merely the cultivation of the sovereign ascension realm, while expending all his trump cards to defeat the master of the 100 Flowers sect. Now, the sensation of a severing grip on his throat rendered his life threatened like never before. Chapter 79. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Strike later to suffer the consequences. Seeking death, Yun Wanli and Wei Qingyuan, the 2 great saints, simultaneously unleashed their powers, causing the spiritual energy of the world to be swept away as if caught in a tempest. With the involvement of these 2 saints, Jian Qin's expression turned icy. Did that group of foolish women from the 100 Flowers sect truly believe they could gain an advantage in battle? However, matters had escalated to this point. One must strike first to gain the upper hand, and those who act later shall suffer. He then fused his fingers and pointed skyward. Sword, arise. In an instant, a multitude of flying swords coalesced in the air. The other powerful beings also sprang into action, and before the clash officially commenced, the spatial area began to distort. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the sound of explosions rang out in succession. The ground was engulfed in dust, and the garments of many mighty warriors danced in the tempestuous winds. Cease. At that critical moment, a voice like thunder echoed from afar. The already taut nerves of the crowd erupted in alarm. Should anyone dare to make a move, they would become enemies of the Shao clan of the Central Plains. Li Jianxing's furious roar resonated, his anger surging from his dantian. The distorted space ahead rendered him a peak sovereign ascension cultivator, too fearful to approach, for even a hint of residual force would shatter him to pieces. Moreover, as the words Shao clan of the Central Plains fell, the previously chaotic scene of spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. Even if the Yunshang sect and Wei Dao sect desperately protected Linjun, the combined strength of the 8 sects still held a significant advantage. Yet, in the face of the Shao clan of the Central Plains, it mattered not if there were 8 sects or 80, they would all meet the fate of being reduced to ashes. This was solely due to the presence of a great emperor overseeing the Shao clan. Lin Jun let out a sigh of relief, his palms clammy with cold sweat. Fortunately, all eyes were fixed on Li Jianxing, sparing him from scrutiny. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Is everything all right, Brother Lin? Lin, my brother. As the formidable figures from various sects awaited Li Jianxing's presence, Qin Mushi, Lu Qianchen, and others hurriedly approached him. Lin Jun shook his head, exclaiming, "It's nothing." Shangguan Jinghong indignantly remarked, "These old fellows are truly overstepping their bounds. Fortunately, there are still 2 reasonable individuals among them. If it weren't for Yun Wanli and Wei Qing Yuan being united in purpose, the situation would have been dire indeed. Thus, Zhao Zeno's demise is entirely justified. Brother Linjun." Xiao Bailing gracefully glided through the throng, making her way directly to Lin Jun, her head held high in self-satisfaction as she proclaimed, "Did my support not arrive in time?" The trio, Lu Qianchen and his companions, instantly recognized her as the young lady who had traveled on the spiritual vessel of the Wei Dao sect, accompanying Lin Jun. Yet, her true identity remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Jun candidly remarked, "How timely." Although his tone was devoid of any emotional resonance, it nonetheless stirred Xiao Bailing into a whirlwind of excitement, causing her to leap with joy. "Do tell, are you perhaps praising me?" Lin Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Acknowledging the situation, Lu Qianchen and the others were left dumbfounded. Was Lin Jun truly intending to indulge in the fruits of another's labor? How audacious! No, that could not be. Could it be that this young lady was not a disciple of the Way of the Guardians, but rather a member of the Shao family from the Central Plains? A chilling realization dawned upon